Marvel movies, the Afghan desert. The air is arid, and dust swirls in the atmosphere. Am I kidnapped? Wang Yi awakens on the ground, bewildered, gazing around his surroundings with a look of confusion in his eyes. Upon witnessing the vast expanse of desert, his immediate reaction is to assume he has been abducted. Yet, there are no ropes binding him, and no one is in sight. This notion of kidnapping seems implausible. Wang Yi runs his fingers over his buzz cut, struggling to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, a bold thought crosses his mind. Could it be that I have traversed to another realm? He touches the sand beneath him, feeling a sense of unreality. Ding! The Supreme Mission System is currently binding. Suddenly, an electronic, synthesized voice resonates in his mind. Wang Yi feels a surge of joy indeed. He has crossed into another world. However, he does not feel panic instead. He is filled with excitement. In his previous existence, Wang Yi had not achieved much, and continuing on that path would lead to a monotonous 996 lifestyle. Now, having miraculously transitioned to a new life, there's a glimmer of hope. Moreover, he now possesses a system. How could Wang Yi not feel exhilarated? Ahem, is the system still there? And what manner of world is this? Wang Yi silently inquires within his mind. A barren desert as a starting point. He truly has no idea where he has arrived. Ding! System binding successful. The novice gift pack has been issued. Information about this world has been transmitted to the host's brain. The system's indifferent voice echoes, followed by an influx of memories regarding this world. Wang Yi closed his eyes, absorbing the information and organizing it automatically. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes. Taking a deep breath, a grim expression crossed his face as he murmured, "Is this the Marvel Universe?" According to his memories, he was currently situated in the Afghan desert. The Marvel storyline had just reached the point of Iron Man, specifically when Tony Stark was captured. In the Marvel Universe, can my fragile body withstand this? Wang Yi couldn't help but display a wry smile. It was no wonder he felt this way. He had watched the Marvel films, where the Avengers clashed fiercely, indifferent to anyone's safety. One could merely blink at home, and suddenly one could be gone. To make matters worse, there was a constant looming threat of Thanos, who seemed ever ready to implement his cosmic population control plan. However, that was a plot point that came after the Avengers' revenge had concluded. Ding! New mission received. Rescue Tony Stark and earn his trust completion rewards. 300 system points and 1 chance for a divine lottery. Failure. Die in the Afghan desert. With your ashes scattered. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Wang Yi's mouth. Well, what a predicament. To be tasked with a mission upon arrival, with death as the penalty for failure. Huff, huff. At that moment, it was the afternoon, with the sun blazing fiercely and swirling sand dancing in the wind. In mere moments, beads of sweat began to form on Wang Yi's handsome visage. There was no doubt that if he remained here, he would indeed perish. As if recalling something, Wang Yi promptly declared, "System, open the beginner's gift pack." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the Shura Armor Summoner. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the mightiest energy. Ding! Shura Armor Manual. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an initial system value of 100. Upon seeing his rewards, Wang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, particularly at the first reward. As soon as the system's announcement concluded, a purple thundercloud materialized out of thin air. Amidst the lightning, an antiquated silver flip phone adorned with violet patterns appeared before Wang Yi. He took it in his hands and examined it closely. It was identical to what he had seen on television before. Beside it, there was an introduction regarding the Shura Armor Summoner. A suit of armor crafted by the Flame Star, capable of unleashing its ultimate power only when one possesses the most potent energy in the world. Furthermore, a powerful aura surged into Wang Yi's body. In an instant, his demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. His physical attributes seemed to have been greatly enhanced. Is this the mightiest energy? Wang Yi murmured to himself. He also realized that only by possessing the mightiest energy could one summon the Shura Armor. At this moment, Wang Yi felt an immense surge of confidence. The Shura Armor was the ultimate armor among the armor warriors. It was with the Shura Armor that Liu Fa had once vanquished Xing Tian, Fei Ying, and Jin Gang. There was no nemesis like the Gung Ji Jin Gang Zhu in this world. He was invincible. By the way, system, what purpose does the initial value serve? Wang Yi inquired, somewhat perplexed. Beep. The host can acquire system points through various tasks, which can be exchanged for an array of items in the marketplace or utilized for a lottery. Upon hearing the system's response, Wang Yi displayed a look of bewilderment. Due to the host's low level, access to the marketplace is currently unavailable, so I kindly urge the host to complete tasks expeditiously, the system added. Rescuing Stark is merely a trifling task, Wang Yi declared with utmost confidence. He was aware that even without his direct intervention, Tony Stark could extricate himself, albeit with a slight delay. Moreover, he had previously managed to escape relying solely on the Markai. Thus, donning the Shura armor would undoubtedly be a far simpler endeavor. The sole challenge lay in garnering Tony Stark's trust. Despite his arrogance and pride, he was not foolish otherwise. He would not have ascended to the position of CEO of Stark Industries. Shaking his head, Wang Yi remarked, "Never mind that for now. Let's focus on rescuing Stark first." His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled. Wang Yi grasped the Shura armor, flipped it open, and pressed 3 buttons in quick succession. With a swift motion, he inserted his left hand into the Shura gauntlet's receptacle, at which point he was enveloped in a tempest of purple lightning. With a commanding shout, he proclaimed, "Shura armor, unite." As the purple lightning intensified, it wreaked havoc upon the surrounding magnetic field. When the storm of electricity subsided, Wang Yi stood transformed. A silver crown graced his head, adorned with a crescent-shaped emblem upon his forehead, while faint golden patterns were etched into the silver on his shoulders, and a silver cloak billowed behind him. He emanated an aura of dominance, coldness, and regal authority, feeling an explosive power coursing through his entire being. Wang Yi clenched his fists, overwhelmed by the urge to shout, "I could take on 10." Without lingering further, he focused his thoughts. In an instant, he executed a swift maneuver, departing from his current location to seek out the cave where Tony Stark was imprisoned. Although the Shura armor lacked a steed, its inherent speed was remarkably swift, rendering a mount unnecessary. A mere thought was sufficient to transport him to his desired destination. Just as Wang Yi reveled in his exhilaration, the voice of the system abruptly pierced the moment, causing his expression to turn grave. "Ding! Host, please exercise caution. The Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, has detected your presence." Chapter 2. Rescuing Tony. Tony's shock. Before long, Wang Yi located the cave where Tony Stark was being held captive. A group of Ten Rings gang members was patrolling the cave entrance, surrounded by an array of military weaponry, all emblazoned with the Stark Industries insignia. This was to be expected, for they had captured Tony with the intent of compelling him to develop new weaponry. Wang Yi stood to the side, neither observing nor acting. Instead, his face concealed beneath the armor bore a frown, reflecting a mind preoccupied with heavy thoughts. However, this expression soon dissipated. It was only natural for the Supreme Mage to take notice. After all, he was among the most prominent figures in the Marvel Universe. Moreover, with the presence of the Time Stone, it would not surprise Wang Yi if the Supreme Mage scrutinized him thoroughly. Yet, the Supreme Mage's purpose was to safeguard Earth. And as long as he refrained from any egregious actions, it was unlikely that Agamotto would intervene. Shaking off these thoughts, Wang Yi turned his gaze towards the cave, his demeanor solidifying into resolute determination as he spoke solemnly. It differs from the film. There are more individuals present, observing the comings and goings of the mercenaries. Wang Yi rendered his judgment. Nevertheless, it matters not. They are merely ordinary mortals, flesh and blood. Transmutation, Wang Yi uttered with a commanding tone. And the surrounding environment began to shift. 2 familiar figures emerged before him, particularly the stark glow of the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, unmistakably prominent. Surrounding them were rows of sophisticated apparatuses. Upon closer inspection of the table, one could discern a schematic for the Markai armor, the prototype itself. Simultaneously, Wang Yi's sudden appearance startled both Tony Stark and Dr. Ainson, who were engrossed in their work on the armor. With remarkable speed, Tony rushed forward to secure the Markai blueprint. In a state of astonishment, he cautiously glanced at Wang Yi. Meanwhile, Dr. Ainson, being of advanced age, reacted sluggishly. Observing Tony's disheveled hairstyle and disheveled appearance, Wang Yi found a momentary amusement in the situation. Tony was the first to speak. "Hey, my friend. Isn't our appointment still a few days away? Why the rush?" Given the ease with which one could access this place, Tony instinctively regarded Wang Yi as a bandit. Perhaps due to the influence of the Shura armor, Wang Yi, despite his complete lack of English proficiency, surprisingly understood Tony's words. Forsaking further deliberation on the matter, Wang Yi asserted, "Tony, Dr. Ensign, I am here to rescue you. Come with me." As he stepped forward, intending to grasp their hands and lead them out, Tony instinctively took a step back, as did Dr. Ensign. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback but quickly came to terms with it. If the roles were reversed, he too would doubt the intentions of a sudden stranger. With a serious tone, Wang Yi continued, "I understand that you may not believe anything I say right now, but I can get you out of here. If you wish to avoid remaining in this place, follow me." No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony erupted outside. Faintly, voices and the sound of firearms being readied could be discerned. "Damn it, where did these people come from? Quickly surround them. Leave no escape route. You all. Move to the front and encircle them, ensuring they have no way to flee." Wang Yi remained unperturbed, his face beneath the armor composed and unruffled, while Tony and Dr. Ensign grew increasingly anxious. At present, Mark I remains unfinished, and their chances of leaving this place on their own are utterly bleak. Dr. Ensign hurriedly approached Tony, exclaiming, "Tony, what should we do now?" After careful consideration, Tony turned to Wang Yi and resolutely stated, "My friend, how do we make our escape?" With no other options, Tony chose to place his trust in Wang Yi. Wang Yi smiled faintly and extended his hand, inviting the two to grasp it. Tony took hold of the design blueprints for Mark I, uncertain of Wang Yi's intentions, yet he opted to believe in him. Meanwhile, the mercenaries had already reached the entrance. With their leader bellowing, "Surround them. Shoot anyone who dares to resist." However, Wang Yi paid no heed to the threats and quietly declared, "Shadow shift." The surrounding environment underwent a sudden transformation, and soon, to the astonishment of the mercenaries, they vanished from sight. The leader, aghast, exclaimed, "How is this possible? Where have they gone?" The others exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions rife with shock, momentarily at a loss for words. In the surveillance room, Wang Qiu observed the unfolding scene in silence for several seconds. Then, a wave of elation surged within him as he beheld Wang Yi's formidable battle armor. His eyes gleaming with avarice, he discerned that the group's ability to escape was entirely attributable to that armor. What if he could obtain it himself? Would he still need to collaborate with Obadiah? Casting a glance at his subordinates, Wang Qiu commanded sternly, "Disperse everyone. Go out and search. They cannot have gone far." Meanwhile, at the same location as before, Wang Yi reappeared with the two companions. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed his surroundings. What transpired mere moments ago remains a mystery. They seemed to materialize in this location in an instant. It took a brief moment for them to regain their composure. Scrutinizing the exquisite Shura armor adorning Wang Yi, one cannot deny that, both in appearance and the formidable prowess displayed earlier, Wang Yi's armor surpasses that of his Mark I by a significant margin. In that fleeting moment, Tony appeared to have discovered his objective. Dr. Ensign gazed at Wang Yi in disbelief. With a calm demeanor, Wang Yi stated, "Wait here. I shall handle them and return." Just as he prepared to depart, Tony grasped his arm, speaking with gravity, "My friend, while I am uncertain of your motives for rescuing us, I am aware of your capabilities. That cache of weaponry must be destroyed. It cannot fall into their hands." Wang Yi nodded, signaling him to remain at ease. Indeed, that arsenal would not be leaving their possession. In truth, rescuing Tony was not a convoluted task. However, Wang Yi deliberately chose this approach to demonstrate his strength to Tony. One must ponder how a fervent aficionado of armor would react upon witnessing the might of the Shura armor. Undoubtedly, he would seek to ally himself with such power. Without further contemplation, Wang Yi teleported to the cave's entrance, delivering a single punch that sent one assailant flying several meters away. The second adversary, realizing the situation too late, attempted to fire, but Wang Yi had already repositioned himself behind him, effortlessly dispatching him with another punch. At this juncture, the remaining individuals within the cave also reacted, frantically raising their weapons to unleash a barrage of gunfire at Wang Yi. However, the bullets could not possibly reach him. Instead, their own ranks began to collapse one by one. The members of the Ten Commandments gang, once composed, were now overtaken by panic, some discarding their firearms and fleeing in terror. Within a mere 5 minutes, those on the periphery either fled or lay incapacitated. Wang Yi chose not to pursue, unwilling to squander precious time. Facing the amassed arsenal, he unleashed the formidable skills of the Azura. An infinite ray of energy began to coalesce into purple lightning upon his forehead, the overwhelming force stirring the surrounding dust into a frenzy. A torrent of unparalleled power surged towards the ordnance, obliterating everything in its path the moment it made contact. The entire cavern collapsed under the explosive force, trapping those who could not escape within its depths. Meanwhile, Tony observed Wang Yi's displayed might with eyes brimming with envy. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations. Host, the mission to rescue Tony Stark has been completed. Chapter 3, A New Mission, Forge the Mightiest Alliance of Vengeance, New York. At Tony's seaside villa, the silhouettes of three appeared once more. Upon his return, Tony could not help but exclaim, "Oh, my heavens, I am finally back." He then turned to Wang Yi, embracing him and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my friend. Were it not for you, I might not have made it back at all. May I inquire your name?" With a mere thought, Wang Yi's Shura Armor disassembled itself. Upon gazing at Wang Yi's visage, Tony was taken aback. The handsome features, striking brows and eyes, and the aura he exuded imparted an impression of a sovereign's descent. "Oh, a friend from Xia." Dr. Eason also expressed surprise. Realizing that their savior was indeed from Xia, and so remarkably young, Wang Yi nodded, responding with calm assurance, "Yes, Mr. Tony Stark, my name is Wang Yi." Just moments ago, the system rewarded him with a fully upgraded proficiency in English, along with a chance to participate in a lottery, simultaneously addressing his previous language deficiency. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. Tony smiled and nodded, casting a glance at his own physique. He apologetically remarked, "Wang, please take a seat for a moment while Dr. Eason and I tidy up." Upon hearing Tony's address, Wang Yi's expression shifted subtly. Wang. If memory serves correctly, the brother from Kamatage is also named Wang. Tony directed his attention towards the villa and said, "J-A-R-V-I-S, play a piece of music for my friend." No sooner had he spoken than the voice of the artificial intelligence, acting as the butler, responded, "Certainly, sir." Following that, he departed with Dr. Eason. After all, Tony is a person who values cleanliness. Meanwhile, in the Stark Industries office, Obadiah Stane observed the video before him, his countenance as dark as a stormy sky. Just moments ago, he had learned that Tony had been rescued, and that Wang Chiu had been captured in Afghanistan. It turned out that shortly after Wang Yi and the others had left, a powerful explosion had drawn the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Initially, following Tony Stark's disappearance, the vicinity of Afghanistan had become a focal point for investigation. Upon S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arrival, they discovered Wang Chiu barely clinging to life, along with a video recording of the kidnapping of Tony Stark and Dr. Eason. However, the footage revealed that Tony and the doctor had been rescued by an unidentified individual clad in armor. Obadiah sat back in his chair, closing his eyes in contemplation for a few seconds before stating, "It seems the plan must be expedited." At Tony's villa, as he appeared revitalized and impeccably groomed, Wang Yi smiled and inquired, "Having experienced this ordeal, what are your plans moving forward?" Tony remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Approaching the cabinet, he poured 2 glasses of whiskey, handing one to Wang Yi. Contemplatively, he remarked, "I am preparing to cease the production of weapons." Tony gazed earnestly at Wang Yi. This encounter had imparted profound insights. The weapons he had developed were ultimately wielded against him, a notion both absurd and disheartening. Wang Yi nodded in silence, yet internally mused that the narrative had begun. His presence had not induced a butterfly effect. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have gained Tony's trust. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a reward of 300 system points. Wang Yi regarded Tony with a peculiar expression. Astonishingly, he had accomplished this without any significant effort. Unable to contain his disbelief, he inquired, "Have you considered who orchestrated your kidnapping?" Tony shook his head, unaware of the answer. Wang Yi chose not to elaborate, recognizing that the truth would unfold in due course. Taking a sip of whiskey, Tony turned to Wang Yi and gestured, "Could you tell me about your armor? It looks quite impressive." Wang Yi chuckled, surprised that Tony's curiosity still lingered on this topic. After a moment of reflection, he replied, "My armor is called the Shura Armor. The ability to transport you earlier was one of its embedded skills." Tony pondered for a few seconds before asking, "Is that the only skill it possesses?" "No. That is merely a support skill. There are also offensive capabilities," Wang Yi stated nonchalantly, yet Tony was left in awe upon hearing this revelation. The auxiliary skills are indeed formidable, with instantaneous teleportation and that powerful attack he previously employed with military armaments. Tony couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Compared to his Mark I, the disparity is quite remarkable. Seemingly perceiving Tony's thoughts, Wang Yi said, "I can assist you in upgrading your Mark I. While it may not match my Shura, it will certainly be formidable." Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, Tony's eyes brightened. "Thank you, Wang," he exclaimed, reaching out as if to embrace him. Wang Yi cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "Tony, I need a place to stay." Tony paused for a moment, then cheerfully responded, "Oh, my friend, that's a trivial matter. You can definitely stay with me." Tony, being straightforward, invited him to reside there. Especially since his mark I was still in the laboratory below, which would be quite convenient. Just then, a soprano voice echoed, "Tony, you're back?" Without needing to look, Wongy knew exactly who it was. The only person who could freely enter here was none other than her Pepper Potts. As Pepper entered, she was followed by a man of African descent, Colonel James Rhodes. Upon their arrival, both immediately focused their attention on Tony, their expressions tense. Tony smiled reassuringly. "Hey, relax. I'm fine." The anxiety on Pepper's face finally eased, and James, standing beside her, exhaled in relief upon confirming that Tony was unharmed. Although only a few days had passed since Tony's abduction, they had remained exceedingly anxious. "Come, Pepper, James, allow me to introduce my new friend, Wong," without whom this would not have been possible. Tony pointed at Wongy and said, "Wong, this is my assistant Pepper, and this is Colonel James from the military." Wongy nodded in acknowledgement, greeting them both. He was already familiar with the two. James approached Wongy, curiosity evident in his voice. "Are you the one who wears the armor?" Wongy nodded and smiled. "There is no need to conceal this. Sooner or later, everyone will know." He retrieved a blueprint of Iron Man from his pocket and handed it to Tony. "Tony, you can design according to this." Tony took the blueprint and, upon opening it, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the design Wongy had exchanged in the system marketplace, which had opened since the completion of his last mission. The blueprint for Iron Man had been upgraded by the system, boasting details that surpassed the original first generation. "Wong, thank you. This design is truly remarkable." Tony expressed his gratitude. It resembled the armor he envisioned, with the words Iron Man inscribed in the upper left corner. Meanwhile, the voice of the system reemerged. "Ding. Main quest. Forge the strongest Avengers alliance." Chapter 4, Press Conference. Encounter with Natasha. I hereby announce the official closure of Stark Industries. In Tony's seaside villa, the television broadcasted the news of Tony's press conference from the previous day. On the sofa, Wongy distinctly observed Obadiah, whose eyes flashed with malice as he attempted to undermine Tony. "I saved Tony midway. At that time, he had yet to create Mark I. Has the subsequent plot changed?" Wongy mused aloud, recalling the events. In the original narrative, Obadiah had relied on the scraps of Mark I to fabricate the Ironmonger. In the absence of a prototype for Mark I, will there still be an Iron Monarch? Wongy pondered. Suddenly, Tony's voice chimed in beside him. "Hey, buddy. Take a look at my Iron Man suit." Wongy turned at the sound. Truly, the genius Tony Stark, just yesterday he had provided the design. And today he had already produced it. Wongy narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Did you make some modifications? It seems a bit different from what I gave you." With an air of pride, Tony replied, "I did make some adjustments, particularly in the weaponry and flight capabilities, but the majority still stems from your original design." Wongy waved his hand dismissively. Modifications were inconsequential to him. "By the way, Wong, there's a gathering today, filled with stunning ladies. Will you attend?" "A gathering?" Wongy contemplated. Indeed, there was an event where Tony would be informed by Obadiah of his expulsion from Stark Industries. "So, Wong, are you going?" "Of course. I absolutely will." Wongy chuckled, eager to witness the illustrious billionaire Tony Stark's soiree. Beautiful women would surely abound. Perhaps he could even charm one. What a splendid thought. In his previous life, he had been a noble dog, never having held the hand of a lovely lady. In this life, would he not defy fate? "All right, I'll come find you later. This armor isn't quite stable yet. I need to make some adjustments," Tony stated before heading to the basement. Wongy shook his head with a smile, truly a mecha enthusiast. With that thought, he shifted his focus to his own system. As a virtual interface materialized before him. Host, Wongy skill, max level English item, Shura Armor summoning device mall. Opened roulette, divine lottery 1 system value, 250. The template was straightforward, clear to Wongy at a glance. As for the reason behind the reduction of 50 system points, it was undoubtedly due to the exchange for Iron Man blueprints. System lottery, Wongy mused. In an instant, darkness enveloped his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar location, confronted by a vast, colorful roulette adorned with numerous words. Those with a fear of dense patterns would likely faint at the sight. Swiftly, the roulette spun and eventually came to a halt. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired master-level martial arts. As the system's voice resonated, Wongy's consciousness returned. A torrent of knowledge regarding martial arts surged into his mind. Gentle and seamless, as if this wisdom had always belonged to him. In that moment, Wongy grasped a wealth of understanding about martial arts. Unlike before, when he could only throw ordinary punches while clad in the Shura armor, now he was equipped with true skills. As for the system value, Wang Yi decided to wait a bit longer, as he could not exchange for anything of worth just yet. Meanwhile, in an office, a one-eyed African-American man sat contemplatively. He was Nick Fury, the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., though at this moment he was not. Currently, he was Alexander Pierce. He rubbed his temples, weary as he gazed at the photograph on his desk, a striking image of Wang Yi donning the Shura armor. This was the individual identified through satellite reconnaissance, the one who had rescued Tony Stark. Moreover, he possessed the ability to teleport and unleash purple lightning from above. A force to be reckoned with. Beside him, Coulson reported everything he knew. Nick Fury cast an unsatisfied glance at him and said in a low voice, "Can you share something I am unaware of? Or perhaps tell me who he is?" As Coulson had mentioned, the documents were crystal clear, supplemented by video evidence. Was there truly a need for reiteration? Coulson, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered his head and replied, "We have identified one individual, but we are not entirely certain." He then handed over a photograph of Wang Yi and continued, "This is what our agents have uncovered, a Chinese national with an unclear background, obscured by Tony. However, he emerged after Tony was kidnapped, and their relationship appears exceptionally close, which leads us to suspect that he may be the owner of the armor. It must be noted that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network is quite formidable. In just a day, they had already traced Wang Yi." Nick Fury nodded, remaining silent for a few seconds before saying, "Send Natasha to meet with him." As if struck by a thought, he added, "Try not to make any enemies." "Yes." Coulson responded respectfully before turning to depart. Nick Fury gazed at Wang Yi's Shura armor, contemplating, "It seems the plan can be expedited." Fury's scheme, of course, revolved around the Avengers initiative, unbeknownst to him that Wang Yi's ambition was also to establish the Avengers. One can only imagine the expression on Fury's face if he were to discover this. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time to attend the gathering. In the car, Happy Hogan drove in front, serving as Tony's bodyguard and chauffeur. Beside him sat Wang Yi, while Tony and Pepper occupied the back seat. Along the way, Wang Yi could not help but turn to Tony and say, "Be cautious of Obadiah." Hearing Wang Yi's words, Tony felt somewhat perplexed but nodded nonetheless. Unbeknownst to him, the one betraying him was Obadiah, whom Tony regarded as his dear uncle, a veteran figure within Stark Industries. However, only Wang Yi understood that this individual merely viewed Tony as a golden goose. Unsure if Tony would heed his warning, Wang Yi decided to offer it nonetheless. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the gathering, which was besieged by countless reporters. Upon spotting Tony's vehicle, they immediately swarmed around it. As soon as Tony stepped out of the car, he was met with a barrage of cameras and microphones. "Mr. Stark, may I ask why you have shut down Stark's arms business? Also, who was the person that saved you back then?" Due to the effective concealment by Wang Yi and Tony, only S.H.I.E.L.D. was aware of Wang Yi's true identity. Facing the throngs of reporters, Tony offered a slight smile. Years of refinement had instilled in him a sense of decorum. Accompanied by Happy, he entered the hotel first, closely followed by Wang Yi. However, as soon as they crossed the threshold, Wang Yi spotted a familiar figure, swaying a cocktail, making her way toward him. Wang Yi chose not to acknowledge her and continued forward with a stoic expression, while she trailed behind, maintaining her distance as if observing him. Wang Yi silently mused that it seemed Nick Fury had taken notice of him, or perhaps it was S.H.I.E.L.D., or even Hydra. After a moment, she approached him, swaying her slender waist, and inquired, "Sir, is the seat taken?" Natasha Romanoff smiled. Chapter 5, Natasha's Shock. The Stark Industries gathering was teeming with people inside the hotel. Particularly on Tony's side, a multitude gathered, seemingly engaged in fervent discussions. In contrast, Wang Yi, who had alighted from the vehicle alongside Tony, attracted little attention. The Black Widow, clad in an elegant black gown, possessed a strikingly refined visage, with her lustrous auburn curls cascading over her shoulders. Her curvaceous figure was accentuated by the gown, showcasing her alluring silhouette. A pair of long, slender legs peeked out from beneath the fabric, causing Wang Yi's pulse to quicken. Not to mention, the Black Widow's physique was truly impressive. Wang Yi mused privately, recalling his own days as a top-tier admirer. However, he was cognizant of Natasha's intentions and thus maintained a composed smile, not overly surprised. "Please, be my guest." Wang Yi murmured softly, then shifted his gaze elsewhere. Such sights, when beheld too often, could lead one astray. Observing the slightly bashful Wang Yi, Natasha felt a twinge of curiosity. She had been in a state of repose when Nick Fury had abruptly summoned her. Initially, she had anticipated a matter of great import, only to receive a few straightforward instructions to keep an eye on Wang Yi. Though the reasoning eluded her, Natasha refrained from probing further. Embodying the fundamental qualities of a senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, may I inquire if you are a friend of Mr. Stark? Natasha suddenly opened the conversation, eager to engage with Wang Yi. Yet, at that moment, Wang Yi's attention remained directed toward Tony. Nevertheless, he offered a perfunctory response. Indeed, beautiful lady. Tony and I are quite good friends. The Black Widow chuckled softly, having noticed Wang Yi's gaze. Being a seasoned operative, she recognized that Wang Yi was merely feigning interest. Yet she remained unperturbed. You seem somewhat concerned about Tony, she remarked. Not at all. It's just that Tony is surrounded by an abundance of beautiful women. I'm keeping a close watch. Perhaps I might secure an invitation from one of them, Wang Yi replied, his eyes fixed on the scene. At that moment, he observed Obadiah with one hand resting on Tony's shoulder, responding to a journalist's inquiries. A closer inspection revealed Tony's countenance was exceptionally grim. At this juncture, Wang Yi realized that Tony had become aware of his exclusion from the proceedings. Subsequently, he shifted his full attention to Natasha. Beautiful miss. Are you aware that I possess a rather unique nickname? Wang Yi proclaimed with pride. Natasha, taken aback internally, thought, has he truly managed to achieve that so swiftly? Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of curiosity and inquired, what is this nickname? Wang Yi grinned widely, revealing his pearly whites, and declared, ironclad straight man. After uttering this, he refrained from observing Natasha's ever-changing expression and turned to depart. He had already discerned that Tony was not in any significant trouble. Furthermore, he preferred to limit his interactions with S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather, he was disinclined to engage at this moment. This was not the crux of the matter. The central issue was that there were no alluring women present, and even if there were, they paid him no heed. It was far better to leave with style. This left Natasha in a state of bewilderment, as she sensed that her identity had been compromised. Though she could not pinpoint the source of the lapse. Nevertheless, she donned her earpiece to report, Target has departed. He seems to be aware of my identity. Upon finishing her report, Natasha began to retreat, only to pause suddenly in her tracks. With a solemn expression, he followed the person ahead. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed, announcing, ding. Special mission, assist S.H.I.E.L.D. in capturing a fugitive. The unexpected notification caused Wang Yi, who was on the verge of exiting, to freeze in his tracks. What is the mechanism of this task? Wang Yi's expression turned peculiar. He had yet to complete the previous mission of forming the Ultimate Revenge Alliance. Up until now, there had been no progress whatsoever. Ding. The previous task was a main storyline mission, while this is a special mission. The two types of tasks are fundamentally distinct, the system responded, seemingly aware of Wang Yi's confusion. Enlightened, Wang Yi proceeded towards his objective. In a narrow alley behind the hotel, a man clad in black, wearing a duckbill cap and sunglasses, strode briskly. Suddenly, he came to a halt. Without turning around, he already sensed the presence of Natasha, who had been trailing him. A smirk played upon his lips as he casually remarked, Natasha Romanoff, the ace agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., a seasoned spy. Upon hearing his words, Natasha, who had been concealed behind a trash bin, felt a surge of gravity in her demeanor. Indeed, the individual before her was Greg Pease, a fugitive. He had escaped from S.H.I.E.L.D. prison just days prior, and today, having completed a special mission, he happened to pass by the hotel, catching Natasha's attention, prompting her to follow him. As Greg's expression hardened, he took deliberate steps towards Natasha's hiding place. Why was he not fleeing? Why was he so audacious? Because he possessed both the qualifications and the prowess. Had it not been for being surrounded by several elite agents, he would never have been apprehended by S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, facing merely Natasha, he felt no fear. Although Natasha possesses considerable strength, he surpasses her. Sensing impending danger, Natasha refrains from further concealment and swiftly retreats, creating distance between them. Her brow furrows deeply, her gaze fixed intently on Gray, already at a disadvantage due to his insufficient power. Coupled with the cumbersome long dress she wears, her movement is severely hampered. She had not anticipated encountering Gray in this secluded alley, which is notably tranquil, so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Just as Gray prepares to strike, the sound of heavy footsteps resonates, growing increasingly distinct. A bloodthirsty smile spreads across Gray's face. Another unsuspecting victim, perhaps? Natasha's expression grows more grave. What if it turns out to be an ordinary person? Although she has already called for reinforcements, time is not on their side, and they may not endure until help arrives. As the atmosphere thickens with tension, Wang Yi's seemingly innocuous face emerges. With his hands in his pockets and a smile upon his lips, he approaches leisurely, despite his calm demeanor. Under the weight of his formidable presence, Natasha perceives Wang Yi as both towering and enigmatic. Gray's expression shifts to one of vigilance. He refrains from further dialogue, aware that it could be detrimental to him. Drawing a small knife from his waist, he lunges toward Wang Yi. Natasha, filled with concern, prepares to intervene. But a shadow whizzes past her, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Natasha questions if this is the speed of a human. She turns her gaze to the side, her expression evolving from shock to incredulity, and finally to sheer amazement. Moments later, Gray lies unconscious, felled by Wang Yi, whose countenance remains unchanged throughout the encounter. Natasha gazed at Wang Yi with a look akin to that reserved for a monster. Just a few moments had passed, yet he had accomplished what several elite agents had taken half an hour to achieve against Gray. You, all alone, managed to resolve this in mere minutes. Natasha's expression gradually transformed into one of danger as she regarded Wang Yi. Unbeknownst to him, she was pondering his capabilities, and he merely shook his head, expressing his boredom. Too simple. I haven't even exerted my full strength. Indeed, mastery in martial arts is not to be underestimated. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Experience points credited. Chapter 6, Plot Shift, Proceed to Industrial Zone 16. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 system points. Wang Yi raised an eyebrow, though the amount was modest. It was still commendable. He understood the principle that little accumulates to much. Meanwhile, Natasha continued to scrutinize Wang Yi, feeling somewhat at a loss. The individual on the ground was undoubtedly to be taken away by her, yet it was Wang Yi who had subdued him. Now, she comprehended why Nick Fury had summoned her to keep an eye on Wang Yi. This individual. Observing Natasha's hesitance, Wang Yi offered a slight smile. I shall leave him to you. It appeared he had known her true identity all along. Natasha was momentarily taken aback, which further solidified her confirmation. Wang Yi made no attempt to defend himself and simply departed. Natasha remained nearby, and soon, other agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, their eyes widening in confusion as they surveyed the fallen Gray and then turned to Natasha. She merely smiled lightly, shrugged her shoulders, and offered no explanation. Instead, she prepared to return and report to Nick Fury. On the other side, upon learning about the Stark weaponry being trafficked at the hotel, Tony, filled with rage and clad in his Iron Man suit, obliterated the entire operation and left the leader to be dealt with by the villagers. Back at the seaside villa, Wang Yi returned to find Tony entering in his armored attire. Wang Yi regarded this as a predictable occurrence and refrained from further inquiries. Instead, Tony scratched his head, his expression one of confusion, and remarked, Wang, earlier in the car, you cautioned me to be wary of Obadiah. Do you know something I don't? In response to Tony's question, Wang Yi shrugged and replied, Do you recall your abduction? To be honest, I have my suspicions that he was the mastermind behind it. Wang Yi glanced at the reactor embedded in Tony's chest and calmly inquired, Have you replaced it? Tony nodded but chose not to delve deeper into the matter. He was not oblivious. He had harbored doubts at the time, but lacked concrete evidence. Then, as if struck by a thought, Tony said, Wang, I have a question for you regarding the Iron Man suit. With that, he led Wang Yi to the laboratory. Wang Yi said little, merely following behind. Suddenly, Tony's expression shifted as he hurried to an area strewn with shattered glass, his face a mask of bewilderment, uncertain of who was responsible. Wang Yi understood that at that moment, Jarvis was still in a future state of disarray. He produced the Shura Armor summoner, tapped it, and placed it on the table under Tony's puzzled gaze. Subsequently, the Shura Armor emitted a radiant light, revealing the events that had transpired. And the figure who had taken the reactor was none other than Obadiah. Tony was left in astonishment. Was this a scene from the past? Was Wang Yi's device truly that powerful? He simply did not notice that Wang Yi's expression was somewhat peculiar. Wang Yi stroked his chin, his mind racing with thoughts. Something was amiss. The storyline did not align. Was it due to my presence? Logically, Obadiah should have been apprehended from the outset. And the video from the cave in Afghanistan should have contained evidence of his collusion with the Ten Commandments gang. Yet, there was none. This struck him as odd. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Wang Yi asked, Tony, where is Dr. Anderson now? Tony was momentarily taken aback by Wang Yi's inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Once you rescue us, I will return the doctor. Just as Tony finished speaking, a thought crossed his mind. Dr. Anderson had not been in contact since his return. Could something have gone awry? Indeed, my presence has altered the narrative. Wang Yi, unfazed by Tony's gaze, muttered to himself, and then inquired within his mind, "System, what is the reason for this?" Beep. The host can alter the process but cannot change the outcome. In other words, even if Abadiya is captured, he will inevitably be released. The outcome remains unchanged. The only aspect the host can influence is assisting characters in resolving issues when the outcome occurs. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Wang Yi understood. Therefore, Dr. Anderson should currently be at the 16th work zone, the birthplace of Iron Tyrant in the film. In the original narrative, Iron Tyrant was the predecessor of Mark I. Due to Wang Yi's butterfly effect, Mark I did not manifest, instead allowing Abadiya to acquire the design schematics. The development of the Iron Tyrant likely serves as the motive behind the abduction of Dr. Anderson, Wang Yi mused quietly to himself. After a brief moment of astonishment, Tony quickly regained his composure and inquired, where could Dr. Anderson and Obadiah be? Wang Yi replied directly, I know Dr. Anderson's location, but Obadiah is at Industrial Complex No. 16. You should head there first. He instinctively added, as if sensing someone's gaze, I had conducted a preliminary investigation earlier. I just needed to gather my thoughts. Tony, of course, was skeptical of Wang Yi's claims, yet he was reluctant to squander time, so he nodded and said, then let us split up. With that, Tony donned his armored suit and set off towards Industrial Complex No. 16. As Wang Yi observed Tony's retreating figure, the system's voice resonated as anticipated. Ding. Special mission. Assist Tony in defeating Obadiah. Indeed, Wang Yi thought to himself. He then made a face, expressing his discontent. The reward is so meager. Yet the task's difficulty varies. Sigh. He feigned a dramatic sigh. Please, host, refrain from your theatrics. The difficulty varies, and so do the rewards. Last time you faced Gray, you did not exert your full strength. It was a case of overkill, and even 100 would be an overestimation. The system's previously cold tone now bore a hint of dissatisfaction, seemingly infused with a touch of humanity. Wang Yi noted the subtle change. After some contemplation, he realized it was indeed accurate. Without further hesitation, he retrieved the Shura Armor and, with a swift movement, vanished from his location. Meanwhile, Tony continued soaring through the skies. Tony received a call from Pepper, her voice tinged with urgency. Tony, I just discovered in Obadiah's computer that he is the mastermind behind your abduction. I am currently en route to Industrial Sector 16 with agents to apprehend Obadiah. Listening to her words, Tony felt a surge of panic and quickly replied, Oh no, you need to leave that place immediately. Do not go in. He urged desperately, but on the other end, Pepper, clearly engrossed in conversation with the agents, did not catch his warning. Instead, Tony heard the sound of the door being breached from her location, intensifying his anxiety. Although he was unaware of Obadiah's intentions with the stolen reactor, he was certain it could only spell disaster. This was beyond what Pepper and a few agents could handle. No, Pepper, you must listen to me. Just as Tony was about to continue, he suddenly heard Pepper's terrified scream. Chapter 7. Defeating Ironmonger, Nick Fury's plan in Sector 16, Obadiah piloted the Ironmonger, relentlessly pursuing Pepper and several agents who were still fleeing. Meanwhile, Dr. Jensen, bound to a nearby pillar, whimpered in distress. As the system had indicated, the circumstances had shifted. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Obadiah still possessed the Ironmonger, and the narrative had reached the climax of Iron Man. With a sinister grin, Obadiah maneuvered the Ironmonger, oblivious to how he had been exposed. Yet it mattered not. As long as he could eliminate this group and obliterate the evidence, Stark Industries would remain under his control. Pepper was desperately sprinting ahead, while Obadiah relentlessly pursued her. A profound sense of crisis surged within Pepper's heart. Just as Obadiah was about to reach her, Tony's voice resonated. Pepper, duck. Instinctively, Pepper crouched to the ground. Meanwhile, Tony utilized the weaponry of his iron suit to repel Obadiah's Ironmonger. Caught off guard, Obadiah was sent flying several meters away. Without wasting words, Tony recognized that with Obadiah revealing his true nature, it was a matter of life and death. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Sparks flew as the sounds of metal clashing and explosions echoed relentlessly. In the distance, on a balcony, Wang Yi was leisurely enjoying the spectacle, observing the two combatants. As for Dr. Anderson, he had been rescued unnoticed during the chaos of their confrontation. Wang Yi gazed at the Ironmonger, reflecting, Indeed, this Ironmonger resembles the one from the films of my previous life, though it lacks the remnants of Mark I. It has still been manufactured. Why is the host still watching the show and not assisting? Just as Wang Yi was engrossed in the excitement, The system's indifferent voice chimed in. Wang Yi, somewhat speechless, replied leisurely, "What's the rush? Tony can hold his own for a while longer. I'll join him when the time is right." That would indeed be the perfect moment for him to showcase his prowess. Although Tony's armor was derived from the system and was, to some extent, superior to Obadiah's ironmonger, certain personal factors prevented Tony from unleashing its full potential. Collecting heads? The system sighed in exasperation, finding the host rather frustrating. Others only resort to being the opportunist when they cannot compete, yet here stands one who, despite possessing the strength to contend, still chooses to play the role of the opportunist. In response to the system's remarks, Wang Yi remains indifferent, instead continuing to observe the two individuals below with keen interest. Meanwhile, Nick Fury meticulously monitors the transmitted images via satellite, accompanied by Natasha and Coulson, who previously scrutinized Tony. As they watch the unfolding scene, Coulson instinctively inquires, "Where is Wang Yi? Has he not arrived?" Natasha, somewhat perplexed, remarks, "In such a battle, even if Wang Yi were present, it would be futile. After all, the human body is mere flesh and blood. How can it possibly rival a mech?" Nick Fury remains silent, his gaze fixated on the screen, seemingly searching for something elusive. Since Natasha's last report, SHIELD has begun to take Wang Yi more seriously. Regardless of whether that formidable armor belongs to him, his skills alone warrant his recruitment. However, if it is indeed the case, the implications are terrifying. He is convinced that the government would never allow such a formidable individual to slip from their grasp. Mismanagement could lead to catastrophe. Contemplating this, Nick Fury feels a throbbing headache. In the distance, observing that the time has come, Wang Yi rises with a smile. It is time to conclude this. With a soft huff, he vanishes from the rooftop. In Industrial Zone 16, Tony continues to battle Ironmonger fiercely. It must be said that, in his view, Ironmonger is indeed formidable, and he has discerned that Ironmonger's form bears a striking resemblance to that of Mark-I. As the two prepared to unleash their full power, the surrounding magnetic field shifted, and Wang Yi, clad in the armor of Shura, emerged. Standing between them, he extended his arms and effortlessly neutralized their formidable strike, as if a stone had sunk into the ocean, creating not a single ripple. Upon seeing Wang Yi, Tony's face lit up with joy. "Wang, you have finally arrived." In stark contrast, Obadiah's expression turned grim. Without uttering a word, Obadiah discerned from Tony's demeanor that he was the adversary. He launched missiles from his body, aimed directly at Wang Yi. Wang Yi scoffed and, with a simple act of teleportation, vanished. In less than a second, he reappeared behind Obadiah. Meanwhile, Tony found himself in dire straits. Wang Yi's arrival had caused him to lower his guard, and as the missiles approached, Wang Yi deftly evaded them, leaving Tony to endure the onslaught passively. A well-known adage rang true. See, with my swift movement, he is the one who suffers. The explosion resounded, propelling Tony away, and as he regained his footing, he cast a resentful glance at Wang Yi. In the moment Wang Yi vanished, Obadiah sensed a chilling presence behind him. Ignoring the fallen Tony, he turned around. But it was far too late. In terms of speed and reaction, he was outmatched. Thunderstrike. Before them, Wang Yi's hands became enveloped in a potent purple lightning, which he unleashed forward. The electric barrage enveloped Ironmonger, and in mere moments, the Iron Giant could no longer withstand the onslaught, smoke billowing from its form. With a tremendous explosion, Obadiah vanished from their sight. In just a minute, Wang Yi had completely resolved the threat posed by Obadiah. Due to the influence of Wang Yi, Tony was able to preserve the arc energy. On one hand, Tony acknowledged Wang Yi's formidable strength, yet he was taken aback by the extent of it. After expending all his efforts for an entire day without success, Wang Yi merely dispatched the challenge with a single move, appearing effortlessly nonchalant, suggesting he had not exerted his full capabilities. The astonishment in Tony's eyes was accompanied by a newfound respect for Wang Yi. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was intently observing the satellite imagery. The expressions on the faces of the three men mirrored a shared astonishment. A glance exchanged among them revealed their collective shock. While Tony contemplated the situation, it was evident that the other two were equally aware of the implications. Natasha, incredulous, remarked, "Are you saying that the owner of that armor is Wang Yi?" Coulson nodded, swallowing hard, and replied, "It seems so." In contrast, Nick Fury fell silent, already devising his plans. Initially, his target had been Tony Stark, yet he now found himself hoping for Wang Yi's involvement. After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury stated in a low voice, "The media should be informed of today's events. We need to address this." Coulson nodded solemnly and swiftly departed. At this moment, the battle at Industrial Complex 16 had concluded. Numerous media outlets surged in, akin to sharks drawn by the scent of blood. However, they could only capture fragmented images, lacking completeness. Yet, everyone was convinced that the man clad in the iron suit was none other than Tony Stark. Chapter 8. The Formation of the Avengers. An invitation from Ancient One. The demise of Obadiah marked the end of Iron Man. With the bond between Tony and Pepper Potts strengthening, Wong Yi, a solitary figure, felt it was time to depart. However, Tony Stark prepared a villa for him, ensuring he would not wander the streets. After all, he is wealthy and generous. And Tony himself is not a miser. Not far from Tony's seaside villa, although not as grand, it is still a home for him. Wong Yi expressed his satisfaction with this arrangement. The television news was broadcasting a press conference featuring Tony Stark. During the event, Tony admitted that he is Iron Man. However, many media outlets continued to press Wong Yi with questions. Yet, only a few were privy to the truth. Tony would certainly remain silent. And Nick Fury and others had no evidence. Hey, Wong, what do you think of my suit? It possesses a fraction of your Shura's power. Tony inquired once more in Wong Yi's villa. Wong Yi sighed, truly reluctant to respond. They were simply not on the same level, no matter how Tony modified it. He could never surpass Shura. The Shura Armor was once hailed as the foremost under the heavens in Yenching. Observing Wong Yi's demeanor, Tony wisely refrained from further probing. After a moment, watching Tony still engrossed in studying the suit, Wong Yi spoke earnestly. Tony, I wish to form an alliance. I wonder if you would be interested in joining? Surprised to see Wong Yi so serious, Tony pondered for a moment before asking, what kind of alliance? The Avengers. Wong Yi declared with unwavering determination and solemnity. The Avengers? Tony murmured, his face reflecting hesitation, which Wong Yi could certainly understand, given that he is the chairman of Stark Industries and might be concerned about his reputation. Subsequently, as if struck by a sudden thought, Wong Yi beamed and said, if you are willing to join, I can assist you in upgrading your iron suit. Though it may not rival my own Shura, it certainly will not disappoint you. Indeed. Tony's eyes sparkled with interest. Despite being hailed as a genius, he could not compare to the extraordinary prowess of Wong Yi. What do you say? Wong Yi chuckled, awaiting Tony's response. This time, Tony did not hesitate and cheerfully replied, all right, I accept. It was at this moment that Wong Yi's system notifications chimed in. Ding. Progress of the strongest Revenge Alliance completed at 5%. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 300 system points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a divine level lottery ticket. Upon viewing the rewards, Wong Yi was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, such a generous reward for merely 5% completion. Just imagine how extraordinary it would be upon full completion. Wong Yi chuckled, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Initially, he had intended to exchange blueprints for Tony, which would have been a considerable expense. However, it now appeared to be a profit. Wong Yi retrieved the advanced blueprints for Iron Man from the marketplace and handed them to Tony, who returned with a broad smile. As he examined the blueprints, new inspiration surged within him. Wong Yi reclined on the sofa, reflecting on the events of the past few days, feeling as though it were all a dream. Having traversed into the Marvel universe and forged a close friendship with the illustrious Tony Stark, life seemed increasingly promising. Wong Yi couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Just as he spoke, a golden circular pattern illuminated on the sofa. Wong Yi's expression shifted dramatically, and before he could react, he vanished from the villa. At that moment, just as Wong Yi had vanished, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Nick Fury and Natasha had arrived. However, several minutes passed without a sound emerging from within. Nick Fury's expression grew somewhat grim. Had they been met with a cold reception? Or was it merely that Wong Yi was not at home? The atmosphere became distinctly tense. Eventually, Natasha broke the silence, stating, Wong Yi must be out. Otherwise, there would be some noise from inside. Nick Fury remained silent but nodded in agreement. Let us return and inquire thoroughly with Coulson. If such a trivial matter has gone awry, is he contemplating an early retirement? Fury's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Yet, unbeknownst to them, just a second prior, Wong Yi had indeed been present, merely having shifted away at that moment. In Camartage, within a room adorned with antiquity, a bald man clad in a monk's robe sat before a brewing cup of tea, his gaze fixated with keen interest upon Wong Yi. This scrutiny made Wong Yi increasingly uneasy, akin to sitting upon a bed of nails. The Ancient One, the supreme sorceress, held a stature equivalent to Odin, the All-Father among the gods, and was renowned throughout the multiverse. The Ancient One continued to appraise Wong Yi in silence, seemingly intent on discerning his essence. Ultimately, she shook her head. Do not be afraid, host. This woman cannot see through you. The system interjected unexpectedly, nearly causing Wong Yi, already on edge, to gasp for breath. She cannot see through me? Yet she possesses the power to obliterate me. A mere flick of her wrist could conjure a mirror dimension, sufficient to ensnare me within. Do not be anxious. I harbor no malice towards you, came the gentle reassurance. The Ancient One spoke softly, then handed over one of the cups of tea. With a gentle smile, she put Wang Yi at ease. Wang Yi sat down, accepted the tea, and inquired, "What is it that the Ancient One wishes to discuss with me?" In truth, from the moment he traversed into this realm, Wang Yi anticipated that this day would inevitably arrive. His arrival had disrupted the narrative line, and it was inconceivable that the Ancient One would remain indifferent. Although she had not intervened previously, Wang Yi had his suspicions. The Ancient One's mission is to safeguard Earth and thwart the invasion of the malevolent Dormammu. Yet, his current actions had not encroached upon her objective, which was why she had not taken notice of him. The Ancient One smiled gently and said, "I understand that you are not a being of this universe. Even I do not know whence you hail, or perhaps I simply cannot fathom your essence. You are enigmatic." Which surprises me. Her continuous remarks instilled a sense of confidence in Wang Yi. After pondering for a moment, he tentatively asked, "Would the addition of the time stone suffice?" The Ancient One chuckled softly and shook her head. "That would not be sufficient." She continued, "Though I am unaware of your origins. My observations over the past few days have led me to conclude that you are not my adversary. Hence, I assert that I bear no ill will." Wang Yi comprehended her meaning. Her repeated assurances of having no malice were merely reminders to him. At present, he was not deemed an enemy, merely for the moment. As she could not foresee Wang Yi's future, she could only adopt an ambiguous stance towards him. Wang Yi nodded earnestly and pledged, "Rest assured, Master Ancient One. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall never engage in actions that would harm Earth. Rather, I shall strive to protect it." Nevertheless, a whisper of defamation lingered in his heart. Even if I were to commit misdeeds, it is unlikely that the system would allow it. Wang Yi. Very well. Gui, having obtained the answer she sought, smiled and nodded, then said, "Let us return," with a wave of her hand. Wang Yi felt as if the world was spinning around him. When clarity returned, he found himself back in the villa. Chapter 9. The Shadow Legion. The enigmatic Wang Yi, what a close call. Fortunately, Gui harbored no ill intentions towards me. A shiver of apprehension coursed through Wang Yi. Had he faltered even slightly in his demeanor, it is likely that Gui would not have permitted his departure. It was a pity, however, that he had yet to savor the tea she had prepared for him. With a sigh of relief, Wang Yi began to contemplate his recent rewards. He opened his panel. Wang Yi stated calmly, and a notification promptly appeared. Post, Wang Yi skills, proficient English, master-level martial arts items, Shura Armor Summoner Marketplace, Open Lottery, Divine Lottery 1 system value. For 150 simple and straightforward, it bore little difference from the last time. As for the system value, the high-level blueprints he had exchanged for Tony were rather exorbitant, draining half of his resources in a single transaction. He initiated the lottery. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yi continued, recognizing the necessity of further enhancing his abilities. The next narrative would likely involve the Invincible Hulk. The storyline of the Avengers was not far off. This time, the lottery was not as convoluted as before. Soon, the system's voice resonated in Wang Yi's mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired Shadow Legion Claw Shadow. As the system's words echoed, Wang Yi felt a profound connection binding him to an unknown force deep within his soul. The Shadow Legion, is it? Why is there only one? A mere prototype? Wang Yi's eyes gleamed with intrigue, followed by a flurry of questions in his mind. He had previously watched Jackie Chan Adventures. The Shadow Legion comprises 9 divisions: the Ninja Corps, Ghost Shadows; the Blade Corps, Claw Shadows; the Bat Corps, Flying Shadows; the Troll Corps, Giant Shadows; the Samurai Corps, Helmet Shadows; the Mutation Corps, Soft Shadows; the Devourer Corps, Feeding Shadows; the Hunter Corps, Pincer Shadows; and the Mantis Corps, Sickle Shadows. Each of these 9 legions embodies distinct powers. Furthermore, there are 9 commanding leaders, each possessing formidable strength. Notably, the Claw Shadows exhibit exceptional offensive capabilities, with hands and feet akin to razor-sharp blades, truly the epitome of an assassin. Wang Yi's expression brightened, yet a hint of confusion lingered. Why not the entire legion? Wouldn't that render one invincible? What would be the point then? However, the host can gradually level up, echoed a voice in his mind. Wang Yi remained silent for a few seconds, contemplating, and it made sense. Well, let us take it one step at a time. He sighed and focused his thoughts. Suddenly, a figure clad in black, adorned in ninja attire, materialized before him. Its hands bore claws as hard and sharp as steel, and its feet tapered to a sharp point, glinting ominously in the light, evoking a sense of dread. Powerful and convenient, indeed, Wang Yi marveled. Then, with a mere thought, the shadowy ninja melded into the ground, vanishing from sight. Ding. A special mission has emerged. Please ensure the eradication of evil. For every criminal you defeat, corresponding system points will be awarded, announced the system. Wang Yi raised an eyebrow. The system is quite generous now, isn't it? This is essentially free experience. Wang Yi could not help but smile with a hint of mischief as he began to communicate with the Shadow Legion's Claw Shadow. Go forth, my darlings. With his command, countless shadows emerged, each heading towards their designated targets. Meanwhile, Wang Yi patiently awaited at home, anticipating the delightful surprises that the Shadow Legion would bring him. On the other side, within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters, an atmosphere of palpable tension enveloped the office. Coulson stood quietly to the side, refraining from even a breath, while Nick Fury occupied his seat. And Natasha stood rigidly behind him. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flickered in Nick Fury's eyes as he cast a frosty gaze upon Coulson. His voice icy as he spoke. Coulson, did you not assert that Wang Yi was at home? Then why were there no signs of life when Natasha and I visited the villa? It was not that Nick Fury was overly cautious. Rather, Wang Yi's significance was paramount. And he could not afford to be careless. It was imperative to secure his alliance without a hint of error. Furthermore, his plans needed to be prioritized. At present, in New York and beyond, superhumans and mutants were emerging in increasing numbers, leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. with a dwindling workforce that struggled to contain some of the mutants. Coulson broke out in a cold sweat, casting a glance at Natasha. That can't be. I verified it. This information was confirmed through Tony. There should be no discrepancies. He hastily provided an explanation. Subsequently, he replayed the footage from that moment. Indeed, as Coulson had claimed, Wang Yi had entered, with Tony visiting once during that time before departing, after which there had been no further activity. Nick Fury fell silent for 2 seconds, his expression darkening slightly. Could it be that Wang Yi was deliberately evading us? Nick Fury pondered silently. Now that we have confirmed Wang Yi's involvement, shall we proceed? Natasha interjected. Nick shook his head and glanced at Natasha, saying, for the time being, let us refrain from going. I need you to set aside your current tasks and follow up on Wang Yi. Natasha nodded, her expression grave. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a muffled yet urgent sound of footsteps echoed from outside. They turned to see an agent rush in, breathless and anxious. This is bad. A group of mysterious black-clad ninjas has just appeared. They are incredibly powerful and move with an eerie stealth, like phantoms. Many have already fallen victim to their attacks. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury furrowed his brow and sternly inquired, what is going on? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. The agent offered no further explanation but quickly opened his computer to display the satellite footage. Chaos engulfed New York City, and the video revealed the shadowy figures of the Black Shadow Legion, originating from Wang Yi's villa. The three exchanged glances, suddenly feeling that Wang Yi was rather enigmatic. Meanwhile, within Wang Yi's villa, his expression was as dark as coal, resembling one who had just consumed a fly. System, what does this mean? I ventured out with so many people, yet my points are pitifully few. What is the meaning of this 0? 1 points? And why do I even have 0? 0 1 points? This is outrageous. Wang Yi's face contorted in anger as he cursed. An hour prior, he had believed the system was offering him a benefit, but now, after the passage of time, he realized how naive he had been. In this hour, points continued to accumulate, though the maximum was merely 1 point, while the minimum was a meager 0. 0 1 points. Host, you cannot blame me. I find these points rather generous. The task was assigned to you, yet you have so easily passed it on to another. Were it not for my benevolence, you would not have even this small amount. Upon hearing the system's words, Wang Yi contemplated and realized the truth in them. Nevertheless, he still felt a sense of discomfort. How long would it take to accumulate such a trivial score? Shaking his head, he silently resolved to contact the Shadow Legion and take matters into his own hands. After all, self-reliance leads to abundance. Little did he know, at that very moment, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. was fixated on Wang Yi's villa. Countless cameras turned towards that direction, including satellites from S.H.I.E.L.D. This man was formidable, instilling fear in all. Wang Yi's name had been etched into the memory of S.H.I.E.L.D., as well as certain politicians. Chapter 10. The Dominance of Wang Yi. The fear of Nick Fury time flew swiftly, and soon a month had passed. During this period, Tony had not paid a visit, preoccupied with upgrading his Iron Man suit and Jarvis. Meanwhile, Wang Yi diligently continued to stabilize his points daily. Thanks to his efforts, He had successfully reached the impressive milestone of 999 points, which brought him a sense of satisfaction and joy. The legend of Wang Yi began to spread throughout New York. While the individual adorned in the powerful armor slowly faded from public memory, however, S.H.I.E.L.D. remained vigilant, monitoring him around the clock. There was no one who could defeat Wang Yi, let alone compel him to don the armor. In the realm of S.H.I.E.L.D., each attempt to engage in conversation with Wang Yi has been thwarted by an array of coincidences, resulting in an absence of dialogue. This perplexing situation has even led Nick Fury to suspect that Wang Yi is deliberately evading them. However, that is not the case. Even Wang Yi himself is quite bewildered. Logically, having displayed so much, he should have attracted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention, yet they remain conspicuously absent. This has led him to ponder whether Nick Fury is plotting something significant. Suddenly, the system chimes in, interrupting Wang Yi's reverie. Ding! The storyline of the Invincible Hulk is about to commence. Please prepare yourself, host. Wang Yi, who had been resting, is jolted back to reality. The system's reappearance signifies the onset of a new narrative. The Invincible Hulk? Seated on the couch, Wang Yi begins to reminisce about the tale of the Invincible Hulk from his previous life. Although he has forgotten many details, the general arc remains vivid in his mind. Bruce Banner, he murmurs to himself. With this thought, he decides against further contemplation and resolves to seek out Tony, having heard that Jarvis has finally come to fruition. Tony had boasted about it previously, and it would be an opportune moment to visit, as well as to inquire about Bruce Banner's current whereabouts. Before long, he arrives at Tony's seaside villa. As soon as he steps inside, he senses something amiss. A palpable aura of hostility envelopes him, accompanied by a piercing gaze that seems to scrutinize him intently. Wang Yi squints slightly. Seated on the sofa is a one-eyed Nick Fury, whose expression is far from welcoming. Yet, Wang Yi remains unfazed, albeit intrigued by the intensity of Fury's stare, which gives the impression that he might leap at him at any moment. Leaving Wang Yi thoroughly perplexed. Hey, Wang. Long time no see. How have you been? Tony greets, noticing Wang Yi's arrival. Approaching amicably, he greeted warmly. Wang Yi responded with equal enthusiasm, inquiring, of course, what brings you here? He gestured towards Nick Fury. Tony glanced over and began to explain. Oh, it's like this. He is Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D., who has visited several times to invite me to join some alliance, mentioning you as well, but said you were avoiding them. Wang Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Avoiding them? When did this occur? He was completely unaware. After Tony's explanation, he looked at Nick Fury and asked nonchalantly, what alliance are you speaking of? Nick Fury took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and replied, the Avengers. The Avengers? Tony exclaimed in astonishment. He then stared incredulously at Wang Yi, and then glanced back at Nick Fury, his eyes reflecting confusion and bewilderment. Hadn't he already joined? Oh. It was Wang Yi who had joined. Perceiving the look in Tony's eyes, Nick Fury inquired, is there a problem? Wang Yi was about to speak when Tony interjected. I have already joined the Avengers. It was Wang who invited me. Upon finishing, Tony instinctively looked at Wang Yi. Hearing Tony's words, Nick Fury was equally baffled. He stared at Wang Yi in disbelief, his brow furrowed, and sternly exclaimed, impossible. This was my plan years ago. How could he possibly know about the Avengers initiative and have been invited first? After speaking, Nick Fury sensed something was amiss and fixed his gaze intently on Wang Yi, awaiting his response. The Avengers, a coalition established long ago, now comprises solely Captain Marvel. Wang Yi cast a forlorn glance at Tony before meeting Nick Fury's piercing gaze. Instantly feeling a chill run down his spine, he regretted not having forewarned Tony in advance. Nonetheless, Wang Yi held Fury's gaze steadily and asserted with utmost seriousness, indeed. Tony joined my Avengers a month ago. As for your claim of having your own, I am unaware of it. He shrugged, suppressing his inner turmoil while maintaining an unyielding facade, which inadvertently sowed seeds of self-doubt in Nick Fury. Tony stood silently to the side, occasionally glancing at Wang Yi and then at Fury, embodying the role of a mere bystander. Meanwhile, Nick Fury inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. His objective was to win over both Tony Stark and Wang Yi, thus he could not afford to offend either. In that moment, Fury felt a profound sense of injustice. After deliberating, he addressed Wang Yi, though I am uncertain of your sentiments, I proposed this plan a year ago. I sincerely hope that you both can align with our S.H.I.E.L.D. Avengers to safeguard the interests of our nation rather than pursue your own private agendas. With that, Fury regarded Wang Yi with a grave expression, stating, while you have indeed formed your alliance privately, I believe there is room for you to join us. Wang Yi raised an eyebrow. contemplating whether this was a proposal for amalgamation. However, he soon shook his head in refusal, expressing, "I am truly sorry, Mr. Nick Fury. But I cannot acquiesce to your request at this moment. To speak of anything else, your position as the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. has been compromised by Hydra's infiltration. To ally with you would essentially mean aligning myself with Hydra." Nick Fury furrowed his brow, his demeanor grave, as he replied, "Wong Yi, you must deliberate carefully. The government will not permit an organization as formidable as yours to exist. Your only option is to join us, and in doing so, I can ensure your protection." True to his reputation, Nick Fury employed both persuasion and intimidation. Yet, Wong Yi remained unfazed, resolute in his conviction. Did he truly believe himself akin to the Ancient One? Wong Yi flatly rejected the offer, his gaze frigid. "What if I decline? Since you are here to extend an invitation, you must be aware of my capabilities. Do you presume I am afraid?" Wong Yi met Nick Fury's gaze directly. And under the weight of his formidable presence, Fury felt a sudden pang of trepidation. "Enough of this. I will not join you. If the government seeks to trouble me, let them come. I do not seek conflict, but that does not imply I fear it." Sensing Fury's inclination to respond, Wong Yi continued, "However, you need not worry. Although I will not ally with you, I will lend my assistance should you find yourselves in peril." Indeed, upon hearing these words, Nick Fury felt a sense of relief. This man was both powerful and perilous. Fury had no desire to make an enemy of him. After Nick Fury provided further instructions, he turned and departed. Chapter 11. A more elevated stance in Tony's villa. Only Wong Yi and Tony remained. Given that Tony had preemptively aligned himself with Wong Yi's faction, Nick Fury had ultimately refrained from further discourse. Tony was well aware of his own personality. "Wong, it seems you have quite the affinity with Nick Fury, sharing similar thoughts." Nearby, Tony began to tease Wong Yi. Wong Yi chuckled softly but chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he revealed the purpose of his visit. "Tony, I have heard that your J.A.R.V.I.S. has now taken shape?" Upon hearing Wong Yi's words, Tony immediately burst into laughter. "Indeed, J.A.R.V.I.S. has firmly established itself within the realm of artificial intelligence. Currently, aside from the nuclear weapon codes, there is nothing that J.A.R.V.I.S. cannot uncover." Tony proclaimed proudly, his nose held high, exuding an air of triumph. Wong Yi smiled broadly, feeling a surge of excitement within while maintaining a composed demeanor. "In that case, assist me in locating someone, so I may witness your J.A.R.V.I.S. in action." "Absolutely, Wong. Just tell me who you are looking for." Tony replied confidently as he moved to the cabinet, pouring 2 glasses of wine, one of which he handed to Wong Yi. After accepting the glass, Wong Yi cast a glance at Tony's arc reactor, pondering to himself, the next plot must be akin to Iron Man 2, where Tony's reactor encounters issues, right? Shaking his head to dismiss the thought for the moment, he continued to regard Tony. Bruce Banner is a renowned physicist. Wong Yi shared what little he knew of Banner, which, while not extensive, should suffice for Tony. Tony took a sip of his drink and nodded. "J.A.R.V.I.S. Assist my friend in locating him." In merely a moment, the information Jarvis had gathered materialized through holographic projection. Although individuals sharing the same name are numerous, it is rare to find one of notable scientific distinction. Soon, details regarding Bruce Banner appeared before Wong Yi. According to Jarvis's records, Banner is currently located in a slum in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. It seems there remains some time before he transforms as he did for the first time in the brewery. Wong Yi pondered this in silence, while Tony, brimming with curiosity, leaned in. "What is up, buddy? Are you looking for him for a reason?" he inquired with an inquisitive expression. Just as Wong Yi was about to offer a vague response, Pepper's voice resonated from the doorway. "Oh, Wong, you're here." She greeted warmly upon seeing him. Perhaps due to Pepper's appearance, Tony refrained from further probing into the matter concerning Banner. Coincidentally, Wong Yi was not inclined to elaborate. After exchanging pleasantries, he took his leave. Given the blossoming relationship between Tony and Pepper, it seemed inappropriate for him to linger as a third wheel. As anticipated, the moment Wong Yi departed, the sounds of friendly exchanges filled the air within. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury's expression was grim, rendering even Coulson hesitant to approach. Natasha, standing nearby, felt perplexed. Wasn't he supposed to be discussing matters with Tony? Why return with such a long face? Yet, she refrained from asking further questions. The office fell into an unusual silence. After a moment, Nick Fury spoke in a measured tone. "Wong Yi will not be joining us. Beside him, Natasha and Coulson were filled with confusion. Wasn't this rather normal? Subsequently, Nick Fury continued, Tony has joined forces with Wang Yi, who has also formed a Vengeance Alliance, mirroring our own. As his words fell, Natasha and Coulson's expressions shifted to one of disbelief. Wang Yi had created a Vengeance Alliance? How could that be? He was their leader, a plan conceived many years ago. Coulson swallowed hard, incredulous. How is this possible? This was our top secret plan. Natasha echoed in agreement. Indeed. At that time, Wang Yi had not even surfaced. If not for his sudden emergence, we would have remained unaware of his existence. Nick Fury fell silent, grappling with the perplexity of the situation. Why was this happening? At present, Wang Yi's capabilities were already formidable. Should he possess a team, it would be intolerable. He could only imagine the reckless actions the politicians might take upon discovering this. Nick Fury found himself lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, upon returning to his villa, Wang Yi received notification from Tony about a ball scheduled for the following day, with a hopeful invitation for his presence. Wang Yi pondered for a moment. Given the current slow progression of events, a brief respite seemed a delightful option. Thus, he nodded in agreement. He then turned his attention to his marketplace. Possessing 999 points, perhaps he could procure something worthwhile. However, after a brief exploration, disappointment washed over him as he exited. The meager points were insufficient even for trivial purchases. Was it already 7 o'clock? Glancing out the window, he realized, unbeknownst to him, the night had quietly descended. Just as Wang Yi was preparing to rest, a shadow suddenly appeared. Before he could fully react, the figure had vanished into the night, as if it had sunk like a stone into the sea. Wang Yi furrowed his brow, then a slight smirk curled his lips as he disdainfully remarked, You must be unaware that in the realm of shadows, nightfall brings forth a world of specters. With a mere thought, 2 silhouettes darted outward. Wang Yi did not let his guard down. Thus, he dispatched 2 to investigate. In the Marvel universe, foes abound, and a moment's negligence could mean never witnessing the dawn again. After tidying up briefly, he fell into a deep slumber. Perhaps the most tranquil sleep he had experienced, for he had just devised a new strategy, the Shadow Legion, a novel approach. Despite his audacity, he was well aware that those around him were his allies. As time languidly flowed, dawn approached, and soon it was the next morning. With the sun's rise, Wang Yi was already awake, a habit cultivated over many years. After a quick preparation, he was ready to step out. Just as he was about to leave, the doorbell rang. Curiously glancing towards the entrance, he walked over to open the door. Who could it be at such an early hour? Upon opening the door, he found Natasha, clad in work attire, standing straight outside. Observing her slight excitement, he pondered what was amiss. Unbeknownst to him, Natasha was marveling at the fact that after numerous visits, Wang Yi had finally opened the door for her today. However, it must be noted that this time her work outfit, in comparison to her previous dress, accentuated her figure splendidly. A little tighter would enhance her silhouette even further. Wang Yi couldn't help but comment. Natasha? Chapter 12. The subversion of Natasha outside the villa. Natasha found herself somewhat bewildered. What are you talking about? She thought. Puzzled. Wang Yi, realizing that something was amiss, felt his face flush with embarrassment. He cleared his throat and hastily inquired, what brings you here so early in the morning? The atmosphere became a tad awkward, prompting Wang Yi to swiftly change the subject. Standing outside the door, Natasha paused for a moment before stating plainly, I have been assigned to protect you. With that straightforward declaration, she promptly stepped inside, offering Wang Yi no chance to react or respond. Protect me? Wang Yi chuckled, watching Natasha enter with a playful smirk. Let us not forget who was protecting whom last time. He did not shy away from ridiculing her, asserting, if you wish to spy on me, just say so, rather than cloaking it in the guise of protection. A faint blush crept onto Natasha's cheeks, leaving her at a loss for words. Deciding against further argument, she chose silence, convinced that her constant presence beside Wang Yi was indeed justified. After all, it was an order from Nick Fury. Observing Natasha's stubbornness, Wang Yi opted to disregard her and turned to shut the door behind him. As for whether Natasha would follow him, it was of little concern to him. In fact, it might even prove beneficial. As Wang Yi departed, Natasha hurriedly trailed behind, anxious that he might vanish if she let her guard down for even a moment. Before long, they arrived at Tony's villa. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Tony clad in his Iron Man suit, evidently having been busy throughout the night. Bloodshot eyes betrayed his fatigue, yet he still greeted Wang Yi warmly. Then, noticing Natasha following closely behind, he acknowledged her presence as well. Tony also found himself perplexed about how these two had ended up together, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Instead, he cast a knowing glance at Wang Yi. conveying a silent understanding. Wang Yi was momentarily rendered speechless and helplessly glanced at Natasha, who chose to overlook him entirely. Suddenly, Wang Yi felt an impulse akin to tears of frustration. "Come on, Wang. I believe you will find this evening's ball to your satisfaction," Tony remarked as he made his way toward the entrance, where Happy awaited. "What about Pepper? Is she not joining us?" Wang Yi asked out of curiosity, recalling how the two had been inseparable not long ago. Tony chuckled softly and replied earnestly, "Pepper has already gone ahead. I was merely waiting for you." This statement left Wang Yi feeling somewhat embarrassed. What did it mean to say he was waiting for him? Had it not been for Natasha, he would have arrived much earlier. By the way, Wang, that dark figure, shadow-like, with blades for hands and feet, he gestured, concerned that Wang Yi might not comprehend. "Is that creature yours?" Wang Yi recognized that Tony was referring to the Shadow Legion, specifically the Blade Brigade and the Claw Shadows. Without denial, he nodded in acknowledgement. He then glanced again in Natasha's direction, only to find her staring back at him. Wang Yi smiled and addressed Natasha. "You all knew about this long ago, didn't you?" After speaking, Wang Yi's demeanor shifted dramatically, and the temperature around him plummeted. "Feel free to inquire if you find something unclear in the future, but if it resembles yesterday's incident again, do not blame me for being impolite." A chill permeated the vehicle, enveloping Happy, Tony, and Natasha in an almost bone-deep cold, particularly affecting Natasha, who trembled slightly. Early this morning, the shadowy figure had reported to her. The individuals from yesterday were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the disclosure of their identities, Nick Fury had known from the outset, as had Tony. Today's inquiry was merely to reconfirm the information. Wang Yi did not impose any difficulties on Natasha, only requesting her to convey a message to Nick Fury. Before long, they arrived at the hotel entrance. No sooner had they parked than a throng of journalists, armed with cameras and microphones, descended upon the vehicle. However, all their lenses were fixated solely on Tony, hardly sparing a glance for the others. "Mr. Tony, can you comment on the recent sightings of the shadowy figure? Was it a creation of yours?" one reporter inquired. "Indeed," Tony replied, adjusting his sunglasses and shaking his tailored suit. With an impassive expression, he addressed the crowd. "I wish to clarify that the shadowy figure you speak of bears no relation to me whatsoever. Thus, I implore you to refrain from making unfounded accusations and misinterpreting the intentions of the innocent." Despite Tony's assertions, very few were swayed. His explanation only served to deepen their conviction that it was indeed a product of his ingenuity. Standing to the side, Natasha seized the moment to glance at Wang Yi, only to find his countenance betraying no emotion, as if the journalist's words held no significance for him. This prompted Natasha to ponder what thoughts might arise if the day came when everyone discovered the true nature of the man named Wang Yi. Despite possessing formidable strength, he remains excessively modest. "Wang, you enjoy yourself first. I will handle the reporters," Tony remarked before departing, leaving Wang Yi and Natasha in a silent stare-off. "Beautiful lady, would you care for a drink?" he suddenly proposed, inspired by a whim. After all, Natasha is indeed a stunning beauty. Soon enough, envious glances began to fixate on Wang Yi, some individuals seemingly wishing to replace him entirely. "Wang Yi, are you acquainted with your own kind? Or perhaps with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Wang Yi inquired, sipping his juice while admiring Natasha's curves with keen interest. A bold thought had crossed his mind, perhaps to recruit Natasha. Initially taken aback, Natasha quickly regained her composure and replied confidently, "Of course. Do you know how long I have been with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Her self-assurance prompted Wang Yi to access his communication system and procure detailed information about her. A flood of memories surged into his mind, chronicling Natasha's life in meticulous detail. After taking another sip of juice to clear his throat, he gazed at the smiling Natasha and stated, "Natasha Romanoff, born in 1928 in Stalingrad, former Soviet Union. Trained as a spy from a young age, her body has undergone modifications." As Wang Yi's words echoed, Natasha's previously warm smile froze, her expression shifting to one of disbelief as her brow furrowed in shock. The information became highly classified after he joined S.H.I.E.L.D. So how could Wang Yi possibly know about it? Observing the change in Natasha's expression, Wang Yi's smile grew increasingly radiant. "See, I was right, wasn't I? I know even more. Would you like to hear it?" Natasha abruptly stood up, regarding Wang Yi as though he were a monster. The onlookers swiftly turned their attention toward them. In that moment, Natasha's expression resembled that of someone who had been wronged, deeply aggrieved. Not far away, Tony cast a glance their way, initially thinking that a conflict had arisen between the two, and hurried over. "Hey, guys, what's going on?" As Tony spoke, another individual approached, taking a seat directly across from Wang Yi, their gazes locking in mutual scrutiny. Chapter 13. Arrival in Brazil within S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury wore a particularly grim expression. The last thing he wanted to see had indeed come to pass. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Alexander Pierce, had already taken note of Wang Yi. Fury was given one last chance to win Wang Yi over. Otherwise, elimination would be the only option. The politicians would absolutely not tolerate the existence of someone with such formidable potential, as it posed a threat to their interests and lives. Nick Fury felt an overwhelming sense of irritation as he gazed at the towering buildings behind him, knowing that those individuals were solely focused on their own gains. It was imperative not to offend Wang Yi, for he was far too enigmatic. He hoped that Coulson and Natasha would bring back some good news. With a heavy sigh, Nick Fury's gaze turned resolute as he looked into the distance once more. On the other side of the gala, Tony observed the group with increasing bewilderment. Why was Coulson there as well? What exactly was the relationship between Wang Yi and S.H.I.E.L.D.? Tony, it's nothing. We're all friends, came the response. As he spoke, Wang Yi cast a smiling glance at the opposite side and remarked blandly, "Is that so, Agent Coulson?" He was perplexed. Had he not just declared that they were allies rather than adversaries? Now, with Natasha having arrived, here came Coulson as well. Wang Yi's gaze sharpened, causing a shiver to run down Coulson's spine. He could not fathom why, despite being a seasoned agent, he felt intimidated by merely one person's stare. Coulson cleared his throat, surveyed his surroundings, and then whispered, "Do you recall the recent events? There have been frequent assassination attempts, including those targeting high-ranking officials. Moreover, our investigations indicate that these assailants are not human. Conventional weapons are ineffective against them. They possess remarkable speed, unmistakably the work of a skilled assassin, allegedly of your making." Upon hearing this, Wang Yi rolled his eyes. "You all are aware, yet you still play coy?" Natasha, regaining her composure, reseated herself, regarding Coulson as if he were a simpleton. Tony, speechless, merely observed silently, stifling a laugh, his expression peculiar. Noticing the varied gazes directed at him, Coulson belatedly grasped the situation. He coughed once more to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Wang Yi maintained his usual demeanor, yet he was acutely aware of the politicians' sentiments. They sensed a threat, fearing that they might be the next to perish. Wang Yi found himself at a loss. He had never anticipated that a mere outing of the Shadow Legion would lead to such complications. His initial intention had not been to assassinate high-ranking officials. It was merely to accumulate some points. What do they wish to do now? I must clarify from the outset that I shall not join you. Should those politicians choose to oppose me, I harbor no fear of them. Wang Yi, with an air of nonchalance, seems entirely unperturbed by the presence of these politicians. In his eyes, they are akin to grasshoppers, destined to leap for only a fleeting moment. Upon hearing this, Coulson wore a faint smile of resignation. Natasha gazed intently at Wang Yi. Beneath the resolute features of his youthful visage, he appeared rather appealing. Tony, too, offered a slight smile and remarked to Coulson, "I concur with Wang's perspective. If those politicians wish to engage, let them proceed." Tony firmly aligned himself with Wang Yi, for he recognized that Wang was no ordinary individual. From the initial designs of the two Iron Man suits, he discerned that if he was a genius, then Wang Yi was a prodigy. Observing their stances, Coulson fell into silence. While he could entertain such thoughts, it was imperative that the politicians remained oblivious, otherwise, it would be tantamount to declaring war. Unbeknownst to Coulson, however, Wang Yi was indeed declaring war. With a complex expression, he turned his gaze toward Wang Yi and inquired, "Is there truly no room for negotiation?" Wang Yi pondered for a moment, deciding not to press Coulson further, for they were not adversaries. "Joining you is not an option, as I have my own team," he stated, then turned to Tony and continued, "However, you may consider us as your reserve team. When you require our assistance, we shall be there. But you must not overly interfere in our affairs." After speaking, Wang Yi turned to Coulson and said gravely, "This is my final concession. Otherwise, I will personally lead a team to find them." Upon finishing his statement, Wang Yi glanced at Coulson once more, awaiting his response. Coulson took a deep breath, acknowledging that the reserve team would indeed be considered as joining their ranks. Natasha's face lit up with delight, while Tony appeared somewhat distracted. Wang Yi cast a sideways glance at Tony and nonchalantly reassured him, "Rest assured, I will not allow them to interfere with our affairs." Subsequently, the ensuing conversation was thoroughly concluded. Ultimately, due to Coulson's presence consuming an excessive amount of time, the gathering ended on a sour note and led to the cancellation of Tony's subsequent plans. During the discussions, Wang Yi informed Tony that he might be traveling to Brazil for a period. Before his departure, he intended to leave Tony with a blueprint for better assembling the Iron Man suit, making the process more efficient and effortless. Tony was immensely excited but also puzzled as to why Wang Yi would venture to such a poverty-stricken locale. However, he refrained from inquiring further. Recognizing that Wang Yi must have his own reasons, Natasha expressed a desire to accompany Wang Yi, but he initially rejected her without hesitation. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, she considered that a man and woman alone might spark some chemistry, and being alone could indeed prove quite dull. After careful deliberation, Wang Yi ultimately decided to bring Natasha along. Meanwhile, with an S-H-I-E-L-D, Nick Fury listened to Coulson's report. The frown on his brow gradually relaxed. Although it was a reserve team, it still represented a form of inclusion. Thus, it would facilitate discussions with the politicians. As for Wang Yi's purpose in traveling to Brazil, Nick Fury was uncertain, yet he held an interest in the matter. Accompanying Natasha seemed advantageous. It could yield valuable information. After all, why not? Very well. Hand over your responsibilities to Coulson. Nick Fury nodded in agreement. Natasha offered no further remarks, content with the prospect of spending a few leisurely days with Wang Yi. Conversely, Coulson found little joy in the situation. Goodness, his workload was already overwhelming, and now he was to assume Natasha's duties as well. The thought brought him to the brink of tears, uncertain whether a salary increase would accompany this added burden. With a heavy sigh, Coulson recognized the inevitability of the situation and chose to remain silent. The following morning, Natasha arrived promptly at Wang Yi's doorstep. After a brief gathering of their belongings, they departed. Due to Natasha's presence, Wang Yi opted against donning the Shura armor, as it would prove impractical. Instead, they secured tickets to Brazil. Arriving at their destination, Rio de Janeiro, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 14. Bruce Banner's heroic rescue. Upon arrival, Wang Yi surveyed his surroundings. The architecture here was scarcely comparable to that of New York. In contrast, this place appeared far more impoverished and underdeveloped. The air was tainted with a pungent odor reminiscent of decaying eggs. Passers-by occasionally cast curious glances their way, bewildered by their attire and the striking features of the duo. One was impeccably handsome, while the other was stunningly beautiful. Their presence seemed incongruous in this setting. Natasha glanced around, then turned to Wang Yi, frowning as she inquired, "What brings us here?" She could not fathom what Wang Yi was contemplating. With a subtle smile, Wang Yi offered no elaborate explanation and simply stated, "Let us first visit the slums." With that, he advanced ahead. If New York is a place of chaos, then here is a veritable paradise for crime. Along the way, numerous gazes met them. Wang Yi could discern a myriad of emotions within those stares: greed, ruthlessness, and more. How friendly these people are. Wang Yi couldn't help but exclaim. And this was merely the periphery of the slums. How much more lively must it be within? Natasha, observing the disdainful looks of passers-by, retorted, "As if you were afraid." Wang Yi chuckled softly and chose not to respond, instead following the guidance of the system. Recalling the Marvel films of his previous life, he thought that the current Bruce Banner should be at a church, learning to control his emotions to prevent the Hulk from wreaking havoc. With that thought, they soon arrived at a church. Natasha looked at Wang Yi in confusion, unsure of his purpose for being there. Wang Yi offered no clarification and walked directly into the church, eager to see if Banner was present and to ascertain the progression of the plot. Upon entering, he immediately noticed someone cleaning. Wang Yi greeted him with a friendly smile and inquired, "Is Bruce Banner here?" The individual paused for a moment, then, without hesitation, replied, "He is not." After that, he averted his gaze and resumed his cleaning. Observing the man's demeanor, Wang Yi remained expressionless and turned to Natasha, saying, "Let us go. We must first find a place to stay." With that, he led Natasha away. With a bewildered expression, Natasha was at a loss regarding Wang Yi's intentions. Upon entering to inquire about someone, she was met with a curt dismissal, leaving her perplexed. Nonetheless, she instinctively nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Wang Yi departed, Bruce Banner emerged from behind. He had been observant of their presence long before Wang Yi and Natasha arrived. Watching their retreating figures, he was filled with curiosity. Who were these individuals, and why were they seeking him? Could they be agents dispatched by General Thaddeus Ross? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. If they were, they wouldn't have been so courteous. He expressed his gratitude to the individual he had just encountered and then continued on to complete his training. Unaware that the events unfolding in the following days would irrevocably alter the course of his life. In the slums, Wang Yi strolled leisurely, frequently glancing around as if he were a stranger to such surroundings, which struck Natasha as somewhat amusing. However, her amusement was short-lived. As a seasoned operative, She possessed a heightened sense of awareness, particularly acute in her case. Wang Yi remained unfazed, casually critiquing Tony's capitalist lifestyle while paying little heed to the individuals trailing behind him. "Wang Yi," Natasha suddenly exclaimed, her tone serious, gesturing for him to look behind. Yet, Wang Yi completely disregarded her, not even casting a glance in her direction. He muttered something under his breath, audible only to Natasha, "And they call her a top-tier operative. I noticed them 10 minutes ago." Hearing his words, Natasha's cheeks flushed crimson. Nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. One cannot blame Natasha. Previously, she was too preoccupied with Wang Yi to notice. "Let us proceed. There is a narrow alley ahead." With that, Wang Yi slowly made his way in that direction. Natasha, understanding his intent, said nothing further and followed suit. Not far behind, a few individuals observed the pair entering the alley, gradually revealing sinister smiles. One particularly burly man spoke menacingly. "These two appear to be affluent, judging by their attire. Remember, the man must perish, while the woman must remain alive, at least to draw breath." His gaze towards Natasha was rife with lewdness. The three others, upon hearing this, rubbed their hands together, and one of the slimmer fellows, with a sly grin, remarked, "Excellent. Once the boss has had his fun, we may savor the spoils." A flicker of excitement passed through the eyes of the other two. With that, the group hastened toward the alley, anxious that they might lose sight of Wang Yi and his companion. Upon reaching the narrow entrance, they peered ahead, only to find Wang Yi had vanished, yet Natasha remained. Her expression a mix of confusion and bewilderment, though to onlookers, she appeared alluring. Disregarding Wang Yi's disappearance, they strode purposefully toward Natasha, some unable to contain their salivation, their eyes gleaming with desire as they fixated on her. Natasha, however, paid no heed to the approaching ruffians. She was indeed somewhat dazed. Just moments ago, Wang Yi had been right beside her, yet in the blink of an eye, he had seemingly evaporated from her sight. This is what led her to stand here in confusion. As she gazed at the approaching figures, Natasha felt no fear. Instead, a joyful smile graced her lips. However, this scene, witnessed by the others, only served to enhance her allure, igniting a fervor within them. Just as Natasha and the four individuals were poised to make their move, a resonant voice suddenly pierced the air. "Stop. I mean, what do you intend to do in broad daylight?" This voice immediately subdued the four, as well as Natasha, who turned her head in surprise. Who was this person interrupting her moment? She was on the verge of a decisive victory. Bruce Banner, observing Natasha, felt a flicker of hesitation in his gaze. Was this not the same individual who had sought him out just that afternoon? What a coincidence that their paths crossed again. Yet, he dismissed the thought, considering her merely a frail woman. Instead, he found himself pondering the whereabouts of the other person among the group. A burly man burst into laughter at Banner's expense, prompting the others to join in. "What? You think you can make a scene all by yourself? Or perhaps you've never faced the harsh realities of life?" Natasha regarded Banner with pursed lips, choosing silence, though a fire of resentment stirred within her, directed at Wang Yi. Meanwhile, in another corner, Wang Yi observed Natasha and Bruce Banner with a grin. "Go for it, Banner. Take them all down. If you can't handle it, just transform. I'll step in afterward to take you out," he murmured, his plan already forming in his mind. What a dog. The system chimed in at just the right moment. Chapter 15. The shock of Banner listening to the mechanical voice echoing in his mind. Wang Yi found himself momentarily stunned. Wasn't it a male voice just a couple of days ago? How had it transformed into a lowly voice now? His eyes sparkled, and his breathing quickened. Is this the crux of the matter? The system's voice conveyed a sense of exasperation. Wang Yi nodded thoughtfully before inquiring, "Is there a mission this time?" He had come to understand that whenever the system intervened, it was invariably tied to a task. After a brief pause, the system's voice gradually responded, "No. It's just that you were too pathetic. I can hardly bear to watch." Wang Yi, after all this, is this just nonsense? Dismissing the system's remarks, he turned his attention eagerly forward. Sure enough, after a brief exchange, the thugs and Banner engaged in a brawl. Natasha, meanwhile, stood by, watching the spectacle, with Wang Yi enjoying the scene from a distance. Although the distance was considerable, he could still clearly hear Banner's agonizing cries, interspersed with the thugs' jeers and roars. How tragic. Why hadn't he transformed yet? Wang Yi felt perplexed as he continued to wait. Unfortunately, even after several minutes of Bruce Banner's anguished screams, the Hulk still refused to make an appearance, leaving Wang Yi utterly bewildered. Eventually, perhaps unable to bear the sight any longer, Natasha sprang into action, swiftly dispatching the thugs with remarkable ease. From afar, Wang Yi observed this turn of events, thoroughly flabbergasted. Why was the plot deviating so drastically? In the distance, Natasha regarded the battered Banner with a hint of embarrassment. Her earlier reluctance to intervene had stemmed from a desire to spectate, but upon sensing the gravity of the situation, she had promptly taken action to assist him. Natasha gazed at Banner with sincerity and inquired, "Are you all right? Thank you for coming to save. Thank you for taking the hits." Natasha faltered mid-sentence, feeling somewhat perplexed. How should she articulate it? To say he saved her seemed inaccurate, as she had been the one to rescue him. To mention enduring blows felt inappropriate. Banner, feeling a tad awkward, waved his hand dismissively. "I hardly did anything. Nearly took a beating. Ouch." As Banner rose, he winced, patting his body, a sharp pain nearly causing him to faint. The cacophony of screams surrounding them made it seem like a chaotic brawl had ensued. A few ruffians, noticing Natasha's pale complexion and recalling her earlier ferocity, experienced a chill of fear and hastily fled, disregarding their own injuries. Natasha turned to Banner, her expression filled with remorse. "I feel quite embarrassed for dragging you into this." Just as Banner was about to respond, a voice called out from behind, "Natasha. Oh, how did you end up here? I've been searching for you." Wang Yi rushed over, breathless, and upon seeing Natasha unharmed, he exhaled heavily, relief washing over his anxious face. Observing Wang Yi's sudden appearance and his evident concern for her, Natasha widened her eyes at him, thinking him quite the actor. Had Wang Yi not vanished moments ago, she might have been deceived by his performance. Ignoring Natasha's astonishment, Wang Yi grasped Banner's hand, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, she would have been in serious trouble." He then scrutinized Banner with a look of recognition, exclaiming, "Oh, I remember now. You are Bruce Banner." Witnessing this exchange, Natasha was left utterly speechless. To Banner's surprise, he inquired, "Do you know me?" For he genuinely did not recognize Wang Yi, who had previously addressed him by name during their last encounter. This piqued Banner's curiosity about the reason behind it. Wang Yi, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, hastily shifted the topic, maintaining a composed demeanor as he said, "Banner, I see you're injured. I sincerely apologize for that. I have a bottle of medicine here. Just spray it on, and you will be right as rain." With that, Wang Yi swiftly retrieved a vial of medicine from his pocket, recently acquired from the system's marketplace. Banner chuckled lightly, dismissing the concern. "It's nothing, just a minor injury. A little rest for 10 days or so will suffice." Wait, what?" Suddenly, mid-sentence, Banner halted, his smile frozen in disbelief. He stared incredulously at his wound, which had been bleeding moments before. Yet, after Wang Yi applied a few sprays of the medicine, it miraculously healed. In fact, Banner could feel the wound scabbing over. In less than a minute, it was completely mended. Not just him, but Natasha, too, widened her eyes in astonishment, fixated on the vial of medicine in Wang Yi's hand. Seeing that the conversation had successfully shifted, Wang Yi offered the bottle to Banner, saying, "This medicine is quite effective. Consider it a gift." With a generous demeanor, he then took Natasha's hand, preparing to depart. Banner was left in a state of confusion, pondering why this individual was so kind and enthusiastic towards him, and what his true intentions were in seeking him out. He wished to clarify these questions, but Wang Yi, holding Natasha's hand, left without affording him the opportunity. Natasha, somewhat dazed, was pulled along by him, her gaze lingering on the vial of potion in Banner's hand. Soon, they came to a halt at a hotel. Natasha regarded Wang Yi, her delicate features etched with confusion. "Where have you just been? Why did you suddenly disappear? And what is the nature of that miraculous potion?" She fired off her inquiries directly at Wang Yi. He shook his head, refraining from answering, and instead stated earnestly, "I understand you have many questions right now, but I cannot divulge anything at the moment. As for that potion, I have plenty more. I shall give you a vial later." With that, Wang Yi strode purposefully inside, dismissing her questions. The reason for his disappearance was undoubtedly due to the Shadow Legion. Wang Yi realized that beyond summoning the Shadow Legion, he seemed to possess some of their abilities. Regarding the potion, the system had ample resources, providing her with one later was no trouble. Meanwhile, Banner returned to the church. Previously, he had exerted immense effort to suppress the emergence of the Hulk. Now, back in the church, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He gazed at the potion in his hand, as well as the scarred wounds on his body, murmuring to himself, "Such a remarkable potion. Could its appearance be linked to the knowledge of the Hulk's existence, perhaps even sent for the sake of the Hulk?" Banner pondered, feeling a sense of certainty yet not entirely rejecting Wang Yi. Even knowing that Wang Yi had ulterior motives, he wondered, if you possess such capabilities, could you assist me in the Hulk? Bruce Banner mused to himself, before slipping into a deep slumber. In an office, General Thaddeus Ross roared at his subordinates regarding the reports. "You inept fools. Continue your search. Banner cannot have gone far. He must be nearby. We must obtain his blood. Just as General Ross was in the throes of his tirade, the door swung open once more. Emil Blonsky, clad in military attire, strode in, fated to become the abomination. Chapter 16. Wang Yi's plan. General Ross, observing the arrival of Blonsky, softened his tone. You are my ace operative. I hope you can assist me in locating Banner and bringing him back. Blonsky paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure. Rest assured, General, once I ascertain his whereabouts, I will undoubtedly retrieve Banner. His confidence was palpable, as befitting an elite agent. However, he remained blissfully unaware that he was not dealing with an ordinary adversary. General Ross regarded him for a moment, uttering no further words, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, in the morning, Banner arrived at a beverage factory where he typically worked, commencing his duties as usual. However, today unfolded differently as he inadvertently provoked a few local thugs, yet he remained unfazed, knowing they dared not challenge him within the factory. Ultimately, while engaged in conversation, a moment of carelessness caused his blood to drip into a bottle on the production line. Panic surged through him as he hurried to wipe away the bloodstains, unaware that another drop had fallen into a bottle, destined for distribution. During this period, Banner continued to familiarize himself with his work, while Wang Yi was also engaged in his tasks. However, their work differed significantly. Wang Yi was contemplating how to sway Natasha. Undeniably, the challenge was formidable, yet Wang Yi was eager to attempt it. Unfortunately, he had yet to discover a breakthrough, resulting in a complete lack of progress. Nonetheless, he noticed a peculiar change in Natasha's gaze and demeanor towards him at certain moments. As to the specifics, he remained somewhat uncertain, after all. One cannot expect a man who has been single for over 20 years to possess such insight. Natasha, why have you been acting strangely these past few days? Wang Yi suddenly inquired, casting a puzzled glance in her direction. In contrast, Natasha, like a child caught in a misdeed, immediately turned her face away, remaining silent. Observing her profile, he noticed a faint blush. Wang Yi squinted slightly and chuckled knowingly. I see it now. At his words, Natasha's heart skipped a beat. Wang Yi, with a touch of pride, exclaimed, Are you feeling unwell? Natasha felt an inexplicable oddity at his remark. A sudden urge to retaliate surged within her. Yet she also felt a tinge of disappointment. Ignoring Wang Yi, she scoffed softly, retreating into silence. Wang Yi, not wishing to prolong the awkwardness, prepared to leave. Casting one last glance at Natasha and muttering, What a strange woman. No wonder she remains single. With that, he departed with nonchalance. Inside, Natasha was seething with rage, exclaiming, Damn straight man. No wonder he's single. Just as Wang Yi stepped outside, the voice of the system's alluring female character echoed in his mind. Ding. Special mission. The saga of Invincible Rock commences. Host, seize the moment and vanquish the abomination. Wang Yi was initially taken aback, disregarding the system's task, and instead remarked, Why has the voice changed to that of a mature lady again? I like it, he heard in response, which sparked a glimmer of excitement in his eyes as he exclaimed, I like it too. Subsequently, the system fell into a state of silence, choosing to ignore him. Wang Yi then composed himself, reflecting intently. Since the narrative had commenced its proper course, could he now encounter Banner at the beverage factory? No, that would be too conspicuous. His primary objective for coming to Brazil was merely to establish a familiar rapport with Banner. Thus, it would be prudent to return to New York and await Banner's arrival, especially since he was still in pursuit of Dr. Blue. With this thought, Wang Yi made a resolute decision. Meanwhile, in another office, Ross perused a newspaper with palpable excitement. He quickly summoned Blonsky and handed him the paper, stating, At a beverage factory in Brazil, someone in New York consumed a bottle yesterday, resulting in a bodily transformation. I suspect Banner is there. With fervor, Ross urged, You must immediately take a team and search for him. In response, Blonsky nodded, assuring Ross before departing. Watching Blonsky leave, a smile crept upon Ross's lips. His plan was nearing fruition, the Super Soldier program. At the beverage factory, Banner remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Diligently engrossed in his work, preparing to return home at the end of the day to converse with Mr. Blue. During this period, he had met someone who claimed to offer assistance. After work, Banner transmitted his blood analysis data to Mr. Lon, awaiting a response. To his dismay, he was informed that prior data was necessary. Concurrently, he pondered the matter concerning Wang Yi. Had he departed? I had thought he was here to aid me. He murmured to himself in the dimly lit room, still clutching the vial of potion gifted by Wang Yi. For reasons unknown, he still held faith in Wang Yi. However, since that fateful day, Banner had not laid eyes on him again. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yi was currently engaged in fishing. Suddenly, as Banner rested, He heard faint yet orderly footsteps outside. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he peered cautiously out, catching sight of a fully armed soldier advancing slowly. In the dim light, he could just make out the weapon in the soldier's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Banner leapt through the window to escape. Just as Bronsky and his men entered the scene, realizing something was amiss, they immediately pursued him. Thus began a desperate flight. One might wonder at Banner's misfortune. Just as he appeared to shake off his pursuers, he encountered 3 thugs. They were about to unleash their aggression upon him, leaving him no choice but to seek refuge in a nearby factory. The thugs approached with menacing grins, while Bronsky's men soon arrived at the location. Trapped with no avenue of retreat, Banner succumbed to the onslaught of the thugs, unleashing his fury. Thus, the Hulk emerged. Meanwhile, Wang Yi had returned to the hotel. "Are you leaving tomorrow?" Natasha exclaimed. Wang Yi glanced at her, his expression impassive, and replied, "Indeed." Before returning home, they decided to visit a certain place. What place? Natasha was filled with confusion. Her time spent with Wang Yi had truly been a few days of leisure, aside from reporting trivial information to Nick Fury each night. Wang Yi chuckled, shrouded in mystery, and remarked, "If I tell you, the sense of intrigue will vanish, won't it? In due time, you shall discover." He jested, dismissively. "If I reveal it, won't Nick Fury also be aware? Then how could my plan succeed?" The following morning, the two gathered their belongings to return, but first, they intended to visit the school or perhaps seek out Dr. Blue. Alternatively, they could converse with Betty Ross, whom he firmly believed would offer her assistance. Meanwhile, Banner was traversing the road in a dilapidated truck, on a quest for information. Wang Yi's plan was about to unfold in its entirety. Chapter 17, The Shura Armor versus the Invincible Hulk. On the other side, Blonsky, having been thoroughly defeated by Banner's transformation, stormed into Ross's office to voice his grievances. His pride, already considerable, would not allow him to accept the failure of this endeavor. In the office, he confronted Ross, exclaiming, "What is Banner? That power is beyond our capacity to combat. Even the factory's colossal machinery is but a toy in his hands." Upon hearing this, Ross chose to reveal the truth rather than conceal it further, disclosing the power residing within Banner, along with the intricacies of the super soldier program. Blonsky, filled with longing for such formidable strength, gazed at Ross with eager anticipation and inquired, "General Ross, may I also receive that serum to acquire such power?" Upon hearing Bronsky's words, Ross cast a glance in his direction, contemplating his own plans. With a serious demeanor, he inquired, "Are you certain?" Bronsky nodded emphatically, admitting that the allure of such power was immensely tempting. "Very well, follow me." Upon arriving at the laboratory, Bronsky was successfully injected with the serum. As he felt the surging power within him and the explosive strength of his muscles, he momentarily believed himself invincible. Meanwhile, Wang Yi and Natasha found themselves at a fast food establishment, a place where Banner and Betty Ross would later cross paths. Wang Yi sat, patiently awaiting an event. Beside him, Natasha was filled with curiosity, questioning, "Wang Yi, what is the purpose of bringing me here?" It seemed that each destination Wang Yi chose was dictated by his emotions, leaving no trace of reasoning. With a subtle smile, he replied, "Do you remember the person we sought in Brazil?" Natasha nodded. She certainly recalled. "Is that related to our being here?" she asked. "Indeed, he will arrive shortly," Wang Yi assured her confidently. Yet Natasha retorted with sarcasm, "He will come shortly? How can you be so sure?" Having spent this time together without any departure, she pondered how he could possibly know if the person would arrive. Wang Yi offered no explanation, casually consuming the food on the table as he continued to wait. Natasha, intrigued by Wang Yi's demeanor, had already devised a plan on how to tease him should Banner fail to appear. As moments ticked by, Wang Yi remained unperturbed, while Natasha grew increasingly anxious. "It has been quite a while. Why has he not arrived yet?" she exclaimed. Natasha cast a teasing glance at Wang Yi, who merely shot her a sidelong look without uttering a word. Soon, a man and a woman entered the restaurant. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman was exceptionally beautiful. Upon their entrance, they greeted the owner with fervor. Wang Yi lifted his gaze and was taken aback to recognize them, Betty Ross, the female lead, accompanied by the psychologist. A frown creased his brow. The narrative seemed to be unraveling. Shouldn't Banner have arrived first before they did? Wang Yi mused, contemplating whether his presence had inadvertently disrupted the storyline, much like the incident with Tony. However, it did not pose a significant hindrance. Banner would inevitably arrive soon. As if on cue, the door swung open once more. A disheveled Banner stepped inside, his eyes immediately landing on his former girlfriend, Betty Ross. Yet, he did not approach her, nor did she seem to notice him. Instead, she engaged in cheerful conversation with the psychologist. Following Wang Yi's gaze, Natasha also spotted Banner at the entrance, disbelief etched on her face. Could this man truly foresee the future? How did you know? Natasha stammered, her voice trembling with growing trepidation towards Wang Yi. Unfazed, he continued to focus on Banner. Indeed, moments later, Banner dashed out, yet Betty Ross remained oblivious to his presence. The plot had veered completely off course. With a quiet murmur, Wang Yi followed Banner's lead, leaving Natasha in a daze, still grappling with the unfolding events. At that moment, Banner found himself in a dimly lit alley, the sky overcast and a gentle rain falling. It was uncertain whether the liquid streaming down his cheeks was tears or raindrops. The person he once cherished now sits with another, engaged in conversation, perhaps even sharing tender moments. Many can relate to that piercing pain, which does not originate from the flesh, but rather from the very soul. Memories of happier times resurface, and Banner trembles, fury swelling within him. Subsequently, Wang Yi emerges slowly, observing the oncoming collapse of Banner, and remarks, "How do you feel? Is it unbearable? Do you wish to control the power within you?" He continues at a leisurely pace. "If you can achieve perfect control, you will be just like any normal person, and you may pursue the one you love." Wang Yi intends to offer solace, aiming to elevate his image in Banner's eyes. Meanwhile, Banner continues to unleash his rage, the anger igniting a transformation, his body enlarging gradually. Wang Yi raises an eyebrow. Could this be a transformation? It shouldn't be happening here. He slaps his forehead, recalling that in the original film, it was Betty Ross who calmed Banner. Without her presence, a transformation seems inevitable. As Wang Yi stands lost in thought, Natasha, belatedly aware of the situation, rushes out and witnesses the unfolding scene. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yi takes her hand and turns to flee. Indeed, when Hulk turns to face Wang Yi, he erupts in fury, charging directly at him. Everything in his path becomes a weapon against Wang Yi. A minute later, Wang Yi finds refuge in an isolated area, while Natasha, slightly out of breath, exclaims, "What is that thing? It's still pursuing us. We must leave at once." Wang Yi cast a glance at her and smiled, saying, "There is no need to leave. I shall handle it. You should find a place to hide." The reason for their retreat was to distance themselves from the throngs of people, for it was far more advantageous for a confrontation, was it not? Natasha stood in stunned silence, gazing at Wang Yi's departing figure. Could that imposing figure truly be their match? Up ahead, Hulk had already closed in, roaring as he charged towards Wang Yi, his massive form causing the very ground to tremble beneath him. In a state of panic, Natasha rushed towards Wang Yi, intent on pulling him back. Just as she approached, Wang Yi produced an object from seemingly nowhere, and with a fierce command, a tempest of purple lightning enveloped him. The formidable bolts illuminated the night, transforming it into a dazzling day. Once the lightning subsided, a familiar armor materialized before Natasha's eyes. Her eyes widened in realization. What had once been mere hearsay was now indisputably confirmed. She recalled Nick Fury's words regarding the immense power of this armor, far surpassing that of Tony's iron suit. Finally, she had the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Hulk continued to roar. Indifferent to Wang Yi's prowess, his only intent was to strike. Wang Yi cast a sidelong glance at Hulk, flexing his wrist. "Do not let me down. There are many features of this armor I have yet to utilize," he murmured. The clash between the Shura Armor and the invincible Hulk commenced. Chapter 18. The Tremors of New York, Shura's Wind-Splitting Claw. Beneath the dim night, the earth shook with a cacophony of thunder and tremors, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. Clad in the Shura Armor, Wang Yi experienced a transformative leap in every aspect of his abilities. However, the Hulk, with his colossal physique and boundless strength, grows even more formidable with each surge of anger. Soon, the two combatants clashed fiercely. The Hulk, disregarding any semblance of martial decorum, seized whatever lay within reach, relentlessly hurling it toward Wang Yi. The resounding echoes of their confrontation reverberated through the night sky, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of dust. After launching his barrage, the Hulk did not hesitate to unleash a furious roar at Wang Yi. On the other hand, Wang Yi adeptly maneuvered, teleporting with remarkable precision to evade the Hulk's onslaught. "Hulk, I offer you one last chance," he began. But alas, the Hulk showed no inclination to heed his words, launching yet another assault as if determined to remain deaf to any counsel. Wang Yi's expression darkened beneath his armor, his tone grave. "You initiated this conflict. Do not blame me for what follows." In response, the Hulk continued to bellow in rage. Wang Yi chose not to indulge in further banter. Instead, he swiftly teleported again to evade the Hulk's strike, positioning himself behind the giant. With a fist enveloped in arcs of purple lightning, he unleashed a powerful blow. The impact was tremendous, sending the Hulk careening through the air, his body convulsing intermittently. Yet, the Hulk, possessing toughened skin, quickly regained his footing and resumed his ferocious battle with Wang Yi. Meanwhile, Natasha, initially anxious, found herself considerably calmer in the face of the unfolding situation. She discerned that Wang Yi had gained the upper hand, refraining from delivering a lethal blow, which accounted for the ongoing intense skirmish. As she gazed at the formidable Shura Armor, she felt as though she could glimpse Wang Yi within, his angular visage reflecting unwavering determination in his steadfast eyes. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, Natasha shook her head with resignation and remarked, "What a hopeless straight man. He deserves to be single." Little did she realize that upon uttering these words, her delicate visage flushed with crimson. Clearly, at that moment, her attention had shifted from the impending battle to the increasingly vivid image of Wang Yi in her mind. Perhaps it was the cacophony that roused the nearby residents from their slumber, prompting them to grumble and rise, only to be met with a startling sight. A familiar suit of armor gradually came into view, evoking a sense of recognition, though the exact memory eluded them momentarily. Yet, they were utterly baffled by the enormous green giant. It dawned on them. That was the one featured in previous reports who had once aided Iron Man. This revelation sent ripples of realization through the crowd. No wonder it seemed so familiar. However, since that incident, Wang Yi had not made any further appearances, leading to his gradual obscurity. His sudden re-emergence incited a flurry of discussion. This armor is remarkably powerful, likely surpassing even Mr. Stark's iron suit. What is that colossal green giant? Where did it come from? Is it a mutant? How spectacular! Did you see that? The armored figure could teleport, having just been absent from that very spot moments ago. In an instant, the previously dim sky brightened as the crowd turned on their lights. Some audacious souls even directed their beams toward the spectacle, eager to gain a clearer view. Some individuals began to speculate about Wang Yi's identity, while others had already taken out their phones to capture the moment. Inside Tony's villa, he had momentarily paused his tender interaction with Pepper, a frown creasing his brow. J-A-R-V-I-S. Did you say Wang has appeared online? Indeed, the voice of the artificial intelligence responded. Beside him, Pepper voiced her concern. Wang. Could something have happened? He's our benefactor after all. Wang Yi had saved Tony twice in previous encounters, earning the admiration of both Tony and Pepper. Tony furrowed his brow, harboring skepticism. He was well aware of Wang Yi's formidable abilities, particularly that enigmatic suit of armor which was immensely powerful. As they pondered the situation, J-A-R-V-I-S activated Stark Industries satellite, redirecting the feed to display the ongoing battle. Although it was night, a faint light illuminated Wang Yi's side. Clad in his Shura armor, he was engaged in combat with a colossal green giant. The scene was monumental, with surrounding structures being demolished by their clash. Fortunately, the area was deserted. Otherwise, there would have been significant casualties. Tony raised an eyebrow, his expression peculiar as he remarked, "What on earth is Wang fighting? The Hulk?" He appeared to be watching the spectacle with indifference, clearly unperturbed about Wang Yi's well-being. From the footage, it was evident that Wang Yi held the upper hand, while the green giant bore numerous wounds, in stark contrast to Wang Yi, who remained impeccably clean, not a speck of dust upon him. Meanwhile, in S-H-I-E-L-D, a one-eyed man and another individual clad in S-H-I-E-L-D attire were also intently observing the scene. There is no way out. For Wang Yi and Hulk are engaged in a grand spectacle, drawing the attention of not just a few, but nearly all of New York. At this moment, a throng of journalists from New York rushes to secure a story for the New York Times, armed with their cameras. Eager to avoid missing out or being outpaced by competitors, Nick Fury gazes at the screen with a grim expression, foreseeing the headlines of the coming days and the disingenuous faces of politicians following Wang Yi's demonstration of formidable power. What has happened to Natasha? I must contact her immediately, Nick Fury bellowed. This situation must be resolved without delay, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Coulson, standing nearby, nodded gravely, aware of the stakes involved, and promptly departed to reach out to Natasha. A few minutes later, an exasperated Coulson returned, his demeanor heavy with concern. Nick Fury cast a knowing glance at him. Already suspecting the outcome, yet still inquired, "What is the situation?" Coulson gathered his thoughts and replied slowly, "Natasha is in a location where the magnetic field is highly unstable. We are unable to establish contact. The visuals we can obtain are merely the satellite's utmost capability." Coulson spoke candidly, then turned his gaze back to Nick Fury. Fury fell silent, realizing there was little he could do at this point. With a resounding crash, Hulk was forcefully thrown back but quickly regained his footing. Seemingly with boundless energy, he bellowed at Wang Yi before launching another assault. Bolstered by an indomitable spirit, Wang Yi's strength appeared limitless. However, in the face of Hulk's fury, he was torn between unleashing full power and the fear of causing fatal harm. Unyielding in its force, it resembles the indomitable cockroach. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yi activated the left-arm summoner, wielding the Azura weapon. Azura's wind-splitting claw. Before the astonished onlookers, a weapon materialized in Wang Yi's grasp, glimmering with a chilling light. Chapter 19. The Fury of Hulk. The Azura's wind-splitting claw is one of the many weapons of Azura, first wielded by Lu Fa when he decisively overpowered 3 armored foes. Observing the weapon that had manifested in Wang Yi's hand, Hulk appeared defiant. He yanked a power line from the roadside, improvising it as a weapon. Wang Yi was left speechless. Could a mere power line even be compared to the weapon of Azura? Yet, he recognized that Hulk would not heed his words. In the Marvel realm, he had the audacity to confront Thanos head-on. Naturally, the outcome was nothing short of tragic. The stout power pole, in Hulk's hands, resembled a mere toy, imbued with formidable strength and speed as it hurtled toward Wang Yi. In an instant, he attempted to teleport behind Hulk. However, this time, Hulk had learned. He anticipated the move and swung a powerful punch backward. The newly appeared Wang Yi was struck, resulting in a shower of sparks, prompting gasps from the crowd. Onlookers could only think that even they, or Tony Stark's Iron Man, might struggle to withstand such a blow. It was a painful sight. Finally landing a hit on Wang Yi, Hulk let out a triumphant roar, reveling in his victory. He grasped the power pole once more, ready to press the attack. Meanwhile, Natasha, who had previously maintained a calm demeanor, found herself unsettled. An air of urgency enveloped the scene as Wang Yi, despite his formidable armor, faced the relentless passage of time that could herald his defeat. A delicate visage was marred by anxiety, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she clasped her hands tightly, exclaiming, "Wang Yi, you must not come to harm." This sentiment was shared not only by her but also by Tony and Nick Fury, both consumed by similar thoughts. Could it be that the prolonged battle had drained their immense power? Tony, particularly empathetic given the nature of his Iron Man suit, recognized the peril. It relied on the reactor's energy, and if that were depleted, Wang Yi would be in jeopardy. Unable to remain passive, Tony resolved to don his armor and rush to the rescue. Nick Fury, too, understood the critical importance of Wang Yi and was unwilling to abandon him. The strength displayed was comparable to that of Captain Marvel, and if it were limitless, it could even surpass her. Thus, he prepared to reach out to his extraordinary allies for assistance, his only trump card at this moment. He fervently hoped it would not be too late. With a heavy sigh, Nick Fury was about to make the call when he witnessed an unforgettable sight on the battlefield. The air was thick with dust, obscuring visibility. Yet the thunderous sounds and Hulk's furious roars echoed ominously. Concern swept through the bystanders as they saw Wang Yi hurled away, their worry palpable. Having previously aided Tony, he was instinctively regarded as a hero. Together, they held their breath, hoping for Wang Yi's safety. As for Loki, he was undoubtedly perceived as the antagonist, given his wanton destruction of buildings and vehicles, with some even beginning to offer prayers for Wang Yi's well-being. In a moment when everyone believed Wang Yi was destined to fail, the radius of that place became increasingly chaotic and powerful. As a stunning purple lightning bolt soared toward the heavens, reminiscent of divine thunder, or perhaps the wrath of the heavens. At that instant, the electricity throughout New York was disrupted, flickering between light and darkness. For the first time, they heard Wang Yi's deep voice emerging from the night, imbued with an unyielding authority that instilled a sense of dread. Shura Claw Strike. This was the skill of the Shura Wind-Cleaving Claw, marking Wang Yi's inaugural use of weaponry. As his words echoed, a massive claw formed from purple lightning materialized in the sky, hurtling directly toward the Hulk. Perhaps sensing the unparalleled force, the Hulk found himself unable to evade the onslaught due to its overwhelming speed. He could only extend his arm to shield his chest and brace for impact. In an instant, blood sprayed forth, and crimson droplets danced through the air. The Hulk collapsed, intermittently emitting anguished roars. At that moment, it felt as though the entire world fell silent. Many onlookers even caught a clear glimpse of the gashes on the Hulk's arms, where purple lightning coiled, intensifying his agony. This time, the Hulk could not rise. The formidable skill had nearly severed his hand. Wang Yi took a deep breath, his expression becoming serene. It was finally over. However, unbeknownst to him, this seemingly unintentional act had ignited an unprecedented fury within him. Approaching the still howling Hulk, he furrowed his brow, questioning why the creature had not reverted to its original form. As Wang Yi narrowed his gaze, he noticed that the Hulk's wounds were gradually mending, albeit slowly, yet undeniably. At this moment, Wang Yi had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, how could the Hulk possibly have recovered? Meanwhile, Tony was utterly astonished by the scene before him. The power that Wang Yi had just unleashed was incomparable to his own. It was a stark contrast, a chasm between the two. How formidable! Tony murmured to himself with a sense of exhilaration, as if he had discovered his own purpose. In that instant, he was no longer concerned about Wang Yi. A vision of a new version of his Iron Man suit began to materialize in his mind. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury and his team transitioned from passive observers to active participants, compelled to stand up, their brows furrowed in concern. The greater the power Wang Yi displayed, the more apprehensive the politicians became. Coulson's expression was equally grim. When a force becomes overwhelmingly potent, it garners scrutiny regardless of its moral alignment. Unless one can fully align themselves with either side, there remains a sense of vulnerability. Still unable to reach Natasha? Nick Fury inquired in a hoarse voice. Coulson shook his head. He had made attempts to contact her, but to no avail. Fury seemed to have anticipated this outcome, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, closing his eyes in contemplation. He needed to devise a strategy to defend Wang Yi and manage the ensuing consequences. At this moment, Wang Yi's displayed strength had captivated everyone. New York was in a frenzy. This enigmatic man was extraordinarily powerful, almost absurdly so. On the other side, Thaddeus Ross was also observing the spectacle. Only when the Hulk was thoroughly subdued did he resolve to act. Let us go. Immediately assemble the troops. Banner must be ours. Ross gazed at the writhing Banner on the ground, his expression shifting to one of fervor, but upon seeing Wang Yi, a shadow of darkness crossed his face. Beside him, Blonsky's face radiated excitement. The overwhelming power before him stirred his very soul. He cared little for appearances. Strength dictated everything, granting one the ability to acquire and conquer all. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and a smile crept upon his lips. If memory served him correctly, the purpose of his presence here had been indicated within Banner's accumulated data. Mr. Blue, Blonsky murmured, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Yi. It was evident that he believed Banner's defeat was not due to Wang Yi's prowess, but rather a consequence of Banner's own weakness. In that moment, he yearned for a confrontation with him. Chapter 20. The conclusion of the great battle on the battlefield. Wang Yi refrained from making any further moves. Consumed by a flicker of concern, he wondered if Hulk might truly be incapacitated. System, is he going to be all right? After all, Banner was, in his eyes, a genuinely good-hearted individual, which only heightened Wang Yi's apprehension. He began to invoke the system, seeking clarity. He will be fine. Perhaps the two of you will have to engage in combat again. Your strength ignites Hulk's fighting spirit. He will only grow stronger, and simultaneously begin to resist Banner internally. The system's words left Wang Yi feeling exasperated. Grow stronger? Why wasn't it like that when I faced Thanos? A few strikes, and I was sent from Hulk back to Banner. Seemingly attuned to Wang Yi's thoughts, the system elaborated, your objectives differ. You wish to avoid harming Banner. But Thanos had no such reservations. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi appeared to grasp the situation, yet he remained apprehensive about the possibility of inflicting fatal harm. Finding himself in a precarious dilemma, the host can rest assured and exert full effort to revert it to its original form, as long as there is a breath left. I can restore you. The system's voice resonated again, granting Wang Yi a sense of reassurance. His gaze sharpened as he observed Hulk rising once more. The massive green arms bore small, unhealed fissures, with purple lightning swirling around them, perpetually inflicting pain. With a furious roar, Hulk proclaimed for the first time, Hulk will make you perish. The immense rage elevated his presence even further. Wang Yi remained unfazed, displaying no discernible emotion, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, Natasha began to grow concerned for Wang Yi. The battle had persisted for over half an hour, and Hulk's remarkable regenerative abilities astonished and shocked her. She anxiously paced back and forth, desperately wishing to assist Wang Yi in combat. Just then, she noticed someone sprinting towards them. Upon closer inspection, it was Betty Ross. However, Natasha did not recognize her, having only glimpsed her briefly at a fast food restaurant. Tears streamed down Betty's cheeks as she gazed at the wounded Hulk. Her expression filled with compassion. Moments ago, she had received a phone call that divulged the entirety of the situation, revealing that the colossal green giant was, in fact, Banner, transformed by gamma rays. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Hulk's fury tonight was also ignited by her presence. Natasha stepped forward and immediately intercepted her. Although she was uncertain of Betty's intentions, the preceding battle was not something they could involve themselves in. Even as a top-tier agent, Natasha could only assume the role of an observer at this juncture. Thus, it is needless to say that she is merely an ordinary individual. Do not approach. It is perilous ahead. Natasha restrained her, preventing her from moving forward. Betty Ross, her voice trembling with emotion, implored Natasha, "No, let me through. I cannot bear to witness Banner perish here." Simultaneously, her animosity towards General Ross intensified. Initially, she struggled to accept the truth, but ultimately sought confirmation from Thaddeus Ross, who remained silent for a considerable time before conceding. Now, the general's men were en route. The sound of helicopter rotors gradually filled the sky, growing clearer as it approached. Wang Yi furrowed his brow, never anticipating the situation would escalate to this extent. He understood Ross's intentions all too well, thus, he could not possibly surrender Hulk to them. However, Hulk remained ungrateful, continuing to rage furiously, unleashing chaos upon Wang Yi. "This cannot continue. A swift resolution is imperative," Wang Yi murmured, retracting his Shura wind-cleaving claw. In an instant, he distanced himself, beginning to harness an even more formidable power. Thunderous lightning struck, but this time, the purple lightning surged with greater intensity. The power of the lightning was about to be maximized by Wang Yi. The one-stem night became increasingly illuminated. Witnessing this move, all present felt an involuntary tremor within their hearts. Fear permeated the atmosphere as the electrical systems of New York faltered. Tony Stark, Nick Fury, and Thaddeus Ross were all profoundly shaken. The former murmured in disbelief, "Is this the true power of Shura?" The blinding radiance intensified, and Betty Ross could no longer endure it. She forcefully broke free from Natasha's grasp and sprinted toward the source, determined to face death alongside Banner if it came to that. At the same moment, the Hulk finally experienced the chilling dread of mortality. The disparity in their power was insurmountable. The overwhelming force that ensnared him sent shivers down his spine, and he felt an existential terror encroach upon his very soul. Just as Wang Yi was poised to unleash his most formidable strike, Betty Ross emerged, positioning herself defiantly in front of him, her gaze unwaveringly locked onto the Hulk. Natasha joined her, placing herself before Wang Yi as well. The sheer magnitude of the power before them rendered her unable to open her eyes. It was only at this moment that she realized how gravely they had underestimated Wang Yi. With mastery over the most potent energy and an intimate familiarity with the Azura bestowed by the system, Wang Yi retracted his immense power upon witnessing the two women. It was at this juncture that the lights of New York City flickered back to life, dispelling the enigmatic force that had shrouded the hearts of all present. Betty Ross's arrival soothed the Hulk, whose furious and grotesque visage softened, even taking on an endearing quality. Observing this transformation, Wang Yi couldn't help but quip, "Is the power of love truly mightier than my own?" With Wang Yi's withdrawal, both Natasha and Betty exhaled in relief. Their astonishment palpable. Had Wang Yi's mastery over power reached such extraordinary heights? Betty, gazing at the Hulk before her, extended a trembling hand. Caught in a tumult of fear yet reassured, for she understood that he was, indeed, Banner. Banner would never harm her, even during the last encounter. He had not truly inflicted any harm. Wang Yi did not intend to linger, for he understood that Hulk's narrative was far from over and the genuine adversary had yet to reveal themselves. Simultaneously, General Ross's entourage gradually arrived, and a faint glimpse of Blonsky's smile could be discerned. Above, helicopters hovered ominously. Meanwhile, reporters from the New York Times surged forth, the incessant clicking of their cameras echoing in the air. Wang Yi remained composed, devoid of any turmoil. In contrast, Betty and Natasha exhibited signs of anxiety, while Hulk appeared to be drained of strength, having been momentarily immobilized by the earlier lightning strike. However, Betty's presence brought him a sense of reassurance, prompting a restoration of his human form. The encirclement by General Ross was steadily materializing, tightening around them, although fear lingered among the troops. Their numerical advantage and steadfast adherence to military orders prevailed. Wang Yi cast a wary glance at the vigilant crowd before uttering, "Shift and vanish." As soon as Wang Yi's words fell, everyone vanished from their positions. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers stood in astonishment, leaving only General Ross to roar helplessly from the helicopter. Chapter 21. Young Peter Parker, The Birth of Hatred. As Wang Yi's voice faded, the assembly felt a dizzying whirl. When they regained their bearings, they found themselves in an unfamiliar location. Betty and Natasha turned to Wang Yi, while Banner fainted after reverting to his human form. Wang Yi released his armor, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the two women, puzzled by their expressions. If one were to inquire about their current whereabouts, he would have to reply with a chuckle. "I'm afraid I do not know either." Unbeknownst to him, the astonishment and shock reflected in their gazes spoke volumes. However, under the shroud of night, Wang Yi could not discern clearly. "Are you all right, Banner?" "I shall take you to the hospital," Betty said, her voice tinged with tears. Sensing the multitude of wounds afflicting Banner, It was imperative that they seek medical attention. Wang Yi, displaying a hint of embarrassment, quickly deflected blame. This cannot be attributed to me. My intention was merely to console him. Betty sought to assault me. As he spoke, he absent-mindedly touched his nose, adding, surely this qualifies as self-defense, which is not unreasonable. Natasha glanced at the lively Wang Yi and then at the unconscious, injured Banner, feeling a wave of disdain. Is this what you call self-defense? You nearly inflicted mortal harm. Nonetheless, she offered words of comfort. Wang Yi, do not burden yourself with guilt. Taking him to the hospital now should suffice. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi mused internally, from where do you perceive my guilt? If I had not acted, he would have struck me. However, out of respect for Betty, he refrained from voicing this thought. Moments later, Wang Yi redeemed a vial of potion from the system marketplace and handed it to Betty. There is no need for the hospital. Apply this to his wounds, and he shall awaken by tomorrow. Betty, wiping her tears, accepted it with a touch of skepticism. Yet she nodded in belief that Wang Yi would not deceive her in such matters. After imparting a few final instructions, he took his leave, particularly emphasizing that it was Banner who had initiated the confrontation. With that, he departed with Natasha, strolling leisurely down the path. However, Betty remained concerned for Banner and decided to take him to the hospital for treatment. Meanwhile, Wang Yi and Natasha continued their leisurely walk. Natasha hesitated several times before speaking, while Wang Yi merely curled his lips. Don't you have any questions? This is not typical of your kind. He emphasized the word agent with particular weight. Natasha felt a mix of displeasure and confusion. With your bold actions today, I presume you will be the headline in the New York Daily for the next few days. Wang Yi paused momentarily, then casually replied, and so what? They do not know my identity. Even if you do, would you expose me? He was entirely unconcerned, for he had no choice but to act today. Otherwise, Hulk could have torn him apart. The two strolled forward at a leisurely pace, perhaps influenced by Wang Yi's words. Natasha fell silent as well. Indeed, they would not take the initiative to reveal Wang Yi's identity. Suddenly, Wang Yi halted in his tracks. Before him, a small child was crouched on the ground, weeping. Out of kindness, he approached, but soon found himself puzzled. The child looked so familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Natasha knelt down beside the child, her maternal instincts overwhelming her as she comforted him. Little one, why are you here all alone? It's so late, and your family must be worried. Her tone was exceptionally gentle as she gently patted the boy's head and smiled. Where is your home? Let us take you back. The boy continued to sob, tears streaming down his cheeks, as if he had suffered some injustice. Natasha kept soothing him, while Wang Yi observed silently, appearing indifferent, for he was not adept at comforting children. Ultimately, through Natasha's unwavering efforts, the young boy ceased his tears and weakly uttered, My name is Peter Parker. Upon hearing the boy's name, Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. He turned to look. Was that not the young Spider-Man, yet to fully mature? Was this not Queen's? Meanwhile, Betty had just escorted Banner to the hospital. Glancing at the vial in her hand, she felt a tinge of unease. However, for Banner's sake, she resolved to summon a doctor to attend to him. Shortly after Betty departed, the lurking Blonsky entered. The expression on his face gradually morphed into a sinister grimace as he gazed at the still unconscious Banner, a smile creeping across his lips. Soon, Blonsky exited the ward, and moments later, the doctor and Betty arrived. Filled with anxiety, Betty implored the doctor to save Banner. The doctor nodded, then turned to examine Banner, only to be momentarily stunned. Banner's clothing had been shredded by a sharp object, revealing a small puncture wound at his chest, a deep gash from some unknown entity, with blood oozing forth. Panic enveloped Betty, her face a mask of desperation as she exclaimed, How could this be? Just moments ago, he was fine. Why has he suddenly changed so drastically? I will take a look, the doctor replied, disregarding her distress. With a furrowed brow, he conducted an examination, discovering that Banner's heartbeat was faint. The primary concern remained the aftermath of the previous battle, compounded by the wound on his chest. Subsequently, the doctor shook his head, offering a few words of consolation before turning to leave. Here, in such circumstances, if a patient was deemed beyond saving, the doctor would not squander time unnecessarily. How could this be? Betty cried, collapsing beside Banner in heart-wrenching despair. As Betty departed, everything seemed well. However, circumstances had drastically changed. Observing Banner's face grow increasingly pale, her heart sank further into despair. Just when Betty felt utterly hopeless, a sudden recollection struck her. A vivid image of Wang Yi's face emerged in her mind, particularly the potion he had provided and his unwavering words of confidence. Without hesitation, she seized the vial given by Wang Yi and sprayed it directly over Banner's heart. Despite her urgency, she remained anxious. Miraculously, the wound on his chest began to heal at an astonishingly visible rate. Betty, filled with both astonishment and joy, immediately searched for other injuries on Banner's body, continuing to spray the potion. Within minutes, the pallor of Banner's face transformed into a healthy flush, and his heartbeat began to normalize. In disbelief, he gazed at the vial in his hand, bewildered, and uttered, "Is this a miraculous remedy?" Meanwhile, in Mr. Blue's laboratory, Blonsky slammed Banner's blood samples and previous data onto the table, demanding the formulation of the potion for his own injection. Initially, Mr. Blue resisted, but under Blonsky's intimidation, he had no choice but to comply. Given the lack of prior experimentation, the likelihood of failure was high. Nevertheless, Blonsky was undeterred, yearning for such power. Soon, the potion was prepared, and Blonsky successfully injected it. Moments later, a familiar monster emerged, the Abomination, the nemesis of the Hulk, and now also an adversary of Wong Yi. Chapter 22, The Emergence of the Abomination Elsewhere. Tony and Nick Fury felt a sense of relief as they watched Wong Yi vanish. They are acutely aware that should Wong Yi find himself trapped and his identity exposed, an insurmountable number of troubles would ensue. In such a scenario, even Tony would be powerless to assist him, let alone certain politicians within S.H.I.E.L.D. At Tony's villa, Pepper glanced at the screen with a look of trepidation. Just moments ago, she had witnessed the arrival of numerous individuals, all of whom couldn't help but feel a chill for Wong Yi. Tony, observing her distress, smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. Wong's prowess should not be underestimated. Those individuals cannot possibly overpower him." Pepper shot him an incredulous look, teasingly remarking, "Just moments ago, who was more worried than I?" To which Tony, adamantly denying her assertion, replied, "I was not. I merely stood up because my backside was sore." His playful arrogance elicited a laugh from Pepper, prompting her to refrain from further teasing him. However, her concern for Wong Yi began to deepen. Today marked Wong Yi's definitive emergence before the world, and it was inevitable that some would privately investigate him. Tony fell into silence, and Pepper knew he was fully aware of this reality. Meanwhile, within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury was beset with anxiety. Pacing restlessly, just moments ago, the leadership had issued multiple directives insisting that this individual must be located, declaring that Wong Yi's capabilities had become a threat to national security. Coulson, wearing a troubled expression, contemplated, "What if we simply state that we cannot find him? After all, Wong Yi's strength is evident to all. Thus, even if we fail to locate him, we cannot be held accountable." Coulson looked to Nick Fury, awaiting his response. With a sigh, Fury conceded, "For now, that is the only course of action." Firstly, they could not disclose Wong Yi's identity. Secondly, once others became aware, greater troubles would inevitably arise. Thus, it appears that the most prudent course of action is to maintain the current approach. At worst, they would endure a reprimand. Nick Fury and Coulson exchanged glances, having made their decision, and spoke no further. Meanwhile, upon discovering that the young boy before him was destined to become Spider-Man, Wong Yi's demeanor transformed. Radiating enthusiasm for his former idol, Natasha cast him a sidelong glance, bemused. Just moments ago, he had adopted an indifferent stance, and now he was brimming with fervor. Something was amiss. However, with little Peter present, Natasha refrained from voicing her concerns. "Little Peter, do you have dreams? For instance, what do you wish to pursue in the future?" Wong Yi inquired, his thoughts drifting back to the Spider-Man films he had once watched. Peter, somewhat bashful, pondered before responding. "What I want to do? I'm not certain yet, but as long as I have family by my side, that's what matters." Unbeknownst to him, he would soon emerge as a superhero. Wong Yi regarded him with a gentle smile. "Little Peter, it is essential to understand that the future is rife with uncertainties. What you envision now may differ greatly from what lies ahead." Just as he was about to elaborate further, he noticed Peter's innocent nod, suggesting a flicker of understanding, yet also a lingering confusion. Wong Yi chuckled softly, recognizing his own impatience. Peter was merely a young child. Before long, they arrived at the doorstep. Before them, the familiar sight of home gradually came into view. Wong Yi felt a profound sense of reflection, while Natasha appeared somewhat perplexed. However, she refrained from inquiring further, understanding that Wong Yi would likely withhold any explanations. "Let us depart." After bidding farewell to Peter Parker, Wong Yi and Natasha slowly made their exit. Given the multitude of events that transpired that day, they casually sought a place to rest. Yet, the legend of Wong Yi began to circulate throughout the entirety of New York City. Early the next morning, Wong Yi awoke only to discover that Natasha had risen even earlier. She was busily preparing breakfast, and after exchanging a brief greeting, Wang Yi was left in a state of bewilderment. Was this an activity Natasha would typically engage in? A premier agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. preparing a meal for him? Who else would receive such treatment? As he savored the breakfast crafted by Natasha, a sense of delight enveloped him. When shall we return? This morning, I noticed that Carlson and the others have been trying to reach me, yet I have not responded. Upon saying this, Natasha cast a glance his way. Seemingly seeking his opinion, Wang Yi contemplated for a moment, recognizing that there was little to conceal from S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, this matter was known only to 3 individuals, Natasha, Nick Fury, and Carlson, each of whom he trusted implicitly. Thus, he felt no significant hesitation. Let us inform them directly, he stated calmly. Regardless, they would eventually learn of it. Concealing the truth could lead to complications, especially considering that they are your superiors. Wang Yi offered a pragmatic analysis, his gaze steady upon Natasha, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, in Natasha's eyes, she perceived Wang Yi's concern and care for her, and in that moment, a glimmer of stars seemed to shine within her gaze. However, Wang Yi had no such intention, just as he remained silent while eating. The abrupt voice of the system echoed. Wang Yi paused, immediately standing up, startling Natasha beside him, who quickly inquired, "What happened?" Wang Yi refrained from elaborating, directing his attention to the system. Had it not been for the system's sudden appearance, he might have forgotten about the abomination. Yet, a question arose. How had the abomination emerged, given that Banner and Mr. Blue had never encountered one another? After some contemplation, only one explanation seemed plausible. Something had transpired with Banner last night. Wang Yi's gaze sharpened as he turned to Natasha, saying, "I need to step out for a moment. I will return shortly." No sooner had he uttered these words than Natasha obstructed his departure. "Tell me what it is. We shall go together." Observing Natasha's expression, it appeared that unless he acquiesced, she would not allow him to leave. After a moment's thought, Wang Yi nodded. It wasn't a significant matter, merely dealing with an abomination. He then summoned the Shura Armor, completing the fusion in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished from their locations, only to reappear in the midst of a chaotic street. There, 2 colossal green figures were engaged in combat. One was the Hulk, while the other was the abomination. Wang Yi found himself further perplexed, as the narrative had diverged. How could these two be clashing? Moreover, it appeared that Hulk was at a disadvantage. Across from him, Hulk unleashed a furious roar, landing a punch on the abomination's face, yet the abomination, undeterred, retaliated with a punch that sent Hulk flying. On the street, the incessant sounds of screams and roars filled the air. Even Wang Yi could hear someone calling out to him, viewing him as a beacon of hope. As the 2 combatants remained locked in their fierce struggle, a set of armor emerged, drawing their simultaneous, ire-filled gazes. Chapter 23. The arrival of Hulk in the midst of the street. Hulk and Abomination fixated their attention on Wang Yi. Particularly, Hulk's inner fury burned intensely. Yet, in but a moment, he shifted his focus from Wang Yi to Abomination. One truth remained clear to him. He was certainly no match for Wang Yi, a fact that lingered vividly in his memory from the previous night. With a thunderous roar, he charged at Abomination, and once again, the two engaged in a brutal clash. Onlookers at the periphery of the street felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Wang Yi's appearance. Some even began to cheer, as if they had already deemed Wang Yi a hero, a savior of sorts. Observing the ongoing struggle between the two, Wang Yi teleported before Abomination and unleashed a powerful punch, sending him flying several meters away. Hulk, witnessing this, let out a fierce roar at Wang Yi. Seemingly a vengeful creature, yet he refrained from attacking. He understood that Wang Yi was, in fact, aiding him. Not far off, Abomination rose once more, charging toward Wang Yi, eager for a decisive confrontation. Beneath the armor, a confident smile graced Wang Yi's composed visage. Did he truly fear no death? Limitless ray. Wang Yi intoned in a low voice, as a purple lightning bolt coalesced upon his forehead, its might far surpassing that of the previous night, hurtling directly toward Abomination. Aversion was not foolish. It had indeed evaded capture, yet its arm was still caught in the sweeping rays, and the searing pain compelled a howl from its lips. Hulk, who stood nearby, shuddered at the sound. On the other side, Natasha observed the pretentious Wang Yi, unable to suppress the smile that danced upon her face. Despite her curiosity about how Wang Yi had known of Aversion's presence and brought her along, she chose to dismiss it. Pondering over the past confounded her. This man was far more powerful and enigmatic than she had ever imagined. As Aversion dodged, Wang Yi remained unfazed. Thunderbolt strike, he proclaimed, and in an instant, powerful violet lightning began to coalesce in his hands, swirling like a dragon of thunder. his strength eclipsed that of his previous attack. Now imbued with an intent to lock onto its target. In that moment, Aversion sensed an imminent threat to its very existence. Although it had witnessed Wang Yi's prowess the day before, it had erroneously concluded that Wang Yi's strength was not exceptional, but rather that Hulk was simply too weak to prevail against him. What it failed to comprehend was that Wang Yi had been holding back previously. Today, however, he was resolute. Realizing its impending doom, Aversion cast aside its fear and grasped a nearby electric pole as a weapon, launching itself at Wang Yi with all its might, its final desperate assault. The sound of air being torn apart echoed as it struck. Wang Yi unleashed the power of his hands, sending the lightning dragon racing toward Aversion, encircling it with overwhelming force. The dragon roared ferociously, and Aversion's screams echoed in the air, followed by violent convulsions. Soon, it vanished beneath this torrent of power, not merely perishing, but disintegrating into nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. Witnessing this spectacle, all present stood in stunned silence. This individual stands on par with the Hulk. Just yesterday, they engaged in a prolonged confrontation. Yet today, in mere moments, the abomination was reduced to nothingness. It is evident that yesterday's encounter was a mere effet. Following a moment of astonishment, a chorus of admiration and envy erupted. The Hulk, too, was thoroughly astounded, realizing that he had been a mere jester in yesterday's spectacle. His initial fury had dissipated, and before Wang Yi, he found himself unable to sustain his anger. At that moment, Natasha arrived, her gaze towards Wang Yi transformed entirely, becoming soft and tender, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Wang Yi, perplexed by this shift, glanced at the still pouting Hulk, unable to suppress a chuckle, and shook his head. His objectives remained unfulfilled. He had yet to successfully win over the Hulk, yet the reward for vanquishing the abomination had already been bestowed upon him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a special task, acquiring God-level Serum 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Strength Potion 5. Congratulations to the host for gaining System Points 200. Wang Yi cast a cursory glance at the rewards, finding them somewhat satisfactory. Not particularly remarkable, yet still decent. Subsequently, a shadowy teleportation whisked the two away from the scene. Unbeknownst to them, on a nearby rooftop, a journalist had perfectly captured this extraordinary event. Initially intending to photograph the surroundings, he had not anticipated stumbling upon such a moment. His excitement knew no bounds. Selling this to a newspaper would undoubtedly yield a handsome sum. With this, ascending the ranks was not beyond the realm of possibility. Meanwhile, Wang Yi transported the two to a secluded plain, far from prying eyes. Then Wang Yi removed his armor, revealing his true identity beneath. Even as an ordinary person, he would not fear the Hulk. Even if the Hulk attempted a sneak attack, Wang Yi could effortlessly evade it and summon his armor in a swift motion, delivering a fierce blow in return. The Hulk stared at him in disbelief, taken aback by the youthfulness of the individual beneath the armor. Natasha quietly approached Wang Yi. While he was unafraid, she felt trepidation. Such a massive figure could easily crush someone to a pulp if it fell. Wang Yi met the Hulk's gaze directly and stated, "Hulk, I can assist you. I understand that you currently share a body with Banner, yet possess two distinct consciousnesses, leading to mutual disdain. I can facilitate your complete integration, transforming you from two into one singular entity. However, I have a request. You must join my team for me to help you." He spoke in one breath, awaiting the Hulk's response. His offer was undoubtedly enticing. Few would dare to refuse such a proposition. Observing the Hulk deep in thought, Wang Yi continued, "Moreover, I will aid you in becoming stronger, and I can even help alleviate your anger." Wang Yi spoke with confidence, appearing relaxed. The source of his assurance stemmed entirely from the system. Otherwise, he would not have dared to make such a promise. Indeed, upon hearing this, the Hulk's resolve began to waver, prompting him to ask, "Are you telling the truth? Is this not a trick to deceive Hulk?" Wang Yi smiled slightly, fixing his gaze upon the Hulk and assuring him, "Do you think it serves any purpose for me to deceive you with my current strength? Moreover, even if I were to deceive you, you are under no obligation to uphold your promise." Immediately, Wang Yi shifted his tone. "Should I assist you, and you subsequently renege? I too shall ensure you come to regret it." Wang Yi issued a direct threat, unperturbed by Hulk's presence. However, Hulk did not respond with anger. Instead, he erupted into hearty laughter. "Very well, I, Hulk, place my trust in you. If you genuinely intend to assist me as you claim, I shall join your alliance." "What is the name of your alliance?" "The Avengers." "All right, I accept your offer." Hulk readily acquiesced. Concurrently, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully recruiting Hulk." Chapter 24, Banner's transformation. As the system's voice faded, Wang Yi exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. This infernal task, When would it finally reach completion? Nevertheless, he found himself eagerly anticipating the rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving one upgrade opportunity for the Shura Armor. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring one universal serum. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining one divine level roulette. Ding. The host has gained 500 system points. As the system's youthful voice resonated, Wang Yi could scarcely believe his ears. His eyes sparkled with excitement, particularly at the mention of the armor upgrade. His armor could actually be upgraded, yet for reasons unknown. The system only granted him a single opportunity. Such an item, one would assume, ought to be permanent, should it not? However, he dismissed the thought, one opportunity would suffice. In the past, although the Shura Armor had never undergone an upgrade in the Armor Warriors series, Wang Yi, being an avid armor enthusiast, had made it a point to research it thoroughly. The Ashura Armor has evolved into the Infernal Ashura, enhancing its powers in various aspects and introducing new abilities. Additionally, the Universal Serum is perfectly suited for the Hulk's needs. Wang Yi glanced at the description, which aligned precisely with the Hulk's requirements. Well, the Hulk has already agreed. When will you assist him? The Hulk's impatient voice resonated, displaying a stubbornness despite knowing he could not overpower Wang Yi. Meanwhile, Natasha, listening intently to Wang Yi's resolute declarations, felt a wave of skepticism about how he intended to aid the Hulk. During this time, she had garnered considerable information through S.H.I.E.L.D. Learning that the Hulk, originally known as Banner, had undergone a transformation due to gamma radiation. This condition is one that even the most advanced scientific technologies hesitate to guarantee a solution for. Yet, what gave Wang Yi the confidence to quell the Hulk's fury? The more Natasha pondered, the more implausible it seemed. Wang Yi, regaining his focus, smiled gently. He reached into his pocket and retrieved the recent system reward, the Universal Serum. He merely spoke its name, offering no intricate explanations, as the details were too convoluted and he was disinclined to elaborate. The Hulk stared at the vial in his hand with skepticism, for he was currently the Hulk, not Banner. If Banner were present, he would have consumed it without hesitation. For the memory of that extraordinary serum lingered vividly in his mind. Go ahead, would I ever harm you? With that, Wang Yi offered a kind smile. Striving to present himself as a benevolent figure, the Hulk, somewhat naïve, ultimately placed his trust in him, dispelling any hesitation and downing the serum in one swift motion. As the potion coursed down his throat, a fragrant aroma enveloped Hulk's mouth, and within moments, he sensed a transformation within his body. Accompanied by an enigmatic memory, the entirety of Hulk's existence intertwined with that of Banner's. Closing his eyes, Hulk appeared to navigate through the labyrinth of his mind, in search of his true self. After a fleeting moment, he opened his eyes, clarity illuminating his gaze. The prior fury had dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of unity between two souls. It felt as though he was both Hulk and Banner, or rather, from this day forth, they were one and the same. With a mere thought, Hulk, Banner, reverted to his human form. Banner gazed at his own hands, incredulous, realizing he had truly harnessed this formidable power, this destructive force now firmly under his control. Witnessing Hulk's transformation, Natasha could no longer harbor disbelief. Yet, countless questions still lingered in her mind. She regarded Wang Yi, pondering whether this being could truly still be considered human. It seemed to her that there was nothing beyond Wang Yi's capabilities in this world. Sensing Natasha's gaze, Wang Yi chuckled softly, then approached. Extending his hand in a gesture of camaraderie and earnestly proclaimed, "Banner, welcome to the Avengers." Having absorbed the memories, Banner recalled his promise. He too extended his hand, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Wang Yi. Had it not been for you, I might still be a monster, unable to stand here today." Wang Yi smiled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. All that mattered was Banner's acceptance of his identity. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Natasha and I are heading back now. We do not have any immediate assignments, but one day, if the world and I require your assistance, you must be there." Banner smiled sincerely, replying, "Of course, after all, I am now a member of your team." Wang Yi added, "Return to Betty. She holds a fondness for you. Now that your body has returned to its former state, you can pursue your love. Regarding General Ross, you may fully cooperate with his investigation. As long as you refuse to acknowledge it in your heart, you will remain oblivious. You are still the same normal person." Banner nodded earnestly, then bowed to Wang Yi before turning to leave. Wang Yi was indeed correct. He must seek out Betty and explain everything. In the original narrative, Banner and Betty ultimately did not end up together. However, the situation is different now. Wang Yi's presence has fundamentally altered the course of events, and Banner is, once again, a normal man. He transforms only at will, no longer driven by anger. Wang Yi, how many secrets do you harbor that I am yet unaware of? As Wang Yi pondered this, Natasha's voice interrupted his thoughts. Upon hearing her, Wang Yi turned to see Natasha gazing at him with a look of suspicion, as if attempting to see through him. After a moment of thought, Wang Yi jested. I have many secrets. If you truly wish to know, it may take you a lifetime. With that, he turned, hands clasped behind his back. Exuding an air of high sophistication, Natasha chuckled lightly, patting Wang Yi on the shoulder, and said, Now, shall we return? Do you have any other matters to attend to? Wang Yi raised an eyebrow, bearing an expression that suggested he had numerous matters at hand. He nodded and remarked, It is indeed time to return. With a gentle sigh, he acknowledged that the saga of the indomitable Hulk had reached its conclusion, and the tasks assigned by the system were now fulfilled. It was time to retreat and rejuvenate for a while, awaiting the arrival of Iron Man 2, which would entail Tony's affliction with palladium poisoning and the evolution of his relationship with Pepper. However, there remained a considerable distance before those events transpired. Wang Yi chose not to dwell on it further and made his way back alongside Natasha. Wang Yi's first stop was Tony's villa, as Tony had mentioned needing to speak with him, and Wang Yi was also eager to check on his friend's health. Meanwhile, Natasha intended to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. to report certain matters. Unbeknownst to Nick Fury, Natasha's briefing would consist solely of the information Wang Yi had previously shared with her. With an S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury furrowed his brow, having just received a comprehensive briefing from Natasha. Something felt amiss to him, while many aspects seemed coherent. There were crucial elements that eluded his understanding. It was as though he was oblivious to significant matters while Natasha provided intricate details on those of lesser importance. Thus, Nick Fury found himself ensnared in contemplation. Chapter 25. Natasha moves into the villa in another office. Not only was Nick Fury deep in thought, but so was General Ross. He scrutinized the report concerning Banner's current physical state. The word normal perplexed him greatly. Had the power within Banner truly vanished? Such a notion seemed implausible, especially since he had been engaged in a brawl just half an hour prior. Hatred has perished, and his sole glimmer of hope lies in Banner, who, at present, is merely an ordinary man. What, then, can he expect from Banner? Damn it, who is responsible for this? General Ross roared in fury. At this juncture, his ambitions, the Super Soldier Project, have met with failure. He slumped despondently into his chair. Although Banner's powers have vanished, at least he can still be with Betty, which is a small consolation. Contemplating this, a gentle smile graced his lips. At Tony's villa, upon entering, Wang Yi was greeted by Tony's furrowed brow, prompting him to chuckle. Oh, what brings about such a frown today? Stark Industries collapsing, and yet you appear this way? Wang Yi teased as he stepped inside. But Tony was in no mood for Banner. He bluntly replied, Wang, do you have any idea how famous you are right now? Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Then it dawned on him. Could it be related to that night's confrontation with Hulk? He was aware of the uproar it caused. Was it indeed about that evening? Wang Yi did not articulate his thoughts, but he knew Tony understood. Tony sighed, first nodding, then shaking his head in exasperation, leaving Wang Yi bewildered. What could this mean? After a brief silence, Tony finally stated, there was that incident from that night, but there is more, such as what transpired today. As he spoke, Tony handed over several photographs. Wang Yi, perplexed, accepted them and, upon inspection, instantly comprehended the situation. Those pesky journalists capturing such moments. Wang Yi gazed in disbelief at the 360-degree high-definition blueprint in his hands, depicting scenes of his confrontation with his adversary. This particular angle appeared to be from a rooftop. Upon realizing this, Wang Yi was taken aback momentarily, but soon found solace. After all, there were numerous photographs of him circulating online. However, he lacked any real-life images, which alleviated his anxiety. Observing Wang Yi's composed demeanor, Tony scoffed and handed him another document. Noticing Tony's expression, a sense of foreboding washed over Wang Yi. He steadied his nerves and accepted the file, his hand involuntarily trembling. Within the document lay an analysis, the authorship of which was unknown, yet it was surprisingly cogent. It contained a photograph of Wang Yi and articulated the nature of his relationship with another individual, noting that since his emergence, there had been a corresponding appearance of a mysterious suit of armor. Furthermore, it highlighted the close rapport between Wang Yi and Natasha. In essence, it laid bare his entire background. See this, Wang? There are already individuals questioning your integrity, and they have substantial evidence, Tony exclaimed, excitement lacing his voice, followed by a fit of coughing. He instinctively touched the reactor embedded in his chest, sensing an anomaly, but quickly masked his concern to prevent Wang Yi from noticing. Despite Tony's attempts at concealment, Wang Yi had already discerned his unease. Has it begun to unravel? Wang Yi pondered silently. At that moment, Pepper entered, warmly greeting Wang Yi. After exchanging pleasantries, he took his leave. Now, he needed to devise a strategy to confront his impending crisis. Once one's identity is exposed, it becomes exceedingly troublesome. Upon returning to the villa, Wang Yi indulged in a warm bath and resolved to take a brief respite, for the situation had already unfolded as it had. Just as he was preparing to succumb to slumber, a knock resonated at the door. What a bother! Wang Yi could not help but exclaim. In this quaint little abode of his, day by day, from where did all these visitors come? With a hint of vexation, he reluctantly descended to open the door. As he swung the door ajar, the scene before him left him momentarily bewildered. What on earth were these suitcases doing here? Who intended to move in? Casting his gaze to the left, he beheld Nick Fury, his expression a portrait of melancholy, his lone remaining eye glaring at Wang Yi. What is going on? Wang Yi inquired tentatively. Had he inadvertently revealed his dealings with Hulk? Surely, it could not warrant such a reaction. Disregarding Wang Yi's expression, Nick Fury strode in with an air of nonchalance, pouring himself a glass of water with remarkable familiarity. Following closely behind were Natasha and Coulson. Not only that, but Natasha also bore a suitcase, and a faint blush graced her exquisitely delicate visage. This only deepened Wang Yi's confusion. What were they planning? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Was Natasha preparing to move in without even consulting him? A scowl etched across his face. He entered and glared at Nick Fury, expressing his discontent. Nick Fury, appearing oblivious to Wang Yi's ire, placed a stack of documents on the table and stated matter-of-factly, "Take a look at this. Given the troubles you've stirred up these past few days, do you not think you could share some of the burden?" Wang Yi paid Nick Fury little mind, his countenance darkening as he perused the documents, each page further deepening his gloom. The information presented pertains to S.H.I.E.L.D., detailing the pressures imposed on Nick Fury by the higher-ups. They indicated that should Fury fail to resolve the situation, military intervention would ensue. Just as Wang Yi was about to express his frustration, Fury remarked, "Do you see? I know you are not afraid of them, but have you considered that this could lead to complications? Therefore, let Natasha reside here. Officially, you may be considered part of S.H.I.E.L.D., and unofficially, one could assert that Natasha is an undercover agent. Only thus will they feel at ease." Wang Yi, however, responded with a hint of disdain, "These insufferable politicians, one day I shall bring them to their knees." Natasha and Coulson, listening to Wang Yi's grievances, chose to remain silent. Natasha cast a glance at Wang Yi and assured him, "Rest assured, I shall not interfere in your life. It is merely a formality for the politicians." She spoke sincerely, striving to adopt a more humble demeanor. Wang Yi pondered the feasibility of this arrangement while discreetly admiring Natasha's alluring figure. His thoughts drifted back to the warmth and harmony of that morning. In such a perilous Marvel universe, having a semblance of family felt rather comforting. He reluctantly nodded, wearing an expression of reluctant acceptance, though only Fury and Coulson could perceive the underlying joy in his heart. Natasha, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. It was unclear when it began, but Wang Yi's every action and word seemed to influence her mood profoundly. Wang Yi, too, discerned the shift. And a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the renowned Natasha, the Black Widow, has developed feelings for him? At that moment, Nick Fury suddenly spoke with gravity. "Wang Yi, we have significant matters to discuss with you." Chapter 26. Natasha's regret. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback, but then seemed to grasp the situation. He responded with equal seriousness, "I understand. I will endeavor to refrain from utilizing the power of the armor in the future." Nick Fury expressed his astonishment. "Did you already know this without me saying anything?" Yet, upon hearing Wang Yi's assurance, Nick Fury felt a considerable sense of relief. Meanwhile, Wang Yi contemplated, "I still have the Shadow Legion. I remain invincible without the Shura Armor." Subsequently, under Wang Yi's perfunctory demeanor, he hastily dismissed Nick Fury and Coulson. As Nick Fury departed, his expression remained grim. Was he truly in such a rush to leave? As for Natasha, Wang Yi was indifferent. There were numerous rooms. She could choose anyone. His agreement to allow Natasha to stay was merely for the pleasure of her company. As for other considerations, he did ponder, but lacked the courage to act upon them. Observing Wang Yi drifting off to sleep, Natasha hesitated, wanting to speak but ultimately chose to tidy her room instead. Wang Yi had informed her that, aside from his own room, any other would suffice. Thus, Natasha promptly selected a room in close proximity to Wang Yi. In his room, lying in bed, Wang Yi suddenly found himself unable to sleep. He began to reflect on his recent gains. "System, open my interface," Wang Yi exclaimed, struck by a sudden inspiration to check his system. Host, Wang Yi skills, maxed English, master-level martial arts items, Shura Armor Summoner, upgradable once, Strength Potion X5. Divine Serum X1 Legion. Avengers, 2 members, Shadow Legion, Bayonet Squad, Claw Shadows, Marketplace, Opened Roulette, Divine Lottery X1 System Value. 1530. Gazing at his status, Wang Yi could not help but exclaim, "It seems quite satisfactory. However, if only I had a bit more experience, it would be perfect. Alas, the system is rather stingy. Host, do not blame me. If you continue like this, I shall offer you a discount next time." Upon hearing the system's words, Wang Yi's body quivered with disbelief. "Are you serious? I am nearly impoverished, and you dare to speak of discounts. If you were human, I would break your bones." Then, system lottery. Wang Yi stated calmly, his anticipation for rewards beginning to rise. As the orb of light descended, the system's reward materialized. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Divine Chef skill. Goodness, what is this nonsense? A dog of a system. How can such a thing exist? Wang Yi could not restrain his frustration, having expected only useful skills, only to be met with disappointment. Remarkably, this time the system refrained from retorting and instead elucidated, "Host, such rewards are dictated by fortune. Consider your own circumstances. You have previously obtained numerous valuable items, so an occasional trivial one is understandable." Upon hearing the system's explanation, Wang Yi found it somewhat reasonable. "Very well, I shall grant the host one more opportunity, at the cost of 300 points for another draw." 300? That seems a tad excessive. Wang Yi hesitated, yet after pondering, he wondered, but what if I were to receive something exceptional? With gritted teeth, Wang Yi declared, "Let's do it." Ding! "Thank you for your patronage." Wang Yi exclaimed, "What the hell?" He cursed in frustration. To his astonishment, there was such a thing as a "thank you for your patronage"? It was evident that the system was deliberately playing tricks on him, now remaining silent. Finally, in his fury, Wang Yi gradually succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, it was nearly evening. Stretching lazily, he suddenly remembered that there was another person at home. As for the matter of the system's deception, Wang Yi chose to forget selectively. Stepping out of his room, he was momentarily taken aback. The house was quite tidy. Had Natasha done the cleaning? Reflecting on it, inviting Natasha over had indeed been a wise decision. It certainly wasn't because Wang Yi was coveting her presence. "You're awake?" Suddenly, Natasha emerged from her room and greeted Wang Yi as their eyes met. Wang Yi nodded, glancing at the time. It was already quite late. "Have you eaten?" he instinctively inquired. Natasha awkwardly shook her head. "I don't know how to cook much. So I was waiting for you to wake up so we could go out to eat." "Is that so?" Wang Yi pondered, feeling it was true. After all, Natasha was a high-ranking agent. It was surprising she wasn't a great cook. Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding his new skill. It seemed he could put it to use now. "Allow me to take care of it," Wang Yi proclaimed, noting that there were still some ingredients in the refrigerator. They had been placed there by Tony for his convenience. Upon hearing this, Natasha felt an overwhelming excitement. She had never anticipated that Wang Yi could cook. Uncertain of the taste, yet even if it were unpalatable, Natasha would still finish her meal. After all, her fondness for Wang Yi was not a fleeting sentiment. "Very well. I shall assist you," Natasha exclaimed, her face radiating joy. Soon, the two ventured into the kitchen, immersing themselves in culinary endeavors. Before long, a feast of 4 dishes and a soup was presented. As a genuine Summer Kingdom native, Wang Yi prepared dishes that catered to his own palate. As for Natasha, he could only speculate. A glance at her revealed no signs of discontent. Rather, she appeared quite delighted. Observing this, Wang Yi said nothing further and focused on his meal. "Wang Yi, I never anticipated your culinary skills to be so remarkable," Natasha exclaimed, her excitement evident as she savored a piece of meat. It must be acknowledged that aside from his prowess, Wang Yi's cooking was delectable. He remained silent, internally scoffing. How could it not be delicious? It was drawn from a pool of 300 system points. The thought stirred a pang of regret within him. Natasha joined in the feast, though her pace soon diminished. A sobbing sound caught Wang Yi's attention, prompting him to look up. He noticed Natasha hastily wiping away her tears, offering him a smile in an attempt to appear strong. Concealing her vulnerability. Curiosity piqued, Wang Yi inquired, "What troubles you? Are you all right?" Natasha shook her head defiantly, replying, "I am fine. I simply recalled some past regrets." "What regrets?" Wang Yi instinctively asked. Natasha pondered for a moment before voicing her thoughts. "The last time someone cooked for me was probably when I was a baby. You know, I was trained to be a spy from a young age. Every time I saw other children with their parents, I felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Especially since I have never even met my own." After speaking, Natasha began to sob once more. Wang Yi remained silent. "Perhaps this is fate," she continued. "Which is why it stands as my greatest regret in life, merely wishing to meet my parents. Is that so wrong? Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback, seemingly lost in contemplation. Witnessing Natasha's deep sorrow stirred a sense of melancholy within him. She was indeed right. Is it wrong for a child to long to see their parents? After a brief pause, Wang Yi inhaled deeply. If that is the case, I shall take you to meet them. But you must promise me it's only to observe. As soon as Wang Yi finished his sentence, Natasha turned to him with sudden intensity, only to be met with a wave of disappointment shortly thereafter. Chapter 27. A Return to the Past. For how long ago was that? Over a decade. Although she had to concede that Wang Yi was remarkably capable in every regard, it did not imply he could traverse time. Thus, Natasha dismissed his words as mere consolation, not to be taken seriously, even with the most advanced technology of the present. Returning to the past was an impossibility. Wang Yi's intentions were simple. He merely wished for her to see her parents. Nothing more. Moreover, the Shura Armor indeed possessed such capabilities. When one's abilities were sufficiently potent to surpass the speed of light, one could venture into the future or return to the past. However, the energy expenditure was immense, particularly when it involved bringing another person along. Only Wang Yi is capable of this. After all, it is all granted by the system. How could he not be formidable? Observing the hint of disappointment in Natasha's eyes, Wang Yi understood her thoughts. Nonetheless, he reassured her, rest assured. If I say I can take you back, then I certainly can. With that, he took out the Shura Armor summoner and began to toy with it. He reiterated, we can return, but we must not interact with anything in that timeline, and the entities within that timeline will remain oblivious to our presence. Wang Yi explained, concerned that Natasha might inadvertently disrupt the time continuum. However, upon reflection, he realized she likely could not. Natasha stared at the summoner, her eyes wide with astonishment. How could this be? Could Wang Yi truly take her back to the past? The seriousness in his gaze suggested he was not jesting. In an instant, excitement surged within Natasha. Could it mean she would finally reunite with her parents? She looked at Wang Yi, her heart racing with a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. For since she could remember, she had been in training, and she could scarcely recall the faces of her parents. All right, let us eat first. We cannot embark on our journey without a hearty meal, Wang Yi said with a gentle smile. Natasha wiped her tears and nodded earnestly. He was right. Even if they were to leave, they needed to nourish themselves first. Perhaps it was Wang Yi's promise that quickened her appetite. After finishing their meal, they returned to their room to prepare. Wang Yi chuckled softly, finding this side of Natasha quite rare. Inwardly, he sought reassurance from the system. Is it feasible for me to bring someone back to the past with my current abilities? Upon hearing the system's words, Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Then he queried, is my current ability truly so feeble? Not feeble, the system clarified. I have stated that you can manage alone, but with two individuals, further contemplation is necessary. Wang Yi grasped the implication, realizing that he had committed himself and could not retract his agreement. What should I do then? Surely you possess a solution. He understood that. Given the system's capabilities, matters concerning abilities would pose no challenge. Indeed, the system patiently elucidated, as long as you purchase a vial of enhancement potion, you may bring another along. Furthermore, you will discover an augmentation of strength in your subsequent battle. The system continued to extol the virtues of the potion while conveniently neglecting to mention its cost. Wang Yi squinted, already formulating a plan in his mind. What is the price? He inquired. Earlier, you charged me 300. Surely, you ought to offer me some compensation this time, make it a bit more reasonable? After a brief silence, the system responded, very well, a flat rate of 700. Startled, Wang Yi sprang from his seat, incredulous. How much? 700? Have you no sense of proportion? I have saved for ages to accumulate that paltry sum. You charge 300 in the morning, and now 700 in the evening. What is this? A heist? Even thieves do not rob in such a manner. Please remain calm, host. Here is the deal. 700 is non-negotiable for one vial of potion and an opportunity for a lottery draw, with guaranteed availability. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt somewhat reassured and reluctantly found the offer acceptable. Regardless, the potion could enhance one's strength, and there was also a chance for a lottery, ensuring that something would be obtained. Moreover, this was not solely for Natasha. Gritting his teeth, Wang Yi nodded. Purchase. As soon as the words left his mouth, the accumulated system points he had gathered over time vanished. He felt a pang of regret, akin to the difficulty of earning money while spending it was all too easy. Moments later, a vial emanating a golden glow appeared before Wang Yi, accompanied by a fragrance wafting through the air, enveloping the entire room. Just a whiff invigorated him, filling him with vitality. Witnessing such remarkable effects, Wang Yi downed the potion in one gulp. The rich aroma flowed down his throat, sharpening his consciousness. He sensed a transformation within himself. He had indeed grown considerably stronger. In the room, Natasha emerged, clad in form-fitting attire that accentuated her figure. With a subtle fragrance lingering about her, she stepped out first, her nose twitching in curiosity as she remarked, "What is that delightful scent?" Wang Yi offered no response. Instinctively swallowing hard, he swiftly changed the subject, saying, "Are you ready? If so, let us depart." Natasha nodded affirmatively, indicating that she was prepared. Wang Yi remained silent. Retrieving the Shura Armor summoner, enveloped in violet lightning as the fusion completed, he activated the summoner, pressing the wind, fire, and thunder buttons. Then, he extended a hand, inviting Natasha to take hold. Without hesitation, Natasha grasped Wang Yi's hand tightly. The cold armor bore no warmth, yet inexplicably, it provided her with immense comfort. It felt as though wherever Wang Yi was present, she could find solace. Unlike before, she no longer felt a constant sense of dread. It was Wang Yi's presence that gradually transformed her. "Are you ready?" Wang Yi's voice resonated with a low timbre, offering a gentle reminder. Natasha replied resolutely, "I am ready." From this moment on, Wang Yi chose not to utter another word. A formidable power began to coalesce, an ability that transcended the speed of light, capable of traversing into the future and, conversely, returning to the past. The surrounding magnetic fields grew chaotic, and everything around them began to shift. Natasha tightly grasped Wang Yi's hand, finding solace in that connection. Moments later, the two vanished from the villa. Meanwhile, at Tony's villa, he listened in disbelief to Jarvis's report. Magnetic field analysis. Tony's brow furrowed deeply. Just moments ago, Jarvis had informed him that the magnetic field in a nearby location had undergone a rapid change, only to disappear in an instant. Tony promptly instructed Jarvis to investigate further. The results indicated that the anomaly originated from Wang Yi's villa. Soon, Jarvis presented the data visualization. Tony's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized the figures before him. The extraordinary speed was sufficient to traverse both the past and the future. Jarvis's display revealed that Wang Yi had indeed returned to the past. Chapter 28. Rectifying regrets inside the villa, Tony paced back and forth, struggling to comprehend that Wang Yi possessed the ability to return to the past. If that were the case, could he also venture into the future? With this thought, Wang Yi's stature in Tony's mind grew even larger. "I can't believe it. Wang has such capabilities," Tony murmured to himself. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He turned abruptly to the arc reactor, palladium poisoning. Every time he dons the steel armor, the toxins within him grow ever stronger. Tony let out a bitter laugh, silently resolving to make a decision in his heart. In 1928, in Stalingrad, Soviet Union, a loud cry of a newborn echoed through the streets. Upon hearing this, those inside the room breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the occupants became busy with their tasks. Outside, a beam of white light descended upon the scene. Wang Yi and Natasha arrived, glancing around before being captivated by the sight within the room. Wang Yi glanced at the time on the Shura Armor, confirming, "It is now 1928, the very day of your birth." He looked at the newborn baby in the room and spoke to Natasha. She did not concern herself with how Wang Yi knew this. Instead, her gaze was fixed intently on the individuals in the room, particularly the man cradling the infant. These were her parents, as Natasha observed. A mist of emotions clouded her vision. The figures before her were remarkably youthful. Suddenly, in the recesses of her memory, the image of these individuals perfectly overlapped with shadows from her mind. Natasha had no doubt that these were indeed her parents. "Little one, be good and stop crying. Look at your mother. She worked so hard to bring you into this world," said a male voice. "Yes, our baby has also put in a lot of effort," replied a female voice, both expressing their profound love for their daughter. Wang Yi watched this scene unfold, a sudden pang of emotion tugging at his heart. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, never having known his parents. Arriving here, he found himself still clad in armor, yet devoid of familial ties, remaining a true orphan. Now, he seems to comprehend Natasha's emotions at that moment. It is a pity that he can assist others but cannot extend a helping hand to himself, and no one else can either. Natasha leaned against the window, intently observing the figures within, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. She gazed earnestly, as if wishing to etch their images in her memory forever. Wang Yi reached out to her, but Natasha rebuffed him. In resignation, Wang Yi remarked, "Do you not wish to step inside and take a look? Can you truly see clearly from here?" Indeed, no sooner had Wang Yi spoken than Natasha stirred, her eyes filled with confusion as she tremulously replied, "Did you not previously state that we could only observe from a distance and must not intrude?" Wang Yi felt a twinge of awkwardness under her gaze. After clearing his throat, he explained, "You may enter, but you cannot alter anything. You will see them, yet they shall remain oblivious to your presence." He continued, "Moreover, your time is limited to mere minutes, so you must seize the moment. When I instruct you to leave, you must comply." Wang Yi made an effort to articulate everything in one breath, glancing at the timer on the Shura Armor, realizing there were at most 10 minutes left. As soon as he finished speaking, Natasha stepped inside without hesitation. However, he refrained from following, sensing that it would be inappropriate for him to intrude. So he chose to wait outside. Inside the room, Natasha beheld her loving parents. Eventually, her tears could no longer be contained and flowed freely. At that moment, an unexpected silence enveloped the room, prompting Natasha to glance up in curiosity. She found both of them gazing directly at her, precisely at the spot where she stood. Not only them, but also the newborn infant, suckling its tiny hand and gazing intently at Natasha. Upon witnessing this, Natasha instinctively held her breath, paralyzed with trepidation. Was there something over there? Why did I suddenly feel a wave of despondency? I do not know, yet I share this sentiment. Look. Our child is also fixated in that direction. Within the room, the voices of the two resonated once more. Natasha listened intently, her heart heavy with sorrow. Perhaps this was a form of unexplainable connection. Even though they could not see Natasha, they could still sense her presence. Gathering her courage, Natasha cautiously approached. Walking to the side of the woman, she extended her hand, yearning to grasp hers. However, alas, her hand was but an illusion, unable to hold anything tangible. On the bed, the woman appeared somewhat bewildered, and for reasons unknown, a stream of tears cascaded down her cheeks. She stared blankly at Natasha before her, yet perceived nothing. Natasha, too, gazed at her, as if they were reuniting after decades apart. Outside the door, Wang Yi smiled gently at this scene. System, capture this moment. Wang Yi called out to the system in his mind. Host, this will incur a fee. The system's voice responded, offering no leniency to Wang Yi. He rolled his eyes at the system, exasperated. Charge your fee, just hurry and take the photo, you're ruining the atmosphere. Understood. In an instant, the system froze the current scene. Wang Yi felt a new photograph materialize within his system space, while his system points diminished by 100. Wang Yi was utterly speechless. Thinking of the system as a mercenary. How shameless, truly taking advantage of the moment. At this moment, Wang Yi found himself disinterested in engaging with the system. He simply continued to gaze into the room. Inside, Natasha had stepped away from the woman and turned her attention to the man joyfully cradling a baby. His demeanor reminiscent of a child. She observed him as he playfully entertained the infant, his gestures eliciting a smile from Natasha. The baby, in turn, seemed to fixate on Natasha with a gaze that sparked an inexplicable sensation within her. It felt as though the infant could perceive her presence. Yet, she swiftly shook her head, dismissing the notion it was absurd, for she hailed from the future. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The baby burst into a joyful smile, extending its tiny hands outward, seemingly yearning to be held by someone, specifically the direction towards Natasha. Witnessing this, the man paused, casting a puzzled glance at Natasha. However, he discerned nothing amiss, murmuring, "What's the matter with the baby?" Natasha heard him clearly and smiled in return, enchanted by the infant's joy. Just as she wished to linger in this moment, Wang Yi entered the room. Turning to Natasha, he stated firmly, "It is time for us to return." Instantly, Natasha felt a surge of panic, her eyes darting between the two, as if she were attempting to etch their faces indelibly into her memory. Was it truly impossible to stay a moment longer? She looked at Wang Yi with hopeful anticipation, silently urging him to delay their departure. However, his expression remained grave, and he shook his head in resignation. "No, we must leave now. Otherwise, we may never return." Observing the yearning in Natasha's eyes, Wang Yi added, "If we go back now, there will be other opportunities to return." Upon hearing this, Natasha nodded in agreement, her gaze lingering on the two figures before her. As time elapses, the two individuals are on the verge of vanishing. At that moment, the woman cries out, "Natasha." Chapter 29 of Iron Man 2 commences. Her voice resonates powerfully, echoing throughout the room. Concurrently, the man also turns his gaze toward this spot, as if sensing something. Yet, it is too late. Time has run out, and the two of them completely disappear. After their disappearance, the woman struggles to maintain her composure and approaches this place, gently reaching out her hand. But all she touches is empty air. The man arrives as well, surveying the surroundings. In a realm of enigmatic time and space, Natasha is filled with exhilaration. "Wang Yi, allow me to return. They are aware of my existence. They can sense me. Did you not hear them calling my name just now?" Wang Yi grips Natasha, his expression a tapestry of emotions. "This cannot be. They should not know," he replies. Yet, As Natasha has mentioned, he too heard their calls, seemingly acknowledging Natasha's presence. Nevertheless, despite this revelation, Wang Yi cannot permit her to return. He feels the dwindling power within himself. Staying any longer may render him incapable of bringing Natasha back. Wang Yi, I implore you, let me return just once more, for the last time. Natasha beseeches, observing Wang Yi's silence. For her, even if she cannot return, she would be content simply to remain by her parents' side. Wang Yi's expression darkens, his brow furrowing as he sternly states, "Have you forgotten what you promised me? What good would it do for you to stay there indefinitely? You cannot alter the past, and neither can I. The only thing I can do is this." Wang Yi exclaimed, attempting to rouse Natasha from her stupor. Indeed, as soon as his words fell, Natasha ceased her resistance, allowing Wang Yi to grasp her hand. They fell into silence, perhaps lost in memories of their parents' gentle faces. As time passed, the two soon returned to the present. Back at the place from which they had originally departed, nothing had changed. Wang Yi released Natasha's hand, only to observe her vacant gaze, as if her soul had left her, numbly retreating to her room. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yi nearly doubted himself, pondering whether he ought not to have brought her back. For had he done so, she might not have been rendered thus. Just as he was preparing to offer her some comfort, a knock resounded at the door. Who could it be? Wang Yi wondered, perplexed that someone would come at such a moment. Upon reaching the door, he was astonished to find Tony Stark standing there. He opened the door to let Tony in. Wang Yi had been contemplating why Tony had chosen this particular moment to visit. Tony, with palpable excitement, boldly stated, "Listen, my friend, I'm not going to beat around the bush. Do you possess the ability to travel to the past and the future?" Tony, ever familiar, clasped Wang Yi's shoulder and got straight to the point. Initially taken aback, Wang Yi soon recalled Jarvis, and everything fell into place. Without concealing anything, he nodded in acknowledgement. At this revelation, Tony's excitement intensified. "How did you manage this? I want to experience it too. Could you take me along?" Upon hearing Tony's words, Wang Yi finally grasped his intentions. He had just contemplated that Tony would seek him for this technology. Wang Yi calmly replied, "Tony, it's not that I don't want to take you along. It's simply that I've just returned, and my strength is insufficient to carry you." He continued, "Allow me a couple of days to recuperate, and then I shall take you with me, if that is agreeable." Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. He immediately agreed and expressed his gratitude towards Wang Yi. Initially, he had not anticipated Wang Yi would take him along so soon, nor was he adequately prepared for such an undertaking. Observing the pallor on Tony's face, Wang Yi noted that he seemed to be going through a rough patch. After some contemplation, he ventured, "Tony, you appear to be unwell. Is there something amiss with your health?" Tony's body stiffened, as if Wang Yi had struck a nerve. He then shifted his gaze elsewhere, defensively asserting, "How could that be? I, Tony Stark, as Iron Man, could not possibly have any health issues." With an air of arrogance, Tony adamantly denied any trouble. Wang Yi was nearly exasperated. Even in such a state, Tony insisted he was fine. Truly, he was a character. Nevertheless, Wang Yi refrained from exposing the truth. Just then, the system's voice chimed in, announcing a new mission. Ding. Special mission. Assist Tony in overcoming palladium poisoning and defeat the adversary Ivan. The system's pronouncement momentarily stunned Wang Yi, but he quickly realized that the plot of Iron Man 2 was commencing. After a few polite exchanges, Wang Yi bid Tony farewell, promising to return in a couple of days when he had recovered. Tony departed with excitement, while Wang Yi found himself in a quandary. Assisting Tony in alleviating his palladium poisoning seemed straightforward, as he still possessed the divine serum gifted by the system during their last encounter. It was as if it had been tailored specifically for Tony, capable of enhancing his strength through a transfusion while also purging all impurities, notably the palladium element. However, it could not be bestowed upon Tony without justification. He still required an opportunity. Wang Yi closed his eyes, settling into the sofa, deep in contemplation. Moreover, there was the antagonist Ivan, along with the insatiable arms dealer, Justin Hammer. It dawned on me that in this narrative, Tony would entrust Stark Industries to Pepper Potts. Wang Yi's eyes brightened as this realization struck him. Thus, he could indeed prepare through Pepper Potts. With this thought, the subsequent path became clear, and Wang Yi's spirits lifted considerably. He opened the system space and retrieved the earlier photographs for careful examination. Indeed, the photos, though expensive, boasted a clarity and angle that were nothing short of perfect. In one, Natasha wore a sweet smile, accompanied by a stunning woman whose eyes sparkled with vitality. Her exquisite features bore a resemblance to Natasha. As he gazed, Wang Yi found himself entranced. Clearing his throat, he reminded himself that he was merely admiring. Seeking a pretext, he turned his gaze toward Natasha's room. Inside, there was an eerie silence. It seemed that Tony's earlier arrival had not disturbed Natasha. Gently opening the door, Wang Yi peered within. There lay Natasha, sprawled across the bed, her body resting on the floor. Perhaps due to her tears, remnants of moisture still clung to her face, and the skin around her eyes was slightly reddened. Upon seeing her, Wang Yi felt a pang of heartache. Wang Yi approached gently, finding Jiang Natasha nestled in bed. As he tucked her in, he felt a fleeting touch. His gaze shifted elsewhere, and he murmured, "I am merely here to deliver photographs. There are no ulterior motives." With that, he placed the photos on a nearby cabinet and departed. In a room adorned with antiquity, Gui suddenly opened her eyes, the time stone around her neck emitting a faint glow. She turned her gaze towards Wang Yi and softly inquired, "Do you possess the ability to return to the future?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Gui rose and formed a hand gesture. A luminous circle appeared around her, and she stepped into it. Chapter 30. Resolving Tony's palladium poisoning at Wang Yi's villa. A portal of light flickered to life. Wang Yi, seated on the sofa, tensed and straightened instantly. His first thought was, what brings Gui here? Could she possibly know of my ability to traverse the past? After a moment's reflection, he deemed this notion highly plausible, as no other explanation came to mind. Soon, a familiar visage emerged. Gui stepped forward. Wang Yi rose politely, inquiring, "Master Gui, what brings you here this time?" Though he felt a twinge of anxiety, Gui maintained an air of calm indifference. Strangely, every encounter with Gui stirred a sense of unease within him, a feeling he did not experience even in the presence of Nick Fury. "Is your ability to traverse time related to that peculiar armor you possess?" Ancient One, with an impassive demeanor, continued. "I have observed that he does not belong to this universe. Perhaps he is a product of another multiverse, rendering him nearly invincible here." Wang Yi's expression stiffened, his body trembling. Did the Ancient One perceive this, or was it merely conjecture? Astonishingly, it was all correct. Even Tony Stark believed he was the sole architect of such power, yet the Ancient One articulated it with piercing clarity. Wang Yi felt a surge of anxiety. But recalling the Marvel films of his previous life, he remembered that the Ancient One was not devoid of reason. Otherwise, how could she stand before him and converse? With a gentle smile, the Ancient One reassured him, "You need not be so apprehensive. As I mentioned earlier, I harbor no ill will towards you. Your existence merely piques my curiosity." Her light-hearted demeanor slightly alleviated Wang Yi's unease. He gazed at her, bewildered. "So, what brings you, Master? Surely, you do not wish for me to escort you back to the past or the future. You are capable of that yourself." The Ancient One shook her head, replying softly, "Of course I can manage on my own, but it is precisely because I possess such capability that I am curious about how you can achieve it as well." This time, Wang Yi fell silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The Ancient One, recognizing his reluctance to divulge further, sighed, "Very well, if you prefer not to elaborate, I shall refrain from pressing. Just remember my earlier words." With that, a portal illuminated beside her, and she departed. Throughout their exchange, there was no hint of coercion from the Ancient One. Each inquiry was posed with a light touch, as she gracefully withdrew without lingering. Wang Yi watched her vanish, a sense of perplexity enveloping him. In truth, he had not been reluctant to speak. Rather, he was at a loss as to how to elucidate the concepts of magnetic fields and the speed of light to Ancient One. It was far too intricate. Shaking his head, he resolved that with Ancient One gone, there was no need to dwell further on it. As night enveloped New York, Wang Yi glanced at Natasha's room, which remained silent, devoid of any signs of life. She must still be asleep. The events of the day had likely taken a significant toll on her. Wang Yi mused to himself, considering that, after all, she was a seasoned agent, and given the commotion earlier, her slumber must be profound. He chose to set aside those thoughts and turn back to his room to rest. The plot of Iron Man 2 had commenced, and the narrative of the Avengers was not far behind. He felt an urgent need to bolster his own abilities, as he sensed his current strength was insufficient. Time gradually flowed by, and morning soon arrived. Early in the day, Wang Yi rose to prepare breakfast and opened the news, fortuitously discovering updates regarding Stark Industries. Had Tony already relinquished the presidency to Pepper? Wang Yi exclaimed in surprise. It had all transpired so swiftly. This indicated that the palladium within Tony's body must have reached a substantial level. It seemed he would need to visit Tony's villa shortly. Muttering to himself, he readied to depart. Just then, a noise emanated from Natasha's room. Wang Yi turned to see the closed door swing open, revealing Natasha, who appeared ecstatic, holding a photograph. She approached him, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "How did you manage to capture this photograph?" Wang Yi pondered for a moment before responding nonchalantly, "If I can take you back to the past, then capturing a photograph is hardly excessive, is it?" as Wang Yi held the photograph in Natasha's hand. He scrutinized it once more and remarked, "Not bad." He then handed the photograph back to Natasha, gesturing towards the breakfast. "Please eat a little. I have some matters to attend to at Tony's villa." Wang Yi made his destination clear to Natasha, subtly indicating that he preferred her not to accompany him. There were certain secrets that must remain undisclosed to Natasha, as he feared it might affect Tony. His own safety was inconsequential, even if Hydra were to learn of it. However, Tony's situation was different. Natasha, understanding Wang Yi's intentions, nodded without further inquiry, her gaze lingering on the photograph in her hands. After offering a few final instructions, Wang Yi departed, fully trusting Natasha to manage things at home. Before long, Wang Yi arrived at Tony's villa. Jarvis greeted him warmly and opened the door. A quick glance around the living room revealed Tony was not present. Thus, Wang Yi intended to head down to the underground laboratory. Just as he was about to descend, he encountered Tony ascending. Tony appeared somewhat haggard, yet upon seeing Wang Yi, he mustered a faint smile and remarked, "Wang, what brings you here? You didn't give me a heads up." Wang Yi squinted slightly, chuckling, "Tony, it seems you're not feeling well. Have you fallen ill?" "Yesterday, when I inquired. You refused to admit it. What is your explanation this time?" Upon hearing this, Tony could only manage a wry smile. It seemed Wang Yi was already aware of his condition. He had hoped to keep it hidden. "I know my body well enough. This time, you cannot help me." Tony replied with a hint of resignation. "It's palladium poisoning." He did not believe that Wang Yi had any involvement in this matter. Wang Yi smiled, his expression rich and playful, teasingly remarked, "Is this a problem with the reactor? Have you been poisoned by palladium? Does each use of the armored suit strengthen the toxin?" Wang Yi spoke simply, while Tony could hardly believe it. This was something even Pepper, who was with him day and night, was unaware of, yet Wang Yi knew. And with remarkable clarity. In an instant, Tony felt a glimmer of hope and hurriedly asked, "So, my friend, do you have a solution?" Wang Yi, with a mysterious smile, produced a vial of potion from his pocket and said, "If I didn't know, what would I be doing here?" As he handed the potion over, he instructed, "Drink this. Your toxins will soon dissipate." Tony stared in disbelief, realizing that Wang Yi indeed had a remedy. Without hesitation, he downed the potion in one gulp. In an instant, a wave of warmth surged through his body, spreading to every corner. Soon, he felt an intense heat enveloping him, as if his blood were boiling. He could distinctly sense the transformation within him. The palladium toxin had vanished. Just a moment later, Tony wore a look of astonishment as he gazed at Wang Yi. He was truly cured. Chapter 31. The early appearance of Bucky Barnes inside Tony's villa. An eerie silence prevailed. Tony looked at Wang Yi in disbelief, his eyes reflecting not just surprise but sheer astonishment. He could distinctly feel that the toxins within him had not only been eradicated, but that his personal strength had also been significantly enhanced. It was as if he had undergone a blood transfusion. His blood was boiling, and Tony felt invigorated. Wang Yi gazed at him with a smile, his demeanor exuding confidence. "How do you feel? Do you not sense an overwhelming surge of vitality, as if the toxins within you have mysteriously vanished?" Tony, regaining his composure, nodded emphatically. "Wang, you are truly remarkable. You have indeed resolved my predicament." His earlier despondency vanished, replaced by palpable excitement. Tony continued, "Moreover, what is that miraculous potion of yours? Do you have any more? Please give me another vial." As he spoke, Tony extended his hand, indicating for Wang Yi to provide him with another dose. Wang Yi gently swatted his hand away, amused at Tony's unabashed eagerness. Observing Tony's exhilaration, Wang Yi cautioned, "Tony, this is merely a temporary remedy. If you wish to remain untroubled in the future, you must replace the palladium in your reactor." At this, Tony smiled wryly and replied, "Wang, do you think I am unaware? I have experimented with every conceivable element, yet none have proven effective. There are no alternatives left." He spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. Indeed, he had tried every viable element, and none could substitute for palladium. Wang Yi chuckled and said, "No. There are still elements you have yet to discover. Just because you haven't found them does not mean they do not exist." He hinted at something before shifting the conversation. "Seek out Nick Fury, the one-eyed agent from our last encounter. He possesses an item left to you by your father. Perhaps within it, you may uncover a new element." Tony paused, momentarily taken aback, and was about to inquire how Wang Yi had knowledge of this. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted by Wang Yi, who remarked, "Pepper is a wonderful girl. Therefore, you must cherish your time with her. Now that your toxins have been neutralized, would you prefer to explain, or shall I?" As soon as Wang Yi finished speaking, Tony found himself momentarily taken aback. It suddenly dawned on him that Wang Yi seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of both himself and Pepper. Squinting his eyes in suspicion, Tony inquired, "Wang, How do you know so much? You seem quite enigmatic. Wang Yi offered a faint smile, his demeanor unruffled as he replied, Have you forgotten? I can traverse both the past and the future. Everything I convey stems from my experiences, which grants me insight. In his view, it was implausible for Tony to deduce such matters. However, if the Ancient One were to utter similar sentiments, it would carry a different weight, as her guesses would invariably be accurate, or at the very least, remarkably close. Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, Tony nodded thoughtfully. Subsequently, without lingering further, Wang Yi departed from the villa, returning home to await the unfolding of events. In the coming days, he anticipated not participating extensively. The two antagonists posed little threat. And with the Iron Man suit he possessed, derived from the system, it was even more formidable than its cinematic counterpart, leaving Wang Yi unconcerned. Perhaps he could foster his relationship with Natasha? Wang Yi mused, considering how to occupy his time in the future. The narrative of Thor was still some distance away. And recently, the system had not presented any tasks to undertake. As he approached the entrance of the villa, Wang Yi was about to unlock the door when he suddenly sensed an icy chill, perhaps even a murderous intent. A sharp dagger sliced through the air towards him with a menacing swiftness. As Wang Yi faced the onslaught, he gazed down at the reflection on the ground, remaining utterly still, radiating an air of calmness. With a slight backward shift, he effortlessly evaded the attack. Upon turning his head, he raised an eyebrow in surprise at the familiar figure that had emerged, Bucky Barnes, his visage obscured by a tightly wound mask. His eyes fixated on Wang Yi with an icy intensity. Wang Yi's recognition stemmed solely from Bucky's attire. Beyond that, he could fathom no other reason for Barnes' presence. Why was Bucky Barnes here? Wasn't this a plot from Captain America, the Winter Soldier? Why had he appeared prematurely? Wang Yi muttered softly, soon recalling recent events. It appeared that the upper echelons of Hydra had taken notice of him, prompting an early deployment of Bucky. It seemed they could no longer contain themselves. With a cold smirk, Wang Yi regarded Hydra with palpable disdain. Fortunately, he need not concern himself with Tony during this period. Rather, he could indulge in some playful engagement with Hydra. As he pondered, Bucky's gaze sharpened, and a dagger gleamed menacingly in the light as he lunged toward Wang Yi. It was evident that Hydra did not wish to eliminate Wang Yi just yet, or perhaps this was merely a test of his abilities. Wang Yi sensed that Bucky was not exerting his full strength. From this, he deduced that Hydra remained unaware that the Shura Armor belonged to him. Otherwise, they would not have sent Bucky to his potential demise. While Bucky was not the mightiest, he certainly ranked among the stronger operatives within Hydra. Wang Yi swiftly evaded Bucky's assault, finding it disappointingly slow and lacking in challenge. He murmured to himself before turning his attention back to Bucky, poised to retaliate. Yet, inexplicably, it seemed as though he had received a command to halt. Just as Wang Yi was about to take action, Bucky abruptly halted, turning to leave without a trace of hesitation. Not even Wang Yi cast a lingering glance. Intriguing, Wang Yi surveyed his surroundings, fully aware that he was not alone. Other individuals were present as well. One had come to test him, while another was stationed to observe. It must be said, the cooperation of Hydra was commendable. Instead of pursuing, Wang Yi silently communicated with the Shadow Legion, dispatching Shadow to track Bucky. As for those nearby, he chose to disregard them. He possessed no weaknesses, and he trusted Natasha to manage her own affairs. By refraining from engaging with those in proximity, he aimed to prevent Hydra from discerning the extent of his abilities. The existence of his Shura Armor needed to remain concealed, not to be revealed before everyone. Meanwhile, atop another building, a figure surveyed the distant scene, a slight smirk gracing his lips. It appeared that this individual was not as formidable as anticipated. He scoffed at Wang Yi, dismissing him entirely. He felt a sense of dissatisfaction regarding the intelligence from the organization. A senior agent reduced to monitoring an utterly obscure individual. With this thought, he pressed the earpiece at his ear to begin reporting. There was no need for concern. It was merely a quick reaction that would not impact our plans. Having said that, the man turned away, not bothering to cast another glance. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, Wang Yi, from within the room, peered through the window towards the rooftop, a faint smile gracing his features. Chapter 32. The invitation from Alexander Pierce inside the villa. Wang Yi gazed out the window at the departing figure, lost in contemplation. Should he send Zhao Ying to eliminate him? Wang Yi murmured to himself, then shook his head, deciding against it. He preferred to avoid alarming the enemy, and as for the Hydra, he was confident they would return. Wang Yi, you're back? Just as Wang Yi was deep in thought, Natasha's voice interrupted, pulling him from his reverie. He turned to glance at her, compared to the morning. She seemed to have regained much of her composure. Nodding slightly, Wang Yi confirmed, You're all right now, aren't you? Natasha initially appeared bewildered, But then realization dawned on her, and she nodded affirmatively. Yes, I'm much better now. I apologize for the trouble I caused you. Seeing Natasha back to her normal self, Wang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Upon hearing his words, Natasha's lips twitched slightly, though she refrained from saying more. Casting a glance towards the kitchen, she inquired, "Have you eaten? If not, let us go out for a meal." Wang Yi waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need. I'll just prepare something at home. You can help me out." Natasha did not decline. On the contrary, she seemed invigorated, following Wang Yi into the kitchen to embark on their culinary endeavor. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were served at the table, and the two began to eat with gusto. As they dined, Natasha praised Wang Yi's culinary skills, noting not only the exquisite taste but also how he could transform the same ingredients into a variety of flavors. This, Natasha wholeheartedly acknowledged. Today, while perusing the news, Natasha inquired, "Has Tony handed over Stark Industries to Pepper?" As she spoke, she was enjoying her meal. Wang Yi, with his mouth full, mumbled, "You agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. seem quite invested in other people's affairs." Natasha shook her head, responding, "It's not that. I'm merely curious. Tony Stark is still quite young. Why would he relinquish his position?" Wang Yi cast her a sidelong glance and dismissively replied, "How would I know about his matters? Do you think Tony would confide in me about such things?" His implication was clear. Although he and Tony were indeed good friends, their bond had yet to reach that level of intimacy. Initially, Wang Yi's comment was made in passing, yet unexpectedly, Natasha took him at his word. She instinctively nodded and murmured, "That makes sense. It would be akin to encroaching upon his secrets. It would be foolish of Tony to reveal that to you." Wang Yi, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, "If it weren't for confidentiality, I would very much like to retort." The more he pondered, the more irked he became. How could such a skilled agent be so tactless? Consequently, Wang Yi opted for silence. The lunch proceeded amidst their delicate atmosphere. Later, with nothing pressing on his agenda, Wang Yi decided to catch up on the news. While searching for intriguing segments, he stumbled upon a video of Tony racing cars. Wang Yi raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as a familiar plot involving Ivan. At this point, he found himself perplexed as to why Tony would engage in racing. Was it merely a narrative device? However, Wang Yi did not pay much attention, for he was aware that Tony would not perish. In the video, Tony's furrowed brow clearly indicated his displeasure. Was he embroiled in a quarrel with Pepper? This was the only explanation Wang Yi could conjure. There seemed to be no other circumstance at play. Beside him, Natasha glanced at the video, only to return her focus to the photograph in her hands, occasionally emitting a soft chuckle. This left Wang Yi utterly speechless. Sure enough, it was not long before Ivan made his entrance. Subsequently, Pepper and Happy delivered the Iron Man's suit, effortlessly overpowering Ivan and ultimately incarcerating him. Everything was progressing favorably. Wang Yi refrained from looking back at Tony and instead directed his gaze to another window. There, he observed Bucky, whose serious demeanor was fixated on him, yet devoid of the menacing aura he had displayed that morning. At this sight, Wang Yi smiled. Had Hydra truly begun to regard him as a soft target? It seemed imperative for him to address them decisively to establish his authority. With this thought in mind, Wang Yi rose from the sofa, preparing to step outside. Natasha glanced up, intending to follow, but upon checking her phone, she settled back down. Her indifference towards Wang Yi's movements piqued his curiosity. Had she received some information? Perhaps it was from Nick Fury? Wang Yi speculated. The only individual capable of commanding Natasha was likely Nick Fury himself. Dismissing this line of thought, Wang Yi approached Bucky, standing resolutely before him. Bucky remained still, seemingly awaiting Wang Yi's arrival. In that moment, Wang Yi seemed to grasp something profound. He glanced around, as if searching for something elusive. After a brief pause, a figure emerged from the distance, leisurely advancing towards him. Wang Yi smiled and addressed the man directly, Alexander Pierce. Alexander Pierce nodded with a smile, his gaze continuously sweeping over Wang Yi, seemingly attempting to unearth some hidden truths within him. However, regrettably, Wang Yi's expression remained unchanged throughout. A calm demeanor that betrayed nothing. Not even the fact that he was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. elicited any shift in his countenance. What Pierce remained oblivious to was that Wang Yi had known his true identity all along, a covert agent of Hydra. "Hello, Wang Yi. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Alexander Pierce said, his voice gentle, his face exuding a benevolent warmth. Had Wang Yi been unaware of Pierce's true nature, he might have been deceived by this facade. Wang Yi chose silence, merely nodding to indicate his awareness. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Alexander Pierce noted the lack of deference from Wang Yi. Nevertheless, he continued with patience. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join us. Whatever secrets you may harbor, I can assure you of my discretion. As he spoke, Pierce's gaze remained fixed on Wang Yi, as if seeking to discern some flaw in his demeanor. Yet, to his disappointment, Wang Yi maintained his tranquil smile. However, his attention was not on Alexander Pierce, but rather directed elsewhere, where another individual was observing him intently. Wang Yi found himself incredulous, exclaiming, "Are you two jesting with me?" Meanwhile, Nick Fury scrutinized Alexander Pierce, contemplating his intentions. However, due to Bucky's mysterious disappearance, Nick Fury was unable to ascertain his purpose. Alexander Pierce also sensed Wang Yi's gaze upon him, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He abruptly turned to follow Wang Yi's line of sight, but at that moment, Nick Fury had vanished. Chapter 33, the beginning of Thor. In the stillness of the alley, Alexander glanced over his shoulder, feeling an unsettling sensation that something was amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his disquiet. It was as if he were being pursued, causing a profound discomfort to envelop him. Turning back, he saw Wang Yi standing upright, a smile gracing his features, observing him with keen interest. To Alexander, however, Wang Yi appeared to be mocking or ridiculing him. Taking a deep breath, Alexander suppressed his anger and continued, "What do you say? Would you consider joining us? Once you align with us, the entire S-H-I-E-L-D will stand as your bastion, and beyond that lies an even more formidable organization." Alexander's eyes gleamed with admiration as he gazed down upon Wang Yi. This was an organization he took great pride in, one he believed could be restored to its former glory under his leadership. The illustrious Hydra, perhaps? Wang Yi scoffed inwardly, his gaze filled with disdain. He replied, his expression unchanging, "However, our objectives diverge. It is said that those who tread different paths cannot collaborate." Wang Yi harbored no fear of Hydra, nor did he fear S-H-I-E-L-D. Let us not overlook the fact that he now commands his own organization, possesses the formidable Shura Armor, and is capable of an upgrade, coupled with the prowess of the Shadow Legion. It can be asserted that as long as deities like Gu-Yi and Odin remain absent, Wang Yi can traverse the Marvel universe with unparalleled ease. Of course, this pertains solely to the realm of Marvel cinematic narratives. Would he truly regard the meager Hydra as a threat? Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, Alexander's countenance betrayed his discomfort, and he retorted coldly, "I recognize your strength and value you as a remarkable talent. That is precisely why I have come in person. Do not be foolishly ungrateful." Seeing his attempts at persuasion falter, Alexander shifted to traditional intimidation tactics, seeking to subdue Wang Yi through threats. "Ha!" Wang Yi scoffed, pondering what might transpire were it not for the current circumstances. Would he allow such a character to persist? He would have obliterated him long ago. Yet the reality remains that he is but a grasshopper, unable to leap for long. Observing Wang Yi's demeanor, Alexander understood that further dialogue would be futile. However, he was not oblivious. He recognized the animosity Wang Yi harbored towards them, evident from their very first encounter. This perplexed Alexander, as it was indeed their initial meeting. Had there been prior interactions? The decision to send Bucky was merely a probe. Surely Wang Yi understood that there was no lethal intent behind it. Humph. With a disdainful snort, Alexander chose to utter no more trivialities and turned to depart. Meanwhile, Nick Fury observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, perplexed by the implications. He was aware of Wang Yi's identity, which prompted his personal visit, yet he could never fathom that he represented Hydra, not S-H-I-E-L-D. As he watched Alexander depart, Nick Fury felt it was imperative to engage in a meaningful conversation with Wang Yi. Yet, upon glancing around, he realized that Wang Yi had vanished without a trace. Nick Fury remained unperturbed, not feeling an urgent need to act at that moment. After all, Natasha was still at Wang Yi's residence. Upon returning, Wang Yi rubbed his temples, sensing that his days of tranquility were numbered. He mused to himself that with Bucky's arrival and now Alexander's as well, it was evident that S-H-I-E-L-D had been monitoring him for some time. The narrative of revenge was also approaching, with troublesome matters unfolding one after another. Nonetheless, Wang Yi was not overly concerned in the coming days. He chose to indulge in leisure, spending time with Natasha. After all, the villa was well supplied, with individuals arranged by Tony delivering fresh provisions daily, allowing Wang Yi to remain indoors without worry. Meanwhile, he kept a close eye on the unfolding events on television. Perhaps due to Wang Yi's timely resolution of Tony's Palladium dilemma, the latter swiftly reconciled with Pepper. Although the two would often engage in quarrels, it did not diminish the depth of their affection for one another. Additionally, owing to Wang Yi's counsel, Tony sought out Nick Fury and retrieved the belongings left to him by his father, from which he extracted a new element to replace palladium. This perfectly addressed the future complications posed by palladium. Initially, this situation prompted Nick Fury to question how Wang Yi had obtained such knowledge and communicated it to Tony. Had it not been for Tony's reminder, Nick Fury might have nearly forgotten it himself. Furthermore, Tony's refusal to relinquish the Iron Man suit led to his friend Rhodey taking one of the suits from Tony's villa, reconfiguring its weaponry. In the shadows of confinement, Ivan was taken away by the arms dealer Justin Hammer to craft an iron suit, intending to reap substantial profits. However, unbeknownst to Hammer, Ivan harbored no desire to assist him. Instead, he sought to exploit Hammer's resources for his own vendetta against Tony. As the narrative of Iron Man 2 gradually approached its climax, the ultimate confrontation unfolded. Tony, in collaboration with Rhodey, successfully vanquished Justin Hammer, momentarily restoring Iron Man's illustrious reputation across New York. The people hailed him as their hero, Iron Man. Yet, despite Tony's relentless endeavors, the notoriety of the Shura Armor, wielded by Wang Yi, remained unchallenged in the hearts of the populace. The mystery surrounding the enigmatic armor's true owner persisted, shrouded in secrecy. Consequently, every journalist in New York was fervently pursuing the identity of the Shura Armor's master, for whoever succeeded would hold the key to immense wealth. Regrettably, time passed without a trace of the Shura Armor or its bearer. Wang Yi had not ventured beyond the confines of his abode, leaving no opportunity for the armor to manifest. Both Tony and Nick Fury found this peculiar. It had been a considerable time since they had witnessed Wang Yi's mischief, and they were indeed unaccustomed to his absence. Upon investigation, they discovered that he had not even stepped outside his villa. Inside, Wang Yi sat in contemplative silence, appearing almost as if in slumber, while Natasha, embodying the role of a devoted spouse, sat beside him, occasionally stealing glances filled with unspoken emotions. This period marked an unprecedented relaxation for Natasha, who had rarely experienced such tranquility. Meanwhile, Wang Yi pondered the narrative of Iron Man 2. Knowing that the next chapter awaited the arrival of Thor, the foolish son of Odin is likely to arrive soon. And then there is Loki, that enigmatic figure who incites both love and hate within him. Driven by an obsession for the throne, he seems to be an inseparable presence. At this thought, Wang Yi couldn't help but smile. Natasha, shall we embark on a journey? Remaining at home for too long might lead to stagnation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and spoke. Wang Yi intended to wait there, anticipating the arrival of Thor's hammer. In due course, Odin's son would come without the need for a deliberate search. Natasha nodded in agreement. Wang Yi was indeed correct. Staying at home for so long was excessive. So, where shall we go? Wang Yi pondered for a moment, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he suggested, New Mexico. Natasha nodded, indifferent to the destination, as long as she was with Wang Yi. Once their plans were finalized, they began to pack their belongings, soon setting off for Mexico, awaiting the arrival of Thor, Odin's son. Chapter 34, The Arrival of Thor's Hammer at S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, clad in black, scrutinized Natasha's report in silence. Wang Yi was preparing to leave once again, this time heading to Mexico. What could his purpose be? Nick Fury found himself perplexed, yet he was certain that Wang Yi had a motive behind this journey. It wouldn't be a mere excursion. Though he claimed it was for travel, Nick Fury was adamant in his disbelief. What do you think he intends to accomplish? Nick Fury suddenly inquired, casting a glance at the despondent Coulson behind him. Ever since Natasha's departure, it had become a veritable nightmare for him. Initially, he was tasked with one job, but now he was burdened with two, all while his salary remained unchanged. Can you believe it? Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Coulson's demeanor turned serious. Yet his mind remained in a state of bewilderment. What was Wang Yi up to? How could they possibly know? Ultimately, Coulson suggested, why not ask Natasha? After all, Wang Yi took her along. She should possess some knowledge. Nick Fury shook his head, his expression impassive, stating Wang Yi did not inform her. He merely mentioned it was a trip. At this revelation, disbelief was etched across Coulson's face. Nick Fury fell silent whenever the topic of Wang Yi arose. He could only remain mute, for he too could not fathom Wang Yi's intentions. In the end, he resigned himself to the uncertainty, trusting that answers would eventually surface. Meanwhile, in Tony's villa, Wang Yi informed Tony of his departure. Instantly, Tony understood that Wang Yi was off to stir up trouble. Moreover, before leaving, Wang Yi mentioned Hulk's involvement, indicating that if anything were to arise, Tony could seek out the giant. Tony was taken aback, surprised that Wang Yi had even managed to recruit Hulk. Ultimately, Wang Yi headed to Mexico without disclosing his purpose, and Tony refrained from asking. The understanding between the two was palpable. Thus, The two eminent figures, Nick Fury and Tony, resolved to cease their interference in Wang Yi's affairs. However, one individual remained ever vigilant regarding Wang Yi, Alexander. He now harbored suspicions that Wang Yi might be the master of the Shura Armor. Whether this suspicion was true or not would soon be revealed. Alexander was patient, instructing his men to observe from a distance without encroaching. Yet, in his heart, he was already formulating a grand plan of his own. Wang Yi, there is nothing here. Are you certain we are here for a vacation? On the roadside, Natasha glanced around and noticed that Wang Yi seemed to wander aimlessly. He gazed at the familiar little town and then at the expanse of desert across the way. Claiming to be on vacation felt somewhat disingenuous. Yet one could still argue it was a form of travel. He spoke softly, surely you've noticed that the environment here, along with the earnest people, is far superior to that of New York? Wang Yi then led Natasha to a nearby inn, although it was somewhat shabby compared to the hotels in New York. Neither he nor Natasha minded, as long as they had a place to stay, that sufficed. What followed was a period of waiting, anticipating the arrival of Thor's hammer, and then enjoying the spectacle. Wang Yi murmured to himself, a thought crossing his mind that made him frown slightly. If memory served correctly, S-H-I-E-L-D would also be sending personnel to surround the area. How would he explain their presence? If he claimed they were merely tourists, would that not seem overly coincidental? With this thought in mind, Wang Yi resolved to take Natasha to various local attractions, ensuring they indulged in all the experiences the area had to offer. They also sampled the renowned local delicacies, tasting everything before moving on. As days slipped by, the two enjoyed themselves immensely, engaging in delightful escapades. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship gradually deepened, becoming increasingly intimate. Yet, neither dared to shatter the delicate barrier that existed between them. Wang Yi had been single for far too long, thus unaccustomed to such closeness. Natasha, on the other hand, hesitated, fearing that her identity might bring trouble to Wang Yi. Consequently, they continued to maintain their previous relationship, albeit with a touch more intimacy. As the two individuals reveled in their spirited play, a tempestuous day suddenly descended upon them, with fierce winds howling and thunder reverberating throughout Mexico. In an unexpected turn of events, a hammer fell from the heavens, creating considerable turmoil upon its arrival. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Yi murmured to himself, "At last, it has arrived." Simultaneously, the long-forgotten voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Special mission. Persuade Thor and Loki to join the Avengers. Taken aback by the mention of Loki, Wang Yi quickly composed himself. It dawned on him that Loki's presence was not entirely surprising. After all, many had come to the cinema not only for Thor but also because of Loki's considerable fan base. With this thought, he began to devise his plan in earnest. While winning Thor over might prove relatively straightforward, securing Loki's allegiance would undoubtedly be more challenging. Wang Yi, look over there. Is that a hammer? Let us go take a closer look. Natasha, ever the enthusiast for excitement, exclaimed as she noticed a gathering of people nearby and eagerly urged Wang Yi to join her. Wang Yi, aware of the need to maintain a faade, momentarily appeared startled but ultimately nodded in agreement. This reaction was part of his meticulous strategy. Otherwise, how fortuitous it would be for Natasha to spot him at that precise moment. This way, any future explanations could easily be attributed to her. Before long, the duo arrived at the scene, where a throng of onlookers had gathered in a lively commotion. At the center lay a vast pit, within which stood a hammer, adorned with intricate patterns that exuded an air of magnificence. As the crowd buzzed with anticipation, a few brave souls descended into the pit, attempting to lift the hammer. Yet, despite their efforts, even the most determined individual, whose face turned a shade resembling liver, could not budge the hammer an inch. Even those with a hint of disbelief took a vehicle, tied a rope to the hammer, and revved the engine. Despite the car flipping over, the hammer remained unmoved. Natasha observed this scene with curiosity and was about to suggest that Wang Yi give it a try when she noticed him smiling at the individuals attempting the feat, internally mocking them. After all, Thor's hammer recognizes its true master. Even if he were to try, he might not succeed, let alone these others. Suddenly sensing something, Wang Yi glanced at the puzzled Natasha. What's wrong? He inquired softly, also bewildered by the peculiar look she had just given him. Natasha, after a brief moment of contemplation, replied, I was wondering if you might want to give it a go. You might succeed. In response, Wang Yi waved his hand dismissively, thinking to himself, even if I try, success is not guaranteed, and I might just become the subject of your ridicule. I shall refrain. Soon, news of this event spread throughout the vicinity, and agents from S-H-I-E-L-D arrived, dispersing the crowd and securing the area. Upon spotting Wang Yi and Natasha, Coulson was momentarily taken aback. Wang Yi, however, greeted him with a cheerful smile, saying, "Agent Coulson, what a pleasure it is to see you again." Meanwhile, on another front, Thor had been thrown down. Chapter 35, Loki's usurpation. Thor, surveying his unfamiliar surroundings, shouted into the sky, "Heimdall, I know you are watching. Lower the Bifrost for me." He bellowed without a care for his appearance or current predicament. For he knew that at this moment, Heimdall was undoubtedly watching him from above. Despite being cast down by Odin, Thor did not believe it was his fault. He only wished to protect his homeland by preemptively eliminating certain threats. However, there was no response, let alone the lowering of the Rainbow Bridge. Nearby, Jane Foster, the astrophysicist, and his assistant gazed at the scene, somewhat bewildered. They even wondered if this individual had been struck senseless to act in such a manner. Yet, feeling responsible for the situation, they did not leave immediately, opting instead to observe from the sidelines. On the other side, the appearance of S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly led to the establishment of a temporary base in the vicinity. Inside the base, Coulson regarded Wang Yi with skepticism, yet he was at a loss for evidence. He could only watch helplessly and report the matter to Nick Fury. "Wang Yi, I can't shake the feeling that your presence here is intentional, aimed at that hammer," Coulson remarked, casting a dubious glance at Wang Yi, hoping to discern an answer in his eyes. Wang Yi simply shook his head and turned towards Natasha, awaiting her explanation. "I don't believe so. During this time, we have merely been engaged in recreation or dining, and it was I who first informed Wang Yi about the hammer." Natasha responded candidly, meeting Coulson's gaze. Indeed, Coulson fell silent. While he might doubt Wang Yi's words, he trusted Natasha's. Could it be that Wang Yi was truly uninvolved? A question lingered in Coulson's mind. Wang Yi looked toward the encircled MJ Lner, silently biding his time. If I recall correctly, Thor is set to arrive here tonight to wield the hammer of the Thunder God. However, he ultimately failed. Are you not going on a trip? Observing that Wang Yi had no intention of leaving, Coulson whispered. After all, the sight of Wang Yi was rather vexing at this moment. Wang Yi cast him a glance and replied with a faint smile. "You see, you are currently on a mission, and as a member of your team, I have an obligation to assist you, do I not? Moreover, I believe Nick Fury would not refuse my assistance." Wang Yi spoke plainly, disregarding Coulson's gaze. He had no intention of departing. Coulson, witnessing Wang Yi's demeanor, felt his conviction strengthen. If anyone were to assert that Wang Yi had no connection to the hammer, he would never believe it. Yet, given that Wang Yi had made his point, Coulson felt it was unwise to press further. He would simply allow Wang Yi to be, especially since his words bore no flaw. Meanwhile, Natasha seemed to sense something amiss, as though she were being manipulated by Wang Yi. Though she could not quite recall the specifics at that moment, she could only continue to observe Wang Yi ahead of her. As night gradually descended, Wang Yi remained invigorated, his eyes fixed intently on the surveillance screens. Tonight marks the time when Thor will attempt to lift the hammer, and the female lead, along with that so-called doctor, will also be present. Wang Yi smiled gently, eagerly anticipating his impending encounter with the God of Thunder. At that moment, outside the building, Thor lay prostrate on the ground, his gaze fixed intently upon the hammer of the Thunder God, his eyes gleaming with determination. Beside him, Jane Foster appeared somewhat perplexed and murmured, "Are you referring to that hammer, the one known as MJ Lner?" Upon hearing this, Thor nodded emphatically. "Indeed, if I can acquire the hammer, I shall assist you in retrieving all the documents that were taken today. It will be a simple task." Thor spoke with unwavering confidence, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Odin had stripped him of his powers earlier that day, rendering him merely mortal. Jane Foster, lacking understanding of these matters, instinctively nodded in agreement. Thor offered a final instruction before gradually making his way inside. He was determined to obtain MJ Lner today and return to Asgard to prove his father wrong. Within the makeshift base, Wang Yi remained fixated on the surveillance monitor. Not having left his post for even a moment, Coulson, intrigued, inquired, "Why do you keep staring at the monitor? Do you really believe someone might attempt a heist?" In response, Wang Yi raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Do you truly think that is unlikely?" Coulson chuckled at this, asserting, "That's impossible. S.H.I.E.L.D. Personnel are present. Who would dare to steal in front of us?" At this, Wang Yi smiled, suddenly struck by an idea. "Let us place a wager. I bet that someone will come, but they will be unable to take the hammer." Wang Yi stated with keen interest. Upon hearing this, Coulson's curiosity was piqued as he recalled the valuable items Wang Yi possessed, promptly asking, "If I win, what will you give me?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt a surge of interest. Casting a glance at his system space, he promptly declared, "You have won. I shall bestow upon you a treasure, albeit with certain imperfections, which you must not hold against me." Upon learning of Wang Yi's treasure, Coulson, disregarding any reservations, immediately acquiesced. For he recognized that anything produced by Wang Yi would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. He even vowed that should he lose, he would relinquish his entire fortune to Wang Yi. Meanwhile, Wang Yi beamed with delight, convinced that Thor would indeed arrive, and even if he did not, it mattered little. After all, he possessed the potent energy drink, which certainly qualified as a treasure, and the aforementioned flaws were acknowledged by Coulson himself as inconsequential. Wang Yi felt reassured. Beside them, Natasha observed this scene with a mix of concern and anticipation regarding the treasure Wang Yi had mentioned. The efficacy of that miraculous potion from their last encounter was vividly etched in her memory. It was nothing short of extraordinary. As the wager was established, Coulson approached, eager to see if anyone dared to join. Just as Coulson reveled in his confidence, a figure stealthily approached the railing, slipping in unnoticed by all. Wang Yi watched as Coulson's smile gradually faded, extending a hand in a gesture of acknowledgement. Coulson, with a woeful expression, handed a card to Wang Yi. His heart bleeding internally, yet he dared not renege on his promise. In Asgard, Loki had come to understand his true identity. He was not born of Odin, but was the son of the Ice King, brought to Asgard years prior on the battlefield. Odin, moved by compassion and desiring to use Loki as a means to broker peace between the two realms, had taken him in. Upon discovering the truth, Loki unleashed a furious roar at Odin, causing the latter to suffer a heart attack and collapse. It was in that very moment that Loki seized the throne. Chapter 36. Bald and stronger within the temporary base, Wang Yi observed the surveillance footage of Thor, who was sprinting fervently towards Mjolnir, his face alight with anticipation. Along the way, all who attempted to obstruct him fell effortlessly before his might. Indeed, he was worthy of being Odin's son, Wang Yi mused quietly, casting a glance at the pained expression of Coulson beside him. "What are your thoughts now?" Wang Yi casually inquired, uncertain if their wager would sway Coulson's judgment. As anticipated, Wang Yi overthought the matter. Coulson picked up the communicator, steadied his emotions, and stated, "Allow him entry. I wish to see if he can truly lift the hammer despite the danger." Coulson regarded Thor, contemplating deeply. He had attempted to lift that hammer himself, and despite exerting all his strength, he had been unable to budge it an inch. Hence, he was curious to witness whether Thor could succeed. Observing that Coulson did not seek to complicate matters for Thor due to his own predicament, Wang Yi instinctively nodded and resolved within himself. Thanks to Coulson's words, the onlookers ceased their attempts to hinder Thor, allowing him to race forward unimpeded. Likewise, Wang Yi watched intently, fully aware that Thor might not succeed, yet hoping fervently for his triumph. Outside, there stood before Mjolnir, the familiar hammer igniting an exhilarating thrill within him. In the darkened sky, a gentle rain began to fall. Its arrival unnoticed until now, yet it bore no consequence. Thor placed his hand upon the familiar surface of Mjolnir, feeling its comforting presence. With a tremendous effort, he attempted to lift it, but to his astonishment, even he could not budge the hammer. Disbelief washed over him as he struggled, his emotions teetering on the brink of despair. He was the son of Odin, and Mjolnir had been his companion since childhood. Yet, in this moment, he could not even lift it. Unyielding, Thor persisted in his attempts, but the outcome remained unchanged. Defeated, he sank to the ground, roaring in frustration. The members of S.H.I.E.L.D. rushed forward to restrain Thor. Outside, Jane Foster witnessed the scene unfold and grew anxious, hastening to find the doctor to rescue Thor. At the monitoring station, Coulson shook his head in disappointment, initially hopeful that Thor could lift Mjolnir, but realizing now that he had been overly optimistic. Wang Yi, observing the situation, wore a knowing smile, as if everything had transpired according to his expectations. Natasha gazed at Wang Yi in bewilderment, uncertain of his calm demeanor. "Coulson," Wang Yi called, tossing a vial of potion to him. His expression turned grave as he advised, "I have entrusted this to you. The choice is yours to make. Bear in mind that this potion comes with certain drawbacks, so weigh your decision carefully. Should you choose to consume it, be aware that any ensuing complications are not my concern." With that, Wang Yi exited the room. Thor's confinement indicated that Loki was imminent, ready to flaunt his superiority and persuade Thor to remain on Earth. Now, Wang Yi too set off to seek Loki, gazing at the potion in his hand. Coulson felt a surge of excitement. He chose to disregard Wang Yi, while Natasha eagerly approached, curious to discern the potion's effects. Just as Coulson was about to drink, he recalled Wang Yi's words and hesitated, pondering the potential flaws. Natasha, sensing his trepidation, urged him, "What are you afraid of? It won't cost you your life. And can Wang Yi's gifts truly be subpar?" Encouraged by her words, Coulson nodded in agreement, realizing the truth in her assertion. Without further hesitation, he gulped down the potion. In a matter of moments, he sensed a transformation within his body as warm energy coursed through his limbs and organs. He could feel his strength amplifying, at least doubling from his previous capacity. Coulson immediately felt exhilarated, brimming with fighting spirit, and instinctively shouted, "I could take on 10. Natasha stepped closer, her eyes alight with wonder as she regarded Coulson. After taking a moment to compose himself, he slowly declared, "I feel as though every aspect of my being is doubled." At this revelation, Natasha's excitement intensified. The potency of this potion was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the room. Under Natasha's gaze, Coulson's hair began to lift gently, only to fall back down gradually. Both were momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. He had grown stronger, yet had lost his hair. In a separate room, Thor gazed despondently at the sky, utterly bewildered by his father's treatment of him. Now, unable to lift Mjolnir, he realized that returning to Asgard was an impossibility. With no other recourse, Thor closed his eyes and fell into deep contemplation. At present, he finds himself in a state of profound confusion regarding the path that lies ahead. "Brother, you are here." Suddenly, a teasing voice interrupted Thor's train of thought. Upon seeing his brother Loki, Thor's excitement surged. He believed Loki had come to rescue him and exclaimed eagerly, "Brother, please speak to Father on my behalf. I realize my mistakes. Allow me to return." Thor looked at Loki with hopeful anticipation, yearning for his brother to intercede. However, Loki's expression darkened as he responded, "Your actions have led to Father's demise. I am now the new king of Asgard." But before he departed, Father stated that his previous decisions could not be altered. "Therefore, I cannot permit your return." Recalling the pretext he had devised, Loki conveyed this to Thor. Indeed, upon hearing Loki's words, Thor's face contorted with anguish and guilt. He had never fathomed that his folly would result in their father's departure. The very thought filled him with shame, rendering him unable to contemplate returning. Observing Thor's transformation, Loki's face bore a triumphant smirk. As long as he could dissuade Thor from his resolve to return, Asgard would be his, just as Loki prepared to leave. An incongruous voice resonated in the air. Noticing the radiance enveloping Loki, Wang Yi chuckled. "What's this? I have just arrived, and you are already planning to depart?" Although Wang Yi wore a facade of mirth, Loki's brow furrowed, wary of any underestimation. "How could you see me? You are but a mere mortal," Loki declared solemnly, his expression shifting in response. Thor, too, had taken note of Wang Yi. However, he was not acquainted with Wang Yi, and an overwhelming sense of regret engulfed Thor, causing him considerable distress. Wang Yi cast a glance at Loki, and the most potent energy within him emanated, surrounding Loki and instilling in him a profound sense of foreboding, as though he were facing a formidable adversary. A glance at the despondent Thor elicited a cold remark. "Fool, he deceived you. Your father has not perished, he merely fainted." Wang Yi's few unadorned words stirred a tempest within Loki's heart. How could this mortal possess such knowledge? Contemplating this, Loki dared not linger and promptly vanished back to Asgard. Chapter 37. The fearful Thor in the room. Thor gazed incredulously at Wang Yi, his face a tapestry of shock and astonishment. Who was this individual, possessing such intimate knowledge of Asgard? Suddenly, as if a realization dawned upon him, Thor rushed to Wang Yi's side, exclaiming, "Are you truly saying that my father is alive? That he did not issue such orders, and it was Loki who deceived me?" Thor scrutinized Wang Yi, seemingly desperate for affirmation. Wang Yi nodded gently, casually affirming, "Indeed. Loki was indeed misleading you." Perhaps sensing Thor's thoughts, Wang Yi continued, "I cannot facilitate your return to Asgard. You are aware that it necessitates the Rainbow Bridge." Upon hearing this, Thor felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, in his heart, Wang Yi's image transformed into something enigmatic and profound. This was merely a mortal. Yet he possessed such deep understanding of Asgard and had the power to instill fear in the god of trickery, Loki. In light of this, Thor could not help but feel a sense of admiration. However, he was somewhat perplexed and questioned, "Why would Loki deceive me? We are brothers." Thor wore a look of profound sorrow, genuinely unable to fathom this. Wang Yi maintained a stoic expression and, after a moment's reflection, replied calmly, "Because he is not your biological brother, he is the son of the Ice King, merely brought back by your father. Moreover, his obsession with the throne far surpasses your imagination." After a brief pause, Wang Yi added, "However, he is also a good person." Thor, absorbing Wang Yi's words, found it hard to believe. This individual seemed to possess a deeper understanding of Loki than he did. Was Loki truly not his biological brother? Yet, what difference did it make? To Thor, Loki was family. Taking a deep breath, Thor inquired, Why do you know so much about Asgard and us? Who exactly are you? A glimmer of wariness flickered in Thor's eyes. This man was formidable. Wang Yi smiled gently and replied, "You must trust that I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to befriend you. If I were a villain, why would I engage in such lengthy discourse with you?" He spoke nonchalantly, as if all of this were a trivial matter. Thor pondered deeply and realized that Wang Yi's assertion held merit. He certainly did not need to indulge in so much superfluous talk. He could easily succumb to despair here. Meanwhile, Wang Yi glanced at the time and estimated that it was nearly time. Observing the contemplative Thor, he finally said, "Someone will come to escort you shortly. We shall meet again." With that, Wang Yi departed hastily, leaving Thor to reflect on the intricacies of life in solitude. At this moment, Coulson was in a state of utter frustration. The hair he painstakingly maintained has now vanished entirely. The most critical aspect is that it has fallen away so completely. Even more so than Nick Fury's baldness, gleaming and reflective in its luster. Coulson is on the verge of a breakdown. Suddenly, Natasha, witnessing this spectacle, cannot suppress her laughter. She never anticipated that this potion would have such a flaw. The envy she initially felt towards Coulson has evaporated, leaving only pity in its wake. "Wang Yi, I shall confront you," Coulson exclaimed, dashing towards Wang Yi. As Coulson flung open the door, he spotted Wang Yi hurrying over, and with a loud shout, he directly questioned him. "Wang Yi, halt right there." In the distance, Wang Yi caught sight of the bald head, so brilliantly illuminated that it nearly blinded him. Goodness! Is it that bright? Has he taken steroids? This was Wang Yi's immediate reaction upon seeing Coulson. Coulson approached furiously, exclaiming, "Wang Yi, what has happened? Will my hair ever grow back?" Behind him, Natasha stifled her amusement, concerned that he might act rashly. Listening to Coulson's words, Wang Yi understood that Coulson was undoubtedly blaming him, and he felt relieved to have arrived in time. Casting a sidelong glance at him, Wang Yi replied sternly, "How can you even ask me that? Did I not inform you before you left that this potion had its drawbacks? I reminded you several times. If you chose to drink it, whom can you blame? Do you truly lack awareness of how much your abilities would increase? It's merely a few strands of hair. Do you still feel aggrieved?" Wang Yi admonished Coulson sharply. Indeed, upon hearing this, Coulson's bravado diminished significantly. It was true that he had been cautioned multiple times. Blaming others at this juncture was rather futile. Furthermore, the power he had gained was tangible and substantial, which, upon reflection, seemed a fair trade. Observing Coulson's demeanor, Wang Yi continued, "It's merely hair loss. If need be, I shall procure a hair growth remedy for you next time." At these words, Coulson's eyes sparkled with interest. "Really?" he inquired. "Of course," Wang Yi affirmed, though internally he mused that if the system were to provide it, he would gladly share. If not, there would be little he could do. Suddenly, a subordinate approached with news of a doctor arriving to verify Thor's identity. Upon noticing Coulson's bald head, the doctor paused momentarily, then stifled a laugh behind his hand. Coulson's expression darkened as he waved him off to handle the situation independently, while he sought a hat to cover his head. As he departed, he could still hear the laughter of Wang Yi and Natasha, which nearly provoked a fit of exasperation. On Thor's side, thanks to Jane Foster's timely intervention in summoning the doctor, the verification process concluded, allowing Thor to be escorted out. As he exited, Thor glanced back with a hint of reluctance in his eyes, primarily directed towards Wang Yi. He had numerous inquiries he wished to pose. Yet, alas, he did not even know the man's name, and could only wait for their paths to cross again, as Wang Yi had assured him they would meet once more. While leaving, he noticed a notebook on the table before him, and seemingly struck by inspiration, he took it with him. "Thor, are you all right?" Jane Foster inquired with genuine concern as she approached him. Upon seeing her worry, Thor felt a warmth envelop his heart. Perhaps this situation was not so bleak after all. With a smile on his face, Thor departed with a few companions. In the distance, Wang Yi observed Thor's departure, a smile gracing his features. The narrative had reached its midpoint. Soon, Loki would relinquish the giant, followed by Thor's triumph over the behemoth. Wang Yi pondered, sensing that everything seemed to be guided by an unseen force. Moreover, the pacing of the plot appeared rather swift. Confounded, he realized that the tempo was indeed significantly faster than merely watching a film. However, shaking his head, Wang Yi chose not to dwell on such thoughts. Behind him, Natasha stepped forward, gazing at Wang Yi's silhouette, finally voicing her curiosity. "It seems as though everything is within your expectation. Are you, in some intangible way, orchestrating all of this?" Wang Yi momentarily froze, shaken internally, yet he maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, "Do you perceive me as a deity? Is it possible for one to possess such power?" Natasha considered this, acknowledging the possibility that she might be overthinking the situation. In the distance, Coulson observed this scene, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 38. The Arrival of the Destroyer Asgard. On the throne, Loki was preoccupied with thoughts of the events that transpired on Earth. Feeling a deep sense of annoyance, he could not fathom why that individual possessed such profound understanding of them, particularly regarding the occurrences in Asgard, which he seemed to know intimately. Furthermore, what was the source of that overwhelming presence? Loki gradually recalled the moment he encountered Wang Yi. Suddenly, a sense of panic enveloped him. If such a person were to assist Thor, would he not swiftly return to confront him? Who was this individual, and why? Loki, consumed by confusion and burning with rage, could not fathom why Wang Yi would choose to assist Thor. Additionally, there were several others today who wished for Loki to bring Thor back. The mere thought of this intensified Loki's jealousy. Jealousy has the power to distort one's very essence. In light of this, dear brother, do not hold it against me. With a sinister expression, Loki's mind conjured an elaborate scheme to deal with Thor. Even Wang Yi would be powerless to aid him. The solution was to unleash the Destroyer upon Earth to eliminate Thor. Meanwhile, Wang Yi awaited the arrival of the Destroyer. If his memory served him correctly, Thor's demise would restore his own powers and facilitate his resurrection. Thus, he must refrain from acting prematurely. Thor must perish first. How much longer must he wait? Logically, their S4 companions should have descended by now to reunite with him. Wang Yi murmured to himself, devising his own strategy. What occupies your thoughts, Wang Yi? Is it that enigmatic hammer, or the individual from before? Suddenly, Natasha's voice broke the silence behind him, filled with curiosity regarding the matter. She gazed at Wang Yi, perplexed, and inquired, what exactly is that hammer? Why is it that no one can lift it? In response to Natasha's question, Wang Yi smiled gently and replied, do you know the tales of mythology? Those individuals seem to have emerged from such legends. He continued, to you, that hammer may appear as merely an ordinary tool, yet in the eyes of certain others, it is the hammer of the thunder god. Similarly, the individual you encountered today is none other than the son of Thor, the offspring of Odin, the Allfather. Wang Yi spoke with a calm demeanor, gradually elucidating the details to Natasha. The knowledge he shared stemmed from his research following his viewing of Thor. Thus it can be said that he possessed considerable insight into these matters. As she listened to Wang Yi's words, Natasha felt as though her worldview was being utterly transformed. Concepts of Asgard, which she had previously regarded as mere myth, were now presented to her as reality by Wang Yi. Had this been in the past, she would have dismissed such notions outright. However, she found herself believing now. Turning to gaze at Wang Yi's profile, which appeared unremarkable, she nonetheless sensed an enigmatic allure emanating from him. The two sat together, Wang Yi recounting the knowledge he had acquired, while Natasha listened intently. This scene was quite enchanting and harmonious. Members of S, H, I, E, L, D, who passed by instinctively kept their distance, refraining from interrupting the pair. On the other side, Thor was engaged in a similar conversation with Jane, sharing tales of his homeland and his identity. However, Jane exhibited a degree of skepticism, her belief wavering between trust and doubt. Behind them, the doctor and his assistant lingered at a distance, careful not to intrude upon the two. In this moment, the bond between Thor and Jane began to deepen, as Thor felt a longing to bring Jane home to meet his parents, to introduce her as the one he cherished. Just as their conversation continued, a group of oddly dressed individuals appeared outside the door. Onlookers pointed and murmured, making way for them. Only Thor's eyes lit up at the sight. These were his brethren, those who had once accompanied him to the realm of the frost giants. Similarly, upon catching sight of Thor, their expressions brightened with excitement. They immediately approached him, exclaiming, Thor, my brother, we have finally found you. Come quickly, let us return to Asgard. One portly fellow stepped forward, eagerly speaking. Thor glanced at him, and, placing a hand on his shoulder, replied, I too long to return, but alas, I am unable to do so at this moment. With a hint of disappointment, Thor shook his head. The others, under the impression that Thor was unwilling to return, recounted Loki's misdeeds in great detail, their indignation palpable. Meanwhile, Jane, the doctor, and his assistant stood by, wide-eyed, taking in the scene. It was evident that Thor had not been lying from the outset. They had indeed come from a distant realm. Thor nodded in acknowledgement, as it mirrored precisely what Wang Yi had previously stated. Thus, Thor understood the situation clearly, yet he found himself unable to reclaim even Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god. Taking a deep breath, he laid bare the entire situation. As his words hung in the air, the sky outside began to shift once more. A colossal vortex swirled above, enveloped in a cloud of dust and debris. Witnessing this spectacle, Thor and his companions rushed to the entrance to observe the unfolding events. They were acutely aware that something was approaching from above, and judging by the commotion, it appeared to be quite a formidable entity. Not far away, Wang Yi beheld this scene with an increasingly broad smile. It seemed Loki had indeed succumbed to temptation. Summoning the destroyer prematurely, Wang Yi stood at the forefront, murmuring softly. After all, if he were in Loki's position, he might have acted similarly. For his very presence instilled in Loki a sense of dread and fear. Natasha and Coulson also sensed something amiss and emerged from their makeshift base to survey their surroundings. Before them, a colossal robot descended from the sky. Upon witnessing this, Coulson stepped forward, initially assuming it was Tony's new equipment, and was about to greet it when he was abruptly attacked by the destroyer, forcing him to retreat hastily. Observing Coulson's predicament, Wang Yi behind him chuckled and teased. "What's the matter? Did you think it was Tony's new armor and wanted to say hello?" Coulson's heart sank as if Wang Yi had struck a nerve, prompting him to swiftly depart from the scene. "Wang Yi, Natasha began to inquire whether Wang Yi intended to intervene, but her question was interrupted by a gesture from him. He looked at Natasha and calmly stated, "We must wait a little longer. I am not the one meant to confront him, so there is no need to rush." Natasha regarded Wang Yi, puzzled by the source of his confidence, and how he seemed to possess foreknowledge of the impending arrival. Could it be that everything was indeed orchestrated by Wang Yi? Sensing her spiraling thoughts, Wang Yi clarified, "I have been to the future, so I have seen." Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, Natasha pondered for a moment, recognizing his capabilities, and decided not to dwell further on the matter. As they conversed, Thor also arrived, aware that the destroyer's target was himself, not anyone else. If he did not step forward, more people would be harmed. Chapter 39, Stand Back. I'm about to shine. Aside from Thor, there were also his 4 companions and Jane. Thor felt a sense of relief upon seeing those who had come to his side. Then he turned to face the destroyer, his expression grave as he addressed the others. "You must leave this place at once. I shall handle this," Thor declared, positioning himself at the forefront, gazing at Jane. The group fell silent at his words, especially those who had come from Asgard, fully aware of Thor's diminished powers and the formidable strength of the destroyer. Yet, witnessing Thor's resolute demeanor, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Indeed, only Thor was worthy of leading them, not Loki. "No, if we are to leave, we shall do so together," Jane exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she regarded Thor's steadfastness. The destroyer advanced with a pace neither swift nor slow, its intent unmistakably aimed at Thor. "You are right. We cannot abandon you here. We are brothers. If we depart, we shall do so united," the others echoed, displaying an unwavering solidarity with Thor. It was impossible not to feel a surge of emotion at this display. However, Thor remained rational and quickly insisted, "You must go now. If we linger, we shall all perish. I might stand a chance alone." He turned to Jane, gently tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. "Hurry. Trust in me. I will return. Do not forget, I still owe you a trip to Asgard." With that, the others ceased their protests. With a mighty roar, Thor charged towards the destroyer, determined to draw its attention away and ensure the safety of his companions. In the distance, Wang Yi, Natasha, and Coulson stood quietly, seemingly detached from the unfolding chaos. Natasha and Coulson exchanged a glance, each perceiving a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. They then turned their attention towards Wang Yi. Natasha, though privy to the underlying circumstances, still felt a jolt of shock at the scene before her. Coulson, on the other hand, was unaware of the details. Yet at this moment, he regarded Wang Yi as a deity in his heart. The accuracy was astonishing, whatever was said was undeniably true, and everything offered was of remarkable quality. Moreover, Wang Yi's personal strength was absurdly formidable. Was he even human? Natasha pondered when he would finally make his move, glancing at Thor, who was hiding nearby. Wang Yi remained composed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I will act once he is dead." Upon hearing this, Coulson felt a shiver run down his spine. Was this truly the words of a human? The thought of waiting for someone to die before taking action instilled in him a profound sense of dread towards Wang Yi. It also imparted a crucial truth. No matter whom one might offend, they must never cross Wang Yi. Natasha swallowed hard and chose silence, observing their expressions. Wang Yi realized they had misunderstood his intent, yet he refrained from clarifying, knowing they would soon comprehend. Meanwhile, Thor continued to evade the destroyer's onslaught, aware that his efforts were futile, merely buying time. Once he saw the others depart, he felt a sense of relief. Stepping forward to confront the destroyer, he boldly declared, "Loki, I know you wish to slay me. Now that I have emerged, I implore you to refrain from harming the innocent." With that proclamation, Thor approached the destroyer. Wang Yi understood that the god of thunder was on the verge of making his presence known. To return, Thor had to confront this challenge and break the curse that bound him. Wang Yi, who was originally beside Natasha and Coulson, quietly vanished. By the time the two realized his absence, he had already disappeared without a trace. Natasha gritted her teeth in frustration, exclaiming, "He slipped away again. How does he manage that?" The last time it happened was at Loki's place, where he also vanished silently. Upon witnessing this, Coulson let out a sigh of relief. Wang Yi's presence had rendered him unable to breathe freely, such was the terror he instilled. He murmured to himself, hastily departing to report the matter to Nick Fury. Meanwhile, the destroyer successfully dispatched Thor with a single strike, but it also inadvertently lifted the curse placed upon him. In an instant, thunder roared from the heavens, converging upon Thor as he awakened, his powers returning. Feeling the surge of energy coursing through him, Thor felt exhilarated, as if Mjolnir were responding to an unseen call. Everything seemed to be unfolding along the narrative arc, with one notable difference: the destroyer's strength surpassed that depicted in the film. Even now, Thor found it challenging to overpower him. Observing the scene, Wang Yi recognized that it was his moment to intervene, ensuring he would leave a lasting impression on Thor. Summoning the Shura Armor, he sprang into action. As Thor momentarily retreated, Wang Yi delivered a powerful punch that sent the destroyer staggering backward. Thor gazed at Wang Yi in bewilderment. His first impression was one of admiration, though he did not immediately connect the dots regarding Wang Yi's identity. Nevertheless, he understood that this was a comrade. "Thank you." Thor expressed his gratitude, wielding Mjolnir as he pressed forward in battle. With a brief acknowledgement of Thor, Wang Yi followed closely behind, joining the assault on the destroyer. With Wang Yi's participation, the destroyer was no longer a formidable adversary. At times, the blows landed upon Thor. Yet when confronted with Wang Yi, they scarcely grazed him. How resilient! Wang Yi felt a flicker of surprise within, for it seemed illogical that the destroyer should possess such fortitude. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and summoned his weapon, preparing to deliver a decisive strike. The Shura Hellblade. It was Wang Yi's first utilization of this weapon, having previously lacked the opportunity. Thor gazed in astonishment at the immense blade that had suddenly appeared in Wang Yi's hands. Such a colossal sword, was it truly manageable? As Thor momentarily lost his focus, Wang Yi's voice resonated with authority. "Step back. I am about to display my prowess." Instinctively, Thor retreated, yielding space. Divine Demon Annihilation Slash. This was the ultimate technique of Shura, surpassing all prior abilities and power. In that instant, a more potent essence of thunder coalesced upon Wang Yi's blade. The sheer force caused even the thunder god Thor to tremble. With a single stroke, Wang Yi cleaved the once mighty destroyer in two, causing it to crash to the ground. Although formidable, the destroyer was not powerful enough to vanquish the Shura Armor. Thor stood in stunned disbelief, his mind awash with tumultuous waves of shock. Not far away, Jane and several others were equally astounded, especially those companions from Asgard, who exchanged incredulous glances, their scalps prickling with shock. Others, like Natasha and the lurking Coulson, were also captivated by Wang Yi's overwhelming strength. It was astonishing, so powerful it defied comprehension. Meanwhile, within his villa, Tony Stark observed Wang Yi through satellite feeds. Upon witnessing Wang Yi's decisive strike against the Annihilator, a profound sense of dread enveloped him. Jarvis analyzed Wang's recent display of power. Soon, Jarvis's data emerged. Tony, glancing at it, was rendered speechless, his mouth slightly agape, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 40. The arrival of Thor. "Jarvis, are you certain there's no error?" Tony questioned, disbelief evident in his tone as he challenged Jarvis for the first time. "Sir, there is no mistake." Jarvis's discontented voice resonated, as a super artificial intelligence. It could hardly be mistaken. Tony fell silent, crumpling the data and discarding it into the bin, reclining on the sofa behind him. The data indicated something immeasurable, implying that Jarvis had failed to provide precise figures. Moreover, Wang Yi's strength had evidently surpassed that of artificial intelligence, which was what truly astounded Tony. "Juan, just how powerful are you?" he murmured to himself within the confines of the villa. Meanwhile, the battle had reached its conclusion for Wang Yi. Thor, rather than rushing back to confront Loki, approached Wang Yi step by step. His curiosity about the individual behind the Shura Armor mask peaked to an extraordinary degree. Not only Thor, but others from Asgard had also gathered around, drawn by intrigue. "Friend, you are incredibly strong, but why do you choose to assist me?" Thor initiated the conversation, casting a curious glance at Wang Yi, his eyes sparkling with intensity. It must be said, the armor was indeed strikingly impressive. Upon hearing Thor's words, Wang Yi chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he removed the armor, revealing his true visage. Upon seeing Wang Yi, Thor pointed at him, his expression brimming with delight. "It's you. I thought you had already departed." I have so many questions I wish to ask you, Thor exclaimed, oblivious to the curious gazes of those around him. Thor. Who is he? You both appear quite familiar with one another, inquired a bystander from Asgard. Indeed, Thor is formidable. Is he also your friend? Others chimed in, their intrigue piqued by Wang Yi, despite it being their first encounter. Indeed, Thor and I are friends, Wang Yi replied, not addressing Thor's inquiries but instead giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Thor nodded vigorously in response. Just as Wang Yi was about to speak, Jane's assistant suddenly gasped in realization. I know. You are the owner of that mysterious armor, our hero from New York. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I am seeing my idol. Am I dreaming? The female assistant exclaimed excitedly, gazing at Wang Yi with starry eyes. If one were unaware, they might assume she was merely a devoted admirer of Wang Yi. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback, surprised to have been recognized. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected, given the significance of his past deeds. Meanwhile, Jane, Thor, and the others looked at the assistant with puzzled expressions, their faces adorned with curiosity. Perhaps realizing her lapse in composure, the assistant cleared her throat, her petite face flushed with embarrassment. What is it? Please do share, Jane urged, playfully nudging her as she grew impatient. Curiosity had been piqued, yet you remained silent, blushing as if teasing us. Upon hearing Jian's words, the female assistant regained her composure and began to eloquently recount Wang Yi's illustrious deeds to the gathered crowd. Everyone listened intently, occasionally gasping in astonishment. Ultimately, all eyes turned towards Wang Yi, their faces reflecting admiration, including Thor, who held an even deeper respect and reverence for him. This made Wang Yi feel somewhat embarrassed. Scratching his head, he humbly remarked, it's really nothing, just a few trivial matters. He gestured dismissively and then, looking at Thor with sincerity, said, Thor, I need to discuss something with you. Please come over. At this, Thor nodded solemnly and followed Wang Yi to a secluded spot. The others buzzed with speculation, particularly regarding Wang Yi's exploits and his formidable strength. Once they reached a quiet corner, Wang Yi halted and addressed Thor directly. Thor, I would like to invite you to join my organization. In aiding me, I assure you that I will also extend my assistance to you. Wang Yi extended his invitation, promising his support to Thor. Thor paused momentarily, then replied, What kind of organization do you lead? If I were to join you, would you stand by me in times of trouble in my homeland? Thor articulated his thoughts and his perspective. Aligning with Wang Yi was not a misstep, but rather a fortuitous opportunity. He was uncertain whether Asgard might face peril in the future, yet with Wang Yi's backing, he felt more assured. Moreover, Thor was aware that Wang Yi was shrouded in mystery. The persona he currently exhibited might not truly represent his authentic self. From their very first encounter, Thor discerned this truth. Of course, Wang Yi assured him. All right, I consent. Thor replied without hesitation, bolstered by his trust in Wang Yi. He felt no need to inquire about the organization, for he was certain that Wang Yi would not lead him astray, nor was it necessary. After discussing a few minor matters, Thor prepared to depart, for he still had Loki to contend with in Asgard. Wang Yi nodded and cryptically warned, Guard the Rainbow Bridge well, or else Loki may lay waste to it. Although he had initially hesitated to voice this caution, he ultimately decided it was prudent to share. Thor instinctively nodded, yet he remained puzzled by Wang Yi's words. Would Loki truly threaten the Rainbow Bridge? After exchanging a few parting words with Jane and assuring her of his return, he took his leave. As Thor vanished from sight, Wang Yi smiled faintly and prepared to depart as well, only to be halted by Jane's female assistant, who insisted on taking a photograph and obtaining his autograph. Wang Yi, however, declined, humorously considering it a breach of his own identity. In the distance, Natasha stood waiting for Wang Yi's return, accompanied by Coulson, who, with a hint of envy, remarked, It's great to be strong. The ladies are all drawn to you. Coincidentally, Wang Yi overheard this remark upon his return. He responded directly, You, with that bald head, aren't so weak yourself. I'll have to provide you with a bottle. It'll do wonders. Natasha couldn't help but laugh, leaving Coulson somewhat disheartened, pondering whether Wang Yi bore a grudge against him or simply found him unappealing. He departed, yet still smiled. Wang Yi approached Natasha, instinctively taking her small hand. After everything they had been through, it would be disingenuous to claim that Wang Yi felt no affection for Natasha. However, he simply did not know how to articulate it. Perhaps out of habit, Natasha instinctively grasped Wang Yi's hand as well. Neither of them realized that the distance between them had been steadily diminishing. As for the events following Thor's return, Wang Yi chose not to dwell on them. Since the outcome would remain unchanged, he preferred to await the unfolding of vengeance, albeit this time it might take longer. Within the confines of S.H.I.E.L., Alexander gazed at the information laid out before him, a slow smile creeping across his face. At this moment, he had come to the realization that the Shura armor belonged to Wang Yi. So it was truly you. I believe we shall meet again soon. Alexander stared at the photograph of Wang Yi, juxtaposing it with that of the Shura armor, a sinister grin gradually forming on his face. Chapter 41. The Captain's Arrival. Nick Fury's shock. The New York Times reported a frenzy surrounding the appearance of the Shura armor in Mexico, igniting a wave of excitement among journalists who hastened to the scene. However, by the time they arrived, Wang Yi had already departed, leaving them in utter frustration. Several newspapers even proclaimed that a reward of $10 million would be given to anyone who could locate the Shura armor. Yet, as time passed, no one succeeded. Congratulations! You've become famous once again. In Wang Yi's villa, Natasha handed him the newspaper, urging him to witness his newfound notoriety. Wang Yi cast a brief glance at it, feeling utterly speechless. These individuals, driven by greed, are capable of resorting to any means. Why seek me out? What would it achieve? Wang Yi furrowed his brow and nonchalantly remarked, such matters need not concern us any further. They will never locate me unless I choose to reveal myself. His confidence was palpable. Natasha, observing his self-satisfied demeanor, could not resist delivering a retort. Who says we couldn't expose you if we wished? Wang Yi rolled his eyes and, with utmost seriousness, responded, if I desired it. You would never find me. What use is exposure? With a light chuckle, he dismissed Natasha's threat entirely. On the sofa, Natasha pondered for a moment and realized he had a point. Yet, gazing at Wang Yi's smug expression filled her with frustration. She patted her heaving chest, choosing to ignore him. A steadfast man like him deserved to be single. Noticing Natasha's disregard, Wang Yi decided against pursuing the matter further, due to Thor's agreement to join. But Loki's refusal, no rewards were forthcoming, despite Wang Yi's lengthy discussions. The system merely stated that the rewards were substantial, but could only be acquired upon completion. Sighing softly, Wang Yi contemplated his next course of action when a message from Tony arrived, inviting him over. Raising an eyebrow, he sensed what was to come. Indeed, Tony wished for Wang Yi to take him back to the past to meet his father. Initially inclined to refuse, he recalled his previous promise and, deeming refusal inappropriate, reluctantly acquiesced. Having been part of the Marvel Universe for quite some time, it seems that Wang Yi has only cultivated a close relationship with Tony and Natasha, while others remain rather indifferent. He mused internally, yet found solace in the fact that life was still quite pleasant. Leaning on a figure as formidable as Tony, he hardly needed to venture out to earn a living. Funds were readily available, albeit accompanied by a tinge of monotony. Just have a seat, Wang Yi. Today, I shall prepare a meal for you, Natasha exclaimed with enthusiasm, having been diligently honing her culinary skills, determined not to be outdone by Wang Yi. Upon hearing that Natasha was once again taking to the kitchen, a slight twitch of his lips betrayed his apprehension. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement, prepared to intervene if necessary. With some time remaining before his appointment with Tony, Wang Yi reclined lazily and turned on the television. Suddenly, a news segment jolted him upright. Captain America has been rescued? He murmured, nearly forgetting about this significant event. After being encased in ice for 75 years, the captain was finally back. Wang Yi pondered the challenges of bringing the captain into their fold. After all, it wouldn't be long before he joined S.H.I.E.L.D. It seemed prudent to discuss matters further with Nick Fury, contemplating the possibility of a merger and transferring authority to himself. Yet, such an outcome was evidently far-fetched. Even if Nick Fury were amenable, those politicians would undoubtedly oppose it. Before long, Natasha's culinary creations graced the table. Wang Yi glanced at the spread, pleasantly surprised. It appeared quite commendable. He realized that he might not need to come to the rescue this time, and the aroma wafting from the dishes was quite enticing. Natasha served him a bowl of rice, beaming with pride. Give it a try. Though it may not be as delectable as your cooking, I assure you, it is not lacking. Wang Yi sampled the dish and found it indeed delightful. It was evident that Natasha had put considerable effort into her cooking. At the dining table, Wang Yi informed Natasha that he would be heading to Tony's residence shortly, urging her to keep the home secure. He sensed an impending threat of burglary. Although Natasha was intrigued, the seriousness in Wang Yi's gaze prompted her to merely nod in agreement. Soon, they arrived at Tony's villa, where Tony emerged from the basement, looking disheveled, evidently engrossed in his research on the Iron Man's suit. How's it going? Have you made significant improvements? Wang Yi teased, observing Tony's state. In response, Tony could only manage a wry smile, acknowledging, no matter what, I can't compete with you. His sincerity was palpable. Wang Yi offered a calm smile but chose not to elaborate further, settling onto the sofa. Tony joined him, seemingly excited, and remarked, "Wong, when are we starting?" "I can hardly wait." Wong chuckled, gesturing to the grime on Tony's attire. "Are you truly planning to visit your father looking like that?" Upon realizing the implication, Tony quickly understood and made his way to the bathroom to tidy himself up, at the very least to appear presentable. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury glanced curiously at Coulson. With a serious tone, he remarked, "Ever since your return, you've been acting strangely. And on such a hot day. Why are you wearing a hat?" Observing Coulson's peculiar behavior in the office, Nick Fury could no longer contain his inquiry. Initially, he assumed Coulson was merely fatigued and refrained from probing further. However, now he felt compelled to speak up. At Nick's words, Coulson stiffened, a look of turmoil crossing his face as he grappled with whether to confide in Nick Fury. "Take off your hat." Observing the awkward demeanor of Coulson, Nick Fury felt an increasing sense of unease and exclaimed sharply. Coulson's body trembled, and he hesitantly removed his hat, revealing a head even shinier than his own. Rather than mocking him, Nick Fury expressed his bewilderment, inquiring, "What on earth happened to bring you to this state?" At this point, Coulson recounted the wager with Wong and the mysterious potion in its entirety to Nick Fury. Fury, equally astonished, pondered the prospect of doubling one's combat power. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, instructing Coulson to undergo an examination and promptly return with a report. Coulson nodded and quickly departed. Indeed, the results confirmed that his strength had indeed doubled. Nick Fury was exhilarated and immediately asked, "Does Wong have more of this potion?" "It is a remarkable asset. The loss of hair is hardly a concern in comparison." After a moment of contemplation, Coulson replied uncertainly, "I'm not entirely sure, but judging by Wong." Nick Fury fell silent for a moment, realizing that a visit to Wong was imperative. There were numerous matters to discuss with him, particularly regarding the potion. He was determined to procure several vials. With a piercing gaze, Nick Fury directed his attention towards Wang Yi's villa. Chapter 42, The Unveiling of Revenge at Tony's Seaside Villa. He had just finished changing, donning a suit that accentuated both his presence and physique. Upon seeing him, Wang Yi could not resist teasing. "I merely suggested you tidy yourself up a bit. Are you preparing for a blind date?" Tony displayed no fear and directly confronted Wang Yi, remarking, "Surely you must understand. This is a reflection of a mature man." Wang Yi chose not to elaborate further, merely smiling as he summoned his armor. For Wang Yi, it was merely a matter of back and forth, consuming only a slight amount of energy without any significant consequence. However, Tony's expression turned serious, for he was about to meet his father. While Wang Yi remained indifferent, Tony could not afford such luxury. "Are you prepared?" Wang Yi inquired softly, glancing at the visibly anxious Tony. Upon seeing Tony nod, Wang Yi activated the Shura Armor, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. As their disappearance altered the surrounding magnetic field, a faint glow emanated from a nearby spot, indicating that they were being observed from afar. However, neither of them noticed this anomaly. As time passed, the two soon returned to the room, though Tony appeared somewhat despondent, reminiscent of Natasha's earlier demeanor. Wang Yi sighed gently and murmured, "Tony, I shall take my leave now. Be strong." With that, he exited the villa. It was amusing, really. Natasha had exhibited a similar disposition, and he had not comforted her then, let alone Tony, a man. Yet, he believed that Pepper would provide the necessary support. Rendering his involvement less significant, a mere gesture of concern would suffice. After concluding his own affairs, Wang Yi returned to his villa. Upon his arrival, he encountered two bald individuals, one of whom cast a peculiar reflection. "Nick Fury? Coulson?" Wang Yi instinctively called out, puzzled by the purpose of their visit. Is it really appropriate to settle scores with oneself? Natasha observed her with a resigned gesture. Wang Yi comprehended her implication. Nick Fury was indeed on his way, and she could not impede his arrival. "Back again?" Nick Fury inquired in a low tone as he regarded Wang Yi entering the room. "Wang Defa, have you misunderstood? This is my home." Wang Yi's countenance darkened. Though he inwardly mused, he nonetheless replied, "Yes, I have returned." Suddenly, he experienced a peculiar sensation that this place was truly their home, and he was merely a guest. Nick Fury, unperturbed by his thoughts, stated plainly, "I heard from Coulson that there exists a potion here capable of doubling a person's strength." Before Fury could finish his sentence, Wang Yi interjected, "However, it is flawed." With his statement interrupted, Nick Fury frowned slightly but continued, "Do you still possess any? I wish to represent S.H.I.E.L.D. in acquiring some from you. The price is negotiable." Fury's forthrightness revealed that this was the primary purpose of his visit today. Wang Yi's expression shifted to one of realization. Yet, he was also calculating whether to sell to S-H-I-E-L-D. It would be acceptable to accommodate Nick Fury. But he feared that the potion might inadvertently fall into the hands of Hydra, effectively aiding his adversaries in growing stronger against him. He was not naive. Hence he needed to deliberate further. Observing Wang Yi's hesitant demeanor, Nick Fury felt a twinge of concern. Was it the scarcity of the potion? Or was Wang Yi simply reluctant to sell to S-H-I-E-L-D? After all, with Tony Stark by Wang Yi's side, financial constraints were unlikely to be an issue. Nick Fury chose not to intrude, patiently awaiting Wang Yi's response. Wang Yi, are you harboring any concerns? Observing Wang Yi's indecisive expression, Natasha tentatively speculated. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi nodded slightly. Nick Fury, noticing this, took a deep breath and solemnly stated, "You may speak your mind. Everything is negotiable. Or perhaps, what troubles you?" Suddenly, Nick Fury sensed that Wang Yi feared the revelation of a secret. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yi replied coolly, "There are 4 vials of the potion remaining, and I can provide them all to you. But you must ensure they are administered only to those you trust. Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands and deal with those individuals." Wang Yi spoke with gravity, his tone laced with a hint of menace. He did not wish for the potions to be wielded against him in the end. Nick Fury nodded in agreement, assuring him, "Rest assured, only my most trusted allies will have access, as this expenditure comes from my own pocket." With Fury's words, the tension in Wang Yi's brow eased, and he retreated to his room. After all, he could not simply produce the 4 vials from his bag. In the confines of the system's space, Wang Yi retrieved them and then returned to the living room, presenting them all to Nick Fury. These potions held little value for him. Previously, he had offered them to Coulson with ulterior motives in mind. Nick Fury carefully accepted the vials and, his tone softening, inquired, "What do you intend to pay me?" Wang Yi pondered for a moment and replied nonchalantly, "Consider them a gift. They are of no use to me. However, you will owe me a favor in return." Wang Yi was not naive. When Alexander eventually fell, Nick Fury would be positioned to assume control of S-H-I-E-L-D. What need had he for money now? He was not in want. It would be quite advantageous for Nick Fury to owe a personal favor, for he would inevitably repay it to himself. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury chose not to elaborate further. He merely nodded before departing with Coulson. As for the questions he had intended to pose to Wang Yi, they were rendered unnecessary, for he had already acquired the answers moments ago. After bidding farewell to Nick Fury, Natasha gazed at Wang Yi with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Why do you refuse the money? Is Nick Fury's favor truly of greater significance?" Given Natasha's lack of knowledge regarding subsequent events, her question was entirely reasonable. Wang Yi offered no explanation, simply stating, "Of course, I consider this a form of indirect investment." Natasha nodded, her understanding only partial. Upon returning to his room, Wang Yi found that his previous task remained unfinished. He could only await the unfolding of the events of Avengers, after which he would seek out Loki. That fool Thor certainly did not heed my advice. It is likely that the Bifrost has been destroyed. Wang Yi let out a soft sigh, expressing a sense of regret. Yet, this was to be expected. The uncertainty lingered regarding how long it would be before the Avengers storyline commenced. Before long, Natasha knocked on the door, signaling that it was time for a meal. Much to Wang Yi's chagrin, such was the simplicity of life. He remarked softly, and thus he and Natasha resumed their existence akin to that of reclusive individuals. With the story yet to unfold, Wang Yi found himself devoid of any significant activities until one day, a month later, Loki's arrival signaled the end of their peaceful days. The events of Avengers were now set into motion. Chapter 43. The surrendering Loki. It appeared that Loki had successfully acquired the Tesseract, also known as the Space Stone. Wang Yi watched the news report on television, captivated by the unfolding drama. Loki has returned, and he has seized the Space Stone from S-H-I-E-L-D. Wang Yi stroked his chin in contemplation. If memory serves correctly, there are 2 stones in total, the Space Stone from the Tesseract and the Mind Stone housed within Loki's scepter. Wang Yi murmured to himself, lost in thought. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification re-emerged. Ding! Special mission. Retrieve the Space Stone and the Mind Stone. Upon hearing the system's proclamation, Wang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. How fortuitous. He intended to reclaim them regardless. After all, if not, wouldn't they ultimately fall into Thanos' hands? He couldn't help but wonder how Nick Fury was faring at this moment. Beside him, Natasha watched the scenes unfolding on the television with a growing sense of unease, particularly as she observed that self-proclaimed deity wielding an unstoppable scepter. Wang Yi chuckled softly, "Do not underestimate him. Perhaps you might find yourself outmatched. Natasha suddenly felt that Wang Yi was belittling her and immediately retorted, impossible. I fail to see what extraordinary abilities he possesses. Wang Yi simply smiled and chose not to respond further. The narrative had commenced. Wang Yi's presence had altered many things, leaving Nick Fury with only two superheroes at his disposal, Captain America and Hawkeye, who was likely still under Loki's control. As for the others, Tony, Thor, Hulk, and Natasha, Wang Yi pondered the intriguing state of Fury's emotions at this juncture. Just as he was lost in his musings, a powerful knock reverberated through the villa, causing the entire door to tremble. Wang Yi cast a perplexed glance towards the doorway, mirroring Natasha's bewilderment. This scenario was unprecedented for them. I shall see who it is, he declared. Natasha, ever vigilant as a senior operative, sensed an unsettling tension and approached cautiously. At the entrance, Coulson was visibly anxious, knocking fervently on Wang Yi's door. Disregarding his own composure, Natasha noticed Coulson's urgency and opened the door, expressing her displeasure. What brings you here? Could you not be a tad gentler? Ignoring Natasha's inquiry, Coulson rushed inside and addressed Wang Yi. We have a crisis. An enemy has breached S-H-I-E-L-D and made off with the Tesseract. Wang Yi gestured towards the television, stating, I am already aware of that. Yet, you seek the Tesseract to harness its power for developing advanced weaponry, do you not? His words were unreservedly blunt. Coulson was momentarily taken aback but responded, We are in dire straits and require your assistance. After all, you are, in essence, a part of S-H-I-E-L-D as well. Wang Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging their affiliation. I wish to speak with Nick Fury first. I have matters to clarify with him. He continued, I am willing to help, but the Tesseract must ultimately remain in our possession. He was resolute in his stance, unwilling to relinquish the artifact unless Nick Fury could resolve the situation independently. Wang Yi was acutely aware that the Chitauri were poised for action, ready to invade Earth should Loki open the portal. Coulson, resigned, could only manage a wry smile before acquiescing. Wang Yi summoned his Shura Armor and, employing a technique of shadow manipulation, the three of them vanished from sight in an instant. Upon arrival, they found themselves aboard Nick Fury's aircraft carrier. As the three individuals materialized, Nick Fury promptly approached them, but was interrupted by Wang Yi. After the recent incident, the cosmic cube now belonged to me. As you have witnessed, S-H-I-E-L-D lacks the capability and strength to protect the cube, let alone control the infinite power contained within it. Wang Yi articulated this in one breath, observing Nick Fury, who appeared lost in thought, awaiting a response. Fury's gaze shifted to Coulson with anger, suspecting him of leaking sensitive information. However, Coulson vigorously shook his head and raised his hands in a gesture of denial, indicating that it was not he who divulged the secret, but rather Wang Yi's own knowledge. Perceiving Fury's turmoil, Wang Yi continued, stating that only he could assist him now, revealing his awareness of Loki's intentions and whereabouts. In response, Fury fell silent, ultimately acquiescing in resignation, for Wang Yi was indeed correct. Only he could avert this impending calamity. Acknowledging Fury's concession, Wang Yi nodded and instantly vanished from sight. His next course of action was to gather the other superheroes and bring them to Nick Fury's aircraft carrier to further the unfolding narrative. Upon arriving at Tony's residence, Wang Yi succinctly conveyed his objectives and Loki's aims, to which Tony readily agreed, setting off immediately to aid Fury. Observing Tony's departure, Wang Yi felt the pace was insufficient and opted to employ another skill, the ethereal shadow. This was an exceptionally potent ability, albeit one that required a significant level of supernatural prowess to sustain. At this moment, with the aid of the system, Wang Yi finds himself in a position of advantage. After notifying a few individuals to go to Nick Fury's aircraft carrier, he takes a seat at Tony's residence, awaiting Loki's arrival. The system had previously assured him that the outcome would remain unchanged, thus it seemed prudent to wait here for Loki to present himself willingly. Currently, Loki is likely attending a banquet hosted by the German scientist Dr. Sepher, where he is rumored to have subdued Dr. Sepher, inserting a peculiar device into the scientist's eye to extract iridium. Wang Yi mused over the narrative of his previous life, whispering to himself, contemplating whether his presence might alter the course of events. It was after Loki procured the iridium that Captain America, having arrived on the scene, was ultimately subdued by Tony and taken aboard the aircraft carrier. Meanwhile, the storyline continues to unfold as Loki is still defeated by Captain America and Tony, albeit by mere coincidence, leading to his transport to Nick Fury's aircraft carrier for judgment. Observing the surrendering Loki, Tony senses an unsettling simplicity in the situation, pondering its deviation from Wang Yi's earlier assertions. Soon, Thor arrives, however, no one takes action, for Wang Yi had previously indicated that he and Tony were allies. Moreover, he had promised that after the ordeal, he would facilitate Loki's departure, thus Thor remains completely at ease. Everything seems to be aligning with the narrative's trajectory. Upon their return to the carrier, Nick Fury confines Loki to a cage originally intended for the Hulk, and during their conversation, Loki skillfully extracts information from him. A similarly contradictory scene unfolded, where despite the disparate factions, conflicts persisted. This revelation also enlightened Nick Fury about the existence of even more formidable beings in the universe. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, under Loki's control, initiated his actions by detonating the third engine, plunging the aircraft carrier into chaos. Loki, as per his scheme, successfully made his escape. Chapter 44. The attack of the Chitauri. It was nearly complete. Loki had orchestrated Hawkeye to explode the carrier, allowing him to escape unscathed. In Tony's villa, Wang Yi rose from his seat, calculating the passage of time. Initially intending to wait for Loki, he reconsidered and decided it was prudent to rescue Nick Fury and the others first, with plans to deal with Loki later. With that thought, Wang Yi vanished in an instant, reappearing aboard the aircraft carrier. "Ah, Wang, you have finally arrived," Tony exclaimed, filled with excitement upon seeing Wang Yi. Thor, Hulk, and Natasha also gathered around. Nick Fury's countenance was grave. The third engine had been struck, and the carrier was plummeting. "Rest assured, the carrier is in my hands," Wang Yi assured them before disappearing again. His only task was to urgently repair the third engine, which would not prove overly complicated. Upon returning to the carrier, Wang Yi turned to Nick Fury and inquired, "Is Coulson not here?" Knowing the storyline, he was aware that Coulson would meet his demise at Loki's hands. Therefore, he had specifically instructed Coulson to vacate the premises, though he was uncertain whether Nick Fury had followed through. In response, Nick Fury nodded. "I sent him to investigate other matters, so he is currently not aboard the carrier." Hearing this, Wang Yi felt a sense of relief. However, Nick Fury was perplexed, unsure why Wang Yi insisted he take such actions. Where would Loki go now? Thor interjected, as he felt compelled to detain Loki. Upon Thor's remark, everyone turned their gaze towards Tony, hoping he would utilize Jarvis's capabilities to ascertain Loki's whereabouts. The group was well aware of Tony's Jarvis, yet Tony shook his head, admitting he too was unaware of Loki's location. Engaging Jarvis for an investigation would require a considerable amount of time. Seeing Tony's negative response, silence enveloped the group, each member casting forlorn glances ahead. New York was vast. If Loki remained unfound, their efforts would be in vain. Tony, too, could not fathom that Loki was situated atop Stark Industries. "I know where he is," Wang Yi suddenly spoke as the others remained silent. Once he finished, he noticed everyone was staring at him. Wang Yi calmly continued, "Loki is currently on the rooftop of Stark Industries." Upon uttering this, he looked at Tony, who in an instant had numerous realizations flood his mind, his expression shifting dramatically. Just then, a powerful beam of light erupted from the rooftop of Stark Industries. In the heavens above, a circular portal opened, and the Chitauri army emerged from above, their fierce forces resembling a vast ocean, casting an apocalyptic shadow over the city as they unleashed a relentless bombardment. Witnessing this, the group's expressions changed dramatically, especially Nick Fury, whose face turned ashen. Likewise, Wang Yi's brow furrowed deeply. This narrative seemed amiss. Why had events unfolded so rapidly? However, he did not hesitate any longer. With a swift transformation, he led the group towards the enemy, launching an assault on the Chitauri forces. In an instant, cries of anguish erupted. The air was filled with the sounds of screams, weeping, and the despair of ordinary people. Wang Yi, wielding the Shura wind cleaver, felled nearly one child with each strike. Additionally, he unleashed the infinite ray for ranged attacks. Alas, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. For every foe he dispatched, another appeared in their place. The only viable solution was to eliminate Loki above and dismantle the device. "Ah, but I still have the Shadow Legion's claw shadows." Suddenly, the thought struck Wang Yi, and he immediately communicated with all the claw shadows in his mind. He sprang into action, assisting Tony and the others in repelling the Chitauri onslaught. Soon, one shadow after another emerged. The Chitauri were utterly outmatched before the Legion of Shadows, falling to defeat with each blow. Many bystanders gazed at the sudden appearance of the Shadow Army in bewilderment. Though they did not know whence it came, they recognized its intent to assist them. Only a few, well-informed individuals turned their gaze to Wang Yi, who stood resolute. In his hands, no Chitauri could survive even a single exchange. Were it not for the overwhelming numbers, he alone would have sufficed. Observing the current situation, Wang Yi noted that with the addition of the Shadow Legion, they could now contend with the Chitauri forces. Thus, he ascended to confront Loki directly. Wang Yi fixed his gaze upon Loki and declared, "Surrender your scepter to me, and you shall have one chance to save your life." His voice was icy, his eyes locked onto Loki, particularly focused on the scepter and the Mind Stone it bore. "Who are you?" "Kneel before the divine." Loki, unfazed by Wang Yi's threats, regarded him with disdain, although he was uncertain of this man's origins. He was the god of mischief, not one to surrender easily to mere words. Moreover, with the Mind Stone in his possession, he could control anyone at a mere touch. Observing Loki's obstinacy, Wang Yi chose not to waste further words. In an instant, he teleported before Loki, attempting to seize the scepter from him. However, Loki, quick to react, touched the stone against Wang Yi's armor, producing the sound of clashing metal. Wang Yi let out a cold laugh, declaring, "Do you truly believe you can control me?" He scoffed at the notion. Had he been without armor, there might have been a chance, but with the Shura armor shielding him, it was utterly impossible. Seeing that his control had failed, Loki was taken aback and hastily prepared to retreat, but it was too late. With a swift strike, Wang Yi knocked the scepter from Loki's grasp and sent him tumbling to the ground. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still a god, and Wang Yi had no fear of Loki meeting his demise below. As for persuasion, Wang Yi was in no hurry. His immediate concern lay with the Infinity Stones in his possession. "So, this is the Infinity Stone from the Marvel Universe?" he murmured as he picked up the scepter that had fallen from Loki. Meanwhile, below, Tony and the other 6 superheroes, alongside countless Shadow Legions, continued to battle against the onslaught of the Chitauri. Yet, they were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of their foes. "We must close the connection above, or this battle will never end." Tony gazed at the beam emanating from the rooftop of Stark Tower and spoke aloud. He had come to realize that if they did not shut it down, they could potentially perish here, for those adversaries seemed endless. Wang Yi had already ascended. They must place their trust in him. For now, their sole task was to eliminate the extraterrestrial foes below. They bellowed, wielding Mjolnir with fervor. From the very beginning, he had witnessed Wang Yi's departure, which is why he had not attended to the apparatus above. Hawkeye and Hulk remained silent. Yet they continued to fend off the advancing enemies. Meanwhile, the politicians at the New York headquarters had entered a state of panic, preparing to issue orders for a nuclear strike, only to be halted by Nick Fury. Chapter 45. Acquiring 2 Infinity Stones. Nick Fury understood that deploying a nuclear weapon would result in immeasurable devastation for all of New York. Thus, he would not permit those politicians to proceed with such an action. On the other side, Wang Yi stood atop Stark Industries, gazing at the Mind Stone in his hand, a slow smile spreading across his face. The stone was now in his possession. The next step was to annihilate the entire Chitauri mothership, or, more precisely, to deactivate the energy apparatus above. After all, there remained a space stone within, which was also a primary objective for Wang Yi. It was time to bring this farce to a close. Wang Yi murmured softly as he approached the device. At that moment, Doctor Strange lay unconscious on the ground. Previously ensnared by Loki's manipulation of the stone, Wang Yi transported him to safety before forcefully inserting the stone into the energy device. Perhaps due to the interference with the energy, a tremendous surge of lightning erupted, yet for Wang Yi, this posed no threat whatsoever. As Wang Yi exerted his strength, the scepter gradually penetrated deeper. The energy device became increasingly unstable, as if it were on the verge of shutting down. Below, the Avengers and others watched this scene, their hearts swelling with exhilaration. They glimpsed hope, the hope of victory. How wonderful it was that Wang was about to disable the energy device above. No matter how many troops their opponents had left, it would be futile. Indeed, on this battlefield, the ultimate victors would still be us. "Oh wait, look above." Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze upwards. They beheld the Chitauri mothership attempting to force its way through the energy device to enter Earth. Tony, taken aback yet composed, reassured them. "It's all right. As long as Wang shuts down the energy in time, they cannot enter." His words served as a balm to their anxieties. Everyone exhaled in relief and began to confront the remaining Chitauri. On the rooftop, Wang Yi observed this spectacle with a cold smirk. "So eager to meet your demise? Very well, I shall oblige." Initially, Wang had no intention of wasting time with them. He simply intended to shut down the energy device. However, since they were courting death, he was more than willing to accommodate their wishes. Wang paused, the energy device requiring just one final push. Once the Chitauri mothership was in position, he could decisively close the door on them. As time passed, a sense of unease began to permeate the air. The energy device had yet to be disabled, and the mothership was already halfway through. If this continued, they would soon breach the threshold. What is happening? I must go up and investigate. Tony furrowed his brow, then ascended to the rooftop using his Iron Man suit. Witnessing this, Wang Yi saw that the Chidori mothership had already arrived and no longer hesitated to destroy the energy source. He extracted the cosmic magic from within, exerting force that shattered the cube, revealing a radiant space gem inside. At that moment, Tony arrived, but it was too late. With a grave expression, he approached Wang Yi and said, "Wang, now that their mothership has entered, what shall we do?" Wang Yi smiled slightly upon hearing this. "Leave it to me. You just watch from the side." With that, he took a few steps forward. Powerful supernatural energy began to converge above his head, manifesting as the Omniversal Ray. This time, however, it was different, as the strength of 2 Infinity Stones enhanced the power of the Omniversal Ray significantly. Purple lightning crackled and gathered, causing Tony beside him to squint against the brightness. Once again, the city of New York felt as if it were locked down by an immense force, as if it could be obliterated at any moment. Below, all the superheroes were rendered speechless, gazing upward at the even more formidable Wang Yi. Thor, visibly shaken, murmured, "My goodness, I feel unworthy of the title of God of Thunder. It rightly belongs to Wang Yi." The surrounding superheroes instinctively nodded in agreement, recognizing that this power was beyond the capability of any among them to contend with. Meanwhile, the newly arrived Hawkeye and Captain America displayed expressions of astonishment. Although they had heard tales of Wang Yi's prowess, they had not anticipated he would be this powerful. The captain swallowed hard, astonished, and remarked, "Incredible. I have severely underestimated his strength." After speaking, he gazed at Tony and the Hulk. It was no wonder they chose to align with Wang Yi rather than the S-H-I-D-L-D. Similarly, Hawkeye shared this sentiment, recognizing the formidable strength Wang Yi had just exhibited. It was clear why he remained so enigmatic. Those who were aware of Wang Yi's true power were momentarily taken aback, having initially believed he was merely concealing his capabilities. However, they were unaware that this time he was bolstered by 2 Infinity Stones. Otherwise, how formidable could a mere limitless ray truly be? On the rooftop, Wang Yi observed the approaching Chidori mothership, a smile gradually spreading across his face, fearing they might hesitate to engage. "They are drawing near," Tony remarked, unable to contain his apprehension. He understood that the mothership undoubtedly housed many more Chitauri, equipped with formidable weaponry of great potency. At that moment, Tony felt a twinge of panic. But upon seeing Wang Yi, he regained his composure. The Chitauri, after all, merely relied on their numerical superiority. Their actual strength was not particularly impressive. Finally, the Chitauri mothership entered Wang Yi's strike range. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful ray, obliterating every Chitauri it encountered along its path, leaving not even a trace behind. His unparalleled power pierced through the mothership, and within moments, the hovering vessel was annihilated, the entire ordeal taking less than a minute. The rift in the sky sealed completely, while those below, witnessing the instantaneous destruction of the mothership, wore expressions of grave concern. Although the mothership was destroyed, its residual power should not be underestimated. A single misstep could result in the devastation of much of New York City, just as everyone was preparing to take action. The enormous vessel vanished from the sky without a trace. Hawkeye and Captain America were left in shock. How could something of such magnitude simply disappear? In contrast, the others regarded Wang Yi with calm expressions, for they understood that he had effortlessly resolved the situation once more. On the rooftop, Wang Yi toyed with the 2 gemstones in his hands, murmuring to himself, "These gems are indeed quite useful. I wonder if they can be integrated into the Shura Armor." Contemplating the 2 gemstones, Wang Yi was lost in thought. Soon, the system's voice chimed in, announcing the rewards, but he chose not to pay attention, as he had other matters to attend to. Loki should still be below, he mused, stroking his chin and glancing at Tony. "Let us go. It is all taken care of now." Tony followed behind Wang Yi, nodding absently. Initially, he had thought he was there to assist. Yet it seemed he had done nothing more than stand idly by, which left him feeling somewhat useless, as though he were merely a bystander. Upon reaching the ground, Wang Yi discovered the still unconscious god of mischief, Loki. A look of uncertainty crossed his face. He can't be dead, can he? But the fall was from a great height. Disregarding his concerns, Wang Yi picked him up and began to leave. "Where are you going?" Tony asked, unable to contain his curiosity as he observed Wang Yi utilizing the space gem. Wang Yi replied with a faint smile. "I have a few matters to discuss privately with Loki. You should go find Thor and Hulk." After Wang Yi concluded his conversation, he departed with Loki. Simultaneously, Nick Fury became aware that Wang Yi had resolved the situation, and he was immediately filled with excitement. Indeed, with Wang Yi around, everything could be managed. However, he lamented the loss of the Tesseract. In a hushed tone, Nick Fury reminded himself of his promise to Wang Yi. The Tesseract rightfully belonged to him. A sense of regret washed over him as he contemplated the immense power contained within it. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it too long, after all. It was preferable to relinquish the Tesseract than to allow politicians to wield nuclear weapons, potentially wreaking havoc on much of New York City. Besides, Wang Yi was one of their own, and he had no reason to fear any misuse on his part. Moreover, it was time to begin scouting for suitable candidates. Nick Fury stated solemnly. He had yet to identify the right individuals for the 4 vials of potion Wang Yi had provided earlier. However, following this battle, he recognized the significance of having loyal allies. Chapter 46. The first journey to Asgard at Wang Yi's villa. After the battle's conclusion, he brought Loki back with him. As for the events that followed, they were for Nick Fury and his team to handle, having little to do with him. He gazed at the 2 gems in his possession while contemplating the rewards from this encounter. Firstly, he had acquired 10 additional vials of strength potion, along with an infinity ring, thousands of system points, and 2 opportunities for a lottery draw. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. Wang Yi retrieved the infinity ring, examining it closely. Similar to an ordinary ring, its intricate runes lended an air of sophistication. He placed the infinity stone alongside the ring and gently touched them together. In an instant, the stone transformed into a beam of light and soared into the ring. As Wang Yi donned the ring, he could still feel the presence of 2 formidable forces within it. How remarkably convenient! Wang Yi's face lit up with joy. Not only was this arrangement advantageous, but it also concealed 2 precious gems. At that moment, Loki happened to awaken. Recalling the previous events, his expression shifted dramatically as he glanced sharply at Wang Yi, who was smiling on the sofa. In that instant, Wang Yi exuded an aura of mystery, power, and intimidation. Loki stepped back, attempting to maintain a safe distance, then fixed a venomous glare upon him. This individual had thwarted his plans twice, first in Mexico, and now here. Grinding his teeth, Loki demanded, "Who are you? Why do you persist in disrupting my schemes? Do we have a vendetta?" In response, Wang Yi calmly regarded him, his tone remarkably nonchalant. No vendetta. This statement left the illustrious god of mischief, Loki, utterly perplexed. If there's no vendetta, why do you continually obstruct me? Are you simply toying with me? Wang Yi observed Loki, carefully contemplating his forthcoming words. Thor had been dealt with long ago. It was only Loki who posed a troublesome challenge. Suddenly, Wang Yi's expression softened, sincerity shining through as he spoke gently. "Loki, god of mischief, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my organization, to become a part of our family in the Alliance of Vengeance." Loki was taken aback, not anticipating such an invitation from Wang Yi. "Your brother Thor has also joined us," Wang Yi continued, "and I now hope you will too." Internally, Loki scoffed, yet his demeanor remained unchanged. "Joining you may be acceptable, but what benefits would it afford me?" After all, Loki was not one to allow others to gain an advantage over him. Joining is not impossible. It merely depends on Wang Yi's sincerity and whether it is sufficient to persuade him. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi discerned Loki's intentions. For Loki, the throne of Asgard represented the ultimate temptation. Wang Yi's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he spoke gravely. "If you choose to join us, I may assist you in attaining the throne of Asgard." He stipulated, however, that Loki must undergo certain changes and genuinely commit to their cause, rather than betray them when they least expect it. Loki was taken aback, surprised that Wang Yi could perceive his innermost thoughts. Yet, he could not deny that he felt a twinge of desire. After a moment of contemplation, he let out a cold laugh and replied, "Is my brother aware of your promise? Do you truly believe he would consent to relinquishing the throne to me?" Wang Yi responded promptly, "Not at present. But I assure you, your brother does not covet the throne. Provided you possess the strength and capability, he would willingly cede it to you." This assertion was not mere conjecture. Thor's affections were wholly directed towards Jane. Should Loki demonstrate a transformation, it was indeed conceivable that Thor would bestow the throne upon him. "Very well, I accept your proposal and shall join your ranks," Loki remarked coldly, advancing towards Wang Yi and extending his hand. Wang Yi, maintaining a composed smile, reciprocated the handshake. Yet, he was acutely aware that Loki's gesture was merely perfunctory and lacked genuine intent. Nevertheless, Wang Yi was unperturbed should Loki acquiesce too readily. He would need to contemplate whether this was indeed the true nature of Loki. "Now that I have joined you, am I free to depart?" Loki gazed at Wang Yi, devoid of the prior fear, replaced instead by a flicker of excitement and disdain. A subtle smile graced Wang Yi's lips as he intoned, "You cannot leave just yet. Even if you wish to, you must wait for Thor to escort you back." With an impassive demeanor, he fixed his gaze upon Loki. No sooner had Wang Yi's words fallen than a sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door, indicating Natasha's return. without turning to look. Wang Yi instinctively knew she was back, and the hurried footsteps suggested she was not alone. Thor was the first to enter, his expression aflame with fury upon seeing Loki. "Wang Yi, I intend to take Loki back for judgment," he declared, his purpose for coming clear. Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement, uttering little. This was a promise he had previously made to Thor. As for Nick Fury's concerns, they were no longer his responsibility. As Thor approached, he suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to Wang Yi, exclaiming, "Where is the gem? That is a treasure of Asgard." Wang Yi glanced at him calmly, responding, "It is in my possession. You currently lack the power to safeguard it. Only I am capable of doing so. The fact that Loki is here is a testament to that, and perhaps other formidable extraterrestrial civilizations have their sights set on the gem as well. It is safest in my hands." Thor paused, momentarily taken aback by Wang Yi's assertion. He recognized that these were the very words Wang Yi employed to resist relinquishing the gem, yet there was a semblance of truth in his argument. Thus, Thor found himself in a quandary. The gem had always been a treasure of Asgard, and by rights, he ought to reclaim it. Observing Thor's predicament, Loki immediately mocked. "My dear brother, you are unable to retrieve even the treasures of Asgard?" He continued, "With such capabilities, how could you ever aspire to be the king of Asgard?" Thor, incensed by Loki's derision, swiftly retaliated with a punch that sent Loki sprawling. Wang Yi, perceiving the escalating tension, sought to ease the situation. Understanding that they were comrades and should not let discord linger. "How about this? I shall accompany you. I will explain everything to Odin. And I trust he will choose to grant me the stone." Upon hearing this, Thor nodded affirmatively. Worriedly, Natasha interjected, "But this is their territory. Perhaps we should all go together?" Meanwhile, Tony chimed in, "Wang Yi is a good friend of mine. I cannot stand idly by while he is in trouble." Wang Yi felt a warm surge of appreciation, yet he resolutely shook his head in refusal. "No, I can handle this alone. If I cannot succeed by myself, then it would be futile for you to intervene." The others, upon hearing his reasoning, acknowledged the validity of his words. If someone as formidable as Wang Yi could not prevail, their involvement would only hinder him. Sensing their lingering hesitation, Wang Yi reassured them, "Do not worry. I will be fine. Trust in my abilities." With that, Wang Yi lightly gestured, using the space stone to open a portal, revealing the realm of Asgard. He stepped through first, followed by Thor and Loki. The others remained outside, awaiting their return. Soon after, the portal vanished, leaving the villa enveloped in silence once more. In the depths of S.H.I.E.L.D., Alexander perused a multitude of photographs in his hands, reflecting on the recent confrontation at Stark Industries. He was now utterly convinced that Wang Yi was indeed the master of the Shura Armor. "If you wish to conceal your identity so fervently, I shall ensure you are exposed," he declared, placing the images upon the table. Facing Wang Yi, a new scheme began to take shape in his mind, to utilize a fishing reel to entice Wang Yi into their fold. Wang Yi's formidable strength posed a significant threat. Should he become an adversary, Hydra's plans could be thwarted. Yet, with Wang Yi's assistance, their endeavors would be greatly enhanced. He believed that with the dawn of tomorrow, Wang Yi would undoubtedly shine brightly, alongside the enigmatic Black Legion that emerged the previous day. He was convinced that they were affiliated with Wang Yi. Contemplating this, he summoned his assistant and handed over the photographs, instructing them to disseminate anonymously to all media outlets, allowing them to exercise their creativity. A cold smile crept across Alexander's face. By tomorrow, he could rally politicians to apply pressure on Nick Fury. Chapter 47. Targeting the time gem simultaneously. In the wake of the fierce battle that erupted in central New York, journalists from various daily publications were clamoring to report on the event. The focus on Wang Yi intensified, with extensive features dedicated to him. Numerous articles regarding the Shura Armor proliferated, as he single-handedly eclipsed all other rumors. Within a newspaper office, a middle-aged man sat at his desk, meticulously analyzing Wang Yi's photographs, striving to uncover clues that could lead him to the man himself, thereby securing the greatest influx of traffic. It was not only him. Other newspapers were engaged in similar pursuits, all vying for the same elusive story. The middle-aged man loudly proclaimed to those around him that whoever could locate the master of the mysterious armor would not only be richly rewarded, but also directly promoted to a supervisory position. His words ignited a fervor among the workers, motivating them to exert themselves even more diligently. This was the key to wealth, a shortcut to success. Suddenly, a young man rushed in from outside, exclaiming, "Boss, I have a letter here," without any notes or details. The messenger simply stated that it contained something of interest to us. The young man handed the letter to the middle-aged man, exchanged a brief greeting, and then exited. The middle-aged man, puzzled, examined the letter, his confusion deepening. Upon opening it, his breath quickened in excitement. He immediately stood up and shouted, "Everyone, put down your work and convene for an urgent meeting." With that, he led the way to the conference room. In Asgard, Wang Yi stood, his gaze wandering over the enchanting surroundings. It must be said, this realm was indeed a paradise, far beyond anything Earth could offer. Wang Yi awaited the arrival of Odin. Shortly thereafter, the All-Father Odin arrived, accompanied by Thor and others. Wang Yi regarded Odin with a serious yet respectful demeanor, addressing him as father. Odin nodded in acknowledgement. Taking a moment to appraise Wang Yi, well aware of the events transpiring on Earth. With a warm smile, Odin remarked, "Wang Yi, a commendable young man. I am already aware of the purpose of your visit." Having spoken, Odin let out a soft sigh. "You are indeed correct. The infinite gem possesses no true master. Thus I cannot claim it as ours. Since you have acquired it, it rightfully belongs to you." Beside him, Thor expressed surprise. Did he not know the temperament of his own father? Yet, why was he so courteous towards Wang Yi? Wang Yi appeared somewhat dazed, not anticipating such ease in the matter. He had initially presumed he would have to endure a lengthy discourse to procure the gem. To his astonishment, it was indeed this simple. "I am most grateful, father," Wang Yi replied with polite gratitude. "Thor, why not show Wang Yi around Asgard?" Odin interjected, pulling the bewildered Thor back to reality. Wang Yi waved his hand, hastily responding, "That is not necessary. I have some matters to attend to and must return now." Odin nodded, a smile gracing his features, choosing not to elaborate further. After expressing his thanks once more, Wang Yi opened a portal and departed. Watching him leave, Thor finally voiced his lingering curiosity. "Father, what is amiss? While I anticipated you would grant him the gem, I did not foresee it being so effortless." It was not that Thor was unwilling to give, but rather a simple curiosity. Odin gazed at his son and gently explained, "Thor, one must not judge solely by appearances. Although we have only met once, I sense the formidable power within him. Moreover, you have matured. It is essential to have strong friends to help safeguard Asgard. Only with such allies can Asgard endure eternally." Odin continued, "I can sense his extraordinary nature. Your decision to ally with him is indeed commendable. Time will reveal all." With these words, Odin departed from the great hall. It was precisely because he perceived the strength within Wang Yi that he treated him with such courtesy. Such a person is destined to rise above others. Therefore, rather than establishing a formidable enemy for Asgard, it would be wiser to cultivate a powerful ally. Not that he feared confrontation. Had he wished, he could have easily forced Wang Yi to remain. However, he preferred not to take such measures, fully aware that his own lifespan was nearing its end. Meanwhile, Thor lingered in place, murmuring, "How profound. It seems I understand, yet I also do not." On the other side, upon Wang Yi's return, he was greeted by the eager faces of his companions. Wang Yi smiled and said, "I thought you had all left. I didn't expect you were waiting for me." Natasha hurried forward, examining Wang Yi closely. Upon confirming he was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. "It's a relief you are well. We feared that once you ventured there, you might not return." Natasha expressed her concern and then glanced at the others, who nodded instinctively. After all, it was his domain, and uncertainties loomed large. Wang Yi chuckled softly, shrugging his shoulders. "How could that be? Even if they intended to confront me, surely I could evade them if I could not prevail in battle." He then revealed a ring, adding, "With their assistance, even Thor's father cannot guarantee victory. Moreover, I still possess an unused upgrade card." Wang Yi mused inwardly, recognizing that the formidable power of the upgraded Shura Armor was beyond their comprehension. Tony and his companions, having seen Wang Yi, found no pressing matters and gradually made their way back. Consequently, after the day's arduous battle, everyone was utterly exhausted. It was not solely for Wang Yi's sake that they wished to return and rest. Wang Yi nodded, expressing his concern. "Please ensure you rest well upon your return. Should there be any tasks in the future, I will notify you all." The group nodded in acknowledgement and departed, leaving only Natasha and him behind. As Natasha gazed upon Wang Yi's visage, an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity washed over her. The chasm that once existed between them seemed to have widened significantly. Regardless of her efforts, bridging that gap appeared futile. Contemplating this, Natasha's spirits sank. Perhaps sensing her shift in mood, Wang Yi inquired, "What troubles you? Are you injured?" His initial thought was of her potential injury, but upon seeing Natasha shake her head, he felt perplexed. If it were not an injury, then what could it be? Natasha offered only a few vague words before retreating to her room for rest. Wang Yi, not overly concerned, realized that the events of the first Avengers film had already transpired. This signified that Thanos' plan was underway, a scheme intended to enact a form of cosmic sterilization. Subconsciously, Wang Yi fixed his gaze upon his ring, his eyes sharp with determination. As long as he was present, Thanos' ambitions could not come to fruition. Simply put, he currently lacked the means to gather the Infinity Stones. The Time Stone held by the Ancient One was a potential avenue worth exploring. He had long coveted the gem. However, acquiring it would necessitate dealing with the Ancient One first. Otherwise, any effort would be in vain. Of course, a direct confrontation was out of the question. The only viable approach remained one of cunning. Wang Yi, feeling somewhat fatigued, decided to take a bath and lie down on his bed to reflect on his recent accomplishments. Chapter 48. The Rejection of Ancient One Host. Wang Yi skills: Mastery in English, Master-level Martial Arts, Master-level Culinary Arts items, Shura Armor Summoner, upgradable once. Strength Potions X10 Legion, Avengers, 3 members, Shadow Legion, Bayonet Squad, Claw Shadows, Marketplace, Open Wheel of Fortune, Divine Lottery X2 System Value, 4070. Glancing at his equipment, he noted it was quite commendable, particularly the system value, which had significantly increased compared to before. If he continued to save, he would soon be able to exchange for valuable items. Wang Yi mused to himself, a hint of regret in his eyes. He had initially intended to recruit Loki today, but the latter was unwilling. Otherwise, there would have undoubtedly been abundant rewards, Wang Yi thought. As time passed, Wang Yi soon drifted into slumber. Each narrative's emergence left him feeling immensely weary. However, he could engage and play for extended periods. This paradox left him quite speechless. The sky gradually darkened, and in his dreams, Wang Yi seemed to experience a blissful vision of gathering 6 Infinity Stones and returning to his homeland. Suddenly, just as he was about to return home, a loud knocking at the door jolted him back to reality. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Wang Yi rose irritably to answer the door. Upon seeing Natasha, he initially contemplated reprimanding her, but the serious expression on her face caused him to pause, his anger dissipating instantly. Curiously, he inquired, "What's the matter? Is there a significant issue?" Natasha remained silent, instead handing him the newspaper, urging him to read it for himself. A sense of foreboding washed over Wang Yi. Could it be? As he picked up the paper, his unease was confirmed by the prominent headline, "Shock. The legendary mysterious armor is actually Wang Yi, a friend of Tony." There were numerous such claims, no fewer than 10 in total, as he casually glanced through the articles. Observing Wang Yi's changing demeanor, Natasha continued, "I have already contacted Tony, but he mentioned that the situation is quite complicated, as it's not just this one article. Nearly half of the New York Daily is wildly sharing it." Wang Yi's expression darkened as the reality sank in. He replied coolly, "It doesn't matter anymore. The truth cannot be concealed. Inform Tony to acknowledge it directly." Subsequently, a dangerous aura emanated from him as his eyes narrowed. There was undoubtedly someone orchestrating this behind the scenes. Could it be Alexander? Wang Yi pondered silently. There were few who knew his identity, and among them, several were well acquainted with him. It was unlikely they were the source of the leak. The only possibility was Alexander. He could think of no one else. But how had he learned of it? As Wang Yi reflected on numerous past events, clarity struck him. Natasha gazed at him and softly inquired, "Do you know who leaked the information?" Wang Yi did not withhold his thoughts, merely nodding in acknowledgement, opting not to elaborate further. After all, these were merely conjectures at this point, and he lacked solid evidence. However, if it were indeed Alexander, he would inevitably expose his identity as a Hydra operative in due course. As Wang Yi pondered, Tony's voice resonated from outside the glass. "Wang, you're in serious trouble now. This place is no longer safe. You must leave at once." Tony entered, hastily removing his battle armor. Wang Yi shook his head and shrugged, responding, "It's fine. Let the exposure happen. Just hold a press conference and acknowledge it on my behalf. I have a matter to attend to first." Wang Yi intended to seek out the Time Stone from Ancient One. Tony, growing anxious at Wang Yi's words, asked, "When will you return? Even if a press conference is necessary, you must be present." Wang Yi contemplated for a moment and replied calmly, "I shall visit you after I return." He then turned his gaze to Natasha, instructing, "Please find Nick Fury and ascertain his perspective on this matter. When I return, I shall also speak with him." With that, Wang Yi donned his Shura armor and departed. Shortly after his exit, a cacophony of voices erupted outside, seemingly from journalists. It was unclear how they had disowned Wang Yi's location, yet, as he had stated, he no longer cared. In a room within Kamartosh, Ancient One appeared to be expecting Wang Yi. She sat patiently, steeping tea while occasionally glancing ahead. A delicate fragrance pervaded the room. Soon, Wang Yi arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, he expressed no surprise. Instead, he simply took a seat. Ancient One did not lift her gaze. As if she were already aware of his intentions, Ancient One let out a sigh before slowly speaking, You seek the time stone, do you not? As she spoke, she gently touched her necklace, from which emanated a radiant glow, the emblem of the time gem. Indeed, would the esteemed Ancient One be willing to part with the time stone? Wang Yi declared, unwavering in his resolve, for soon Thanos would arrive, and he needed to possess all the gems. Ancient One lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes lingering on the ring in his hand. After a prolonged silence, she replied, My gem is dedicated to safeguarding the earth and protecting Kamartaj. Thus I cannot relinquish it. She shook her head and offered Wang Yi a cup of tea she had prepared. This time, Wang Yi had learned his lesson. He took a sip to ensure he would not leave empty-handed. He then continued to gaze sincerely at Ancient One, stating, I require the time stone to protect the earth as well. I believe you have observed my actions during this time. You must have an understanding of my character. Have you not? Wang Yi asserted confidently, convinced that Ancient One had indeed scrutinized him closely, and not merely once. As anticipated, Ancient One fell into contemplation. Wang Yi's assertion held truth. Thus far, all his endeavors had been aimed at safeguarding the earth and this universe. Suddenly, she glanced at the ring on Wang Yi's finger and smiled. It appears you already possess 2 gems. This time, Wang Yi chose not to conceal the truth. Nodding in acknowledgement, he understood that it would be futile to hide this from Ancient One, hence there was no need for subterfuge. So, esteemed Sorcerer Supreme, is there truly no possibility of lending me the time stone? Wang Yi inquired one last time. If you still refuse, then there is no hope. Gui sighed and shook her head. The time stone was of paramount importance to her. It was not only a means to protect Kamartaj, but also a weapon to thwart Dormammu. At that moment, Wang Yi seemed to have an epiphany and promptly declared, What if I promise to assist you in vanquishing Dormammu? His tone exuded an air of confidence. Gui regarded him, uncertain of how he had acquired such knowledge. Yet considering he was not from this realm, it seemed somewhat explicable. She then smiled and nodded. Chapter 49. The time stone in hand. It appears you indeed possess considerable insight. Perhaps you are even aware of future events? Gui remarked with a subtle smile, which left Wang Yi with an unsettling feeling. However, trusting in Gui's character, he nodded in agreement. Gui then shifted the conversation, stating, The time stone is not beyond your reach, but as you mentioned, can you guarantee the eradication of Dormammu? Or rather, do you comprehend the nature of Dormammu's existence? Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yi immediately nodded. It was no jest. As a time traveler, such fundamental truths were certainly within his grasp. He then divulged everything he knew about Dormammu, while Gui occasionally sipped her tea, nodding in acknowledgement. After recounting details about Dormammu, he reiterated Dr. Strange's methods of confronting him, all the while silently praying that Gui would not foresee future events. For if she were to discover that he was merely replicating Strange's strategies, it would spell disaster. Thus, he prepared to negotiate with Dormammu. Wang Yi spoke in one breath, observing Gui's expression. However, he discovered that her demeanor revealed nothing at all. It seemed that, within her heart, there was nothing capable of stirring even the slightest ripple. Once he finished speaking, Gui pondered carefully before remarking, It is indeed a commendable idea, with a genuine possibility of success. Wang Yi remained silent, smiling at Gui while awaiting her final verdict. Should it prove unfavorable, he would simply accept it. Yet, Gui fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons. Wang Yi chose not to interrupt, contentedly sipping his tea beside her. After a short while, Gui let out a deep sigh. She then removed the necklace from around her neck and handed it to Wang Yi. Her gaze was piercing, and her expression serious as she declared, I entrust you with the time stone, but do not forget your promise, otherwise, I shall return to seek you out. Gui spoke earnestly. Wang Yi straightened his posture, nodding gravely. Gui smiled with a sense of relief and waved her hand. Wang Yi understood her gesture, took the necklace, and prepared to take his leave. He could not help but feel an unusual discomfort whenever he was in Gui's presence, the reason for which eluded him. Moreover, he sensed that Gui possessed a strength surpassing even Odin's, at least in terms of presence. The last encounter with Odin lacked such oppressive energy, instead exuding harmony and benevolence. He shook his head, casting aside these thoughts. Now that the time stone was in his possession, alongside his own mastery of space and mind, he had amassed 3 stones. Only the Power Stone, Soul Stone, and Reality Stone remained. Contemplating this, Wang Yi found himself in a quandary. The matter of power is rather straightforward, and the acquisition of Reality Stones is relatively easy. However, the challenge lies in obtaining the Soul Stone, which presents considerable difficulties. Contemplating the means to acquire the Soul Stone, Wang Yi felt a pang of frustration. Sacrifice was unequivocally out of the question, leaving him with no option but to bide his time and await an opportunity. Utilizing the Space Stone, Wang Yi opened a portal leading to a villa. At that moment, Natasha and Thor were bustling about, visibly flustered. Upon entering, Wang Yi caught sight of the two and felt a twinge of concern, sensing an ominous premonition. He inquired, "What is the matter? Your expression suggests that this issue is not easily resolved." In response to his unvoiced apprehensions, Tony nodded and promptly remarked, "Indeed, it's quite challenging. 1. You must address this matter immediately." Natasha, standing nearby, concurred, "Exactly. We underestimated the individuals involved. Their influence is substantial. And now all the reporters in New York are aware of the situation." Wang Yi nodded, realizing the gravity of the predicament. Having concealed his identity for so long, the prospect of exposure meant that many would come seeking him. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Wang Yi turned toward the door, smiling as he remarked, "Are there not throngs of reporters outside, which is why you two are waiting for me here?" Wang Yi deduced the situation, and Natasha and Tony instinctively nodded in agreement. "Tony, what do you propose we do now?" "I shall heed your counsel," Wang Yi said, shrugging his shoulders while mentally attributing this predicament to Alexander. Coupled with Tony's earlier response, Wang Yi should have grasped the implications by now. Nevertheless, he found such tactics beneath his contempt. "Just wait and see. I shall devise a way to thwart you." Beside them, Tony nodded and picked up the phone to call Pepper, arranging a press conference for the following day. Today's discussion had been rather rushed and lacking in substance. Wang Yi, feeling confident, left the matter to Tony. He retrieved the necklace bestowed by the Ancient One and extracted the time stone from within. A faint luminescence swirled around the three of them, emanating a formidable power. Natasha and Tony gazed in disbelief. Wang Yi had acquired the time stone in a mere half hour? This was an object whose location they had no knowledge of. Yet Wang Yi had obtained it with such ease. Both Tony and Natasha were astonished, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of shock. Their gaze towards Wang Yi transformed, imbued with a newfound respect. Ignoring their stares, Wang Yi gently touched the gem to his ring, and it transformed into a radiant beam of light, merging into the ring. Indeed, it was extraordinarily powerful. Wang Yi reveled in the strength contained within the ring, letting out a soft chuckle. "You now possess 3 stones, do you not?" Tony swallowed hard, incredulous. In such a short span, the legendary 6 stones, and Wang Yi had already acquired 3? Wang Yi nodded, casually remarking, "Correct, only 3 remain." Natasha shook her head, her eyes filled with longing. "The remaining 3 will likely be impossible to gather. No one knows the exact locations of the raw stones." "For you to find 3 is indeed no small feat," Tony concurred. "I have searched as well, but even J.A.R.V.I.S. could only uncover legends, not precise locations." Wang Yi smiled enigmatically and replied, "What if I told you that I know exactly where they are?" Wang Yi, after speaking, turned to the 2 individuals who were utterly stunned. They had never anticipated that Wang Yi was aware of the other gem's descent, especially with the addition of these 3. Did this not imply that Wang Yi had known about the legendary 6 Infinity Stones long before? He chose not to pursue this topic further, instead contemplating how to deal with the Serpent Shield and Alexander. The next chapter was likely to be Iron Man 3. Wang Yi closed his eyes in deep thought. And Captain America 2 was not far off either. A smile graced his lips, his gaze revealing a palpable aura of menace. Natasha and Tony instinctively felt a chill run down their spines. They exchanged glances, recognizing that the source of this murderous intent was not directed at them, but rather aimed at others. Suddenly, the sound of knocking at the door grew increasingly insistent. The trembling grew louder, and Wang Yi's expression hardened. He strode towards the door, and under the watchful eyes of Natasha and Tony, he slowly opened it. Chapter 50, The Reckless Alexander outside Wang Yi's villa. A throng of people had gathered. Many were armed with rifles and other weaponry, while some had set up equipment at the entrance, awaiting Wang Yi's appearance. Among them was a bold, rotund man, who relentlessly pounded on the door, seemingly determined to continue until someone inside obliged him. The others maintained a safe distance from him, with some merely waiting to witness the unfolding drama. The rotund man scoffed at the surrounding commotion, derisively remarking, "A bunch of cowards, and they still aspire to make headlines?" With that, he intensified his assault on the door. Although the others were infuriated, they refrained from confronting him. The occupants within were not to be trifled with. Suddenly, as the rotund man sneered, the tightly shut door swung open. Wang Yi's handsome countenance and resolute expression emerged before the crowd. Many stood up, gazing towards the entrance. Yet none dared to approach, for it was evident to the discerning that Wang Yi's demeanor was far from amiable. The timid had already seized the opportunity to slip away. Wang Yi paid no heed to these individuals. Instead, he cast a cold glance at the rotund man and spoke icily, "What do you wish to convey?" The frigid tone sent shivers through the onlookers. The man took a deep breath, summoning his courage to respond. "We are reporters from the Glorious Daily. here to interview you. Wang Yi raised his hand, interrupting him, and coldly declared that publication will no longer exist. As he spoke, he glanced at Tony behind him, who nodded solemnly. A collective gasp resonated from outside. Wang Yi turned to survey the crowd, and for an inexplicable reason, everyone instinctively shuddered, hastily gathering their belongings and departing. In mere moments, those who had once clustered at the doorway vanished, leaving only the rotund man, standing there like a statue. Yet, Wang Yi paid him no mind. Closing the door, he exhaled in relief, glancing at Natasha and Tony, and remarked with a faint smile, "These individuals serve merely as a warning." Tony nodded in agreement, chuckling. "Then I shall take my leave. Remember, you must attend the press conference tomorrow." "Certainly," Wang Yi replied with a smile as Tony donned his Iron Man suit and departed. Natasha, too, needed to return to S.H.I.E.L.D., where matters were equally chaotic, particularly with the looming threat from Alexandria. After exchanging a few brief words with Wang Yi, Natasha followed suit and left. Wang Yi spoke little, for he understood the weight of the situation. Indeed, it was time for resolution. The troubles of Steel 3 must stem from Tony's anxiety and his relationship with Pepper. Watching the direction in which Tony departed, Wang Yi murmured to himself, "This narrative is rather difficult to navigate. Given Tony's current state, it seems he is yet to embark on his journey. I must seek an opportunity to engage in a heartfelt conversation with him." At that moment, outside the window, in the same spot as before, Bucky gazed coldly at Wang Yi, his eyes betraying a flicker of murderous intent. Wang Yi noticed him, raising an eyebrow in response. This Alexander truly does not know when to relent? Unable to unearth me, he resorts to eliminating me? Wang Yi scoffed, since Bucky has already arrived. He might as well linger. Outside the window, Bucky inexplicably vanished, as if he had never been there at all. Wang Yi stepped out, following the edge of the path. He observed that Bucky was not alone. Two others stood nearby, their gazes vacant and expressions wooden. Were they under some form of control? Yet, no one responded to him. Suddenly, Wang Yi's expression shifted, as if a realization dawned upon him. Alexander must have discovered his identity. What, then, was the purpose of sending this group? He knew full well that these individuals could not possibly be his adversaries. However, before he could ponder further, the two individuals beside Bucky launched their assault. Yet, Wang Yi did not even glance their way. In his eyes, their movements were sluggish. With ease, he evaded their strikes and dispatched both with a single maneuver each. It was almost too effortless. Wang Yi furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a thought. He noticed a faint glow emanating from Bucky's attire. Were they analyzing my data to uncover weaknesses, preparing for a decisive blow? Wang Yi let out a cold laugh. Originally, they had reported this intention. However, what he did not realize was how these individuals could possibly gauge the depths of his capabilities. Observing the two men being defeated, Bucky did not linger and immediately dashed towards the rear. Wang Yi closely followed, accompanied by the assistance of Shadow Claw. Soon, they managed to intercept Bucky. On the opposite side, another Shadow Claw appeared, encircling Bucky completely. Sensing the dire situation, Bucky attempted a forceful breakout, striking at the foremost Shadow Claw. Wang Yi stood at a distance, biding his time to watch the spectacle unfold. Additional Shadow Claws continued to emerge around them, leaving Bucky with no escape. Minutes later, Bucky was subdued and pinned to the ground by the Shadow Claw agents. Wang Yi stepped forward and utilized the power of the gem within his ring to open a portal, returning to the villa. Likewise, Bucky was taken along. Observing the surveillance device on Bucky, Wang Yi scoffed disdainfully. What audacity Alexander possessed to believe that they could obtain data concerning him. Suddenly, Wang Yi felt an unsettling notion. Things may not be as straightforward as they seemed. Alexander was fully aware, so why would he? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Wang Yi's expression stiffened. He had fallen into a trap. Bucky was merely a diversion, and the true observer had likely already fled. Wang Yi took a deep breath, feeling an unsettling unease. Had this individual always been so audacious? Did he not fear retribution? Wang Yi commanded the Shadow Claw agents to keep a close watch on Bucky. Employing the spatial powers of the ring, a portal immediately illuminated, revealing the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. On the other side, Alexander sat in his chair. A cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded himself, seemingly having anticipated Wang Yi's arrival from the outset, thus waiting for him all along. Wang Yi. It has been a long time. Alexander smiled, his gaze shifting to the monitoring location behind Wang Yi. Wang Yi, of course, understood his implication, but what of it? He stepped forward and lifted Alexander as one would a small chick. This elicited even more laughter from Alexander. What, are you going to hit me? Go ahead. If you do, don't think you can leave here, he whispered, not forgetting to deliver a veiled threat. Wang Yi cast him a glance and leaned closer to Alexander's ear. Are all the members of Hydra as brave as you? Wang Yi spoke in a tone devoid of any emotion. Yet, Alexander's expression stiffened, and a storm of turmoil surged within him. He never anticipated how Wang Yi had discerned his identity. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, "You shouldn't make unfounded claims without evidence. Or is it you who lacks proof?" Alexander's face darkened, but he maintained his facade. Wang Yi chuckled softly, releasing him. "Of course I have evidence. Otherwise, how would I know? Can you imagine what Nick Fury would do if I were to inform him of this?" As he spoke, a playful thought crossed his mind, and he turned to leave. Behind the spatial door stood a bewildered Nick Fury. Chapter 51, The Summoning Device of the Armor of Xingtian in the office. Nick Fury and Coulson were immersed in their work. Suddenly, a door appeared out of thin air, and Alexander along with Wang Yi materialized before them. Nick Fury stared wide-eyed, perplexed at the sight of the two. Equally bewildered was Alexander, for this was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Shouldn't Wang Yi have subjugated him and then acted in his own interests? With a cold sneer, Wang Yi tossed Alexander aside and stated in a deep voice, "Nick Fury, I suspect that Hydra has infiltrated your S.H.I.E.L.D." After throwing him aside, Wang Yi utilized his spatial powers to return to his villa with effortless grace. As for whether Nick Fury could uncover Alexander's true nature, he felt no concern. If necessary, he would personally eliminate him one day. Gazing up at the darkening sky, evening had arrived. Wang Yi tidied himself up and lay down on his bed, contemplating the events of the morrow. He knew he must attend the press conference, and the story of Iron Man 3 was likely to unfold in the coming days. He needed to prepare accordingly. Wang Yi rubbed his temples, allowing his thoughts to wander. Soon, his mind grew increasingly heavy, and he gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, on Nick Fury's side, chaos reigned. Wang Yi's words compelled Fury to take the matter seriously, yet Alexander was the director and his superior, which put him in a difficult position. Lacking evidence, merely relying on Wang Yi's statement made his situation all the more complicated. Reluctantly, he allowed Alexander to depart. But as he watched Alexander's retreating figure, Fury pondered whether Wang Yi might be deceiving them or if he was merely harboring suspicions. Beside him, Coulson was filled with confusion. After all, how could Alexander, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., possibly be affiliated with Hydra? It was akin to a reputable mayor suddenly being labeled a traitor, an assertion that was difficult to believe. He curiously rubbed his bald head, gazing at Nick Fury, his mind brimming with questions. After a brief silence, Nick Fury spoke in a low voice. Wang Yi would not frame him without reason. There must be a rationale behind his words. The significance of Hydra weighed heavily, and as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was imperative that they investigate this matter discreetly. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Nick Fury resolved to delve into the truth. Regardless of whether Alexander was guilty or innocent, he swiftly assigned a task to Coulson before turning back to address the complications surrounding Wang Yi. Meanwhile, upon returning, Alexander fell into a deep contemplation. How did Wang Yi discover my identity? This cannot stand. I must contact our people to eliminate him. A fierce glint flickered in Alexander's eyes, his expression gradually turning menacing. With Wang Yi's identity now exposed, Nick Fury's nature dictated that he would undoubtedly investigate him. Thus, for the time being, he needed to remain inconspicuous. As long as Nick Fury lacked concrete evidence, he would still hold his position of authority. Time flew by, and soon morning arrived. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the sky, Wang Yi's biological clock awakened him. After a quick tidying up, he made his way to Tony's villa, pondering that arriving early might grant him a chance to enjoy breakfast. Jarvis opened the door for him, and Tony was already seated on the sofa. Upon seeing Wang Yi, he exclaimed with excitement, "Wang, you're here. Look at how popular you've become. The entire city of New York adores you. You're their hero." Wang Yi felt a twinge of confusion until Tony handed him the newspaper, bringing clarity to his bewilderment. Due to Alexander's deft maneuvering, Wang Yi's identity was revealed, which consequently garnered him a multitude of admirers. Moreover, each of Wang Yi's interventions has been a rescue from perilous situations. Thus, Wang Yi's renown now surpasses that of anyone else, even if one cannot recall Iron Man Tony. It is impossible to be unaware of Wang Yi's prowess. Holding a newspaper in his hands, Wang Yi smiled faintly. He remained indifferent to this so-called fame, otherwise, why not reveal his identity from the outset? He set the newspaper aside and inquired of Tony, how long until the press conference begins? And what will I need to do? Wang Yi had attended few such events, and each time he had merely coasted along, unlike this occasion. where he would be the focal point. Hence, it was prudent to clarify with Tony to avoid any potential embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, Tony replied earnestly, "You simply need to acknowledge your identity. No further elaboration is necessary, as I will provide the explanations." Tony succinctly stated this. Fully aware of Wang Yi's aversion to being in the limelight and recognizing that this situation was unavoidable. Shortly thereafter, Pepper brought forth the prepared breakfast. However, upon glancing at Tony, she huffed and departed, leaving Wang Yi to ponder the underlying reasons. It seemed there was a burgeoning rift in their relationship. And a glance at Tony revealed his resigned shake of the head. Before long, breakfast concluded, and Happy drove both of them to the venue of the press conference. This event was undoubtedly grander than Tony's previous one. Even before entering, the area was already teeming with people. And one could only imagine the throng of journalists from across New York converging at this very location. The competition among journalists has reached a rather intense level. Even before they exited the vehicle, the two were besieged by reporters outside. Tony could only manage a wry smile. These individuals had once pursued him relentlessly. Yet now their focus was solely on Wang Yi. He mused that standing there, he would likely attract little attention. Happy dutifully approached, using his imposing figure to disperse the throng of reporters and escort Tony and Wang Yi inside. As the press conference had yet to commence, Wang Yi and Tony made their way to the backstage area. Tony busied himself with his own affairs, while Wang Yi found himself with a moment of leisure, pondering what to do next. Why not engage in a little lottery for some amusement? Wang Yi mused. After all, he still had 2 chances left to try his luck. With that thought, he uttered the phrase, and the system's sultry voice resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Xingtian Armor Summoner. As the announcement concluded, the Xingtian Armor Summoner materialized before him, accompanied by a detailed introduction and an array of skills. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback, ignoring the system's voice as he gazed incredulously at the summoner in his hand. Previously, Xiao Tian had vanquished his opponent using the God of War's fiery sword, and Wang Yi had always been uncertain which was superior, the Azura or Xingtian. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Acquiring Xingtian meant he could adopt a new identity and continue his charade. A smile spread across Wang Yi's face, and he felt a surge of excitement within him, almost tempted to flee and test the might of Xingtian. Just then, Tony entered, signaling that it was time for Wang Yi to make his appearance. Chapter 52. The beginning of Steel 3. The venue for the press conference was teeming with people, all eyes fixated on the adjacent passage, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a pivotal figure. Perhaps even Wang Yi could not have anticipated such treatment. After a brief moment of collecting himself and stowing away the Xingtian armor, he emerged alongside Tony. As soon as Wang Yi made his entrance, a cacophony of equipment sounds filled the air, accompanied by the eager inquiries of numerous journalists. "Mr. Wang, are you indeed the fabled owner of that mysterious armor? Why have you maintained such an enigmatic presence until now? Mr. Wang, may I inquire if you are aware of the identity of the person who exposed you? Are you acquainted with them? What could have motivated such an action?" There were countless other questions as well. Wang Yi, with a serene smile, exhibited no signs of discomfort, quietly observing the barrage of queries without uttering a word. Beside him, Tony furrowed his brow, contemplating an interruption, but Wang Yi gestured for him to remain silent. Minutes passed in this manner, with Wang Yi still refraining from speech. Some journalists grew increasingly agitated, their faces flushed, yet Wang Yi remained unfazed. After a few more moments, a realization seemed to dawn upon the crowd, and they gradually fell silent. Observing this, Wang Yi smiled with satisfaction. This was exactly as it should be. Let them speak. And once they had exhausted their questions, he would respond. He silently credited his former teacher for instilling such wisdom in him. Stepping forward, Wang Yi wiped the smile from his face and, maintaining a serious demeanor, declared, "Here, I acknowledge that the suit of armor belongs to me. It has a name, and it is called Azura. For the same reason, I have never felt the need to actively acknowledge it, so I have been disinclined to speak." Wang Yi casually uttered a few more words before realizing he had exhausted his remarks. Consequently, he ceded the floor to Tony, amidst a continuous barrage of flashes from the audience. Tony's resounding voice soon filled the room, and the press conference concluded swiftly, lasting no more than half an hour. The primary purpose was merely to affirm his identity. Beyond that, there was little of substance. Just as Wang Yi was preparing to exit the stage, a discordant voice pierced the atmosphere. "Mr. Wang Yi, everyone claims you are the master of the Shura Armor, yet no one has ever seen it. No one has validated your assertion. Your only proof consists of a few photographs, and who can ascertain their authenticity?" boomed a burly man, his gaze toward Wang Yi devoid of any respect, laced instead with derision. The man continued his aggressive stance, given the multitude of journalists present. If you truly are who you claim, surely you can show us. As the man's words echoed, the surrounding journalists erupted into a clamor, revealing that a portion of them harbored doubts. After all, they had all received identical photographs, lacking direct evidence, and there were no witnesses to corroborate the claims. How could such assertions inspire confidence? He speaks the truth, Mr. Wang Yi. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Evidence is paramount in all matters. Surely, you do not fear? A few reporters began to set the tone. On stage, Wang Yi, arms crossed, watched the unfolding scene with keen interest, as if it bore no relation to him whatsoever. Tony furrowed his brow, for he was acutely aware that these individuals were there to stir trouble. Wang Yi fixed his gaze on the burly man and nonchalantly remarked, "Do you seek evidence? Very well, I shall provide it." With that, he smiled and produced the Shura Armor summoner, using it in plain view of the assembly. In a moment, as purple lightning crackled, a familiar suit of armor materialized before the onlookers. Wang Yi then turned to the man once more, his tone unperturbed. "Is this evidence sufficient?" The burly man nodded vigorously, feigning fear, yet Wang Yi noticed the smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. As Wang Yi surveyed the vicinity of the reporters, he realized that the orchestrators of the chaos had vanished without a trace. Soon, the press conference came to a close. The tale of Wang Yi and his Shura Armor ignited a frenzy across New York, solidifying his status as a superhero in the hearts of many. Coupled with his striking features, he captivated a legion of admirers. Once the conference concluded, Wang Yi concocted a casual excuse to depart, returning to his villa. At that moment, 3 imposing figures gazed at him with palpable fear. Beside them stood Zhao Ying from the Shadow Legion, a vigilant presence. These 3 were none other than those who had challenged Wang Yi during the press event. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with them, however. Upon reflecting on acquiring the Xingtian armor, he realized he could indeed solidify his connection to the Shura. Subsequently, he could wield the Xingtian to assert his prowess. Who would suspect him? Nevertheless, a faint sense of doubt lingered regarding these 3 individuals. When he approached, his gaze icy as he addressed one of them. "You have but one opportunity. Think carefully before you speak. Who sent you?" He stood resolutely, awaiting their response. The burly man hesitated, displaying an unmistakable expression of distress. Observing this, Wang Yi closed his eyes momentarily and remarked with an air of indifference, "Perhaps it is best to eliminate him." No, I shall speak," the man stammered. No sooner had Wang Yi's words left his lips than the man's face turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. They had never anticipated that Wang Yi would exhibit such ruthlessness. Otherwise, they would never have dared to approach him. Wang Yi feigned impatience, his tone icy as he declared, "You have 10 seconds. Fail to articulate your thoughts, and I shall proceed with your demise." Upon hearing this, the trio trembled even more, exchanging fearful glances before one of them blurted out, It's Manderlin." One of the terrified men quavered. Another quickly added, "He merely instructed us to expose your identity as a fraud during the press conference, promising us a sum of money in return. Otherwise, he threatened to subject our entire families to experimentation. Truly, we were merely fulfilling our duties, harboring no ulterior motives. If you doubt our words, feel free to search us for any incriminating evidence." The third individual promptly followed suit, hastily shedding his garments until only his underpants remained. The other 2, seeing this, emulated his actions, indicating their harmlessness. Their desperation for survival was almost comical. Wang Yi's lips twitched as he regarded them, waving his hand dismissively. After all, with over a decade of compulsory education, he could not yet claim to be devoid of compassion. The 3 men immediately expressed their gratitude. One of them, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, "Mr. Wang Yi, we sincerely apologize for the intrusion. We have never been here and have said nothing." With that, they promptly departed. Wang Yi felt a sense of relief, reflecting on how well they understood the situation. His gaze sharpened as he slowly inquired, "Mandarin? Is it the puppet from Iron Man 3? Suddenly, Wang Yi pondered that with the emergence of the Mandarin, it could signify the commencement of Iron Man 3. Next would be the quarrel between Tony and Pepper, followed by the arrival of the antagonist Maya Hansen, and soon after, the scene where Tony's villa is destroyed leading to his encounter with Harley. Wang Yi contemplated this as the narrative of Iron Man 3 began to unfold unbeknownst to him. Chapter 53. Where did all this drama come from? On the other side, with an S-H-I-E-L-D, Alexander watched the news report featuring Wang Yi, his expression contorting slightly. "Just wait. Your pride will not last long," he gritted through clenched teeth. He then began to devise a strategy to deal with Wang Yi. Aware that he was no ordinary individual, since Bucky was dispatched, he had not returned, and Alexander suspected that he had been imprisoned by Wang Yi or taken elsewhere. Presently, He harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards Wang Yi. Such a person was too enigmatic and powerful. He could not allow someone like him to persist. Alexander's gaze towards Wang Yi grew increasingly frigid, laced with malice. Meanwhile, Wang Yi continued to contemplate the storyline of Iron Man 3, oblivious to the immense pressure mounting around him. Yet, even with this pressure, he felt unperturbed, for his strength was undeniable. However, he mused, Tony does not appear to be afflicted by melancholy. Wang Yi voiced his inner confusion, unaware whether the plot had already commenced or not. Subsequently, he shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. As the fateful day approached, Happy encountered a mishap, marking the moment when the narrative progressed to a pivotal juncture. It was from that instant that the storyline of Iron Man 3 commenced in earnest. A wave of sorrow washed over Wang Yi as he silently contemplated the plight of Happy. For the subsequent few days, Wang Yi remained sequestered at home, choosing to inquire about nothing else. Meanwhile, Tony had not been in touch for several days, and Nick Fury along with Natasha seemed preoccupied with their respective duties. During this period, Wang Yi opted for a life of solitude, embracing the joys of being a contented recluse. Thus, in the tranquility of his undisturbed days, he found immense happiness, until one day, a news report shattered his serene existence. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yi straightened his posture, recognizing that the plot had finally begun. His anticipation had lingered so long that he felt as if he had withered. The television displayed the scene of Happy accompanying the young man, leading to an explosive incident that left him injured, followed by Tony revealing their location to the Mandarin and declaring war. At this point, Wang Yi understood all too well what was to come next, the destruction of Tony's villa. Rising to his feet, he dusted himself off. It was time for him to make an entrance and flaunt his presence. Soon, Suemo arrived at Tony's villa, where the latter appeared far from his usual self. After exchanging greetings with Wang Yi, Tony began to indulge in alcohol. Observing Tony's despondent demeanor, Wang Yi jested, "What's the matter? Did you have a spat with Pepper?" His smile grew wider as he continued, "Let me take a wild guess. Is it because you've been neglecting Pepper while engrossed in the development of the Mark 42 suit? That must have ruffled her feathers. Hasn't he it?" With that, Wang Yi turned his gaze towards Tony. Tony was gazing at Wang Yi, his posture rather peculiar as he held his wine glass suspended in midair. His lips parted slightly, revealing an expression of disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Wang Yi. Tony swallowed hard, pondering for a moment before he appeared to come to terms with it, subsequently returning to his drink. Wang Yi furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Was the narrative shifting from this point? He mused silently. He then seized the wine glass from Tony's hand, his expression neutral as he stated, "Do not drink any further. Pepper will soon arrive with a guest, an acquaintance of yours. Moreover, your adversaries will also be making an appearance. They are the very individuals responsible for harming Happy. Do not forget, you have declared war upon others, so it is best to be vigilant now." Wang Yi's tone was calm yet firm. He then disregarded Tony and moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, awaiting the arrival of the armed helicopter across the way. Indeed. Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, Tony sprang into action. Turning to Wang Yi, he asked earnestly, "Are you certain? Is it them?" Tony, wary and cautious, sought confirmation from Wang Yi. Wang Yi cast him a sidelong glance, exasperation evident in his voice as he replied, "When have I ever deceived you?" Tony continued to watch him, uncertain whether Wang Yi spoke the truth or merely wished to rally his spirits. Moments later, the door to Tony's home swung open. Pepper and Maya Hansen entered, engaged in light-hearted conversation, but Maya froze momentarily upon spotting Tony. Wang Yi turned back, glancing at Tony. "Time is of the essence. Lead them out quickly." Tony, suddenly enlightened, hesitated no longer and grasped Pepper's hand, hastening towards the exit. Before departing, he did not forget to bring along his iron suit. "Tony, what's wrong? I still need to discuss some matters with Maya." "Where are you taking me?" Pepper inquired, perplexed by Tony's erratic behavior. However, Tony offered no explanation, firmly grasping Pepper's hand as they made their way outside. Deep within, he still placed his trust in Wang Yi. Moreover, what Wang Yi had just articulated had now been substantiated. Maya Hansen observed the two with a bewildered expression, her gaze eventually shifting toward Wang Yi, scrutinizing him intently. It seemed she recognized him and instinctively took a step back, though she maintained a facade of composure. Naturally, these subtle gestures did not escape Wang Yi's notice. Yet he chose to disregard them at that moment. Outside, after escorting Pepper away, Tony returned to stand beside Wang Yi. Wang Yi cast a surprised glance at him, questioning, "Tony, why aren't you accompanying Pepper? Your iron suit is still in the research phase. You should leave first." "No, my friend, you are here to assist me. How could I possibly abandon you and depart alone?" Tony declared with a noble resolve, appearing as though he was prepared to face life and death alongside Wang Yi. I fear you might ultimately become a burden to me. Wang Yi could not help but scoff internally, glancing at the bewildered Maya Hansen. He turned back to Tony and said, Tony, take her outside first, lest she hinder me later. Wang Yi spoke bluntly, to which Tony nodded vigorously. He seized Maya's hand and led her away, utterly unconcerned about her confusion at that moment. As Tony escorted her away, a distant whirring of propellers echoed in the air. Wang Yi lifted his gaze, fixated on the horizon. Soon, an armed helicopter emerged before him, its missiles visibly rotating. The target firmly locked onto Tony's villa. In a heartbeat, 2 projectiles hurtled towards them at astonishing speed. Wang Yi let out a cold smirk, retrieving the Xingtian armor summoning device from his system space. Unlike the cumbersome rituals depicted on television, he summoned the Xingtian armor with ease, charging headlong towards the incoming missiles. Behind him, Tony watched in shock, particularly captivated by the crimson armor, which, though not as striking as the Shura's, surpassed his Mark 42 in aesthetics. In that moment, a new ambition ignited within Tony's heart. Chapter 54. The might of Xingtian. Within the confines of Tony's villa, Wang Yi stood resolutely clad in the red Xingtian armor. In the distance, the shells bore down upon him in the blink of an eye. Although the Xingtian armor lacked the visual appeal of the King's armor, it still exuded a considerable charm. As the projectiles neared, Wang Yi leapt from the floor-to-ceiling window, fire igniting in his palm. Xingtian palm, he bellowed, striking one of the shells and causing it to detonate midair, blossoming like a resplendent flower against the sky. He swiftly shifted to another nearby projectile, obliterating it in a similar fashion before returning to the window. While it lacked the convenience of the Shura armor's limitless rays, the Xingtian armor served to shield his true identity effectively. Later, Tony gazed in astonishment and excitement, exclaiming, Wang, did you craft that suit of armor yourself? Is it for sale? I would buy it. With his considerable wealth as the world's richest man, he certainly had no concern for money. Wang Yi, however, disregarded him, instead turning his attention to the helicopter across from them, calmly stating, we shall discuss this later, they have not yet departed. At that moment, Tony also took notice and prepared to utilize the Mark 42 to confront the enemy. Yet, Wang Yi halted him with a single hand, coldly asserting, yours is inadequate. Observe mine. With a look of curiosity and a hint of anticipation, Tony turned to him. Wang Yi then closed his eyes, channeling his extraordinary abilities. For him, the divine steed was a personal companion, possessing formidable power in the skies. Engaging an armed helicopter was well within his capabilities. Fire chariot. As Wang Yi's words resonated, a crimson shuttle materialized. Under Tony's wide-eyed gaze, Wang Yi ascended slowly, soaring towards the distant armed helicopter with remarkable speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, aboard the armed helicopter, 2 burly men, having launched their missiles, coldly surveyed Tony's villa. They belonged to an attacking force, essentially ambushers, and thus felt no fear. Even in the face of Iron Man, it seemed they were already envisioning the accolades they would receive from their boss. One of them, with a rugged countenance, spoke menacingly, while the other, filled with excitement, burst into laughter, as if they could already picture the praise awaiting them. What is that object? Suddenly, one of them caught sight of Wang Yi clad in the armor of Xingtian, his expression betraying a hint of confusion. Immediately, the other cast a sidelong glance, only to be seized by an overwhelming fear. They witnessed Wang Yi effortlessly obliterating 2 projectiles, leaving Tony's villa unscathed. Oh, the floor-to-ceiling window was shattered. But whether it was due to the shells remained uncertain. The 2 exchanged bewildered looks, each mind racing with a singular question. Could this be a new suit developed by Tony? Yet, such a notion seemed far too implausible. One of them promptly reported the situation, hastily preparing for an evacuation. After all, everyone knew Iron Man could fly, and they were unwilling to linger any longer. What on earth was that? Suddenly, another gasp echoed in the air. They beheld the suit riding a peculiar contraption, which, in less than a second, arrived at their side. At that moment, the helicopter had yet to turn around. An intense wave of dread enveloped their hearts. Outside, Wang Yi, astride the fiery steed, regarded them with a chilling gaze, devoid of any emotion. The fiery steed was equipped with the Ares K-10 permanent ability orb, the FF-3H navigation system, and a laser gun. Wang Yi deployed the laser gun to dismantle the armed helicopter before returning to Tony's villa. His actions flowed seamlessly, infused with an air of dramatic flair. Upon returning to the villa, Wang Yi deactivated the facial component of the Xingtian armor, gazing at Tony, who wore an expression of sheer admiration. A sense of pride swelled within Wang Yi, for in all of New York, few could claim to inspire such envy in the illustrious Tony Stark. Tony came to his senses and stepped forward, exclaiming, Wang, your armor is incredibly cool and powerful. He became animated, gesturing with his hands as if Wang might not understand. Wang, with his hands clasped behind his back, glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "It's not that impressive. It pales in comparison to the Shura." To further clarify, Wang added, "It's merely suitable for dealing with minor foes. It's not as remarkable as you might think." While he feigned indifference, his heart raced with excitement. The Shura Armor, a legendary piece from his previous life's anime, could be considered a general's armor. Though it might not rival the Shura, the upgraded Shura was certainly formidable. Without a doubt, it could effortlessly overpower Iron Man. "Well, the current issue seems resolved, so I shall take my leave," Wang declared, preparing to depart. After all, Happy was still waiting for him at the hospital. This was part of Wang's meticulous plan, as he was uncertain where the storyline truly began. Thus, he thought it reasonable to inconvenience Happy for a while. He could always heal him later. Is that too much to ask? Wang mused quietly to himself. "Wait, buddy," Tony interjected, swiftly positioning himself in front of Wang to block his path. Wang raised an eyebrow, wondering if Tony was genuinely considering purchasing his armor. After careful contemplation, Wang concluded that this was a general's armor, not something to be easily sold. Such a decision could disrupt the Marvel narrative. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he prepared to decline. However, Tony's gaze lingered on the armor adorning Wang, and his excitement only intensified. "Buddy, I recall you already possess a powerful suit. Would you consider selling me this one or the previous one?" Tony's face lit up with anticipation as he continued, "Of course, the price is negotiable." He raised a finger, signaling a 1, and then eagerly looked towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi furrowed his brow and replied in a deep voice, 100 million? Such a trivial target seems to belittle my capabilities." Before he could finish, Tony shook his head, interrupting him. "Oh my goodness, it can't possibly be 100 million. It's 1 billion. Tony declared grandly, carefully gauging Wang Yi's reaction. Wang Yi's eyes sparkled. 1 billion was a colossal sum. Having arrived in the Marvel universe with nothing, everything he possessed was granted by Tony. He fell silent, grappling with his thoughts. Seeing his hesitation, Tony felt a tinge of disappointment, assuming Wang Yi was reluctant. After a brief silence, Wang Yi finally spoke. "Well, that is certainly feasible. I won't haggle with you, since we are brothers. Just convert that 1 billion into US dollars. With that, Wang Yi released the Shura armor and handed the summoning device to Tony, saying, "You can hold on to this for now and get accustomed to it. I have a few matters to attend to, and by the way, I don't have a card, so remember to get me a new one." Having said that, Wang Yi took his leave. Chapter 55, The Expanding Tony utilizing the time stone, he ventured to Happy's hospital. Wang Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Exchanging the Shura armor for 1 billion US dollars was undoubtedly a wise decision, considering that Shura was merely a general's armor and pale in comparison to the Shura. Moreover, Tony remained oblivious to the fact that Shura could be upgraded. Wang Yi murmured to himself, choosing to remain silent unless circumstances grew dire. Moreover, the value of the celestial armor in his possession was indeed negligible. If converted into currency, it would merely constitute a portion of his savings. Upon arriving at Happy's hospital, a strong scent of antiseptic assaulted Wang Yi's senses, prompting him to instinctively cover his nose. Before him lay Happy on the hospital bed, eyes firmly shut, his brow furrowed in evident agony. "System, exchange for a vial of healing potion," Wang Yi uttered calmly, recognizing the advantages of having a system at his disposal. Ding. Exchange successful. At this juncture, Wang Yi could be considered affluent, indifferent to such trifling matters. As the system's sultry voice resonated, a familiar vial of potion materialized before his eyes, indeed, the very same type initially administered to Hulk. Authentic and unadulterated. Wang Yi's brow creased slightly, a flicker of joy illuminating his expression. Has the system changed its voice again? Next time, I hope for a lowly voice. Internally exhilarated yet maintaining an impassive facade, he acknowledged that many favored this change. The system, however, paid him no heed, and Wang Yi refrained from squandering further time. Approaching Happy, he sprayed the potion over him, releasing a subtle fragrance that wafted through the room. In no time, the wounds on Happy's body began to mend, and his previously pallid cheeks regained their rosy hue. Awakening was merely a matter of time. Now, as for the subsequent developments, I may no longer be needed, Wang Yi mused as he walked away. Even with the celestial armor, Tony was not to be compared with those lesser beings, regardless of their strength. Upon returning to Tony's villa, he found James Rhodes present. After instructing Tony on the utilization of the armor, Wang Yi took his leave, entrusting the remainder of the matters to them. Soon, while on the road, Wang Yi suddenly spotted a child. "Harry?" Wang Yi recognized him at once, as he had a vivid impression of the boy from before. What perplexed him further was that Harry was heading in the direction of Tony's house. Was this unavoidable? Wang Yi had presumed that his intervention would prevent Harry and Tony from meeting, yet the outcome was entirely different. Tony would still encounter Harry, and he would also glean clues from Harry's father. Wang Yi chose not to dwell on it. He merely glanced and then returned home. Upon his return, he furrowed his brow. Natasha had come back? Indeed, several days had passed, and Natasha's role, aside from being pleasant to behold, was to assist certain politicians in surveilling Wang Yi. Nevertheless, Wang Yi regarded Natasha as an ally, for she had concealed matters even from Nick Fury for his sake. Likewise, it was his presence that rendered Natasha seemingly ineffective. Truly, I am too formidable. After quietly complimenting himself, Wang Yi settled onto the sofa. Meanwhile, Natasha was in the kitchen preparing dinner, eagerly awaiting his return to dine. Natasha was well aware that many matters held little intrinsic value. Thus she maintained a firm grasp on her demeanor. "You're back? Let us eat," she announced as she brought the completed dishes to the table, 4 courses and a soup. Wang Yi, not one to be polite, acknowledged her and began to eat. The following days unfolded much like before. Wang Yi did not venture out but rather watched the progress on television. Soon, Iron Man 3 approached its conclusion. Tony donned the formidable celestial armor. And even though his prowess had not reached its zenith, he remained incredibly powerful. He effortlessly dispatched the villain and, in a delightful turn of events, delivered a resounding defeat to Rhodey, thereby showcasing the might of the celestial armor. This spectacle left James Rhodey in a state of utter bewilderment. The emergence of the celestial armor swiftly propelled its way to the front page of the New York Daily, and in that moment, Tony's fame soared to new heights. Albeit still falling short of Shura, for Shura undeniably possessed a superior allure. "Buddy, I have prepared the card for you. Just let me know when you have the time to come and collect it." On this day, with all matters concluded, Tony sent a message. Wang Yi glanced at it. Feeling a surge of excitement, his 100 little goals were soon to be within reach. This was his sole asset in the Marvel Universe, and it was prudent to keep a contingency plan in place. Resolute in his decision, Wang Yi made his way to Tony's residence. "Hey, buddy, I've been waiting for you. Let me tell you about this celestial armor." As soon as Wang Yi stepped through the door, he was seized by Tony, who fervently recounted the power of the celestial and the distinctions from his Mark 42. Wang Yi sensed a hint of arrogance in Tony's demeanor, igniting a fleeting thought in his mind. Perhaps he ought to teach him a lesson. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. After handing over the card, Tony pondered for a moment before hesitantly suggesting, "Wang, how about you accompany me for some practice? I'm curious to gauge the difference in our abilities." Wang Yi, momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Little Tony, you seem to be getting a bit carried away. Do you truly think you can best me?" As Wang Yi spoke, Tony immediately felt a sense of defiance. "I know I cannot possibly defeat you, but the gap between us cannot be insurmountable. Thus, I wish to give it a try." Wang Yi regarded him with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool, yet upon reflection, it was understandable. Tony's delusion was not entirely surprising. In previous broadcasts, if Xingtian had not undergone an upgrade, he would have been utterly dominated by Shura. Even after the upgrade, he remained at a considerable disadvantage. Had it not been for the ineptitude of Lu Fa, had Yin Di taken his place, little Tian might have wept in despair. For the disparity between the two was indeed vast. The Shura armor possesses virtually no limits. The stronger the summoner, the greater the power unleashed by Shura. Noticing the glimmer of anticipation in Tony's eyes, Wang Yi resolved to let him experience the harsh realities of society. "Very well, let us give it a try." No sooner had Wang Yi uttered these words than Tony nearly leapt with excitement, armed with the Xingtian armor and fully prepared for battle. Wang Yi shook his head in amusement, thinking to himself that he hoped Tony would not leave him begging for mercy later. Tony summoned the Xingtian armor, and Wang Yi, in turn, activated the Shura armor. Shadow Shift. To avoid causing destruction in Tony's vicinity, Wang Yi opted to relocate the battlefield. "Let us go to the Himalayas. The scenery is splendid, and it is tranquil, free from disturbances. Come on." Wang Yi beckoned to Tony, signaling that he could engage. Tony flexed his wrists and charged forward. Observing this, Wang Yi shook his head, deeming him feeble. Unbeknownst to either of them, at the very moment they commenced their duel, Dewey appeared on the opposite side to watch the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 56, Azura vs. Ancient One. At the pinnacle of the Himalayas, a bald figure clad in a monk's robe stood, gazing down at the two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle. However, it was not quite a fierce battle. Primarily, Wang Yi was not exerting his full strength, instead choosing to observe Tony's capabilities. The Ancient One remained quietly watchful, ultimately shaking her head slightly. as she could not discern the true extent of Wang Yi's power. Suddenly, a bold notion flickered in her mind. Perhaps she should descend and test him? Yet, after careful consideration, she sighed and shook her head, continuing to watch the two below, now focusing more on Wang Yi. Tony, is this what you call endurance? You're merely a 2-second man. You are not up to the task. Wang Yi continuously defended against Tony's assaults, particularly the auxiliary skill of teleportation, which Tony executed with remarkable finesse. No matter what Tony attempted, he could not touch Wang Yi. Hey, buddy, you are no match for me. Why don't you come and try to attack? Tony retorted defiantly. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Yi delivered a powerful blow that struck Tony from behind, sending him tumbling into the snow, rolling helplessly. Wang Yi, with a resigned gesture, spread his hands and remarked, "Do you now understand the disparity between us? I fear I might inadvertently harm you." As Wang Yi spoke, he suddenly paused, for the voice of the system's little girl echoed in his mind. Ding. Challenge task. Challenge the Ancient One. Rewards are guaranteed regardless of victory or defeat. This time, Wang Yi chose to disregard the system's announcement. Feeling somewhat bewildered by the prospect of challenging the Ancient One, a sorceress renowned across the multiverse, an ancient being who had lived for countless years. Although the Shura Armor is formidable, he does not believe he can surpass Ancient One. Wang Yi paused for a moment, musing to himself. Perhaps it is not impossible. After all, the Shura can be upgraded once, and if that fails, I still possess 3 Infinity Stones. Wang Yi contemplated his equipment, thinking that if necessary, he could also summon the Shadow Claw. It would be entirely feasible to confront the challenge together, especially since the system did not specify that it must be a one-on-one duel. The system's voice, tinged with exasperation, echoed in response. Why must I step in if you cannot prevail? Am I merely a system meant to assist? Oh dear, that was quite a harsh blow, my friend. Nearby, Tony adjusted his waist, looking at Wang Yi with a face full of complaints. Wang Yi, however, paid him no mind, lost in his indecision. Unable to bear Wang Yi's silence any longer, Tony spoke up. What's the matter? Do you feel you were too harsh? No worries. I want to hold it against you. He continued, it's perfectly normal to spar. If it comes to it, I can always practice with Rhodey when I return. Wang Yi raised a hand to interrupt him, calmly stating, Tony, you should head back first. Get accustomed to your flight capabilities. After much contemplation, Wang Yi realized it was indeed necessary to test his limits. Ultimately, the system's rewards were quite tempting, and since it was merely a spar, not an actual battle, there was little to lose. Tony considered this and seemed to agree, subsequently summoning the Fire Punisher to depart from the scene. Watching Tony's retreating figure, Wang Yi couldn't help but lament, what a pity for the Xingtian armor. Such a magnificent general's armor is being reduced to this state. Indeed, given Tony's current condition, he was less formidable than Xiao Dian, who displayed greater strength during his first use. Wang Yi, lost in contemplation, pondered his strategy. Are you serious, system? Would a supreme sorcerer like Gui actually confront me? After a brief silence, the system's voice emerged slowly. It is uncertain. The task is optional for the host. Wang Yi, with a stoic expression, reflected for a moment while gazing at the ring in his hand, then broke into a smile. I think it's worth a try, especially since her time stone is in my possession. Resolute, he declared, I shall test Guyi's strength and witness the prowess of the legendary supreme sorcerer. His voice rang out boldly, as if to embolden himself. At that moment, a luminous portal materialized before him, and from it emerged the supreme sorcerer, Guyi. Wang Yi found himself momentarily petrified, staring in astonishment at Guyi's calm demeanor, unable to fathom her sudden appearance. When did she arrive? This was the foremost question in his mind, not fear, but a sense of surprise. Previously, he had been apprehensive due to his lack of strength. Now, armed with numerous trump cards, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Gui gazed at him, a slight smile gracing her lips. Wang Yi, I have heard you wish to test my strength. I, too, wish to assess yours. I witnessed your recent battle, yet I believe that was not your true power. Her tone remained neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. Your presence clouded my foresight, and with the time stone entrusted to you, I am curious to see if you are worthy of wielding it. In an instant, Wang Yi comprehended Gu Yi's intent, fearing that he might merely be a decorative vase, or perhaps unable to withstand a challenge. Wang Yi smiled faintly, realizing he could fulfill his mission. Very well, Master Gu Yi, let us begin. With that, Wang Yi hesitated no longer. Under the explosive surge of his formidable energy, his strength soared to unprecedented heights, far surpassing his previous capabilities, even exceeding his power during the encounter with Hulk. Gu Yi observed calmly, displaying neither panic nor disarray, her left foot perpetually adorned with a hint of a smile. She sensed Wang Yi's might, yet it did not evoke fear within her. as a sorceress endowed with formidable magical prowess. She possessed the ability to transmute her magical energy into various superhuman abilities. Given the setting in the Himalayas, Gui refrained from utilizing the mirror dimension. Noticing her in action, Wang Yi decided to seize the initiative, teleporting instantaneously before her, his powerful fist cutting through the air with a resounding crack. However, just as his fist neared Gui, she vanished, only to reappear behind him, radiating a golden luminescence, an ethereal aura wafted from her being. Startled, Wang Yi promptly vacated his position. Yet, as he did, a formidable whip of light descended, cleaving the ground beneath him. Is that all? Wang Yi raised an eyebrow, perceiving Gu Yi's strength to be rather modest. Could it be that she had yet to absorb the powers of darkness? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Gu Yi struck again, unleashing an even more potent whip. Now imbued with magical force. Compared to the previous strike, this one was at least several dozen times more powerful. Wang Yi, recognizing the gravity of the situation, summoned the Ashura wind-splitting claw to engage Gu Yi in battle. As the two individuals grew increasingly powerful, the surrounding earth fractured like a spider's web. Gu Yi observed this with a slight furrow of her brow. With a wave of her hands, Wang Yi felt a sudden dizziness, as if the very heavens were spinning around him. By the time he regained his composure, the scenery had transformed. A mirror space? Wang Yi murmured, glancing at the seemingly indifferent Gu Yi before him. Chapter 57. The demonic facade within the mirror space. The nature of all things was inverted. The environment shifted dramatically, and a subtle change appeared on Wang Yi's face, for this was precisely what he had feared the most. No matter how formidable one's power, it was futile without the means to escape. Yet now, Wang Yi felt a newfound assurance. After all, he possessed the time stone, capable of reversing time. Rest assured, this is merely a sparring session. I only brought you here to prevent any damage to the outside world, Gu Yi explained, observing Wang Yi's momentary stupor. He nodded in understanding. Subsequently, he summoned the Shura dagger with his other hand. Surrounding Gu Yi were various swirling forces, and her previously wielded whip transformed into a spear. Her magic not only allowed her to assume various superhuman abilities but also to conjure an array of weapon forms. If she desired it, there was nothing beyond her reach. This exemplified Gu Yi's prowess, the essence of her status as the supreme sorceress. The battle raged on, and in the mirror space, the ground and trees swiftly disintegrated into ash under the force of their powerful strikes. The two were evenly matched. Wang Yi struggled to gain the upper hand over Gu Yi, while she too found herself unable to subdue him. Ultimately, after a powerful exchange, both retreated several steps. Slightly unsteady. Wang Yi, your prowess is commendable. Should you manage to vanquish me, I sense your keen interest in the mirror dimension. Thus, I shall impart this knowledge to you. Upon concluding her statement, Gu Yi turned her gaze toward Wang Yi, eagerly anticipating his triumph. If he were to prevail, her concerns for the future would dissipate, and she could rest assured that he would safeguard the earth in her absence. Upon hearing Gu Yi's words, Wang Yi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The mirror dimension? Coupled with the rewards from the system, this prospect was indeed enticing. The thought of the mirror dimension alone was impressive. But the system's rewards promised double the joy. Consequently, Wang Yi felt no inclination to withhold his intentions. He had one opportunity to use the upgrade experience card, which had previously gone unused. Now seemed the perfect moment to employ it. With this in mind, Wang Yi nodded and declared, Then, Master Gu Yi, do not harbor regrets. He resolved not to wield the Infinity Stones, as it would be unfair to Gu Yi, unless he found himself at a disadvantage in the ensuing battle. Gu Yi gave a slight nod, her anticipation palpable as she awaited Wang Yi's next move. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yi accessed the system space, setting his sights on the Infernal Azura card. Given that he possessed only one upgrade opportunity, no incantation was necessary. A card emanating a soft golden hue bore an image of the Azura on its front, while the reverse displayed the upgrade incantation. In times past, I traversed the abyss. The flight of celestial shadows, the essence of the indomitable, the Infernal Azura. Wang Yi tapped to use the card, and it swiftly disintegrated, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming power that surged into him. In that moment, a formidable force erupted, causing his armor to undergo a transformation. The cloak on his back transformed into wings, adorned with golden patterns, while his armor was enhanced with a brilliant spray paint. The weapon he wielded had been upgraded to a metallic, radiant purple, shimmering with infinite brilliance. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yi's face reflected a rare shift, revealing the astonishment and shock deep within her heart. However, she swiftly concealed these emotions. It seems I have underestimated you, Gu Yi murmured softly, before once again channeling her magic into superpowers and launching an attack toward Wang Yi. At this moment, Wang Yi felt no fear. The immense strength bestowed upon him instilled an unparalleled confidence. He was engulfed by an illusion, one that envisioned him delivering a powerful blow to Gui, forcing her into submission. Yet, it was evident that such a feat was unattainable. Wang Yi's ascension allowed him to gradually gain the upper hand, even managing to suppress Gui. This was the manifestation of the hellish Shura, marked by a significant enhancement in all attributes, his power rivaling that of the celestial path. Under Wang Yi's relentless assault, Gui found herself continually retreating. By this point, the outcome was unmistakable. Nevertheless, Gui remained the supreme sorceress, a paragon within the vast multiverse. Even with Wang Yi's upgrades, defeating her swiftly remained a daunting challenge. Damn it, let us just use the Infinity Stones. Today, I shall exhaust every resource to vanquish her. Simultaneously, he began to communicate with the Shadow Claw, seeking to channel his anger into a decisive victory. Be a person. The system sighed in resignation, questioning why it had to deal with such a situation. Was it not better to defeat her openly? Wang Yi paused, suddenly realizing the impropriety of such an approach. All right. I shall wait a bit longer. If all else fails, then I will resort to it. With that, Wang Yi resumed his engagement in battle. Soon, under the formidable offensive of Wang Yi, Gui called for a halt, marking Wang Yi's victory in the entire battle. Gui gazed at Wang Yi, a faint smile gracing her lips, increasingly satisfied with him, yet a flicker of concern nagged at her heart. The consequences of Wang Yi succumbing to darkness were too dire to contemplate. However, that was a matter for another time, and Gui chose not to dwell on it. You have won. As per our agreement, I shall teach you the mirror dimension. Gui fixed her gaze upon Wang Yi, her hands beginning to form intricate seals. The movements were deliberate and slow, seemingly intended for Wang Yi to observe with clarity. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Wang Yi's mind. Yet, beneath his mask, his expression bore both confusion and displeasure. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving a draw against Gui and receiving a reward. What the hell? Did I not win? How can it be a draw? Wang Yi protested internally, questioning the system. After a brief silence, the system responded, Did you truly overpower Gui? Why is there not a single wound upon her? Are you certain you have defeated her? The system's triple inquiry left Wang Yi in a state of bewilderment. Casting a glance at the unharmed Gui before him, he suddenly found the system's reasoning compelling. It was not that he had vanquished Gui, rather, she had chosen to cease their confrontation. This made sense, considering her age and experience. Disappointment washed over Wang Yi as he observed her continuing to form seals at a languid pace, feeling a sense of despair. He could only watch. He was neither the prodigious talent that Gui was, nor the eccentric Doctor Strange who had mastered all of Gui's magic in a short span. Just when he thought all was in vain and had wasted his upgrade card, the system's voice resonated once more, instantly filling Wang Yi with ecstatic joy. Ding. The Ancient One is imparting the knowledge of the mirror dimension. Does the host accept? Accept. Accept. Wang Yi fervently declared within his heart, yet outwardly maintained his composure. In that moment, he comprehended that notions of genius or prodigies were mere trivialities. He was a cheat, devoid of any need for such labels. As soon as Wang Yi voiced his acceptance, the Ancient One concluded her instruction, and a profound, enigmatic essence imbued his mind. This essence was what the Ancient One and her peers referred to as magic. Have you grasped it? If not, I can demonstrate once more, the Ancient One said. Her tone languid, her gaze fixed curiously on Wang Yi, pondering how much he had truly understood, or if he had comprehended nothing at all. Amidst the Ancient One's intricate thoughts, Wang Yi flawlessly executed the hand seals, perfectly aligning with her. Chapter 58. Tony's thoughts simultaneously, due to Wang Yi's success. The two exited the mirror dimension and returned to the realm of reality. Wang Yi, brimming with excitement, scrutinized the information swirling in his mind, utterly exhilarated. The mirror dimension, a manifestation of the Ancient One's power, was now under his command. Your talent is indeed extraordinary, the Ancient One couldn't help but commend. She had encountered many geniuses and considered herself one, yet she could never replicate Wang Yi's feat of perfect recall after merely a single observation. Wang Yi, somewhat bashful, scratched his head. After all, he was no genius, merely a cheat. Nevertheless, receiving praise from the Ancient One filled his heart with immense satisfaction. He immediately waved his hand, feigning humility, and said, Oh, it's nothing. This is merely a routine operation. Upon finishing his words, Wang Yi stood tall and proud, entirely devoid of the modest demeanor one would expect. Gui, witnessing this, chose not to press further. It is quite normal for a young man to possess a certain degree of pride, he thought with a smile. After exchanging a few brief words with Wang Yi, Gui departed, leaving Wang Yi alone in a state of exhilaration. Simultaneously, the reward for his battle with Gui manifested in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. for acquiring the permanent upgrade skill for the Shura Armor. As the system's voice faded, Wang Yi found himself with a newfound clarity regarding the Shura Armor. All right. Time to return and await the next chapter of the story to unfold, he mused, using his spatial ring to teleport back to his villa. Meanwhile, Tony, who had returned to the villa earlier, began to delve into the study of the Xingtian Armor Summoner. He harbored an innate belief that this set of armor could be upgraded. With a sense of instinct guiding him, he commenced his research. Jarvis, analyze all data pertaining to this armor and its metallic composition, Tony instructed. As he spoke, a multitude of data sets appeared before him, detailing the metallic material of the Xingtian armor. Tony stroked his chin, his expression one of astonishment. This metal is not from our world, he asserted with certainty. This revelation posed a dilemma for him. It seemed he would need to seek out Wang Yi for clarification, he pondered. As he scrutinized the data of the Xingtian armor and compared it to his Mark 42, he realized the two were not even in the same league. If the Xingtian armor was this formidable, how powerful must the Shura armor in Wang Yi's possession be? Tony muttered to himself when suddenly a bold idea struck him, to request data on the Shura armor from Wang Yi, with the intention of developing a counter Shura armor. However, he soon self-deprecatingly shook his head. Setting aside whether Wang Yi would comply, even if he did, it was uncertain whether Tony could manufacture it. With this thought, his admiration for Wang Yi grew even stronger, and he believed that Wang Yi would eventually create even more formidable armor. This was his instinct. At that moment, Pepper returned and, seeing Tony still tinkering with the armor, frowned in discontent. Did you not promise me you would cease these pursuits? Tony turned, smiled, and replied. This isn't mine. See, my reactor has been removed. This belongs to Wang, and it far surpasses my mark, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. Then donned the Xingtian armor to showcase it to Pepper. He also summoned the Fire Punisher to take Pepper for a ride, full of intention and flair. Meanwhile, Wang Yi had returned to his villa. Oh, a guest? He pondered upon noticing the shoes at the door. He was well aware of who it was, Nick Fury. No one else would unexpectedly arrive at his home. Indeed, in the living room, Nick Fury sat on the sofa, sipping tea, making it seem as though he were at his own residence. Suddenly, Wang Yi noticed something amiss. The sheen of Nick Fury's bald head appeared more pronounced than usual. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yi realized that it was due to the potion he had previously sold to Fury. It seemed he had consumed a bottle himself. Wang Yi approached with a smile, gazing at Nick Fury's bald head, and inquired, how effective is that potion? Is it truly remarkable? Nick Fury, taken aback, responded. How did you know? I haven't disclosed it to anyone else. A hint of embarrassment crept onto his face. Wang Yi remained silent, continuing to observe his bald head with a cheerful expression, inviting Fury to draw his own conclusions. As he regarded Wang Yi, Nick Fury began to understand, evidently. This potion not only enhances one's abilities but also amplifies the sheen of a bald head. Wang Yi shrugged nonchalantly, stating in any case, I have no intention of consuming it, and you are well aware of the consequences. It does not concern me. Then, he shifted the conversation, asking, so, what brings you here today? After speaking, Wang Yi glanced around the room. Natasha was absent, suggesting she had been sent away by Nick Fury. Moreover, he had not brought Coulson, indicating the gravity of his visit. Indeed, upon hearing Wang Yi's inquiry, Nick Fury regarded him with appreciation and replied, I would like to know if you have more of that potion. Wang Yi, discerning his intent, retorted, Are you planning to use this potion to assemble an army? Nick Fury paused for a moment, then solemnly declared, Our nation requires us, and what we need is talent. Hence, I require a substantial quantity of the potion to safeguard our country. It seems to be more about protecting us. H-I-E-L-D. After all, Wang Yi let out a cold laugh, laced with sarcasm. You cannot protect them because you lack the necessary strength. Even after consuming the potion, you remain an ordinary individual. It merely enhances your physical capabilities, nothing more. He spoke candidly, emphasizing that despite the potion, one is still merely human, albeit slightly stronger than the average person. After Wang Yi finished speaking, Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback. It seemed to resonate with him, yet he also grasped an important revelation. Wang Yi still possessed that potion. Immediately, Nick Fury inquired, How many of those potions do you have left? Wang Yi paused briefly before responding, I have 10 vials. But I will not be giving them to you now, at least not at this moment. He was adamant that even if he were to provide them, it would have to wait until after the events of Captain America 2, for he feared the repercussions of inadvertently harming himself. Nick Fury refrained from asking for further clarification, nodding in understanding. Subsequently, Wang Yi indicated that he would eventually provide the potions, just not immediately. Nick Fury acknowledged this with a nod, choosing not to press further. His demeanor exceedingly respectful, wary of offending Wang Yi and ending up with nothing. After bidding farewell to Nick Fury, Wang Yi sank into the sofa, inhaling deeply. It had been a taxing day, yet he felt he had gained much, particularly with the mirror dimension and the fact that Shura could now be upgraded infinitely. The narrative of Thor 2 was also poised to commence gradually. Chapter 59, Ether Particles, The Reality Stone. As Wang Yi reclined on the sofa, he pondered the plot of Thor 2, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with excitement. The Reality Stone. If memory serves me right, the ether particle is akin to the gemstone of reality. Wang Yi gazed at the ring in his hand, faintly perceiving the 3 gemstones within it emitting a subtle glow. Could it be that I must gather the infinity stones before the sweet potato essence does? Contemplating this, Wang Yi felt it quite plausible. However, at this moment, he was uncertain whether Thor, Love, and Thunder had commenced or not. All he could do was patiently await the arrival of news. Just then, the grand doors of the villa swung open, and Natasha returned, accompanied by another individual. Judging by her youthful appearance, she seemed around 18 years of age, possessing a graceful figure that was both alluring and well-defined, with a delicate oval face and perfect features. Dressed in a light blue dress that further accentuated her physique and poise, her long hair cascaded down her shoulders. A faint, enticing fragrance wafted from her, tickling Wang Yi's senses, stirring something within him. Indeed, it was his heart that felt most nourished. From her appearance, Wang Yi discerned that she hailed from the same country as himself, but that was not the crux of the matter. The real significance lay in the fact that she had come of age. His gaze lingered, almost drooling. Suddenly, Natasha's discontented voice pierced through the air. Her eyes, directed at Wang Yi, bore a hint of reproach. Instinctively, he wiped his mouth, realizing he might have indeed been a bit too captivated. In an instant, thoughts of gemstones and plots faded from his mind, replaced by curiosity as he fixed his gaze on her, then turned to Natasha, asking, "Who is she? I don't believe we've met before." Natasha, locking eyes with Wang Yi, replied with a hint of annoyance, "This is Xia Yusen, a dear friend from my past. One of the very best." After speaking, Natasha seemed to be reminiscing and continued, "However, I cannot divulge how we met. That remains our little secret." Upon finishing her sentence, Natasha shared a knowing smile with Xia Yusen. Xia Yusen, already strikingly beautiful, appeared even more adorable with her charming smile revealing her small canine teeth. Wang Yi observed. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, imagine her in black stockings, paired with a JK outfit and cat ears. The addition of a little tail would make her even cuter. In his mind, he had already devised an array of outfits. Xia Yusen, aware of Wang Yi's gaze, felt a hint of shyness creep in. Natasha shot Wang Yi a disapproving glare, expressing her displeasure. Realizing his faux pas, Wang Yi nodded and introduced himself. "Ah, with your friend here, I have no gifts prepared. Perhaps next time, I shall present her with a lovely outfit," he said, a cheerful expression illuminating his face. Suddenly, Natasha appeared somewhat embarrassed. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. "Shao Xian has come here for some matters, but she has no place to stay. I was hoping she could stay here, if that's all right with you." As Natasha spoke, she looked to Wang Yi, seeking his approval, and Xia Yusen gazed at him with hopeful, sparkling eyes. Wang Yi considered the situation and thought it inconsequential. This villa was spacious enough. One young lady was no trouble at all, and he could easily accommodate two. After all, they were compatriots, deserving of the same camaraderie. Upon hearing Wang Yi's consent, both women erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, Wang Yi continued to assess Xia Yusen. She was indeed attractive, albeit not quite his type. Nevertheless, he thought, it was of no consequence. In the gaze of Wang Yi, tinged with a hint of mischief, Natasha led Xia Yusen to her room, all the while expressing her heartfelt gratitude to Wang Yi. How astute, Wang Yi murmured to himself before returning to the sofa, contemplating the unfinished thoughts that had occupied his mind earlier. It seemed a trip to Asgard was in order, however. He also found Xia Yusen's appearance in white silk quite appealing, and then there was Lei. No. Wang Yi chastised himself with a sharp slap, realizing he had strayed off topic. Suddenly, the system's voice broke through his musings. Ding. The host must swiftly recruit Loki to join your Avengers. Failure to do so by the conclusion of this narrative will result in a task failure. Wang Yi was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. What do you mean by failure? Is there a time constraint? He struggled to comprehend, as previous tasks had never included such stipulations. Your procrastination has hindered my ability to assign the next mission, leaving my performance unfulfilled. Look at the neighboring hosts. They have soared to great heights. The system expressed its dissatisfaction with Wang Yi rather bluntly. Wang Yi's eyes widened further, as if he had stumbled upon a new realm of understanding. The system had performance metrics? It was utterly preposterous. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively inquired, if I don't complete it, will there be any consequences? Or will the task simply be rescinded? As a penalty, one ability will be revoked. Otherwise, the host lacks motivation. Perhaps the upgrade capability for the Shura Armor? The system spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if it were merely a trivial matter. Yet, to Wang Yi, it struck like a thunderclap, leaving him reeling. Withdraw the enhancement abilities. You say it so lightly. No, this cannot be. You cannot treat me this way, for I am your host, Wang Yi exclaimed, his heart heavy with sorrow. The system fell silent for a moment before responding. If you complete this task, I shall provide you with matching black stockings, a JK uniform, along with cat ears and a little tail. It's a promise. Wang Yi's eyes sparkled as he declared. This time, he was determined to make Loki submit, even if it meant forcing him to kneel and sing his submission. With his mind set, he noticed that Natasha and Xia Yusen had also arrived. To express her gratitude, Xia Yusen proposed to treat them to dinner. Wang Yi did not decline and followed the two women outside. Meanwhile, in a lavish restaurant, Tony Stark and Pepper were accompanied by a handsome man. At this moment, Pepper was engaged in conversation with the gentleman, while Tony appeared somewhat bored, scanning his surroundings as if searching for something. However, each time he caught sight of Pepper's expression, he quickly averted his gaze. Pepper, how much longer will this take? It's merely a collaboration. Stark Industries does not necessarily need to. Tony stated flatly, as for him, hundreds of billions were merely trivial pursuits. There was no need for prolonged discussions. Swift resolutions were the way to go. The man across from him stiffened, feeling somewhat awkward. Pepper chuckled to ease the tension, nudging Tony with her elbow. Tony, not finished speaking, continued to gaze outside. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a familiar figure appeared, accompanied by Natasha, along with an extraordinarily beautiful woman, a true goddess. This was Tony's initial thought. Even a man of his extensive experience could not help but acknowledge the allure of Xia Yusen's appearance. Meanwhile, Wang Yi, seated across from him, was momentarily taken aback. He too had noticed Tony but was inclined to feign ignorance, opting instead to disregard him and continue walking ahead. Chapter 60. Journey to England inside the restaurant. Tony was no longer concerned about Pepper. His attention was fixated on Wang Yi across the room. Wang Yi, sensing Tony's gaze, chose to remain unperturbed. He found a quiet spot with Natasha and Xia Yusen, settling down in silence. Xia Yusen, feeling a wave of embarrassment, cast an apologetic glance at Wang Yi. She had initially intended to treat, yet upon arrival, found herself brought here by Wang Yi. Given her current financial situation, she could hardly afford such an outing. Observing her discomfort, Wang Yi smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, you won't need to pay. This time, consider it my treat. He mused to himself, well, I'll have Tony pick up the tab. It's perfectly reasonable that I treat while he pays. With that thought, he discreetly glanced towards Tony. All right, let us order, Natasha suggested, picking up the menu and handing it to Wang Yi. He casually scanned the options and selected a couple of dishes before passing it back, thinking that he could prepare something far more delicious himself, given the hundreds of system points he had accumulated. As for Tony, he was preoccupied. Pepper, who seemed to be discussing business with a man across the room, turned to see Tony staring intently in another direction. Upon calling his name, she too glanced over, her expression shifting to one of surprise and intrigue. Wang Yi, how could he possibly be here? Tony, should we go take a look? Pepper gazed at Tony, awaiting his response. Tony, ever the bold one, reasoned that the three of them were certainly not entangled in a romantic affair, thus he was prepared to interject. After a moment of faint contemplation, he declared, let us go. After all, they are friends, and it's only natural to greet them. With that, the two made their way toward Wang Yi, Tony's gaze lingering over Xia Yusen, assessing her with the discerning eye of a former playboy. Noticing their approach, Wang Yi refrained from saying much, occasionally exchanging a few words with them. Natasha, catching sight of Tony, turned her questioning gaze upon Wang Yi. Wang Yi, did you invite them? She inquired, her eyes darting between him and Xia Yusen. Wang Yi shook his head and replied honestly, I just saw them discussing a collaboration with someone else. I did not summon them. Natasha's expression shifted to one of realization. Hey, what a coincidence. It's great to see you here, Tony exclaimed as he confidently took a seat, nudging Wang Yi aside casually. He then draped his arm over Wang Yi's shoulder, adopting a brotherly demeanor. Pepper stood nearby, greeting them with enthusiasm. Wang Yi smiled and chimed in, indeed, Tony, what a coincidence. By the way, could you settle my tab later? He was unreserved, knowing he had just withdrawn a staggering 10 billion from Tony, but he also recognized that for someone like Tony, money was never an issue, For such affluent individuals, the one thing they lacked was not wealth. Tony snapped his fingers and declared loudly, "No problem. Just count it on me later." Natasha observed the two without uttering a word, instead engaging in conversation with Pepper. As for Xia Yusen, she found herself feeling rather bored. She was acquainted with Tony. After all, who in New York could possibly be unfamiliar with the illustrious Tony Stark? Not to mention, he now basked in the aura of Iron Man. However, she was less familiar with Pepper, which left her sitting idly by. "By the way, who is this?" Suddenly, Tony shifted his focus to Wang Yi and inquired. "Huh?" Wang Yi scoffed, revealing his true colors at last. Yet, on the surface, he introduced himself truthfully. Soon, the dishes were served. Noticing that Tony lingered, Wang Yi could not help but urge him to leave. Tony glanced at Xia Yusen, sighed, and departed with Pepper. As they exited, Wang Yi reminded Tony to settle the bill. Xia Yusen was slightly taken aback. Were Tony and Wang Yi that close? Sensing her gaze, Wang Yi straightened his posture, a look of pride adorning his face. Natasha, witnessing this, felt somewhat speechless but chose not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, ever since the conclusion of the first Avengers, Thor had taken Loki back, where he was sentenced to life imprisonment. With the destruction of the Bifrost Bridge connecting the 9 realms, Thor found himself preoccupied with quelling the ensuing chaos, unable to attend to his girlfriend, Jane Foster. In the UK, Jane stumbled upon a mysterious temporal distortion site. While exploring, she became possessed by the etheric particles sealed within the enigmatic time-space, which were none other than the Reality Stone. Thus, the storyline of Thor, the Dark World had, unbeknownst to all, already commenced. Thor, upon the Rainbow Bridge, could not discern Jane's presence through Heimdall's watchful gaze. Out of concern, he ventured to Earth in search of her. It appears that the plot of Thor, the Dark World, has commenced, with the antagonist seemingly being the Dark Elves. In the living room of his villa, Wang Yi murmured to himself. As for how he acquired this knowledge, it was a reminder from the system, which anticipated his swift completion of the task while he awaited its rewards. This time, the destination was England, and he contemplated the journey ahead. He had already concocted a valid excuse. This time, he intended to embark alone, aiming to astonish everyone upon his return. Wang Yi mused silently, eventually voicing his thoughts during lunch. Surprisingly, Natasha did not express a desire to accompany him, nor did she inquire about his purpose. Instead, she seemed to hope he would depart sooner. Wang Yi regarded the two with suspicion, his gaze narrowing as he contemplated seeing through their attire, but ultimately, he gleaned nothing. With a sigh, he returned to his room for a brief preparation. He then summoned the Shura Armor, utilizing its abilities to swiftly arrive in New York. Just as Jane Foster became host to the ether, Wang Yi assessed the time, realizing that Thor's arrival was still some distance away. Meanwhile, in the room, Natasha regarded Xia Yusen with a puzzled expression. "Xia, what is your purpose in going to England? Do you intend to bring me along?" Natasha inquired, curiosity evident in her gaze. Xia Yusen smiled, a glimmer of determination in her eyes, and softly replied, "Perhaps you wouldn't understand. I have heard tales of a mysterious magnetic field emerging in a certain locale, which has compelled me to investigate. However, apprehensive of potential dangers, I summoned your presence." Xia Yusen elucidated her intentions, and Natasha instinctively nodded in agreement. Thus, the two set forth together towards England, unaware that Wang Yi had already embarked on the same journey. Their objectives aligned, yet Wang Yi remained in the shadows, observing. Before long, he encountered Thor, feigning coincidence. Thor, perplexed, gazed at Wang Yi with surprise. "How did you come to be here, Wang Yi?" Thor inquired, a hint of urgency mingled with confusion in his tone. Without awaiting Wang Yi's response, Thor hastily dashed inside. Deeply concerned for Jane, whose last known whereabouts were in this very location, Wang Yi, understanding Thor's intent, merely offered a subtle smile before following him. His own aim being Jane, particularly the ether particle she possessed. Soon, they discovered Jane's assistant and the doctor within, yet Jane herself was nowhere to be found. What could have happened? Wang Yi mused, furrowing his brow as he recalled the scene where Thor and Jane had previously met. Yet, she was still absent, as if she had vanished entirely from this realm. Could she still be trapped in that space, unable to emerge? Wang Yi murmured, though it seemed unlikely. Meanwhile, Thor frantically searched, his desperation for Jane's safety evident. Wang Yi shared in his concern, urgency propelling him forward alongside Thor in the quest for answers. Suddenly, as Wang Yi was still searching, the surrounding space seemed to descend into chaos, and Jian appeared abruptly. "Jian!" Thor rushed over immediately upon seeing her. The doctor and his assistant, witnessing this scene, hurried over as well. Only Wang Yi stood there, somewhat bewildered, for he spotted Natasha and Xia Yusen at the forefront. Natasha gazed at Wang Yi in disbelief, her mind swirling with uncertainty. She then glanced at Xia Yusen, harboring a bold suspicion. Could it be that they have been secretly involved these past few days? Xia Yusen's lips parted slightly, her expression one of shock as she stared at Wang Yi. Under Natasha's complex gaze, she lowered her head slightly. Resembling a girl caught by her parents while on a date, Wang Yi paid no mind to their demeanor and stepped forward, asking, "How is it that you two are here?" He had intended to inquire if they were following him, but clearly, he could not articulate that since he had never mentioned his presence here. Furthermore, he had arrived through the Shura Armor, making it impossible for them to have tracked him. Natasha looked at Wang Yi and expressed the purpose of their presence, believing there was no need for deceit. Xia Yusen nodded slightly, affirming Natasha's words. "So you were also here for that space," Wang Yi thought to himself, though he was puzzled as to how Xia Yusen knew this, yet he refrained from asking further. "What is happening? Have the people been found?" Suddenly, a few individuals clad in police uniforms rushed over, sternly addressing the group. It was Jian's assistant who had called them in a panic. As the officers approached, preparing to touch Jian, they were abruptly repelled by a surge of powerful force. Thor held Jane in his arms, his gaze somewhat vacant, as if he had already discerned the changes occurring within her. In a moment of urgency, he raised Mjolnir and exclaimed, "Heimdall." As his words echoed, a radiant beam of colorful light enveloped them, and in an instant they vanished, leaving behind a peculiar symbol in their wake. "Ah!" Several officers who witnessed this spectacle shouted in astonishment. They promptly sprang into action, hastily vacating the scene as though they had never been there. Wang Yi observed from the sidelines, maintaining an air of remarkable calmness. For he understood that even if Thor were to take Jane back to Asgard, he could not extract the ether particles contained within her. "Can we join you?" Suddenly, Jane's female assistant recognized Wang Yi and Natasha, mustering the courage to speak up. Wang Yi shrugged, conveying indifference. Natasha smiled gently, replying, "Of course. We actually have a new friend with us." She then introduced Xia Yusen to the two. Xia Yusen reciprocated the smile, yet Wang Yi remained unfocused on them. As his soul had already journeyed alongside Jane back to Asgard, Wang Yi cast a glance at the group and remarked, "You all continue your conversation. I have something to attend to, but I shall return shortly." He then turned his attention to Xia Yusen, saying, "Aren't you searching for that magnetic field?" He then looked towards the female assistant, adding, "You must be aware of it. Why not take her to see it?" The assistant nodded in agreement and linked arms with Xia Yusen, leading her away. Natasha, feeling somewhat perplexed, sensed that, from her seasoned perspective as a high-level agent, Wang Yi was merely deceiving them. Uncertain of his destination, he observed the few individuals who had already ventured far and, contemplating, Natasha hastily pursued them. "Quite astute, indeed," Wang Yi remarked as he glanced at Natasha. He then activated the space gem, setting forth towards Asgard. Meanwhile, upon his return, Thor immediately took Jane to receive treatment. In a flurry of urgency, he summoned several individuals to examine her condition. However, his actions incited Odin's displeasure, as he opposed Thor's association with a woman from Earth. Enraged, he rushed to the scene, glaring at Jane lying on the bed, and promptly commanded her to be sent back, asserting that mortals possess their own physicians and do not require treatment in Asgard. Odin fixed his gaze upon Thor, his voice laced with fury. "No, father. Her affliction is different." As soon as Thor uttered these words, a few bystanders gasped in astonishment. Odin, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes, sensing that indeed, something was amiss. He approached swiftly, grasping Jane's arm to feel the changes within her. Odin's expression gradually darkened as he recognized the presence of the ether particles. But had not the ether been sealed away? He could not comprehend why it had resurfaced. "Father, what is happening to her?" Thor, observing Odin's troubled visage, grew increasingly anxious and inquired hastily. Odin glanced at Thor, hesitating before revealing the truth. "She is possessed by the ether particles." At that moment, a languid voice interjected, and a door materialized, revealing Wang Yi's dashing countenance before the assembly. Wang Yi gazed at the crowd, disregarding Odin's astonishment, and spoke in a low voice. "What resides within her is the ether particle, a creation of the dark elves. They have sensed it and will soon come to claim it." Thor looked at Wang Yi, his face filled with confusion. He then turned to his father, awaiting an explanation. Odin's expression grew increasingly complex, shifting with intensity. Ignoring Thor's bewilderment, he fixed his serious gaze upon Wang Yi and asked, "These are secrets of Asgard, many of which are classified. How did you come to know this?" At that moment, he began to scrutinize Wang Yi with newfound seriousness. Although they had met once before and he understood Wang Yi's significance to Thor, he was unaware of the depth of Wang Yi's knowledge regarding Asgard. Wang Yi smiled lightly and approached Jane. He gently touched her with the ring in his hand, drawing forth strands of dark matter from within her, which flowed into his ring. That was none other than the Reality Stone. Chapter 62. Malekith in a certain location within Asgard. The crowd stared at Wang Yi in shock, particularly Odin, who, unlike the others, was well aware of the nature of that dark substance. It was indeed the ether particle, the dark elf's secret weapon. As he witnessed the complete absorption of the ether, Odin furrowed his brow and said gravely, "Wang Yi, you just mentioned that darkness will soon descend. How do you know this, and how do you possess such extensive knowledge of Asgard's secrets?" Odin's expression became solemn, realizing he had underestimated Wang Yi. As his words fell, numerous guards surrounded Wang Yi. Thor furrowed his brow, deeply concerned for Wang Yi yet remaining silent. Wang Yi, observing Odin's barely concealed anger, offered a calm smile and confidently stated, "Since I am aware, I have my own methods. However, I cannot divulge them. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it." Wang Yi showed no fear towards Odin. Not only was the Azura poised for an upgrade, but he also possessed the 4 Infinity Stones in his grasp. Even considering the most extreme circumstances, he could manage a 1-for-1 exchange in battle. Odin remained silent, his gaze fixed on Wang Yi, exuding a subtle yet palpable intent to kill. Wang Yi matched his intensity, their eyes locking in a silent standoff that might have led an observer to mistakenly believe they were igniting a spark of romance. After a lengthy pause, Thor interjected, "Father, Wang Yi is our friend." Humph. At Thor's words, Odin shot him a glare, accompanied by a disdainful snort. Undeterred, Thor turned his attention back to Wang Yi, his eyes filled with remorse. He understood that it was Wang Yi who had saved Jane. Wang Yi smiled gently in response, indicating that he bore no ill will. Witnessing this, Thor instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Just then, the atmosphere shifted as Jane awoke. Thor rushed forward, excitement palpable in his voice. "Jane, you're finally awake. Are you all right? Look at me." He anxiously embraced her, but Jane remained momentarily stunned, unmoving. Smack. Just as Thor was about to speak, Jane unexpectedly slapped his face, the crisp sound echoing in the air. Thor stood in shock, staring incredulously at Jane in his arms. In a moment of bewilderment, she questioned, "Why are you hitting me?" Upon hearing Thor's voice, Jane abruptly threw herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. I thought I was dreaming." Thor was filled with guilt at her words. No longer did he harbor any reprimands. Instead, he gazed at her with tender affection. It was Odin who, witnessing his son being struck, immediately erupted in anger. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, he fell silent at the sight of Thor's expression. Had he truly erred? Odin's demeanor was tinged with regret and guilt. Only Wang Yi, observing this scene, wore a smile. He alone understood Thor's feelings for Jane, especially after the profound display of love in Avengers Endgame. Grasping the power within the ring, Wang Yi clenched his fists, and in that instant, he conceived a thought. A single punch could obliterate a planet. Meanwhile, on a distant, shadowy planet, Malekith opened his eyes, excitement flickering within them, his voice deep and hoarse. "I sense it. The power of the ether. It calls to me." Malekith was invigorated, feeling the ether's presence in Asgard, a place that stirred within him a deep-seated hatred. Were it not for Kingbor, how had they fallen to such depths? This time, he vowed to plunge the entire world back into darkness. Observing the celestial alignments, he noted that the 9 realms were perfectly aligned, with spatial distortions occurring throughout, a prime opportunity for his revenge. Darkness. With Malekith's words, a towering monstrosity materialized behind him. Mollusky turned and placed a pitch-black stone into its abdomen, issuing a command to disguise itself as a captive and infiltrate the divine realm. Utilizing the cursed stone, it transformed into a cursed warrior, coordinating with its allies to reclaim the ether particles. Meanwhile, Odin observed the solidified bond between Thor and Jane, deciding not to speak further. Although he maintained a contrary stance, he recognized that Thor would not heed his words this time, thus refraining from further commentary. He then cast a complex glance toward Wang Yi. Sensing Odin's gaze, Wang Yi turned and sincerely reassured, "Rest assured, my lord. I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. Why do you regard me so?" Upon hearing this, Odin let out a slight sigh and expressed his previous apologies to Wang Yi. Wang Yi waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern to him. Now, all that remained was to await Mollusky's arrival to confront the ether. Wang Yi secretly plotted, which was the reason he had not departed after acquiring the ether. He had another mission, to win over Loki. However, at this moment, he required a catalyst. And that catalyst was Mollusky. Calculating the time, he decided to wait a bit longer. After some contemplation, he resolved to return. Harnessing the power of the space gem, he transported himself back to the location in England where he had parted ways with Xia Yusen and the others. To his surprise, they were still there observing. Intrigued, Wang Yi approached, noting that the ether had already been taken. It was impossible for any spatial fluctuations to remain, so what could they possibly be studying? As he drew closer, he saw Xia Yusen meticulously examining with her instrument, pausing wherever she went. At this moment, a phrase from a past life floated through Wang Yi's mind. You must be here to relieve yourself. However, he refrained from voicing it, instead directing his gaze towards the engrossed Xia Yusen. From his vantage point above, he could distinctly perceive the pristine whiteness emanating from her collar. He could even glimpse the majestic peaks and the unfathomable chasms beneath. Instinctively, Wang Yi swallowed hard. Perhaps he had scrutinized too intently, for Xia Yusen remained oblivious to the underlying issue, allowing Wang Yi to continuously adjust his position behind her for an uninterrupted view, 360 degrees without a blind spot, feasting his eyes on the sight before him. Were circumstances different, he could have indulged in this visual delight for an entire day. In that moment, his resolve solidified. He was determined to fully win over Loki, not merely for the reward, but to enhance his own strength. Wang Yi mused that the time was ripe, and thus employed the space stone to return to Asgard. The revolution had yet to succeed. Comrades still needed to strive. Just as he entered, Xia Yusen stood up, casting a puzzled glance behind her. Her delicate face was adorned with confusion as she pouted. How strange, I just felt someone behind me. After speaking, she glanced at her collar, admiring herself with a pleased smirk at the corners of her mouth before resuming her work. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Wang Yi heard Heimdall's call. He understood that the Dark Elves had arrived. Malekith. Chapter 63, Loki's Consent. Mission accomplished. Due to Heimdall's warning, all of Asgard went on high alert. Odin's countenance darkened, partly due to the onslaught of the Dark Elves and partly as a consequence of the words spoken by Wang Yi earlier. In this moment, Odin was compelled to ponder whether Wang Yi possessed the ability to foresee the future or if he was in league with the Dark Elves. Thor, striding ahead, had already placed Jane beside his mother and marched toward the opposing forces with a string of curses. The hammer of the thunder god swung in his grasp, clearly indicating that he had never doubted Wang Yi. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed through the grand hall as Dark Elf warships surged in, accompanied by their soldiers. Damn it! Thor bellowed, raising his hammer to initiate an assault. However, the overwhelming numbers soon ensnared him. Meanwhile, Wang Yi ambled leisurely through the hall, wholly unconcerned about the battle unfolding outside. He mused that the cursed warriors should have emerged by now. Deciding to inspect the dungeon, he opened a portal and, upon entering, discovered numerous soldiers sprawled on the ground, while the dungeon itself lay desolate. The only occupant remaining was Loki. A smile graced Wang Yi's face as he approached. Greetings, my friend. How have you been? Is everything well? Loki, upon noticing Wang Yi, felt the sting of mockery in his smile. Indeed, I am doing splendidly. But what brings you here? To taunt me? Loki scoffed, then promptly dismissed Wang Yi from his thoughts. Observing Loki's defiant demeanor, Wang Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction and remarked with a calm demeanor, the Dark Elves have breached the Great Hall, and both Odin and Thor are engaged with the enemy. You witnessed it yourself. They are preparing to coordinate their efforts. Upon hearing this, Loki erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Isn't that splendid? What does it matter to me? Wang Yi regarded Loki thoughtfully, contemplating how oblivious he was to the impending danger. Is that so? I just witnessed the cursed warriors and Malekith advancing towards your mother-esque position, while Odin and Thor are preoccupied with the enemy outside, he stated matter-of-factly, as if the events held no significance for him. Yet, Loki's expression faltered at Wang Yi's words, his demeanor freezing abruptly. Wang Yi's insinuation was clear. With Odin and Thor absent, their mother was left to fend for herself against two formidable foes. Panic surged within Loki. If he had any emotional attachment in Asgard, it was undoubtedly to his mother. He grasped the iron bars of his cell tightly, his gaze reddening as he stared intently at Wang Yi. Are you implying that my mother is in danger? Not just danger, she is on the brink of death. Wang Yi replied bluntly, disdaining any form of ambiguity. He was aware of the urgency of the situation, for he had another purpose for being there, to rescue their mother. This would inevitably transform the dynamics between Loki, Thor, and Odin towards him in a significant manner. With a resounding crash, Loki struck the dungeon wall with his fist, pacing back and forth in agitation. It was evident that anxiety was taking hold of him. Wang Yi, release me. I must go to save my mother. She is my kin, and I cannot abandon her. Loki implored, his previous demeanor now replaced by a desperate urgency. In his eyes, there was a plea directed towards Wang Yi, tinged with a hint of fear. Wang Yi discerned that Loki was not feigning this time. However, it was still insufficient. for Loki's heart did not reside with him. With a fleeting glance at Loki, Wang Yi spoke calmly. Previously, Thor pledged to join my alliance. And one of the stipulations was that should they ever encounter peril, I would undoubtedly assist them. Loki, you must understand that you are not invincible. You aspire to attain the throne, yet if your kingdom were to vanish, what purpose would the throne serve? Wang Yi could not help but sigh instinctively. He recalled the moment when Loki perished at the hands of Thanos. Witnessing that scene nearly brought him to tears. Loki had sacrificed everything merely to protect his brother Thor. Upon hearing this, Loki fell silent, his gaze dimmed as if he were lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, he ceased to waver. And with renewed brightness in his eyes, he addressed Wang Yi. You are correct, Wang Yi. I shall agree to this once more. I am willing to join your ranks. However, you must also pledge to safeguard this kingdom on my behalf. Loki spoke earnestly. Yet, Wang Yi remained unresponsive, awaiting further clarification, uncertain of the sincerity behind Loki's words. This god of mischief was certainly not undeserving of his reputation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a special task. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Hearing this, Wang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He looked at Loki with a paternal smile. Indeed, there is potential for growth. Loki, seemingly oblivious to the compliment, scratched his head and added, do not forget your previous promise regarding the throne. Wang Yi responded. A dog cannot change its nature. Wang Yi sighed softly as he utilized the space gem to enter, whisking Loki away. He then made his way to the royal palace, heading towards the location where Jane resided. If his intuition served him well, Jane was currently with Frigga, who happened to be Thor's mother and the wife of Odin, the All-Father. At that moment, the conflict within the palace had escalated to a fever pitch. Despite Thor's formidable strength, he found himself outnumbered. Where was Wang Yi? Why had he not come to his aid? Thor was perplexed. Logically, Wang Yi was also in the palace, and it seemed implausible that he would refrain from offering assistance. Moreover, Wang Yi had previously assured him that if ever his realm faced peril, he would surely lend his support. Uncertainty loomed over them as Thor's subordinates exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. Since the onset of the war, the presence of that outsider had been largely overlooked. Thor chose not to dwell on the matter further. He trusted in Wang Yi's character, believing that his absence must be for a justifiable reason. Meanwhile, Frigga and Jane remained in a secluded chamber. As a mortal, Jane felt a sense of panic, especially with Thor absent. What should we do? Should we venture out to assist them? Frigga glanced at the girl, recognizing her fear but also her concern for Thor, which spoke to her character. Unlike Odin, Frigga believed that as long as Thor cherished her, she would offer her support. With a gentle smile, Frigga reassured her, saying, do not worry. With Odin and Thor present, all will be well. Just as her words settled in the air, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from the doorway. As Malersky and the cursed warrior arrived, they immediately turned their gaze towards Jien, who still bore the lingering essence of ether within her. As they approached, Freya instinctively pulled Jien behind her, brandishing a dagger that glinted ominously in her hand. Her gentle demeanor transformed into one of fierce intensity, resembling the sharp edge of a blade. Meanwhile, the cursed warrior surged forward, charging directly at Freya. Chapter 64. Journey to the Dark Elves. The cursed warrior moved with astonishing speed, reaching Freya in the blink of an eye. In stark contrast, Malersky remained composed, observing the unfolding spectacle with an air of detached amusement. He was confident that the cursed warrior would easily overpower Freya, and thus, he approached Jien. Suddenly, his expression shifted, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. What has happened? The ether is no longer within you? He shouted at Jien, incredulous. The ether that had once surrounded her had been taken by Wang Yi, leaving only a faint trace of its presence, still lingering but not dissipated. Freya and the cursed warrior were engaged in combat, and it was evident that Freya was no match for her adversary. Jien, flustered and desperate to assist, found herself at a loss for how to intervene. Malersky, filled with palpable hostility, advanced towards Jien, making it clear that both were cornered and in dire straits. Freya attempted to break free, but the cursed warrior pressed relentlessly, leaving her no room to maneuver. At that moment, a portal of space materialized. Loki emerged first, rushing towards Freya, and with a fierce strike aimed at the cursed warrior, proclaimed loudly, Mother, I am here to rescue you. Unfortunately, Loki was not adept in combat and was swiftly brought down by the cursed warrior after a mere exchange. Loki, how did you manage to escape? In stark contrast, Frigga was both astonished and elated. The cursed warrior glared at the two, displaying no fear whatsoever. With an enraged roar, he charged towards them. Meanwhile, Wang Yi, clad in his Shura armor, sauntered forth with a leisurely demeanor. A faint smile graced his lips as he spoke in a deep voice. It seems I have arrived just in time. With that, he first approached Jin, wielding the Shura Wind Cleaver, effortlessly repelling Malersky with a single strike. He then teleported to Loki's side, executing a skill that sent the cursed warrior crashing to the ground, dark blood oozing from his form. Malersky's expression darkened as he beheld the sudden appearance of these two formidable individuals, his ignorance of their identity only fueling his unease. Fixating on Wang Yi, his countenance gradually morphed into one of malevolence. Wang Yi, maintaining a calm demeanor, extended a hand and remarked, "You two may come at me together. Do not claim that I am bullying you." This was not a display of arrogance on Wang Yi's part, but rather a reflection of his undeniable prowess. Even without the utilization of the infinite gems, he knew they would have no chance to retaliate. Exchanging glances, Malersky and the cursed warrior vanished from sight in an instant, their ability to disappear without a trace causing Wang Yi's brow to arch in surprise. "I do not recall this plotline from before," he murmured, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. He had intended to eliminate them right then and there, unaware that they possessed a contingency plan. Meanwhile, Jin and Frigga embraced, enveloped by a sense of relief that brought them joy. Loki stood silently nearby, vigilant in ensuring their safety. As the enemies retreated, Frigga felt compelled to step forward and express her gratitude, only to be halted by Wang Yi's intervention. "I am now on my way to rescue Thor. If you wish to express your gratitude, kindly wait a moment." Subsequently, Wang Yi turned to Loki and advised, "They are entrusted to you." Loki nodded, assuring, "No problem." Wang Yi gave a slight nod and departed from the scene. Meanwhile, Thor was on the brink of despair. Damn it, why are there still so many? His hammer. The Mjolnir had already vanquished countless foes, yet adversaries continued to emerge in relentless waves. Suddenly, Wang Yi appeared before him. Thor, filled with joy, stepped forward and inquired, "Wang Yi, you have finally arrived. I thought you had forsaken us." Wang Yi smiled and clarified, "I was occupied with rescuing your brother and mother, which delayed me." Upon hearing this, Thor immediately became anxious and pressed. Are they safe now? Thor was deeply concerned, having been oblivious to the situation within while he remained there. Wang Yi reassured him, "It is all right. Let us first resolve matters here." With that, Wang Yi fixed his gaze ahead. The individuals before them had descended from a warship, indicating that the vessel posed a problem. Limitless Ray. Wang Yi began to gather his power, determined to obliterate the warship. As he concentrated, everyone around him began to tremble. This cataclysmic force was beyond the endurance of any present. Lightning surged forth, sweeping gently across the battlefield. All the warships were annihilated, and the remaining foes were swiftly dispatched by Thor. Thus, the war in Asgard was declared over. However, it was not yet finished. As Malekith and the cursed warriors had managed to escape, the battle concluded, and the two returned to seek out Jane and Loki. At that moment, Odin remained present, his gaze fixed upon Wang Yi with an expression of fierce scrutiny. "Did you release Loki?" he demanded. Wang Yi nodded and replied, "If I had not set him free." "Who would protect your wife?" "You?" His tone was calm yet resolute as he met Odin's gaze unwaveringly. At this, Odin's head bowed in shame. Indeed, had it not been for Wang Yi's intervention, they would not have resolved the situation so effortlessly. Thor approached, expressing concern for Jane and Frigga, recounting the events that had transpired. In summary, had it not been for Wang Yi, they would have lost a life today. Upon hearing this, Odin felt an even deeper sense of remorse. Wang Yi waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of little consequence. His objective had been achieved, and his continued presence was merely to honor the promise made to Thor. Otherwise, he would have departed long ago. Casting his expressionless gaze upon the group, Wang Yi stated, "The matter is not yet resolved. The Dark Elves will undoubtedly return. We must eradicate them." Thor and Loki nodded in agreement, believing Wang Yi's words to be true. Only Odin opposed, wishing to avoid prolonging the conflict. Observing Odin's stance, Wang Yi remained indifferent, noting that the invaders were attacking their realm, not his, which held no relevance to him. Silence enveloped Odin as he contemplated Wang Yi, his expression gradually shifting towards determination. "Very well, Mr. Wang Yi. I shall rely on you henceforth," he said, gratitude evident in his demeanor. "Asgard will forever remember your kindness, and should you find yourself in need in the future, we shall not stand idly by." Thor and Loki nodded in agreement. They shared the same sentiment. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi smiled, for this was precisely what he desired. Otherwise, his efforts would have been in vain. Soon, he received Odin's gratitude and earned the loyalty of both Thor and Loki. Before long, the group arrived aboard the warship, setting sail for the domain of the Dark Elves. This time, Wang Yi ventured forth without Jane, accompanied only by the two warriors. Everyone was well aware of Wang Yi's formidable prowess, which rendered any notion of him being outmatched alongside Loki and Thor utterly implausible. In no time, the warship began its descent. They had reached the realm of the Dark Elves. Chapter 65, Annihilating Molaski at long last. They had arrived, this time. They were determined to eradicate their foes. Loki mused, his chatter incessant throughout the journey. Even Wang Yi, who normally maintained his composure, found himself irked by Loki's incessant prattle. In retrospect, he recalled how Thor had borne the brunt of Loki's antics during their cinematic adventures. Wang Yi chose to disregard Loki. Turning instead to Thor with a query, do you possess knowledge of the Dark Elves' precise location? This was a detail Wang Yi lacked. For it was Thor and Loki who had previously led Jane to this realm, drawing out Molaski in the process. Thor shook his head, indicating his ignorance. As this was his inaugural visit to this foreign land. Well, if we are uncertain, we shall seek it out. However, judging by the appearance of this place, it seems we shall squander a considerable amount of time. Loki continued his chatter, but upon noticing that the two men had ceased to engage him, he grew disinterested in prolonging his own folly. Wang Yi took a deep breath and said slowly, then let us lure them here. You two should position yourselves nearby to ensure we are not caught off guard. His tone was calm, yet Loki and Thor instantly became alert. As the two found their positions, Wang Yi extended his hand and, utilizing his mind, extracted a minuscule amount of the ether particles from the reality stone. He promptly retracted it, for the reality stone lacked a physical form, and he certainly did not wish for the gem he had acquired to slip away. Thor and Loki exchanged glances, both bewildered by Wang Yi's actions. All right, are you ready? Wang Yi shouted before joining them in vigilance. In a certain dark place, Molaski's face was contorted with rage, his inner fury barely contained. Damn it, who was that person today? We were so close to reclaiming the ether. Molaski roared, his expression growing increasingly twisted. The cursed warrior also let out a roar, mirroring Molaski's anger. It was not merely the ether at stake, but the grievous wound upon its chest that weighed heavily on its mind. Yet, recalling the strength of that individual, it trembled involuntarily. Suddenly, Molaski halted his roar. He closed his eyes tightly, sensing intently, as if he had discovered something. Abruptly, he opened his eyes wide, his fury transforming into excitement and delight. It is the ether. I can sense it. The ether is near us. With that, he turned his gaze towards Wang Yi and his companions. Wang Yi was indeed correct. So long as a trace of the ether's essence was revealed, Molaski would undoubtedly perceive it. Soon, Molaski arrived at Wang Yi's position, accompanied by the cursed warriors. He sensed the presence of foes. However, at this moment, nothing was more crucial than the ether. If he could reclaim the ether, his ambitions would be realized. Wang Yi. They are coming, Loki reported to Wang Yi as he observed their approach. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi and Thor hurried to Loki's side. Wang Yi smiled at the adversaries across from him, flexing his wrists as he declared, "You all stay here. I shall return shortly." With that, he prepared to confront them, intent on utilizing his Shura Armor to resolve the matter. Yet, Thor, sensing unease, immediately inquired, "Do you require my assistance? I can join you in the fray." Wang Yi cast him an exasperated glance and jested, "What would you do? Create more chaos? I fear you might mistakenly be caught in the crossfire." Loki chimed in with a sardonic tone, "My dear brother, if you lack the capability, do not overreach. I have no desire to collect your remains." Wang Yi shot a glance at Loki, thinking to himself, "You, the master of words, are even more insufferable. I dread that a single punch might leave you incapacitated." However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, acknowledging the difficulty of maintaining Loki's loyalty. Ultimately, he offered Thor a reassuring glance before summoning the Shura Armor without hesitation. In an instant, he vanished from the scene, his target being the cursed warriors and Molaski. At that moment, Molaski surveyed his surroundings, striving to detect the essence of the ether once more. While the cursed warriors scanned the area, Molaski furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering, why has the essence of the ether disappeared? As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly narrowed, sensing an overwhelming aura of menace. Just as he prepared to evade, it was already too late. At the moment Wang Yi appeared, a claw-like appendage struck him squarely. The cursed warrior immediately reacted, landing a punch against Wang Yi's armor. However, aside from a few sparks flying, there was no real threat. Wang Yi turned to glance at him, approvingly saying, "Not bad. It's been a long time since anyone has managed to strike me." After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the thought, "No, it seems no one has ever truly landed a hit on me." The cursed warrior paid him no heed. With a roar, he charged once more. Yet this time, Wang Yi was fully prepared, swiftly maneuvering behind him and delivering a claw strike. The cursed warrior let out a pained howl as blood dripped from his wounds. old injuries exacerbated by new ones. Behind them, Thor and Loki witnessed this spectacle, exclaiming in admiration and rallying support for Wang Yi. Truly, Wang Yi's fluid maneuvers rendered the Dark Elves insufficient to challenge him alone. Thor, invigorated by the scene, declared, "Now this is what it means to be a real man." Observing Thor's enthusiasm, Loki promptly mocked, "Brother, just look at yourself. You require assistance to defend your own realm. You are unworthy of being a king." Thor disregarded Loki, dismissing his brother's taunts. "Enough of your prattle. One strike from me would send you sprawling." Yet Loki was evidently unwilling to forego this chance for ridicule, continuing, "What? Do you believe ignoring me will erase these truths? Could it be that you—" Bang! This time, Thor had no intention of granting Loki any opportunity, delivering a decisive blow that sent him sprawling to the ground. Observing Loki lying there, Thor exhaled in relief, remarking, "At last, the world is tranquil." With that, he resumed his focus on the ongoing battle ahead. On Wang Yi's side, the conflict was gradually reaching its conclusion. The cursed warrior had perished, leaving only the defiant Malersky. In truth, Malersky had initially attempted to flee, but this time, Wang Yi wielded the time stone, reversing time and bringing him back. Malersky, filled with resentment, resolved not to retreat any longer, launching an assault against Wang Yi in furious defiance. However, in the face of Shura's formidable prowess, such efforts were futile. Minutes later, Malersky lay incapacitated on the ground. Observing this, Thor hurried over. "Is he dead?" Thor inquired, not forgetting to deliver a final strike with Mjolnir. Wang Yi nodded slightly, his tone calm as he stated, "Well, your affairs have concluded. I have fulfilled my promise to you. Henceforth, you shall remain unharmed, and I must take my leave." After speaking, Wang Yi turned his gaze towards Thor, who nodded earnestly, saying, "Thank you, Wang Yi. If you ever need me, I shall certainly come." Wang Yi acknowledged him with a nod before opening a portal to depart. Chapter 66. On the way back to Afghanistan, the Dark Elves' territory, Thor gazed at the departing Wang Yi and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Fortunately, the choice made at that time proved correct. Otherwise, we would have faced peril this time. A wave of apprehension washed over Thor as he contemplated how effortless their victory would have been without Wang Yi's intervention. Yet, unbeknownst to him, even in Wang Yi's absence, they would have ultimately triumphed over the Dark Elves, albeit at the cost of time and sacrifice. Upon contemplating this, he cast a glance back at the still slumbering Loki, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Nevertheless, he dragged Loki back to the ship, intending to return to Asgard. Meanwhile, on Earth, Wang Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. The narrative of Thor, the Dark World, had reached its conclusion, and the ending was, indeed, quite satisfactory. At long last, it was over. Now he could prepare to deal with that rascal Alexander. Wang Yi pondered, stroking his chin, yet it has been a while since he last caused trouble. Could he be plotting something? However, he soon shook his head, dismissing the thought. In any case, the truth would soon unveil itself. And he was not overly concerned at that moment. Huh? What are they doing? Lost in thought, Wang Yi noticed Xia Yusen sitting on the ground with a glum expression, propping her chin in her hands, while Natasha appeared deflated beside her. Jane, the assistant, and the doctor wore puzzled expressions as well. It seemed that the four of them were simply lost in their own reverie. "What are you all up to?" With a curious demeanor, Wang Yi approached and inquired. At his words, they all lifted their gazes to him, only to let out a collective sigh. Wang Yi was taken aback, his expression one of bewilderment, until he turned to look behind him and suddenly understood. Tentatively, he asked, "Has that magnetic field you were searching for vanished?" Xia Yusen nodded, followed by another bout of chin-supporting contemplation. Indeed, it was entirely normal not to find it. If they had, he would have begun to question his own existence. Wang Yi mused inwardly, then glanced at the ancient-style ring in his hand. He could sense the 4 gemstones within it, each possessing an extraordinary power. Ah! And there was also the black silk in his system's space. One must seize an opportune moment to present a gift to Xia Yusen. As Wang Yi pondered this, his thoughts began to wander, and he felt a sudden thirst. After much persuasion, a few individuals finally prepared to depart from their current location. As for the doctor and his female assistant, Wang Yi instructed them to return and await further developments. When Thor was ready to escort Jane back, she would undoubtedly return. Meanwhile, Natasha and Xia Yusen followed Wang Yi home. It is noteworthy that Nick Fury appeared to have some pressing mission, summoning Natasha back with urgency. It seemed she would not be returning anytime soon, but Wang Yi did not mind, as he had another companion at home. At the dinner table, Wang Yi gazed at Xia Yusen, contemplating how to present her with the clothing. However, in today's society, he surmised that she might not even wear it. "Is there something peculiar on my face?" Xia Yusen asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Throughout the meal, Wang Yi stole glances at her no fewer than 10 times, each time hesitating to speak, which inevitably led her to suspect he had something he was reluctant to express. Upon hearing her question, Wang Yi looked up and shook his head, indicating that the moment was not yet right. He needed to wait a little longer. Xia Yusen regarded him with increased suspicion. The dinner passed swiftly under this atmosphere. Wang Yi remained silent throughout, only deepening Xia Yusen's curiosity. Once back in his room, Wang Yi lay on his bed, reflecting on the next storyline. It was time to deal with the Hydra organization in Captain America 2. He almost forgot Bucky was still in his possession. Wang Yi suddenly recalled this detail, but the multitude of prior events had nearly caused him to overlook it. When Bucky was captured, he was confined in the very place where Tony had been abducted, alongside the enigmatic figure known as the Winter Soldier, whose sole responsibility was to ensure Bucky's survival. Reflecting on this, Wang Yi realized it was time for Bucky to make an appearance. This thought suddenly reminded him of an unsettling truth. Tony Stark's parents were allegedly killed by Bucky, who was under Hydra's control at that time. The realization weighed heavily on him, as Bucky was also Captain America's dear friend. This incident had been the catalyst for their eventual fallout in the films. If not handled delicately, Wang Yi could find himself embroiled in a similar predicament. Ultimately, he resolved to cease his contemplation, as the narrative had become rather convoluted. Lost in thought, he drifted into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he found it was already the following morning. Rising early, Wang Yi instinctively reached for the New York Daily. To his astonishment, he discovered that, despite having done nothing noteworthy, he had garnered significant attention once again. The newspaper boldly displayed his name in large letters, leaving him utterly perplexed. As he continued reading, a realization dawned upon him. This was largely due to Tony. Recently, Tony had significantly enhanced his capabilities, tirelessly utilizing the celestial armor to uphold justice. However, whenever reporters inquired about him, Tony consistently redirected the attention towards Wang Yi. Consequently, it became impossible for Wang Yi to remain inconspicuous. "I need to speak with Tony," Wang Yi exclaimed, rising abruptly from the table, startling Xia Yusen, who jumped in surprise. What's going on?" she stammered, a hint of fear evident in her voice. Wang Yi, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and sat back down, signaling that he was all right. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Yusen became increasingly intrigued by Wang Yi, a truly peculiar man. As she enjoyed her breakfast, she occasionally glanced at him. Soon, Wang Yi finished his meal and hurried to Tony's residence, only to find that Tony was inexplicably absent, a frown forming on his face. Could it be that this fellow had gone out to show off again? As Wang Yi had surmised, Tony had just thwarted a crime elsewhere and was currently surrounded by journalists eager for an interview. Consequently, Tony once again attributed the success to Wang Yi. Indeed, it was Wang. Were it not for him, I would not possess this formidable armor to combat criminals. With a cheerful smile, Tony faced the reporters. His intentions were quite straightforward, to continually enhance his abilities through battle, thereby unlocking the greater power of the Xingtian armor. This was something Wang Yi had advised him. Though unbeknownst to Tony, he was on the verge of a significant upgrade. However, Wang Yi chose not to disclose this information, knowing full well that Tony's character would compel him to seek further training. At Tony's villa, after waiting in vain for his return, Wang Yi ultimately decided to leave. Just as he stepped away from the villa, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Special mission: recruit Bucky into the Host Alliance. Wang Yi paused momentarily, contemplating the task of recruiting Bucky. His next objective was to locate Bucky and enlist him to monitor Hydra's movements. This thought ignited a surge of excitement within him. He opened the time portal, setting his course for Afghanistan, the site of Tony's previous abduction. Chapter 67, The Invitation of Xia Yusen in a Cave Somewhere in Afghanistan. Wang Yi entered to find Bucky imprisoned. At that moment, he was venting his frustration in a state of disarray. However, the shadowy figure paid him no heed, possibly due to the torment echoing in his mind. In the confines of the cage, Bucky lamented in anguish. Wang Yi pondered whether the soul gem could heal him. Gazing at the ring in his hand, he noted the faint glow emanating from the power of the soul gem. Wang Yi approached and touched the ring to Bucky, and instantly, the radiance of the soul gem intensified, channeling mysterious forces into Bucky's mind. After a moment, Bucky began to regain his composure, his gaze now markedly clearer than before. With an impassive expression, Wang Yi inquired, "Bucky, do you remember who you are?" At the same time, Bucky looked at him, his brow furrowing. "Wang Yi," he blurted out instinctively as his memories started to swirl chaotically. Clutching his head, he cried out in distress. When he was with Hydra, he was known as the Winter Soldier, but now he was Bucky Barnes, ally of Captain America. The clash of these two identities plunged him into profound agony. Wang Yi observed calmly, recognizing that he could do little more than wait in silence. After a brief pause, Bucky seemed to regain his footing, staggering to his feet. His eyes sharp as blades as he fixed his gaze on Wang Yi. Why am I here? Where is Steve Rogers? His memories were a tumultuous blend of clarity and confusion. Wang Yi chose not to respond, instead directing his attention to the shadowy figure beside him. Given your current state, it seems it will take some time. After speaking, Wang Yi departed from that place. Behind him, Bucky continued to roar. But his chaotic memories rendered him unable to distinguish friend from foe. Upon returning to the villa, Wang Yi felt utterly helpless. He had initially hoped to use the Mind Stone to restore Bucky, allowing him to reintegrate into Hydra and perhaps even bring back some valuable intelligence. Alas, Wang Yi sighed. The Mind Stone could restore him, yet it could not mend his memories. Contemplating this, Wang Yi decided to wait a little longer. After all, there was still some time before the plot of Captain America 2 would unfold, and it would not arrive swiftly. With this thought, Wang Yi felt a sense of reassurance. Wang Yi, are you here? Are you free tonight? At that moment, the sweet voice of Xia Yusen resonated. Wang Yi looked over to see her clad in a flowing robe, her figure gracefully alluring. Except for a slightly flatter chest, her physique was quite remarkable. For a moment, Wang Yi found himself entranced. Observing his prolonged silence, Xia Yusen approached curiously, questioning, Do you not have time? I have a gathering tonight and would like to invite you to join me. Xia Yusen continued to gaze at Wang Yi, eagerly awaiting his response. Attend the gathering? Wang Yi pondered for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. Sure, I have nothing planned for tonight. After all, he sought to find Tony. But that fellow seemed to have vanished, and Bucky was currently beyond control, leaving him with little to occupy his time. Given this, it would be better to accept Xia Yusen's invitation. Who knows, he might even encounter Tony. Upon hearing Wang Yi's assent, Xia Yusen immediately brightened with excitement. The delicate visage of Xia Yusen blossomed into a smile as she sweetly remarked, You should tidy up first. I will come find you shortly. After uttering these words, she retreated to her room. Wang Yi, observing this exchange, couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Soon, evening descended. Xia Yusen adorned herself exquisitely, while Wang Yi merely changed into a different outfit, making little else in terms of alteration. It's time to go, he said, glancing at the clock. And together with Xia Yusen, they departed. At Tony's villa, he had already returned, accompanied by the elegantly dressed Pepper. With a smile, Pepper inquired, Why didn't you invite Wang Yi to this gathering? Are you two not on good terms? She watched curiously as Tony busied himself with preparations. Hearing her question, Tony chuckled lightly, dismissing the notion. How could I possibly be at odds with Juan? It's simply that he does not enjoy such gatherings. Which is why I didn't extend an invitation. Tony spoke candidly, recalling that Wang Yi indeed preferred to avoid such social events. In every previous instance when he accompanied Tony, the evenings concluded rather unremarkably. Thus, Tony had resolved not to invite Wang Yi unless it was a significant occasion. Let us go, Tony announced, noticing that Pepper was ready. He took her arm and they exited the villa. Outside, Happy had already pulled the car to the door. Upon seeing Tony and Pepper board the vehicle, he drove away. Unbeknownst to Tony, Wang Yi had already arrived at the venue. Just as Wang Yi was unaware of Tony's participation, within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury and Coulson remained deeply engrossed in their documents. Among them was evidently the file on Alexander. Furrowing his brow, Fury pondered aloud the reason behind the scan information available on Alexander, particularly the absence of data from a certain period. Ever since the day Wang Yi had brought Alexander in and made a particular remark, Fury had been investigating him. However, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Alexander held a position of authority that limited Fury's access to critical information. Was it possible that he truly was, as Wang Yi suggested, affiliated with Hydra? In a hushed tone, Coulson ventured to express his thoughts to Fury. Fury shot him a sharp glance, shaking his head in disapproval. Let us not spread unfounded accusations, especially in the absence of evidence. Defaming a superior is a serious matter. He continued, I have harbored suspicions and conducted discreet surveillance during this time, yet I have uncovered nothing amiss. All appears to be in order. Indeed, Fury had devoted considerable attention to this issue, yet he had made no progress. All the information he possessed stemmed from Wang Yi's account, leading him to question the veracity of Wang Yi's words. Coulson, instinctively nodding, acknowledged his awareness of these fundamental matters. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, Should we continue our investigation? Fury responded with conviction, We must pursue it, but this time, we shall employ a different approach. With that, Fury closed his eyes. entering a state of contemplation. Meanwhile, at the gathering, Wang Yi and Xia Yusin had already arrived. Wang Yi settled into a corner, while Xia Yusin engaged in conversation with others. She mentioned that the purpose of their gathering was to discuss potential collaborations. However, Wang Yi refrained from probing further and instead chose to survey the surrounding beauties. Soon enough, a familiar figure caught his eye, and that person appeared equally surprised before gradually approaching him. It was none other than Tony Stark. Chapter 68, The Life of the Party Amidst the Lively Gathering. Illuminated by dazzling lights and surrounded by countless attractive women, Wang Yi had no doubt that should he reveal his identity, he could easily leave with two of them. As Tony drew closer, he noticed the absence of Pepper. "Hey, Wang, what brings you to such a gathering today? You usually decline my invitations," Tony remarked. Wang Yi chuckled, a look of resignation on his face. "I'm merely accompanying someone else. By the way, Tony, why have you been mentioning my name so often lately?" Given the unexpected encounter, Wang Yi felt compelled to inquire. After all, if he didn't ask now, what would happen if Tony continued to mention him in the future? Tony paused for a moment, then replied, "Wang, don't you relish fame? I'm merely assisting you." Tony asserted this with a righteous demeanor, as if he were acting in Wang Yi's best interest. Wang Yi chuckled derisively and replied nonchalantly, "If I desired fame, there are countless ways to achieve it without your assistance." His candor reflected the insignificance of fame in his life. Observing Wang Yi's expression, Tony became serious and said, "Wang, are you certain? The reason I mention you is because this suit was gifted to me by you. Otherwise, why would I even bring you up?" Tony pondered for a moment before continuing. "If you dislike it, I shall simply claim responsibility from now on. Do not regret it then." Wang Yi regarded Tony with a serious expression, responding, "Speak freely. Even if you assert it is your creation, I am indifferent." With a casual shrug, Wang Yi exhibited his nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Tony sighed in acquiescence. Yet Wang Yi could discern the excitement glimmering in his eyes. Wang Yi shook his head in amusement. Tony had a penchant for ostentation. Tony ventured off to procure 2 glasses of wine. Handing one to Wang Yi, he proposed, "Shall we share a toast?" Wang Yi did not decline, clinking his glass with Tony's. However, he merely took a small sip, refraining from drinking more. His tolerance for alcohol was limited, and he understood the necessity of maintaining absolute clarity in any situation. A lapse in judgment could lead to dire consequences when making decisions. At that moment, Xia Yusin approached, her demeanor forlorn as she sat beside Wang Yi, her face etched with distress. Wang Yi was taken aback. Wasn't she supposed to be attending to work matters? What has transpired? He inquired instinctively, as she was, after all, part of his circle, at least in his estimation. Xia Yusin sighed softly, yet spoke, "I was just dismissed. Told that I am incapable of fulfilling my duties." With that, she let out a heavy sigh, disheartened. She had journeyed such a long distance for this job, only to be let go. Suddenly, she felt a profound sense of despair. Wang Yi regarded her, his expression unwavering. "It is merely a job. If it is lost, then so be it," he stated calmly, casting a glance at Tony. He pondered silently. Isn't there a prominent boss here? How could there possibly be a lack of work? Sensing Wang Yi's gaze, Tony felt a twinge of embarrassment. It wasn't that he was unwilling. After all, Pepper was present. Yet he still remarked, "Wang, it's not that I don't want to help. It's just that Pepper." Tony refrained from continuing, trusting that Wang Yi understood his implication. Wang Yi nodded, a teasing glint in his eyes. Who would have thought? The illustrious Tony Stark is afraid of a woman? Were you not the one who wandered through the throngs, untouched? Wang Yi's words dripped with sarcasm, completely disregarding Tony's displeasure. Upon hearing this, Xia Yusin turned her gaze to Tony, her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. She wished for Tony to agree. After all, Stark Industries was vast. Would it truly suffer from the absence of one career? However, upon hearing Tony's words, a sense of disappointment washed over her. Wang Yi smiled slightly and promptly stated, "This is simple. At worst, I will." Before Wang Yi could finish his sentence, he sensed something amiss. Amidst the cacophony of the gathering, he discerned the faint sound of bullets being chambered. Furthermore, several indistinct figures began to approach them, each adorned with hats and masks, hands poised within their bags, ready to strike. Wang Yi's expression shifted subtly, not out of fear, but due to the presence of so many innocent bystanders, including Xia Yusin and the unsuspecting Tony. He ceased speaking and gestured for Tony to observe their surroundings. Upon witnessing the scene, Tony was engulfed in confusion and inquired, "Wang, what is the matter with you? Is it?" Just as Tony prepared to deliver a sarcastic remark to Wang Yi, he suddenly realized that something was amiss. A flicker of excitement illuminated his face as he surveyed the surroundings. Wang Yi was acutely aware that this fellow was still contemplating summoning the armored titan. However, Xia Yusin remained blissfully unaware, eagerly awaiting the dialogue between the two. Observing the abrupt silence enveloping them, Xia Yusin's curiosity piqued. Yet she lacked the perceptive acuity of Wang Yi and Tony, failing to detect the underlying tension. Why have you both fallen silent? Is it because? At that precise moment, as Xia Yusin spoke, the sound of gunfire echoed ominously in her ears. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yi threw himself over Xia Yusin. Not solely to shield her, but also to facilitate his own observation of the assailant. The sudden eruption of gunfire transformed the previously vibrant gathering into a cacophony of chaos. Countless individuals shrieked in terror, scrambling for the exits or seeking refuge. In an instant, fear and trepidation permeated the atmosphere of the event. The frenzied movement of the crowd caused the assassins to lose their targets, prompting them to converge towards Wang Yi's direction. However, as they approached, they discovered that Wang Yi had vanished. Along with him, Tony and Xia Yusin were also nowhere to be seen. The assassins exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts tightening with unease. They swiftly prepared to retreat, only to find Wang Yi standing behind them, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, Tony was absent, having hurried away to ensure Pepper's safety. Fearing for her well-being, Wang Yi, however, remained unconcerned, as Tony did not perceive these individuals as a genuine threat capable of extinguishing his life. Several assassins suddenly sensed danger and immediately raised their guns to aim at Wang Yi. However, when they looked up, they were astonished to find that Wang Yi had vanished once again. Beside them, one man collapsed, causing the others to panic. Some even began to feel a sense of dread. They had not yet seen him, and one of their own was already dead. Just as they were preparing to flee, a sound echoed. Another person fell, and this time the remaining assassins no longer dared to underestimate Wang Yi, hastily retreating. They understood that the disparity between their strengths was too great. If this continued, they might all perish. In the shadows, Wang Yi watched the fleeing figures with a cold smile. Did they think his martial arts were trivial? Such opponents were utterly insufficient for him. With that thought, Wang Yi struck again, his target still clear, those who were escaping, along with their hidden mastermind. Chapter 69. The Hydra's assassins cursed be this monstrous entity. The assassins erupted in frantic curses. In all their years in this profession, they had never encountered such a situation. They began to take evasive action. And the chaos of the gathering led them to instinctively believe they still had a chance for salvation. Wang Yi scoffed in the shadows, fully aware of their thoughts. He continued to unleash his fierce strikes, and with each blow, another adversary fell. Soon, Tony, having located Pepper, returned to the scene. I'm back to assist you, Tony shouted, clad in his celestial armor. Yet, as he approached, he discovered that those men were already lying on the ground, and Wang Yi had inexplicably vanished. All dealt with? So swiftly? Tony was utterly astonished. If memory served him correctly, he had not heard any significant commotion. This implied that Wang Yi had effortlessly dealt with the situation without even donning his armor. Tony's expression shifted dramatically, reflecting a myriad of emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he set out to locate Wang Yi. Eventually, he spotted him squatting on the ground, seemingly unscathed, merely examining the assailant sprawled before him. Wang Yi's countenance was as dark as a stormy sea, cursing under his breath. Damn it, it's you. I thought you had settled down for a few days. Yet here you were waiting for me. Through the markings on the corpse, Wang Yi discerned that these individuals belonged to Hydra, the emblem of which was unmistakably a serpent. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he quickly regained his composure. Nearby, Tony crouched down, looking at him with curiosity. Do you know who it is? Tell me. And I assure you he won't survive the night. Tony's expression mirrored his displeasure. Thoughts of Pepper flashed through his mind. As she had narrowly escaped a fate that could have separated them, his hands instinctively clenched, and his eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson as he stared at the lifeless body, harboring an intense desire to exact vengeance upon them. Wang Yi shook his head, unwilling to divulge the matter to Tony. Firstly, he had no concrete evidence to present, and Tony, being merely a businessman, could not be compared to those entrenched in politics. If he spoke prematurely, it could inadvertently put Tony in jeopardy. No need for that. I will handle this matter myself. You need not concern yourself any further, Wang Yi stated firmly, his expression serious as he regarded Tony. Taken aback, Tony did not comprehend Wang Yi's reasoning, yet he instinctively nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Wang Yi harnessed his spatial powers and departed from the scene. Matters of aftermath could certainly be entrusted to Tony. Returning to the side of Xia Yusin, he found the young girl curled up in fear. His heart ached at the sight, and he gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Are you all right? You seem quite terrified." Xia Yusin nodded but remained silent. Wang Yi realized his inquiry was rather redundant. The situation was evidently clear. "Shall we head back?" Xia Yusin whispered. her experience with the assassin still weighing heavily on her mind, prompting her to desire a swift return. She felt an overwhelming lack of security in this place. Wang Yi nodded in agreement and assisted her as they slowly made their way back. He preferred not to reveal his abilities, so they decided to take a taxi. Upon their return, Xia Yusen hurried to take a shower and then retreated to her room, locking herself inside. Wang Yi thought he could faintly hear her sobbing from outside. Why was Xia Yusen crying? He found it perplexing. After all, she was unharmed. Suddenly, it dawned on him that it was likely due to the events surrounding her job. Imagine attending a gathering only to lose one's job and encounter an assassin. Such experiences would indeed be a significant blow for a young girl. It seemed necessary to seek out Pepper. Wang Yi sighed, finding the situation with the girl rather troublesome. He then began to reflect on the events of the day. He needed to find Pepper, but not just yet, at least until tomorrow. 12 assassins, yet none formidable. What, then, was Alexander's true objective? Wang Yi reflected on the fact that the assassins he had encountered today were indeed not formidable. Engaging with them felt akin to an adult sparring with a child. His gaze sharpened, and his expression subtly shifted. Could it be that they were not agents of Alexander? After all, he was aware of my capabilities. Why would he send individuals to their demise? Wang Yi pondered this perplexity, recognizing it as utterly illogical. Yet, apart from this individual, he could conceive of no other adversaries. Who else could it be? As he contemplated, he felt an urge to confront Alexander directly. However, reason tempered his impulse, preventing him from acting on it. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps wafted from the roof of the villa, penetrating Wang Yi's consciousness. Someone was there. Wang Yi focused intently, a faint smile gracing his lips. Previously, there had been no survivors, yet now they had come knocking at his door. At that moment, the figure on the rooftop was treading cautiously, wary of being detected by those inside. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yi had not only noticed him but was also right behind him. With a smile, Wang Yi formed a hand seal. Mirror space. The assassin in front suddenly felt a disorienting whirl, an inexplicable force causing him to tremble in fear. When he regained his bearings, he found himself in a familiar setting. Though now the orientation had reversed, the assassin was momentarily bewildered, his instinct urging him to flee upon realizing he had been discovered. Yet, he quickly recognized that everything around him had transformed, with Wang Yi's beaming visage trailing closely behind. Meanwhile, in S.H.I.E.L.D., Alexander sat in his chair, exhaling softly. A middle-aged man stood before him, scrutinizing Alexander intently. Do you believe that your men can secure Wang Yi? Alexander opened his eyes and spoke in a low tone. He could not comprehend why the person before him believed that a few individuals could defeat Wang Yi. Despite having clearly articulated Wang Yi's information, the other party remained obstinate. The middle-aged man scoffed derisively, his voice hoarse as he remarked, I know how to handle my affairs. You should be more concerned about how to deal with Nick Fury. They have been investigating you in secret for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Alexander sighed. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, It all comes down to Wang Yi. Without him, Nick Fury would never suspect me. Now he realized that Nick Fury could not be left alive. If any traces were discovered, it would spell disaster for him. Unbeknownst to them, their own demise was fast approaching. In the mirrored space, a renowned assassin had already arrived, though neither Alexander nor the middle-aged man could perceive his presence. So it was you who orchestrated this. Behind them, Wang Yi observed with a cold smile. Subsequently, he effortlessly dealt with the assassin, leaving him in the mirrored space, and awaited the departure of the middle-aged man. Once he left, he would be doomed. Chapter 70. The prelude to the plot. Wang Yi refrained from taking action at that moment, fearing detection by S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance. He had no desire to create trouble for anyone, especially not for Tony. With Captain America's storyline now unfolding, Alexander felt emboldened enough to act. Wang Yi remained unperturbed, calmly watching the scene play out within the mirrored space. All he needed now was a gathering. Indeed, it was not long before the mysterious middle-aged man prepared to depart. Wang Yi smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on the individual, finally departed. Otherwise, I would have continued to squander my time. With an air of calmness, Wang Yi followed behind. Observing that the person left from the back of S.H.I.E.L.D., presumably to evade surveillance, or perhaps to avoid detection by Nick Fury. This also conveniently shielded me from being discovered. Wang Yi muttered softly, then persistently trailed after him, progressing outward. Within the mirrored space, Wang Yi could distinctly perceive the exterior, albeit in reverse. Soon, the two exited S.H.I.E.L.D., and the enigmatic figure removed his disguise. Wang Yi glanced at him, feigning ignorance. However, this did not diminish Wang Yi's resolve to eliminate him. Today's events were undoubtedly orchestrated by this individual. As Wang Yi emerged from the mirrored realm, The mysterious person simultaneously sensed his presence and turned in astonishment. Who? Who are you? His brow furrowed, pretending not to recognize Wang Yi, a flicker of fear evident on his face. Had Wang Yi not followed him? He might have believed he was mistaken about the identity. Wang Yi let out a cold laugh, disregarding his pretentious demeanor. With remarkable speed, he lunged forward, the veins in his arm bulging. The man, sensing danger, quickly shed his facade of fear, his expression darkening as he retaliated against Wang Yi. If Wang Yi dared to strike, it was clear he had grasped some leverage against him, setting the stage for an inevitable confrontation. In a matter of moments, the man was brought to the ground by Wang Yi, left gasping for breath, his eyes filled with sheer terror as he regarded Wang Yi. All that remained in his gaze was dread. This is of your own making. Wang Yi coldly uttered a final remark, bringing an end to the matter, and subsequently tidied up the nearby fingerprints before utilizing the spatial gem to return to the villa. As for the individuals he had eliminated that day, he was keenly aware that this was merely the beginning. Upon returning to the living room, Wang Yi took a deep breath, choosing to dismiss the earlier events as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, Xia Yusen, who had been lingering in her room, leisurely emerged. From her expression, Wang Yi could discern that today's occurrences had likely left a shadow in her heart. Xiao Xian, come here, Wang Yi beckoned, observing her dazed demeanor. Xia Yusen numbly raised her head, surprised by his presence. He gestured for her to sit beside him. Without hesitation, she settled next to him, her gaze fixed upon him. Wang Yi smiled warmly, extending a hand behind her. Just as Xia Yusen began to react, attempting to rise, she was swiftly rendered unconscious by Wang Yi's palm strike. Indeed, she was still too naive. Wang Yi sighed softly, then the mind gem within his ring began to radiate with brilliance. He gradually infused this power into Xia Yusen's consciousness. With the strength of the mind gem, she should be perfectly fine upon awakening, he mused while gazing at the unconscious Xia Yusen. Her delicate features and figure rivaled even that of Natasha, though her chest seemed somewhat lacking. Instantly, a hint of disdain flickered across Wang Yi's mind as he recalled the blockbuster films he had previously viewed. Reflecting on it now, it indeed stirred some memories. Lost in thought, Wang Yi fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, with an S-H-I-E-L-D, Alexander's expression was exceedingly grim. Just moments ago, news arrived that their attempt to assassinate Wang Yi at the gathering had, as expected, failed. Alexander was acutely aware of this fact, as were the operatives dispatched to surveil Wang Yi, who had just lost contact and, predictably, had likely met with disaster. Damn Wang Yi. It seemed as though he possessed an uncanny awareness of their plans. Alexander slammed his hand on the table, venting his frustration. This was not even the most critical aspect. Even the individual who had just departed was probably lost. A full half-hour had elapsed since the return to the base, ample time, yet no word had emerged. Alexander needed no further thought to understand the reason behind this silence. But what could be the cause? In a fit of rage, Alexander roared, grappling with the perplexity of how Wang Yi could discern so swiftly that it was his doing. At that moment, Alexander felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, more potent than any threat posed by Nick Fury. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he resumed devising strategies to counter Wang Yi, his face contorting, his gaze frigid and filled with murderous intent. In his eyes, Wang Yi could no longer be allowed to remain. Meanwhile, Nick Fury found himself equally baffled. No matter how thoroughly he investigated, there seemed to be no link to Alexander. Could it truly be that Wang Yi was speaking the truth? Lost in contemplation, Nick Fury reflected on the past few days of inquiry, which had yielded no leads whatsoever. Coulson approached, equally perplexed, questioning, but why? There seems to be no justification for this. Nick Fury listened, remaining noncommittal in his response. This is a perplexing matter for him. There is no reason for Wang Yi to deceive him. Thus, it can only be concluded that what Wang Yi stated is indeed true. However, at this moment, Nick Fury felt utterly confounded, still devoid of any clues. Never mind, I shall pay another visit to Wang Yi's residence. This time, I must confront him directly to seek clarity. Nick Fury's demeanor grew cold. Unable to fathom the situation, he resolved to cease overthinking and simply inquire with Wang Yi himself, demanding a flawless explanation. Nearby, Coulson approached, inquiring, "Would you like me to accompany you?" Nick Fury cast him a sidelong glance, his expression unyielding as he replied, "Are you merely seeking to shirk your duties?" With a scoff, Nick Fury recognized Coulson's intentions all too well. Coulson awkwardly nodded, then gazed at Nick Fury with hopeful anticipation. As Nick Fury rose to depart, he did so without a backward glance, prompting a tinge of disappointment in Coulson, who braced himself for yet another bout of labor. However, as Nick Fury reached the door, he remarked coolly, "What are you still standing there for? If you do not wish to leave, then focus on your work." Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Coulson's spirits soared, his face lighting up with joy as he eagerly followed Nick Fury to Wang Yi's home, in pursuit of answers that had eluded them for days. As for the rationale behind bringing Coulson along, Nick Fury considered it a means of granting him a day off. For indeed, Coulson had been working far harder than usual, to the point where even Nick Fury found it difficult to bear at times. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Alexander was observing their every move, as the arrival of Wang Yi heralded the premature commencement of Captain America 2's narrative. Chapter 71. Finding a job for Xia Yusen on the highway, Nick Fury sped along in his artificial intelligence vehicle. Due to an urgent matter, Coulson had been summoned away, leaving Nick Fury to proceed to Wang Yi's residence alone. However, as he drove, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Several vehicles behind him were rapidly closing in, and to his left and right, others were positioning themselves to encircle him. This was troubling. Something was definitely wrong. Nick Fury quickly recognized the danger. Yet it was too late. The assailants had already begun firing upon him with firearms. Fortunately, Fury's vehicle was specially designed, rendering it impervious to immediate harm. Damn it. Where did these people come from? In that moment, Nick Fury thought of Alexander. But lamenting was futile, and he was still quite far from Wang Yi. Whereas he was closer to Captain America. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to head towards Captain America's location. Along the way, a figure appeared on the road. It should have been Bucky standing there, but since he had fallen into Wang Yi's hands, someone else had taken his place. Upon seeing this, Nick Fury cursed under his breath and made his escape through the window just before an explosion occurred. Meanwhile, Wang Yi remained oblivious to Nick Fury's predicament. He was unaware that his own presence had inadvertently triggered the events of Captain America, the Winter Soldier, ahead of schedule. Instead, he was at home with Xia Yusen, waiting for her to awaken so he could assess her mental state. Why was she not waking up? Was the Soul Stone ineffective on her? That should not be the case. Wang Yi contemplated silently, his gaze fixated on the still unconscious Xia Yusen. At this moment, he pondered whether his actions had been too forceful, considering she was merely a young girl. Suddenly, his keen eyes noticed a flutter of her eyelashes, and he instantly realized she was unharmed, releasing a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it appeared he had merely overthought the situation. However, no sooner had Wang Yi voiced his thoughts than Xia Yusen sprang to her feet, instinctively pushing him away as she assessed her own condition for any injuries. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. At such a time, was she truly inspecting herself? Did she believe he would harm her? Although he yearned to question her, he reflected on his previous actions and concluded that her reaction was, in fact, quite reasonable. With this thought in mind, Wang Yi chose silence, merely observing her. What did you just do to me?" Xia Yusen pouted, appearing quite aggrieved. Wang Yi shrugged and gestured toward her attire. "Your clothing remains intact. What do you fear it might do?" He spoke with a hint of exasperation, feeling somewhat awkward. Yet he believed his intentions were far from malicious. Xia Yusen examined herself and found she had sustained no harm, yet her gaze toward Wang Yi remained vigilant, as if fearing he might suddenly charge at her. With a sense of helplessness, Wang Yi decided it best to withdraw for the moment, allowing her some time to reflect. Perhaps he could visit Tony's house and inquire about Pepper. "I shall step out for a moment. Take your time to think it over," he said, casting one last glance at her pitiful demeanor before sighing and departing. Ultimately, it was he who bore the weight of it all alone. With this thought lingering, Wang Yi harnessed the power of the space gem and vanished from the villa. In the blink of an eye, I had arrived at Tony's residence. Jarvis was the first to notice Wang Yi and promptly reported to Tony. Wang Yi settled himself on the sofa, awaiting Tony's arrival. Indeed, within moments, Tony emerged from the underground laboratory and glanced at Wang Yi. He immediately greeted, "Wang, what brings you here today? Aren't you supposed to be with that beautiful companion of yours?" Tony winked playfully, casting a knowing look at Wang Yi. Wang Yi rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "I was just dismissed, which is why I came." However, for the sake of appearances, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, observing Tony's disheveled state, he teased, "What is the matter with you? Are you still tinkering with your Mark suit?" Wang Yi continued, "What's up? Are you feeling that the celestial armor isn't powerful enough?" He regarded Tony with a smirk. Tony calmly shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "No, I simply have some spare time, so I'm just upgrading the Mark." He then shifted the conversation back to Wang Yi, asking, "But you? Have you been kicked out?" With a chuckle, Tony wore a knowing expression, as if he had already deduced the answer. Wang Yi felt a jolt of surprise but quickly regained his composure, saying, "How could that be? You know she lost her job, so I came to see if Pepper could assist with something." At this, Tony appeared to have an epiphany. "Oh, I see. However, Pepper isn't here at the moment, so you might have to wait a bit." With that, Tony approached the liquor cabinet, poured a glass of wine for Wang Yi, and handed it to him. Wang Yi received it with a hint of disdain, preferring to indulge in his nostalgic comfort beverage, paired with some snacks. It was simply a match made in heaven. Hey, buddy, do you have any idea how much this drink of mine cost in dollars? Wang Yi's expression did not go unnoticed by Tony, who promptly voiced his displeasure. The wine from Tony's household was not something to be casually enjoyed by anyone. It was a privilege reserved for Wang Yi. Otherwise, if it were someone else, it would be unimaginable. Yet, Wang Yi's demeanor suggested a slight aversion. Observing Tony's reaction, Wang Yi quickly clarified, "Don't misunderstand me. It's not that I dislike it. It's just that I've been drinking too much lately. Perhaps we could try a different flavor next time?" He adeptly crafted an excuse, maintaining a composed facade. Tony appeared skeptical, but upon seeing Wang Yi's expression, he nodded in agreement. "I have other options available. If you fancy, you can take some with you later." Wang Yi smiled, appreciative of his good friend's generosity. However, he neither accepted nor declined, primarily to avoid hurting Tony's feelings, opting to maintain the status quo for the time being. He could always feign forgetfulness when it was time to leave. After all, his true intention for being there was not to indulge in wine, but rather to secure a job for Xia Yusen. Thus, the two enjoyed their conversation, while Wang Yi kept an eye on the time, pondering why Pepper had yet to arrive. She should be back soon. She had gone to discuss a minor project earlier. Tony casually remarked, yet Wang Yi found it hard to believe that Stark Industries had any minor projects. Sure enough, before long, Pepper returned to the villa, answering a phone call. Upon gazing at Wang Yi, there was a flicker of surprise in his eyes, as if he were perplexed by Wang Yi's presence in that moment. Wang Yi, however, was unperturbed and patiently awaited Pepper to conclude her tasks. Soon after, when Pepper finished, Wang Yi conveyed his intentions. Without a hint of hesitation, Pepper readily acquiesced. Chapter 72. Entering Stark Industries. Facilitating Xia Yusen's entry into Stark Industries appeared to Pepper as a trivial matter, merely a matter of words. Wang Yi did not exhibit excessive excitement, for he had anticipated Pepper's agreement from the outset. Once this matter was settled, Wang Yi leisurely made his way back, choosing not to exert any abilities, not out of inability, but rather a desire to appreciate the scenery outside. Before long, he arrived home as dusk approached. Upon his return, he discovered Xia Yusen tidying up her belongings. "Oh, are you leaving?" Wang Yi inquired, puzzled by her actions. Was it due to him? This thought left him somewhat dejected. More than anything, it was disappointment. Did this not signify that his efforts were in vain? After all, he had gone through great lengths to secure her a job, only for her to decide to leave. Xia Yusen bit her lip and softly replied, "I came here solely for work, and now that the job is gone." As she spoke, her gaze fell to the ground. It was not solely a matter of the events of the evening, but rather her own circumstances. With the loss of her job, what purpose remained for her to stay? Wang Yi responded with an "oh," and then slowly said, "I just spoke with Pepper. She mentioned that she could arrange a position for you at Stark Industries." With that, he looked at her, awaiting her response. Certainly, if she insists on leaving, Wang Yi would not forcibly retain her. Xia Yusen looked up in astonishment, a flicker of surprise gleaming in her eyes. Uncertainly, she inquired, "Are you serious?" "But I recall that Mr. Tony has already rejected me." Xia Yusen found it hard to believe. She distinctly remembered Tony's refusal earlier that day. Why would he now agree? Wang Yi cast her a sidelong glance and continued, "I was referring to Pepper, not Tony Stark. Moreover, he has not rejected you. He is merely awaiting Pepper's decision. I have verified this, so why would you think I would deceive you?" Wang Yi remarked, exasperated, questioning her reasoning. Upon hearing this, Xia Yusen became even more exhilarated. She set down what she was holding and leaped into Wang Yi's arms. Given her capabilities, it seemed utterly impossible for her to join a colossal enterprise like Stark. Yet now she could. All credit was due to Wang Yi's assistance, and her heart was brimming with excitement. She had not wished to return, but circumstances had compelled her. Now, however, everything had changed. Moreover, reflecting on the events of that afternoon, she believed Wang Yi was not the type of person to mislead her. Otherwise, given their current standings, Wang Yi could easily dictate the terms. Wang Yi patted her shoulder and gently embraced her, asking, "Are you still considering leaving?" Xia Yusen shook her head. She certainly would not leave now. With a light chuckle, Wang Yi added, "Then you should hastily prepare. Tomorrow morning, you shall depart." "Ah?" Xia Yusen exclaimed in surprise, instinctively questioning, "Is it really that fast? Doesn't it typically take several days to onboard at such a large corporation?" Bewildered, she recalled how her previous minor job had dragged on for several days. Yet here was Wang Yi, who had merely stepped out this afternoon and was set to report tomorrow morning. Observing the confusion in her eyes, Wang Yi couldn't help but pinch her lightly, teasing, "Well, you should consider who is going. If it were someone else, they might not even agree. What's wrong with me having a little privilege?" he asserted confidently, genuinely believing in the truth of his words. Feeling the intimacy of Wang Yi's gesture, Xia Yusen's body stiffened slightly and a blush spread across her cheeks, extending to the nape of her neck. "Why is your face so red?" Wang Yi observed, perplexed and entirely oblivious to the inner workings of a girl's heart. Eventually, he reluctantly released her, allowing her to gather her belongings. The young girl hurried back, her excitement palpable, prompting an amused smile from Wang Yi as he shook his head gently. Meanwhile, on the other side, Captain Rogers had just returned home, sensing that something was amiss. He felt an unsettling presence within his abode, and his keen instincts detected a faint metallic scent of blood. Cautiously, he made his way to the living room, preparing for action, only to discover Nick Fury. However, Fury appeared gravely distressed, his body marred with blood and horrifying injuries. "Oh my God, how did this happen to you?" Rogers exclaimed, rushing to Fury's side. In response, Fury glanced at him and gestured for silence, placing a finger to his lips. At this moment, it seems that their conversation might already be under surveillance. In the original narrative, Nick Fury was supposed to hand Captain America a USB drive containing Hydra's plans. However, due to Wang Yi's interference, Nick Fury is now without it and has fallen prey to an assassination attempt by Hydra. Observing Nick Fury's actions, the captain comprehended his intent. Nick Fury whispered urgently, "Never trust anyone." He intended to add, "Quickly find Wang Yi," but before he could utter the words, he was struck by a bullet from a Hydra sniper. Startled, the captain immediately tackled Nick Fury to the ground, but it was already too late. After contacting Natasha, the Black Widow, to briefly explain the situation, the captain set out to pursue the sniper. His heart burned with fury. Who were they? And why had they ambushed him and Nick Fury? Steve Rogers regarded the cloaked figure before him with an icy demeanor. However, the assailant paid him no heed, casting a fleeting glance before attacking. In response, the captain resolved to act, prioritizing the need to subdue his opponent. Grasping his signature weapon, he engaged in combat. Wang Yi's intrusion had altered many aspects of the plot, yet the crucial elements remained unchanged. In the original storyline, it was supposed to be Bucky who was battling Steve at this moment. However, Bucky was still in Wang Yi's grasp, and Hydra's ranks contained others, not solely Bucky. In fact, Bucky was merely the weakest among them. The two combatants clashed fiercely, while Natasha arrived to escort the injured Nick Fury away. She was perplexed, wondering why her brief absence had led to such a transformation. Meanwhile, Wang Yi abruptly rose from his seat, having gleaned the day's events from the news. Was the plot of Captain America 2 unfolding? How had he remained oblivious? In disbelief, he stared at the television. Were it not for his casual glance today, he would have completely missed it. Given the current developments, Wang Yi was certain that Hydra could no longer contain their actions. Therefore, he resolved not to hold back any longer. Chapter 73, The Search for Wang Yi in the Villa. Wang Yi squinted at the news of the day. Nick Fury had been assassinated, prompting Steve and Natasha to commence their investigation. Wang Yi reflected on the narrative from his previous life, murmuring to himself. No wonder Natasha had been summoned back by Nick Fury. This factor was crucial. In that moment, Wang Yi seemed to grasp a great deal. He fell into contemplation, realizing that in this iteration of events, he might not be needed until much later. Without the USB drive, Natasha and Steve's investigative pace would inevitably slow. Currently, he alone was privy to the forthcoming plot, yet he possessed no evidence. He would have to wait for Natasha and Steve to propel the narrative forward, and he would await the outcome. With this thought, Wang Yi decided to refrain from further involvement for the time being. Patience was key. It appeared that the storyline of Captain America 2 would take several days to conclude. Estimating the timeline, he entered a state of idleness. As time passed, morning arrived swiftly. Wang Yi rose early, prepared himself, and awaited Xia Yusen, so they could head to Stark Industries together. Previously, he had made a promise. The primary issue lay with the girl, who lacked confidence in herself and feared being deceived, which led to her apprehension about potential awkwardness. Wang Yi was aware of this, but chose not to articulate it explicitly. Soon, Xia Yusen emerged, adorned in a delicate crimson dress that complemented her long hair. Wang Yi gazed for an extended period, a thought lingering in his mind. If only she had paired it with black stockings, how splendid it would have been. Alas! He sighed inwardly, refraining from voicing his sentiment. He possessed black stockings, yet it would be inappropriate to present them, should Xia Yusen disapprove. He would be the one left embarrassed. Contemplating this, Wang Yi turned his gaze away. Xia Yusen sensed the subtle shift in Wang Yi's expression and grew somewhat perplexed. Pouting in dissatisfaction, she inquired, "What's wrong?" Is it not appealing? As she spoke, Xia Yusen spread her arms and twirled gracefully. The crimson gown billowed around her, catching the air with her movements. Wang Yi's eyes widened in admiration, and he swallowed hard, instinctively responding, "No, it looks quite beautiful." This was a genuine reflection of his thoughts. Xia Yusen was, in every aspect, remarkably perfect. However, it was unfortunate that she had encountered a straightforward man like Wang Yi, which seemed somewhat unfair to her, though he likely remained oblivious to this fact. Coughing softly, Xia Yusen met Wang Yi's fiery gaze. Understanding her cue, Wang Yi quickly regained his composure and stated, "Well, the time is nearly upon us. Shall we depart?" He continued, "After all, it is the first day of work, and arriving late might not bode well." Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, Xia Yusen nearly chuckled. What was he implying? That being on time was essential today. But perhaps it would be permissible in the future? However, what she did not realize was that Wang Yi truly thought this way. After all, Tony and Pepper were like family. Even if she chose not to attend, she could still receive Stark's salary. For someone of Tony's stature, that was insignificant and of no concern. Yet, Wang Yi remained silent, simply smiling. The two of them stepped out arm in arm, greeted by Tony's exclusive vehicle. With Happy still at the wheel, Xia Yusen felt a twinge of surprise in her heart. She discreetly glanced at Wang Yi, pondering the nature of his relationship with Tony. Considering that even his personal vehicle and bodyguard had come to pick up an employee like her. Moreover, Happy appeared somewhat exhilarated, his eyes brimming with gratitude towards Wang Yi. Unable to make sense of it, Xia Yusen resolved not to dwell further on the matter. As soon as they entered the car, Happy unleashed his talent for chatter, continuously babbling, yet primarily expressing his appreciation for Wang Yi. From Happy's words, Xia Yusen gleaned quite a bit, revealing that Wang Yi had once saved him. Before long, Happy halted the vehicle at the entrance of Stark Industries. Tony and Pepper awaited them at the door, and several high-ranking executives turned their heads to observe from the inside. It was well known that Tony had not visited in quite some time, and his presence today was solely to await a certain individual. This piqued the curiosity of many. Who was this person of such significance that Tony would personally wait for them? However, upon seeing Wang Yi, many appeared enlightened, while others were merely intrigued. For while many recognized him, it did not mean that everyone was familiar with his identity. Similarly, upon catching sight of Xia Yusen, a flicker of astonishment passed through the eyes of many. In their view, Xia Yusen was far more enchanting than Pepper. This is also one of the few advantages of Xia Yusen. "Hey, Wang, how are you feeling? I specially came to pick you up," Tony boasted. Wang Yi chose to ignore him, greeting Pepper briefly instead. Since Pepper had met Xia Yusen before, there was no need for Wang Yi to introduce them. The two exchanged a glance and smiled. "All right, let us head inside," Pepper said with a smile, inviting the two to ascend and converse further. She was also aware of the gazes around them, which made her somewhat uneasy. Wang Yi, understanding Pepper's concerns, refrained from saying much. Coincidentally, he had never visited Stark Industries, so it was a perfect opportunity to take a look around. As the four engaged in conversation, they gradually made their way inside. Meanwhile, Natasha and Steve were in a state of great urgency. Not long ago, they learned through various channels that Nick Fury had recently passed away, found dead in Steve's home. Accompanied by Natasha, the incident was captured by surveillance, and now both of them were wanted. Steve felt somewhat distressed, still in a state of confusion. It seemed he hadn't done anything wrong, yet he was being pursued. In contrast, Natasha was not overly worried. Instead, she was curious about who had attacked Nick Fury. She understood that clarifying this matter would prove their innocence. "We need to visit Wang Yi's house," Natasha stated, then turned to Steve. However, she was not seeking Steve's approval. She merely intended to inform him. Steve pondered for a moment, a look of realization crossing his face. "Is it him?" Natasha nodded and continued, "Indeed. The individual who led us during the last battle in New York. Seeking him out is a prudent choice." Steve concurred, for he held a firm belief in Wang Yi's capabilities. The previous conflict in New York had made that abundantly clear. United in their purpose, the duo swiftly embarked on their journey. Time was of the essence. If even Wang Yi could not assist them, their situation would be dire. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Wang Yi's villa. However, at that moment, he was not home. In the haste of their previous departure, Natasha had neglected to bring the key. All they could do was await his return. Just then, Natasha noticed the group that had previously attacked Nick Fury. It was Hydra. And Steve recognized them as well. "Oh, those damn fiends," he exclaimed, grabbing his weapon and charging towards them. Chapter 74, Natasha's heroism outside Wang Yi's villa. Steve engaged in combat with several Hydra acolytes. It was evident that he was at a disadvantage. Despite his enhanced physique, he was struggling against their overwhelming numbers. "I'm coming." "Steve," Natasha called out, immediately rushing to his aid. She understood all too well that if Steve were to falter, her fate would be no different. All they could do was hope for Wang Yi's swift return. Otherwise, their endurance would be tested to the limits. Natasha's intervention alleviated some of the pressure on Steve. Though they remained outmatched, Hydra would require considerable time to secure a victory. "Where have they gone? Why haven't they returned?" Steve inquired, having been repelled by a Hydra member. Casting a glance at Natasha, struggling to fend off an assailant, Natasha shook her head and sighed. "I do not know. However, he seldom ventures out. Let us hope he is not gone for several days." With that, Natasha resumed her fierce engagement in battle. Steve had a modicum of understanding regarding Wang Yi. Having spent a considerable amount of time together previously, he was well aware that Wang Yi rarely stepped outside. Yet, there lingered a possibility, one reminiscent of times when Wang Yi would take her out for days on end. "Oh, dear God, let us be blessed," Steve murmured, casting his gaze skyward. Even his stamina was beginning to wane. The Hydra operatives before them had undergone rigorous training, their prowess considerably surpassing that of Bucky. Compounded by their possession of advanced technological weaponry, the duo chose not to retreat but to confront their challenges head-on. Meanwhile, Wang Yi remained oblivious to the unfolding events outside the villa, lacking the artificial intelligence that Tony possessed to keep him informed. "This time, I shall offer you a different flavor," he mused as he entered his spacious office, surveying his surroundings. He could not help but reflect, "Goodness, how my previous vision was so limited." The expansive office was at least as large as their previous classroom, adorned with an array of exquisite furnishings. Everything one could desire was present, including the decorations adorning the walls, all of which are masterpieces. One would require a substantial sum of dollars to acquire even a single painting. Even the sofa he observed earlier was likely custom-made. To his astonishment, it was embellished with diamonds. Wang Yi bore an expression of heart-wrenching dismay. Truly, he was a prodigal. Noticing Wang Yi's continued silence, Tony turned to him. Observing the envious glimmer in Wang Yi's eyes, Tony could not help but smile with satisfaction, pride swelling within him. However, upon contemplating Wang Yi's armor, he discreetly quelled his pride. He firmly believed that if Wang Yi solely aimed to amass wealth, his achievements would undoubtedly rival his own. "What? Wang Yi?" Snapping back to reality, gazed at Tony with a look of confusion, clearly having not absorbed the previous conversation. Tony sighed, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Pepper and Xia Yusen could not stifle their laughter. Although Wang Yi was oblivious, he remained unconcerned, his thick skin rendering the situation trivial. Observing Wang Yi's unshakable composure, Tony couldn't resist giving him a thumbs up. "Hey, Wang, this one's for you." Without further inquiry, Tony handed over his drink. Wang Yi, indifferent, merely took a sip before setting it aside. Pepper shook her head at Xia Yusen, preparing to assign her tasks based on her expertise and interests. After all, since she was brought by Wang Yi, both Tony and she were eager to extend a modicum of courtesy. This left Xia Yusen somewhat flabbergasted, but after a thorough discussion, the work assignments were ultimately settled. It remains a rather relaxed affair, with a salary that even surpasses that of some executives. Having resolved matters concerning Xia Yusen, Wang Yi prepared to return. As for Xia Yusen, she would remain here. Wang Yi certainly would not wait for her to finish work in a few hours. "Well then, Tony, Pepper, I shall take my leave," he stated, casting a glance at Xia Yusen and gesturing an encouraging sign. Observing the interaction between Wang Yi and Xia Yusen, both Tony and Pepper exchanged faint smiles, seemingly grasping something unspoken yet choosing to remain silent. After departing from Stark Industries, Wang Yi utilized the space gym to return to his villa. Indeed, it is quite convenient for others. He glanced at the ring in his hand, sighing in contemplation. Suddenly, he fixated on the door, as he seemed to hear the sounds of a struggle, among which was Natasha. The other presence was familiar, yet he could not immediately recall it. What has transpired? Wang Yi furrowed his brow, then opened the door. At the entrance, Steve and Natasha were still valiantly holding their ground. "Humph. Let us see how long you can endure," one of the Hydra agents sneered. Their audacity to engage in battle here stemmed from their knowledge of Wang Yi's absence at Stark Industries. Moreover, they had their own personnel monitoring the entrance, ready to relay information the moment Wang Yi emerged, allowing for a swift retreat. Thus, they felt utterly unafraid. Steve noticed the wounds on Natasha and rushed to her side, as all the pressure suddenly fell upon him. Though he had a tough exterior, he could not withstand multiple agents for long. Would Wang Yi return? If it becomes untenable, you should leave first. As Steve gazed at Natasha's harrowing wounds, he spoke urgently. Natasha, upon hearing his words, shook her head, her complexion gradually paling. Her body bore multiple lacerations, with some wounds even exposing bone. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. Yet, the tenacious Natasha refrained from crying out instead. She bit her lip, resolutely enduring the pain. Minutes dragged on, and Steve found himself nearing his breaking point. Observing this, the Hydra agents could not suppress their smiles. While despair engulfed both Steve and Natasha. At that critical moment, the door to Wang Yi's villa swung open unexpectedly. Wang Yi stood there. His brow furrowed as he surveyed the scene, while the smiles on the faces of the Hydra agents slowly faded, replaced by a flicker of fear. They could hardly fathom why Wang Yi was not at Stark Industries but had suddenly appeared at home. His gaze turned towards the pale Natasha, and an inexplicable fury surged within him. He regarded the Hydra agents with a frigid stare, as if he were looking at a group of corpses. A powerful aura of murderous intent enveloped the scene, causing even Steve to tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Natasha smiled, for her hero had finally arrived. Chapter 75, The Power of the Time Stone at the villa entrance. Wang Yi was seething with rage. There was no need for questions. He understood the gravity of the situation. Hydra had dared to encroach upon his doorstep. Very well. Wang Yi, in his fury, forced a smile as he scrutinized each individual present. They were all elite agents, demonstrating formidable strength. It is no wonder that even someone as formidable as Steve finds himself in such a predicament. Wang Yi, observing the injured Natasha, resolved to cease any further delay and to act swiftly. He even considered that armor was unnecessary, as it would be rather excessive. He felt entirely capable on his own at this moment. With measured steps, Wang Yi approached the group of Hydra agents and calmly declared, "Let us not waste time. Come at me together, lest you accuse me of bullying." With that, his gaze shifted back to Natasha, disregarding the agents entirely. Natasha, despite her numerous wounds and the blood that continued to flow from various injuries, smiled at him, having long since ceased to voice her pain. She stood resolutely on her own, accustomed to such trials after many years. This sight stirred a pang of compassion within Wang Yi. In contrast, Steve regarded Wang Yi with a flicker of anger, for he was not fully aware of Wang Yi's true capabilities. Initially, he had assumed Wang Yi was absent, but it was now evident that he had merely emerged from hiding. This realization ignited further ire within Steve. What was the meaning of this? Wang Yi was taken aback to sense Steve's discontent towards him, yet he chose not to dwell on it, nor did he care. Since the truth was unveiled, he resolved to eliminate the threat together. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, he stood alone against them. With so many allies by his side, there was no need for fear. This was their sole opportunity for survival. Observing the scene, two Hydra agents suddenly remarked. They understood that Wang Yi would never allow them to return. Their only chance of survival, if they wished to avoid death, was to overthrow him. The rest exchanged glances, their initial fear swiftly supplanted by a powerful instinct for survival. Upon seeing that the others unanimously nodded in agreement, they suddenly felt emboldened. Without further hesitation, they surged forward, each one racing towards Wang Yi. Among them, one individual accelerated even more, seemingly fearful of losing the chance to claim victory, unaware that he was merely delivering himself to his demise. As the group finally made their move, Wang Yi casually turned his gaze towards them. However, to him, their actions appeared sluggish, revealing several evident flaws. Soon enough, the initial wave of attacks was effortlessly evaded by Wang Yi. In the end, they scarcely grazed his clothing, let alone inflicted any harm upon him. Wang Yi shook his head dismissively, scoffing, "Is this what you call elite agents? Utter rubbish." His tone was nonchalant, as if merely commenting on a trivial matter. Witnessing this, the group's fear surged once more, as they envisioned their grim fate, driving them to become increasingly frenzied. Steve, observing the scene, found his mouth agape, caught between wanting to speak and holding back. Although he was aware of Wang Yi's formidable strength, the display before him was still utterly astonishing. Initially, he had believed Wang Yi relied solely on his armor. It became apparent that he had been mistaken. "Natasha, are you all right?" he suddenly exclaimed as he noticed something amiss with her, rushing over with urgency. Natasha merely shook her head slightly, continuing to smile at Wang Yi, seemingly intent on memorizing his imposing figure. Etched into his mind and soul, a reminder never to forget. As Wang Yi grappled with Hydra, he instinctively cast a glance at Steve upon hearing his words. Natasha's condition was dire. Time was of the essence. With a gaze as frigid as ice, he addressed the crowd, declaring, "The time for games has concluded." With those words, the bloodlust emanating from him intensified, enveloping the air like a razor-sharp blade piercing the hearts of all present. The Hydra members felt the struggle for breath, as if plunged into a frigid abyss. In mere moments, every assassin from Hydra lay lifeless upon the ground. Regret and frustration marred the faces of many, yet for them, it was far too late. After dispatching the foes, Wang Yi rushed to Natasha's side, where her breaths had grown faint. He swiftly lifted her from Steve's grasp, exclaiming, "Natasha, how are you? Can you still hear my words?" In that moment, urgency gripped Wang Yi, perhaps for the first time since his arrival in this realm. His mind was solely focused on one imperative, to transport Natasha to a hospital without delay. Yet, it seemed too late. The blood loss she had suffered was immense. And even reaching a hospital might not ensure her survival. No, there must be a way. Wang Yi closed his eyes, forcing himself to regain composure as he contemplated a suitable solution, one that could swiftly save Natasha. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the ring adorning his hand. The time stone within radiating a powerful glow. Of course, I still possess the time stone. As long as time can be reversed, even if Natasha has already perished, I could bring her back to life. Wang Yi pondered silently, simultaneously realizing the formidable power of the time stone for the first time. He gently laid Natasha down on the ground. Although Steve was unaware of Wang Yi's intentions, he remained silent, trusting that Wang Yi would not make a jest of Natasha's life. In this moment, he felt powerless, compelled to merely watch. "Natasha, you must awaken," Steve silently urged. For many of the wounds upon her were incurred while she shielded him. Though he did not understand her motives, he recognized that he owed her this much. Disregarding Steve's thoughts, Wang Yi placed his hand upon Natasha after laying her flat. In his heart, he began to commune with the power of the time stone. In an instant, Natasha was enveloped by a mysterious light, which steadily mended her wounds. Gradually, she was healed, and soon the injuries upon her vanished entirely. Even the blood that stained her was completely eradicated. This was the essence of the time stone, one of the 6 infinity stones. Before long, Natasha's once pallid complexion regained its rosy hue. Steve gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him, his heart stirred by a tempest of emotions. What an extraordinary ability, he thought to himself. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yi wielded the time stone, leading him to assume this was merely one of Wang Yi's capabilities. Moments later, Natasha stirred, awakening from her slumber. Chapter 76. Troubles at Stark Industries. Natasha awoke, surveying her own body. Just moments ago, she had felt utterly weak. Yet now she was imbued with a sense of vitality, almost believing herself capable of taking on 10 adversaries. Was there still discomfort lingering within her? Observing Natasha's awakening, Wang Yi instinctively inquired, his concern palpable despite his knowledge of the power of the time stone. Natasha shook her head, rising from the ground and bouncing lightly. "Thank you. I am perfectly fine now," she declared. Wang Yi stood and regarded her, waving his hand dismissively. "Why must we be so formal with one another?" he replied, before shifting the topic, gesturing towards the bodies on the ground. "And what brings you to brawl in my presence?" With a sheepish grin, he continued, "Surely you are not seeking refuge here simply because it is safe." Wang Yi was well aware that such a notion was improbable. He merely sought to lighten the mood. If his assumptions were correct, the storyline of Captain America 2 was commencing, but without a USB drive, he had found himself at an impasse these past few days. Thus, they had come to him, hoping he might offer a solution. He mused silently. Without hesitation, Natasha quickly articulated her purpose, while Wang Yi listened intently. Before he could respond, Steve interjected, "Nick Fury is dead, and those individuals suspect that I am the one responsible, but I assure you, it was not me," Steve lamented, his tone tinged with a sense of injustice. Upon hearing Steve's words, Wang Yi finally grasped the situation and remarked, "Well then, shall I tend to your needs first?" With that, he gestured with the ring on his hand. Having been engrossed in Natasha's presence, he had completely overlooked Steve's existence. At this, Steve's lips twitched slightly. "Had I remained silent, would you have remained oblivious to my presence?" Observing the awkwardness between the two, Natasha chuckled softly and interjected, "All right. Can you both focus on the matter at hand?" With that, she wiped the smile from her face and turned to Wang Yi, earnestly stating, "Steve and I are out of sync with time. Wang Yi, I seek your assistance. We are currently being hunted." Wang Yi nodded, adopting a serious demeanor. He was well aware of the implications of their words, perhaps even more so than they realized, as he was privy to the ultimate outcome and the fates that awaited each of them. However, he pondered how to articulate this without raising suspicion, for he feared that he too might become a target. Nick Fury was of no concern. That man was far from death, currently residing in a state of feigned demise. Wang Yi fell silent, and both Natasha and Steve, sensing his contemplation, refrained from interrupting, patiently waiting on the sidelines. After a prolonged silence, Wang Yi finally opened his eyes and provided an address for them to investigate. It was the very location of the Red Skull's former base, as depicted in the film. Although they currently lacked a USB drive, They had also eliminated one source of danger, did they not? Wang Yi had faith that they would uncover the answers they sought there. After all, how else would the narrative progress? The two nodded, albeit uncertain of Wang Yi's rationale, and set forth in that direction. Watching the two figures gradually recede, Wang Yi contacted Tony, requesting him to send someone to tidy up the entrance of his villa. The scene was marred by corpses and bloodstains, which left him feeling quite uneasy. As for himself, he yearned to return to his bed and contemplate the unfolding narrative. Tony did not refuse, acquiescing to the request, and soon Wang Yi heard the sounds of cleaning outside. The subsequent events would likely involve the exposure of politicians, along with that infamous hunting list. Wang Yi briefly pondered and had already deduced the trajectory of the story. It seemed that the narrative pertaining to Captain America was nearing its midpoint. Subsequently, he decided not to dwell on it further. After all, it was certain that neither of the two would meet their demise. As time flowed slowly, Wang Yi glanced at the clock. With nothing pressing to attend to, he mused. Why not check on that girl? Wang Yi spoke softly, recalling that the car he drove out in the morning was still parked at the entrance of Stark Industries. This was a perfect opportunity to drive it back. With that thought, he opened a portal, finding himself inside a restroom within Stark Industries. Wang Yi furrowed his brow, perplexed by the location. Logically, he should have appeared in Tony's office. However, shaking his head to dismiss the confusion, he proceeded towards Xia Yusen's workstation. He had been present in the office that morning and had clearly heard Pepper assign her tasks. It appeared to be on the 7th floor, in the programming room. Though uncertain, he made his way in that direction, wandering through the corridors of Stark Industries, even though he was not an employee here. The passers-by greeted him with familiar nods. Indeed, a large corporation had its own unique charm. Unlike smaller companies where even the most trivial positions could elevate one's status to great heights. Before long, Wang Yi arrived at his destination. At that moment, Xia Yusen was seated before her computer, her fingers dancing tirelessly across the keyboard. It must be said, when diligently engaged in her work, Xia Yusen appeared even more enchanting than usual. Leaning against the doorframe, Wang Yi stroked his chin, assessing the scene. Glancing at his watch, he noted there were still 10 minutes to go. Truly dedicated, he mused with genuine admiration. If it were him in her position, any slight connection to Tony Stark would likely see him slipping away long before the workday concluded. He was not alone in this sentiment. Many others likely felt the same way. Suddenly, Wang Yi's interest piqued as he observed an intriguing development. He prepared to play the role of an amused onlooker. Before him, a middle-aged man in a suit, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, approached Xia Yusen's desk. He leaned over, attempting to capture her attention. Wang Yi remained quietly observant, recognizing that even the simplest of interactions could reveal much about human nature. Opposite him, Xia Yusen's delicate features contorted slightly in discontent as she glanced at the man, but perhaps due to his managerial status, she refrained from voicing her displeasure. Instead, she politely remarked, "Manager, I am currently working. Would you please step aside?" Her melodious voice resonated like that of a lark, captivating in its beauty. The middle-aged manager, upon hearing those words, not only chose to remain but also allowed his smile to radiate even more brightly. Xia Yusen, witnessing this, felt her expression darken considerably. Her gaze directed at the manager's face filled with an unmistakable distaste. Yet, for reasons unknown, she refrained from displaying her discomfort. Wang Yi observed this scene in silence, pondering Xia Yusen's thoughts. At that moment, the surrounding employees turned their attention towards them, their expressions akin to spectators at a performance. Chapter 77. The Pest Within Stark Industries. In the penthouse office of Stark Industries, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts were both engrossed in the unfolding drama, their demeanor unmistakably that of eager onlookers. From the moment Wang Yi entered, they had been aware of the situation, yet chose to feign ignorance. Pepper glanced at Tony, a hint of concern in her voice as she inquired, "Do you think Wang Yi will become angry?" "I have no recollection of this manager at all." Pepper's confusion was palpable. Typically, when a new manager came on board, there would be an accompanying dossier. However, this particular individual seemed to have slipped through the cracks. Tony, seemingly disinterested, replied, "It's just a manager. If one gets upset, he can simply dismiss him. Stark Industries has no need for such individuals." Tony's nonchalance was characteristic of his nature. Pepper nodded in agreement, contemplating whether the documentation truly held significance for Stark Industries. In reality, it was not of paramount importance, for with sufficient authority, anyone could be brought on board. With this thought, Pepper furrowed her brow, silently resolving that a cleansing was necessary within Stark Industries after this incident. She then resumed her keen interest in the computer screen, which displayed the surveillance footage of Xia Yusen's location. Beside them, Tony cast a glance toward Wang Yi. his mind occupied with the contemplation and analysis of Wang Yi's enigmatic smile. "Ah, Xia Yusen, I am merely observing your work since it is your first visit," the middle-aged man remarked, his gaze incessantly scanning Xia Yusen, particularly fixating on her face and bosom. Unbeknownst to many of the junior leaders, Xia Yusen's presence here was only known to a select few. Clearly, this manager fell within the realm of those oblivious to her arrival. Xia Yusen cast him a fleeting glance, her eyes betraying an unmistakable disdain and revulsion. Yet, she resolutely stifled her temper, for she wished to avoid causing any trouble for Wang Yi. She was uncertain whether Tony would extend a favor to Wang Yi and resolve the matter at hand. What if he chose not to? Thus, Xia Yusen resolved to endure, unwilling to become a burden to Wang Yi. The middle-aged man, undeterred by Xia Yusen's disdainful gaze, prepared to reach for her hand. Though his position held little significance within the grand scheme of the company, he wielded a certain influence in this setting. Xia Yusen, in his eyes, was hardly noteworthy. She was not a figure of importance, and he presumed that the higher-ups would overlook such trivial matters. Chuckling wickedly, the middle-aged man extended his hand, while the surrounding employees grew increasingly exhilarated by the unfolding scene. Although the workday was on the brink of conclusion, the prospect of witnessing a scandal had them yearning for time to stretch, or at the very least, they were determined to witness the conclusion of the spectacle. This was the mindset of those around. None were inclined to intervene. Due to the position at hand, no one was willing to offend their superior for the sake of another. Wang Yi continued to stand by the door, observing. The events that had transpired earlier rendered him invisible to those around him, even to Xia Yusen, who remained oblivious to his presence. Wang Yi's prolonged wait was not solely for his own benefit, it was also for Tony. He firmly believed that Tony was monitoring the surveillance footage and intended to showcase the transformation of his company. As for Xia Yusen, with him watching over her, there was no possibility of any unforeseen incidents. Contemplating this, he discreetly glanced at the monitor. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in the suit persisted in his advances, utterly disregarding his own image and status. On the top floor, Tony furrowed his brow at the scene, relieved that it was just his own people present and not the outside press, for that would tarnish the company's reputation. If the situation worsened, it could significantly impact the company's image. Pepper, having noticed the gravity of the situation, asserted, "After this matter, I will thoroughly reorganize the company." After speaking, she turned to Tony, awaiting his suggestions and thoughts. Tony said little, merely nodding in agreement. He and Pepper shared the same sentiment, without rectification. The company was destined for ruin. In the video, the audacious middle-aged man grew increasingly bold, attempting not only to make contact but also to encroach upon her space. At this point, Wang Yi could no longer remain passive. He strode into the room, echoing the novels he had previously read. He pulled Xia Yusen behind him and delivered a resounding slap to the male manager. However, Wang Yi's actions were even more audacious. With a single slap, he was sent flying several meters, shattering everything in his path, colliding with the wall, leaving his fate uncertain. On the ground lay the teeth of Wang Yi, belonging to the male manager. This scene left many spectators speechless, prompting them to retreat a few steps. The sheer force capable of rendering an adult in such a state made it evident that this was not a person to be trifled with. Yet, they remained spectators. After all, their formidable employer, Tony Stark, had nothing to fear, nor did Iron Man. "Who are you?" "Call security, quickly." Indeed, how audacious to strike someone within Stark Industries. Did he not fear the consequences? A few individuals, regaining their composure, pointed at Wang Yi and shouted in outrage. Wang Yi, however, paid them no mind. Instead, focusing on Xia Yusen behind him, he composed his expression and gently inquired, "Are you all right, Xia Xian?" "I almost arrived too late." Xia Yusen, witnessing the scene, felt her earlier fear dissipate, replaced by a hint of amusement. Yet, a trace of concern lingered as she whispered, "Are you sure you want to get into trouble? What if Tony finds out?" At her words, Wang Yi erupted into laughter, confidently stating, "In any case, little Tony is hardly a threat." He then glanced at the surveillance monitor, convinced that Tony understood his intentions. He merely sought to impress his woman. Was that so wrong? Indeed, on the top floor, Tony comprehended the situation perfectly. A knowing smile graced his lips as he mused, "It seems our Wang has quite the knack for charming women." Far from displeased, Tony felt a surge of excitement, secretly thinking to himself, "I've learned something today, a little technique to add to my repertoire." Upon witnessing the unfolding drama, Tony resolved to intervene and bring the farce to a conclusion. He feared that if the security personnel arrived and escalated matters, the situation could spiral out of control. With this thought in mind, Tony descended slowly, intent on resolving the issue once and for all. Meanwhile, Pepper remained above, her expression one of detached curiosity, intrigued by how Tony would handle the predicament. Below, the security guards had already encircled Wang Yi, who displayed no emotion on his face, instead offering comfort to Xia Yusen. In contrast, Xia Yusen began to genuinely worry for Wang Yi's well-being. Just as the guards were preparing to take action, Tony arrived. His demeanor serious as he surveyed the crowd, particularly the security personnel and the manager sprawled on the floor. His gaze was piercing, hinting at a latent menace. Chapter 78. A new Pakistan. Tony's commanding presence silenced the previously raucous office. All eyes were fixed upon him, and not a breath was dared to be drawn. Among the crowd, only one person stood out. Is Xiao Xian all right? If this place is uncomfortable, we can leave. Wang Yi maintained an air of indifference. Even in Tony's presence, his words imbued with an unmistakable defiance. Upon hearing this, Tony shot a glance at Wang Yi, acknowledging his exceptional bravado. Clearly, Wang had mastered the art of feigned nonchalance. Learning from this encounter, Tony then directed his attention towards the guards who had been poised to act. Commanding in a stern voice, "Who summoned you here?" "This is my friend." With Tony's authoritative declaration, the room fell into an immediate silence, heads bowed in submission. It became evident why Wang Yi exhibited such audacity. He had the backing of a powerful ally. Tony gazed at the silent crowd, continuing. "I have reviewed the surveillance footage and am fully aware of what transpired today. Consequently, there will be a thorough purge within the company." Upon finishing his statement, Tony shot a fierce glare at certain individuals, signaling that they were already deemed expendable in his eyes. Stark Industries has never lacked personnel or talent. He then glanced at the person lying on the ground and instructed his subordinates to attend to the matter. Before departing, he sternly warned them that today's events must remain confidential, as the repercussions could be significant. Although, to be honest, Tony himself was rather indifferent to this. Xia Yusen stood beside Wang Yi, watching Tony as he directed others, utterly astonished. Did I misjudge the relationship between these two? She pondered, casting a glance at Tony before looking back at Wang Yi, who was still concerned about her. Her mind was flooded with questions, yet she refrained from asking. Just as Xia Yusen was lost in her thoughts, Tony approached and invited both of them to sit for a moment. However, Wang Yi declined, citing his desire to return home, as he had important matters to attend to and could not afford to waste time here. Tony did not press the issue further, and they exchanged farewells. Shortly after their departure, Stark Industries experienced a seismic shift. Many remarked, "A big shot has arrived on the 7th floor." One must not offend him lightly. Some individuals had already recognized Wang Yi's identity, despite his long absence from donning the Shura armor. His notoriety remained ever present, even if Tony, clad in the Xingtian armor, was striving to catch up. In the car, Xia Yusen pondered for a moment before her curiosity got the better of her. "What exactly is your relationship with Tony? If you weren't a man, I would almost suspect there was something more between you." Xia Yusen was exceedingly intrigued. For the legendary Tony Stark was entirely different from the person before her. Where was his arrogance? What had happened to his principle of not conversing with men? Unbeknownst to her, Wang Yi had managed to alter all of this in just a few days, even transforming Tony's entire worldview. To Wang Yi, the Iron Man suit was nothing but trash, and he had effortlessly resolved Tony's palladium poisoning issue as well. Wang Yi turned to glance at her, his expression softening into a gentle smile. "Ah, that's something you wouldn't know. Even if I were to tell you, it would take quite some time. But life is long, and we can discuss it slowly in the future." Upon hearing Wang Yi's evasive response, Xia Yusen shot him a glance, somewhat speechless. If he didn't want to share, why bother with all the words? Yet, she felt no anger. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. Soon, they arrived at the villa's entrance. The previous bloodstains and bodies had vanished without a trace, leaving everything impeccably clean, showing no signs of change. Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Tony's efficiency. After casually resolving a few matters, they returned to their room to rest. Nevertheless, Wang Yi remained attentive to the unfolding events of the American sequel. He wondered where Steve and Natasha had ventured off to. They must have been briefed on the Insight project by now. Wang Yi contemplated for a moment, choosing not to extend his rest, and instead opened the portal to visit Baki. After all, the previous mission remained unfinished, and perhaps this time it could be resolved. Upon arriving before Baki, it was evident that he had improved significantly since their last encounter. "Wang Yi, you." Baki began, a look of shame crossing his features. For remnants of his past actions lingered in his memory. He had once been tasked with assassinating Wang Yi. Yet now, Wang Yi not only spared his life but was actively aiding in his recovery. This realization filled Baki with a profound sense of guilt, making it difficult for him to meet Wang Yi's gaze. Wang Yi smiled, unfazed by Baki's emotions, oblivious to the inner turmoil that stirred within him. To Wang Yi, it was merely the duty of the shadow assassins, a matter that held no personal significance to him. How are you feeling? Are you better now? Wang Yi inquired, his face adorned with a warm smile. Baki moved his body slightly and nodded. I feel quite well. I have nearly recovered. He glanced regretfully at his arm, which had once been a mechanical limb. Wang Yi, concerned about potential tracking devices within it, had chosen to dismantle it. Yet, in that moment, Baki harbored no complaints. Rather, he was filled with gratitude. Wang Yi observed him with a calm demeanor, fully aware of the thoughts swirling in Baki's mind. As long as you're recovering. What about your arm? Do you have no other thoughts regarding it? Wang Yi said with a cheerful tone, keenly observing the subtle expressions on Baki's face, which revealed his lingering concern. However, Baki merely shook his head. After a moment of reflection, Wang Yi extended an offer. I can install a new arm for you. One even stronger than before, enhancing your capabilities. Wang Yi spoke casually, as if these matters were trivial. In his perspective, they were indeed inconsequential and hardly worth mentioning. Baki, somewhat incredulous, repeatedly sought confirmation from Wang Yi. He was well aware of Wang Yi's formidable strength. Every encounter had revealed that he had never exerted his full power. After a moment of silence, Baki ultimately nodded vigorously. Very well, I agree to join your alliance. In his view, aligning with Wang Yi was the most prudent choice. With no other viable options available, joining Wang Yi might indeed be the optimal path forward. Hearing this, Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction, and soon after, the voice of the system reassured him completely. A broader smile graced his face. Now that they were allies, it was imperative to ensure proper arrangements. Consequently, Wang Yi took Baki back to the villa for a change of clothes. Meanwhile, he exchanged for a more powerful Qilin arm and a potion to enhance physical attributes from the system shop. Recognizing that Baki was unlike others, he could be trained as his personal bodyguard. Shortly thereafter, a transformed Baki stood before Wang Yi. Perhaps due to the commotion, Xia Yusen was awakened, and she sleepily emerged, rubbing her drowsy eyes, clad in a thick nightgown. Upon seeing Baki before Wang Yi, along with his Qilin arm, she was momentarily taken aback, startled by the sight. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yi immediately stepped forward and gently addressed Xia Yusen, saying, well, how should I put it? Would you believe me if I said he is my newly hired bodyguard? Wang Yi spoke with utmost seriousness, refraining from offering further explanation. Upon hearing this, Xia Yusen, in a state of confusion, nodded absent-mindedly before retreating back into her room, her gaze vacant and devoid of life. Such a timid disposition, has she been frightened? Wang Yi mused to himself, shaking his head slightly as he murmured, being so timid won't do. I must find an opportunity to bolster her courage. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Baki, who wore an expression of innocence while simultaneously gazing at Wang Yi in astonishment. Is this what they call hiding a beauty in a gilded cage? Baki pondered, his thoughts quickly spiraling into a myriad of possibilities. Suddenly, Wang Yi adopted a serious tone, instructing, you should head to S.H.I.E.L.D. Your old partner Steve is still waiting there for you, and your mission is to assist Natasha. With a shift in focus, Wang Yi acknowledged that while Captain America was a dear friend, his relationship with Wang Yi was of no consequence. Natasha, on the other hand, was akin to family and thus warranted care. Bucky's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he exclaimed, are you saying Steve is still alive? Bucky questioned incredulously. Recalling their last encounter during the events of the first Avenger, he found it hard to believe that Steve could have survived all this time. Wang Yi chose not to respond, primarily out of reluctance to elaborate, instead stating, you'll find out when you see him. Won't you? With a focused gaze, Wang Yi continued, remember, your task is to cooperate with Natasha, not Steve. Now that you have joined us, betrayal is not an option. I can provide you with everything, but I can just as easily take it all back. Wang Yi issued a final threat, choosing not to elaborate further. He was confident that Baji would not betray him, even in the event of treachery. Rectifying the situation would be a mere moment's task. Baji understood Wang Yi's implication, and deep down, he harbored no intention of rebellion. Very well, I comprehend. Baji replied solemnly, offering his assurance to Wang Yi. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi shook his head. I do not require your assurances. I demand a witness action. This time, Baji nodded and departed without further discourse. Watching Baji leave, Wang Yi exhaled in relief. If Baji performed satisfactorily, he could be nurtured for greater responsibilities, making future endeavors considerably smoother. The Falcon must be in position by now, Wang Yi pondered, recalling that in the original narrative, Sam Wilson utilized a dual-wing backpack to assist several individuals. With this thought, Wang Yi retired for the night, anticipating that tomorrow would bring resolution, as Hydra's plans were destined to unravel completely. 3 aerial motherships. Should I procure one? It feels somewhat regrettable. A look of wistfulness crossed Wang Yi's face, but upon reflection, he realized it was unnecessary and dismissed the thought. Time slipped away in the realm of dreams, and soon morning dawned. The first task upon waking was to await the outcome of Captain America's mission, opening a portal. Wang Yi arrived atop a building, where he could observe all that transpired within S-H-I-E-L-D. It's so quiet. Where are the aerial motherships? Wang Yi mused, puzzled, as it seemed that by this juncture, there should have been some activity. However, there remained an unsettling stillness. Wang Yi remained calm, patiently awaiting developments. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. Suddenly, Wang Yi heard a commotion, his gaze sharpening as he turned towards the source of the sound. From his vantage point, he could see the floor-to-ceiling windows of the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, where the sounds of combat were emanating. Has it begun? He pondered silently, continuing to observe the unfolding scene. Moments later, the ground trembled violently, as if a colossal metallic beast was about to emerge from beneath. Shortly thereafter, 3 aerial aircraft carriers ascended from the earth, slowly rising into the sky. Not only that, but the munitions positioned atop were also being adjusted and aimed. This was Hydra's scheme to eradicate all who posed a potential threat to them. Beneath the hovering carriers, a crowd of bewildered onlookers gazed skyward, their expressions a mixture of awe and concern. Wang Yi could even discern snippets of their conversations. What on earth is that? Why do I feel as though the munitions are targeting me? Are you joking? But I can't help but wonder. Why was there no prior warning for such a commotion? Do not fret. The authorities will ensure our safety. As some voiced their worries while others remained anxious. Wang Yi observed with an air of calm amusement. Knowing the outcome, what was there to fear? He was aware that the carriers would ultimately be destroyed. Thus he felt a profound sense of composure. However, as he contemplated this, he suddenly caught sight of a figure hurtling through the air. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Falcon. His wings were completely severed, and he lay unconscious on the ground below. Wang Yi, with a perplexed expression, he gazed at the still ascending aerial carriers, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Falcon, incapacitated below, was in no condition to continue the fight. Wang Yi inhaled deeply, realizing that the narrative had taken an unexpected turn. One must take action, otherwise, once the missiles are launched, millions will perish beneath the floating fortress. If Hydra's plan succeeds, no one will be able to thwart them. Damn it, ultimately, I bear the weight of it all, Wang Yi narcissistically declared, summoning the Shura Armor and using the art of teleportation to arrive aboard the aerial mothership. Below, chaos reigned. Captain America, Bucky, and even a few Hydra agents were present. And it appeared that Hydra still held the upper hand. Within S-H-I-E-L-D, Hydra's members laughed heartily at the scene. In contrast, several other senators, upon learning the truth, were left utterly pale. They could hardly fathom that Hydra had infiltrated the esteemed S-H-I-E-L-D. By now, it was far too late to contemplate their predicament. The aerial mothership is on the verge of reaching its designated position. No one can obstruct our plan. And Hydra shall undoubtedly dominate the world. Indeed, S-H-I-E-L-D cannot impede us. 2 Hydra members proclaimed loudly, reminiscing about their former positions as high-ranking officials within S-H-I-E-L-D, a thought now rendered absurd. The others wore expressions of despair, while some senators lamented their irretrievable regrets. Beneath the mothership, Captain America, Bucky, and Natasha came to a halt. The opposing Hydra agents ceased their attacks, turning to watch. Their laughter echoed, and although Natasha and the others felt a deep sense of injustice, they recognized the futility of their situation. Regardless of their efforts, they could not avert the impending doom. However, Steve refused to surrender, charging forward with fervor. The Hydra agents observed with mocking eyes, no longer obstructing, merely awaiting the spectacle. In the office, silence enveloped the room, with some even closing their eyes. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Chapter 80, The Conclusion of the American Second. The thunderous sound reverberated in the ears of all present. They turned to locate the source, only to witness the colossal airship at the pinnacle seemingly on the verge of rupture. A profound fissure, reminiscent of a spider's web, spread across the vessel's surface. Upon this sight, the members of Hydra within S-H-I-E-L-D were left in a state of shock, their disbelief palpable. It was not only him. Others from S-H-I-E-L-D gazed in astonishment at the unfolding calamity. What on earth had transpired? A Hydra operative bellowed in fury, lamenting that only moments ago everything had been on track, their plans nearing fruition. Yet, why had such a catastrophic issue arisen at this critical juncture? As he seethed, he suddenly noticed a formidable purple lightning gathering atop the airship. Its target was unmistakably the two airships below. No, a Hydra agent roared, extending his hand in a futile attempt to intervene, but it was too late. The immense lightning converged and struck the two aircraft directly, leaving them powerless to do anything but watch as the airships plummeted. Their years of meticulous planning lay in ruins, and they were left bewildered by the cost. Two Hydra agents, their eyes ablaze with despair, disregarded the surrounding lawmakers and hastened toward the direction of the falling airships. In stark contrast, several nearby lawmakers felt an exhilarating sense of relief wash over them. They had narrowly escaped becoming the architects of global catastrophe. Was the purple lightning a manifestation of Wang Yi? Suddenly, one of the lawmakers spoke up. Even some individuals who are not particularly attentive to the daily reports have heard of this name, though they remain unaware of the person behind it. Who exactly is Wang Yi? One voice broke the silence, instantly igniting the curiosity of all present, who eagerly awaited an answer. On the rooftop, Captain America, Bucky, Natasha, and a few others stared in bewilderment at the scene unfolding before them. Just moments ago, when Natasha was locked in a standoff with a Hydra agent, Wang Yi had appeared effortlessly, whisking them away and opening a portal to bring them here, while he chose to remain behind alone. Who are you? Why have you come to our aid? Natasha cast a glance at Bucky, filled with perplexity. In her mind, there was no information regarding Bucky. Yet she had observed his close relationship with Steve. That was not the crux of the matter. What truly puzzled her was his formidable strength and his unwavering obedience to her commands. Reflecting on previous events only deepened her confusion. Bucky turned to Wang Yi, offering no further explanation, merely stating, "I made a promise to him." After Bucky spoke, he directed his gaze toward Wang Yi, prompting Natasha to follow suit. "Bucky, what is your connection with Wang Yi? Why do you heed his words, and what about your own prowess?" Meanwhile, Steve felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him as he looked at Bucky with a face full of questions. Suddenly, a thought struck him. And in a fit of anger, he demanded, "Did Wang Yi threaten you into compliance? If that is the case, tell me, and I shall assist you." Upon hearing this, Natasha was about to refute Bucky, but instead remarked, "No, it is not as you think. He saved me, and thus I promised him." As Bucky spoke, his gaze turned towards Wang Yi, filled with admiration. To follow such a formidable individual, what worries could one possibly have for the future? Natasha snorted disdainfully, seemingly displeased with Steve's earlier words. At this point, Bucky ceased further commentary, and they all turned their attention to the sky battleships. Following the initial resounding collision, one by one, the aerial vessels plummeted before their astonished eyes. Within a minute, 3 sky battleships had completely descended. The onlookers stared in disbelief, fully aware that many adversaries still inhabited the skyships. Such overwhelming power was beyond human capacity to contest. Captain America could not help but exclaim in awe. His understanding of Wang Yi remained rather superficial. Natasha, however, maintained her composure, though tumultuous waves surged within her mind. Bucky observed calmly, yet the admiration in his eyes betrayed him. "It appeared that my choice was indeed the right one," he mused, before turning his gaze to Steve. Their friendship needed no elaboration, and now, witnessing Wang Yi's displayed might, Bucky felt compelled to draw Steve closer. Naturally, no one was privy to his thoughts at this moment. As the battleships fell, they stirred up massive clouds of dust upon impact. The group did not linger, hastily descending instead, for they had not seen Wang Yi return, which sparked a tinge of concern. As Natasha surveyed the wreckage below, noting the absence of Wang Yi's figure, a sudden thought struck her. Could it be that he had fled back? Upon contemplating this, Natasha clenched her teeth silently, a flicker of anger spreading across her gaze. While they remained concerned about Wang Yi's well-being, he had likely returned home by now. In his villa, Wang Yi reclined on the sofa with one foot propped on the coffee table, utterly at ease. Beside him, Xia Yusen watched television, particularly captivated by the unfolding events involving S.H.I.E.L.D. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Wang Yi, can you believe such a monumental occurrence in New York today? 3 sky carriers, what an extravagant expenditure, and they've all crashed." A hint of regret shone in Xia Yusen's eyes as she lamented, "Oh, how wonderful it would be if that money were given to me." Wang Yi merely smiled faintly, responding callously, "Did you not see those weapons moving just now? They might very well be aimed at you." With a hint of disdain, he continued, "Moreover, they possess far greater wealth than we do. They aren't lamenting their losses. So why should you?" Hearing his words, Xia Yusen immediately felt a surge of defiance, ready to retort. However, upon reflection, she recognized the validity of his point. Thus, she shifted the topic, saying, "I just started my job, and now I'm not going in today. Is that not a bit inappropriate?" Wang Yi, with his legs crossed, cast a glance her way and replied, "In such a large company, your absence is insignificant. One more or one less makes no difference. Besides, didn't Tony say it was a day off for you?" Wang Yi spoke with an air of indifference, as if these matters were trivial and hardly worthy of mention. Unable to counter his logic, Xia Yusen puffed her cheeks in frustration, returning her focus to the television, as if to silently contest with Wang Yi. Refusing to glance at him again, Wang Yi did not concern himself with the matter, instead beginning to ponder the events that lay ahead. The narrative involving the American captain had reached its definitive conclusion. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting the commencement of the next chapter. The storyline involving Thanos seemed to be drawing near. Wang Yi mused to himself, reflecting on how little time had passed. Yet the progression of the plot had been astonishingly swift. He could not help but sigh, uncertain of the reason behind his sentiment. Chapter 81. The Guardians of the Galaxy are about to begin. If memory serves me correctly, the next storyline should be that of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Reclining on the sofa, Wang Yi contemplated the forthcoming narrative. At last, it was time to venture into the cosmos. From the moment Star-Lord made his appearance, traversing the galaxy would become as routine as everyday life. A smile crept across Wang Yi's face, his eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. As for the Shura Armor, he wondered whether it could indeed traverse the galaxy, especially since he lacked any means of flight. Wang Yi pondered the official specifications of his Shura Armor, which did not indicate the possibility of teleportation. However, he remained unperturbed. Even if that were the case, he still possessed the Space Stone, allowing him to venture forth with ease. Furthermore, the Scarlet Witch was poised to make her appearance according to the storyline. The mere thought of the Scarlet Witch's allure caused Wang Yi to involuntarily swallow hard. She was undoubtedly one of the rare beauties within the Marvel Cinematic Universe and had been one of his favorite characters. With that thought, Wang Yi chose not to dwell further. After all, the unfolding narrative promised the introduction of numerous new characters in due course. In the days that followed, the exposure of the Hydra plan led to the downfall of many politicians. The directorship of S.H.I.E.L.D. has transitioned from Nick Fury to Coulson. Coulson, having dedicated so much effort, has finally ascended to the position of director. Reflecting on this, Wang Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. When he first arrived, Coulson was merely a subordinate to Nick Fury, yet he has now transformed into the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the afternoon, Tony sent a message. Tomorrow marks Tony's birthday, and he has extended an invitation to Wang Yi to join the celebration. A birthday gathering? Wang Yi mused privately, to be honest. He was not particularly inclined to attend, but out of respect for Tony, he agreed. After all, they are brothers now. At that moment, Xia Yusen emerged from her room, elegantly dressed and appearing more mature than before. Wang Yi turned to her and inquired, "Tony is celebrating his birthday tomorrow. Would you like to join?" He extended the invitation, understanding that such gatherings in the West typically require a female companion. His standards were high, and he was not easily impressed by just anyone. Xia Yusen pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat conflicted. "But I have to work tomorrow. Perhaps I should just skip it." Wang Yi gazed at her intently and replied nonchalantly, "That's fine. I'll inform Tony that you won't be attending. Is that appropriate?" Xia Yusen felt a bit embarrassed. Since getting to know Wang Yi, she had sensed a casualness towards work. Wang Yi, somewhat speechless, responded, "What's inappropriate about it? Tony doesn't mind, so why should you care so much?" At last, after Wang Yi's persistent persuasion, Xia Yusen nodded in agreement. She then went to work alone, and before she left, Wang Yi casually tossed her the car keys. This had seemingly become an unspoken understanding between the two. Initially, Xia Yusen would politely decline, but over time, she had grown accustomed to it. Now, every time she departed or returned, she would promptly greet Wang Yi, which had evidently become a commendable habit. As for Natasha, it appeared that Nick Fury's departure had afforded her a promotion, and she was now bustling about everywhere. Reflecting on Natasha, Wang Yi shook his head. She was indeed a pitiable soul. Trained as an agent from a young age, she continued in that role even after returning to her country. "I should go check on Bucky's training progress," Wang Yi murmured. Since the conclusion of the storyline involving the second Avengers, Bucky had returned, and under Natasha's guidance, Wang Yi intended to nurture him with particular emphasis. This was entirely voluntary on Bucky's part, distinct from Natasha's influence. Moreover, on days without missions, Wang Yi would not intervene in his affairs. He remained a free man, only summoned when Wang Yi deemed it necessary. Thus, in essence, the two were not comparable. Opening the portal, he gazed at the 4 infinity stones within the ring, and Wang Yi realized he needed to hasten his pace. This time, he would acquire the Power Stone. He aimed to gather all the stones before Thanos' arrival, eagerly anticipating the expression on his face when that moment arrived. With this thought, Wang Yi couldn't help but smile. In the same cavern as before, the vastness of this place had rendered it entirely abandoned since the last incident. It was an ideal location, spacious enough to facilitate one's training. As Wang Yi stepped inside, he was immediately greeted by the cacophony of fierce combat and the tremors of the mountains. Upon closer inspection, he discovered Baki engaged in a sparring session with Xia Ying. Indeed, significant progress had been made. Wang Yi nodded in admiration. Initially, during their training, Baki had been thoroughly outmatched. However, as time passed, Baki's evident improvement allowed him to hold his own against Xia Ying. At present, he was even able to gain the upper hand, albeit only outside the underground. Otherwise, Baki would still find himself at a disadvantage. Upon noticing Wang Yi's arrival, Baki ceased his training and approached with a smile, proclaiming, "My current strength is, by all accounts, adequate, wouldn't you say?" In response, Wang Yi nodded in agreement, unable to refute the assertion. It was undeniable that this progress had been swift. If he continued to persevere, Wang Yi believed it would not be long before Baki surpassed Xia Ying. Take a good rest for the next 2 days. There is no need to push yourself so hard at this moment, Wang Yi advised, gently patting Baki's shoulder. He had been closely observing Baki's efforts during this period. Suddenly, Baki stated, "I've contacted Steve. I would like him to join us." His gaze was earnest as he looked at Wang Yi, initially taken aback yet smiling. Wang Yi replied, "Of course, as long as he genuinely wishes to be part of our team, I will not refuse anyone." In his heart, Wang Yi mused that while he desired Steve's inclusion, he suspected that, given Steve's nature, he would be reluctant to agree. He only trusts the official narrative and has no faith in them. Thus, prior to Wang Yi's involvement, he merely entertained the thought of doing more but never took any decisive action. In his eyes, if something cannot be unearthed, then so be it. Without Steve, he can still nurture Bucky without significant issues. Furthermore, he deemed Steve's strength to be far less formidable than what was claimed in the past. The notion that he could contend with Thanos on equal footing is, in Wang Yi's perspective, utterly implausible, given Bucky's current state. As long as he remains an adversary of Captain America, Wang Yi does not believe he stands a chance. Upon hearing Wang Yi's assessment, Bucky felt a surge of excitement. Yet it quickly subsided as he realized that Steve would likely not acquiesce. Wang Yi chose not to elaborate further, glancing at the time before offering a couple more reminders and then taking his leave, as he had other matters to attend to. There was no need to squander more time. Bucky nodded in agreement, assuring Wang Yi of his understanding. Chapter 82. The nightscape of New York. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, nightfall arrived. Shortly after Wang Yi returned home, Xia Yusen also made her entrance. Her delicate face bore the marks of exhaustion as she collapsed onto the sofa, venting about the day's events to Wang Yi. He listened intently, embodying the role of a compassionate confidant. "So, are you feeling quite fatigued at the moment? Should you perhaps inform Tony and request a lighter workload?" Wang Yi observed her with a half-smile, awaiting her response. As anticipated, upon his suggestion, Xia Yusen promptly declined. "No, I feel perfectly fine as it stands. Although work is tiring, it is also quite fulfilling." Her face radiated a sense of yearning, leaving Wang Yi momentarily taken aback. Ever since his arrival in this realm, he had developed a disdain for the relentless 996 work culture and had no desire to be a mere cog in the wheel. However, in comparison to Xia Yusen, he indeed felt less fulfilled. Wang Yi shook his head, dismissing the thought. Soon, after their dinner, rather than retreating to their rooms as was customary, he suggested, "The bustling Chinatown is just next door. Shall we take a look?" With a hint of allure in his voice, he continued, "I've heard there are many delightful treats and amusements there." As if his words had sparked a light, Xia Yusen's weary eyes brightened. Nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, Wang Yi smiled at her enthusiasm, playfully patting her head and affectionately said, "Then hurry and get ready, and we shall go." Xia Yusen sensed something amiss, yet she could not pinpoint what it was. Nonetheless, she complied with Wang Yi's request, tidying up before they set off to explore the streets. The night scene of New York City remained resplendently vibrant. Under the glow of neon lights, the throngs of people bustled about, and vendors shouted their wares, indicating that the nightlife was just beginning. In this city that never sleeps, no matter the hour, there were always visitors arriving. "What are all those people gathered around?" Xia Yusen inquired, her gaze drawn to the most animated spot. She pointed towards it, eager to approach. However, Wang Yi held her back, explaining, "Let us not rush. We can visit that area a little later." Upon hearing this, Xia Yusen questioned. How do you know? Have you been there before? Wang Yi paused, contemplating how to respond. Before gradually revealing, I scouted the area this morning, so I am familiar with it. His reasonable explanation assuaged Xia Yusen's doubts. Oh, what is being sold there? Let's take a look. Suddenly, Xia Yusen pointed to a stall, and Wang Yi felt a sense of helplessness. Haven't you just eaten? He remarked. Xia Yusen pouted and defended herself, but you said we could eat more if we came out. Due to her lack of funds, she had refrained from going out. And had it not been for Wang Yi's initiative, she would not have come at all, despite her employment at Stark Industries. She had yet to receive her salary and was thus quite impoverished. In contrast, Wang Yi had yet to spend the money he received from Tony, making it seem rather wasteful. Forget it, let's go. Wang Yi sighed and prepared to lead Xia Yusen forward. However, suddenly, for some unknown reason, the crowd seemed to swell significantly. As they navigated through the throng, it became increasingly likely they would be separated. At that moment, an idea sparked in Wang Yi's mind. He immediately seized the opportunity and took her hand. Initially, Xia Yusen frowned slightly at the sudden grasp, but upon recognizing Wang Yi, she refrained from voicing any objections. She understood that given the current circumstances, they could easily become lost in the crowd. Therefore, instead of resisting, she reciprocated by holding on to Wang Yi's hand. Wang Yi, momentarily taken aback, smiled at her profile, contemplating that perhaps this evening would present him with an opportunity. With that thought, he led her to the spot she had indicated earlier. Would you like to eat? Wang Yi turned to her, his tone gentle. As they approached, Xia Yusen glanced at the stall and shook her head. Let's go, she whispered, tugging him along. It was not her preferred type. And Wang Yi had come to understand this, thus he refrained from saying much. Under her guidance, the two began to meander nearby. Along the way, passers-by occasionally paused to marvel at them. It was inevitable, for both possessed extraordinary looks and charisma, particularly Wang Yi, whose handsomeness was utterly striking. This left onlookers feeling a sense of insignificance, and upon seeing Xia Yusen, envy and jealousy flickered in their eyes. However, Wang Yi paid little heed to this. Instead, he found himself buoyed by the compliments. Yet, Xia Yusen remained oblivious to the fact that his gaze had been entirely captivated by something ahead. It seems to be starting. Let us hurry, or we shall miss our seats, Xia Yusen urged, a hint of urgency in her tone, as she grasped his hand and maneuvered through the crowd. Wang Yi couldn't help but chuckle, following her lead. Unbeknownst to them, several pairs of eyes were fixated on their retreating figures. One burly man, with a robust physique and a commanding presence, cast a glance at Xia Yusen's delicate features and form, wiping his mouth with a smirk. He turned to his two companions. Leering, what do you think of that girl? Shall we have a taste later? In response, the other two men chuckled with delight. No doubt, she looks quite appealing. Let's take turns with her. One chimed in with a mischievous grin. Indeed, but who goes first will depend on who puts in the most effort, another added, flexing his muscular arm. Stop dawdling. We must follow closely, lest we lose sight of them. The first man to speak took the lead and stepped forward. To them, Xia Yusen was already a foregone conclusion. As for Wang Yi, who stood beside her, the trio had not even considered him. With such a slender frame, could he possibly pose a challenge? They believed they could easily overpower someone of such stature. Amidst the nearby commotion and Wang Yi's singular focus on Xia Yusen, he remained oblivious to the three shadowy figures trailing behind him. Even if he had noticed, he would have merely scoffed at them. He held in disdain those who were brawny yet simple-minded. Wang Yi, look, I told you it was about to begin, exclaimed Xia Yusen, who had just squeezed her way through, her eyes sparkling with excitement as a radiant smile illuminated her face. It seemed as though the unpleasant events of the morning had been entirely forgotten in that moment. Wang Yi gazed at the lake before him, reminiscent of a fountain poised to erupt. Suddenly, a light-hearted melody filled the air, captivating the crowd. At that instant, the fountain sprang to life, shooting forth vibrant streams of water from the placid surface of the lake. Accompanying this spectacle was the projection of a virtual screen, reminiscent of a cinematic experience unfolding gradually. The two of them became enveloped in the moment, their fingers entwined as they savored the beauty surrounding them. Chapter 83. The Joy of LSP. Wang Yi reveled in this moment of joy, his smile growing ever brighter as he observed the girl beside him. Since his arrival in the world of Marvel, he had not experienced much happiness. Of course, there were fleeting moments of joy during his time with Natasha. But perhaps this was the unique happiness that belonged to LSP. Wang Yi did not deny this notion. The light melody continued to play as the virtual images before him transformed and morphed. It was akin to a cinematic experience, slowly unfolding within the confines of a mobile screen. The atmosphere remained tranquil, with individuals either quietly immersing themselves in music or gazing intently at the projection. No one dared to disrupt this serene ambience for fear of inciting collective ire. Only 3 muscular figures lingered in the background, their expressions menacing, effectively ensuring that no one approached their vicinity. Damn it, this wretched song, and why has it concluded yet? It's dragged on for far too long. One of them muttered, frustration evident in his voice. This is seriously ruining my mood, making me feel utterly deflated. The other echoed his sentiments, both casting covetous glances toward the location of Xiaoyusen. Their minds wandered into realms of fantasy, while one remained silently poised like a hunter awaiting prey, his piercing gaze scanning the surroundings for additional targets. Yet, apart from Xiaoyusen, none else caught his interest. Why has it ended yet? The muscular man's expression twisted into a grimace as he glanced below, feeling similarly deflated at the prospect of waiting. Reluctantly, he continued to bide his time. Minutes trickled by, maintaining a steady pace of approximately 15, until finally the music reached its conclusion, coinciding with the climax of the projection. As the final moments approached, some remained enraptured, gazing longingly, yearning for an encore. However, a collective sigh soon reverberated through the crowd. They understood it had come to an end. Xiaoyusen felt a lingering sense of desire, yet was resigned to the conclusion, her gaze drifting to the grinning Wang Yi beside her. Instinctively, she took a step back, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she asked, what do you want?" Wang Yi's smile faltered as he observed her retreating motion. Was she truly serious about that step back? Taking a deep breath, Wang Yi slowly spoke. "Are you ready to return, or shall we continue our stroll?" Xiaoyusen glanced around, and for some inexplicable reason, at that moment, she wished time would slow down. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Let us take a look ahead." With that, the two clasped hands and resumed their walk. Throughout, she held on to Wang Yi's hand, never letting go, which brought him considerable comfort. Suddenly, Xiaoyusen exclaimed in surprise and approached a vendor. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at a collection of small trinkets. Wang Yi merely glanced at them. And with over 20 years of singlehood behind him, he instinctively knew that Xiaoyusen would be fond of these items, just as he was about to showcase his affluence. Xiaoyusen abruptly set the item down and tugged at Wang Yi to leave. "Wang Yi, I was all set, and now you wish to depart?" As Xiaoyusen prepared to walk away, she realized she could not budge Wang Yi and turned back, intrigued. "Oh my, handsome, look at this. It complements your beautiful girlfriend perfectly. Would you like to buy one for this lovely lady?" The vendor, initially observing Xiaoyusen's interest, was eager to make a few remarks. But before he could speak, she seemed ready to leave. Just in time, Wang Yi halted, providing the vendor with an opportunity to quickly add, "Look at that charming trinket your girlfriend was holding. It suits her wonderfully." Wang Yi contemplated the cute little trinket, feeling it was quite fitting for Xiaoyusen. His resolve to purchase it solidified upon hearing the vendor's enticing words. There was no denying the vendor's talent for persuasion. "Very well, I shall take this," Wang Yi declared, handing over the item and signaling the vendor to wrap it up. As Xiaoyusen was about to speak, she realized that one person had already delivered the goods while another had settled the payment. The swiftness of the exchange left her momentarily taken aback. And before she could react, the transaction was concluded. Xiaoyusen hesitated, her words caught in her throat, but Wang Yi paid her no mind. After handing her the items, he departed amidst the compliments of the shopkeeper. The proprietor was quite amiable, his words sweetly spoken, and Wang Yi mused that he would return often. He was indeed a shrewd businessman. Suddenly, Xiaoyusen expressed her gratitude in a hushed tone. She had refrained from requesting anything earlier, knowing well her financial constraints. Moreover, she felt she had already imposed enough on Wang Yi and could not continue in such a manner. Otherwise, she might find herself in a position of having to repay her debts in an unseemly way. Sighing softly, she gazed at the trinket in her hand, her heart still brimming with joy. Wang Yi, perceptive of her mood, felt a quiet happiness within himself, even if he did not vocalize it. "Let us be on our way," he suggested, glancing at the time. The evening was drawing to a close, and Xiaoyusen would need to rise early the next day. He pondered how perfect it would be if they could catch a movie together, yet he dismissed the thought, choosing instead to escort Xiaoyusen home. Perhaps it was the comfort of their growing familiarity. Their hands remained tightly clasped, even in the relative solitude surrounding them. Unbeknownst to them, the grip felt entirely natural. Meanwhile, 3 burly men observed from a distance, their excitement palpable. After a prolonged wait, they finally witnessed the moment they had anticipated. One of them rubbed his hands together, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. "Boss, I know a place ahead that is sparsely populated. We can wait for them there." "Indeed, there is a path ahead. I shall go ahead to block their way. You two take the rear." 2 individuals conversed animatedly, while a third exchanged knowing smiles with them. A gem like Xiaoyusen was a rare find, not easily encountered. Having never met her before, they were determined not to let this opportunity slip away. The composed man among them nodded and said, "Very well, you two proceed ahead to block the path. I shall position myself behind, and we will ambush from both sides." This individual was indeed astute. By suggesting such a strategy, he ensured that his contributions would be more significant, affording him a sense of priority. The other two, still catching up to the plan, nodded vigorously in agreement. Thus, the trio set their plan into motion. Meanwhile, Wang Yi walked alongside Xia Yusen, yet their conversation remained sparse. After a brief moment, Xia Yusen yawned and remarked, "I feel quite tired, but today has been rather enjoyable." As she waved her hands, she realized they were still clasped together, and an immediate silence ensued. Wang Yi, noticing this, felt it impossible to release her hand, his boldness prevailing. With a cheerful expression, he replied, "It's all right, we are almost home. Since you enjoyed today, we should make this a regular occurrence." Xia Yusen chose not to respond verbally, merely nodding in agreement. At that moment, Wang Yi abruptly halted, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the surroundings with an imposing presence. Xia Yusen, puzzled by his sudden stillness, followed his line of sight and beheld two lascivious-looking men approaching them, grinning in a disconcerting manner. Moreover, another individual loomed behind them. All three men's eyes roving over Xia Yusen with unsettling intent. Chapter 84. Xia Yusen's sense of security on the dimly lit street. The flickering lights cast shadows in a haunting rhythm. Three sinister-looking men approached, and a sense of trepidation washed over Xia Yusen as she instinctively leaned closer to Wang Yi. It was only in his proximity that she could derive a semblance of security. Wang Yi, seemingly unfazed, gazed at the approaching Xia Yusen and instinctively wrapped his arms around her. His restless hands roamed indiscriminately, but Xia Yusen was oblivious to this, her focus entirely consumed by the trio before them. This woman is rather appealing," one of the men sneered. Indeed, a true beauty could not be compared to the wretched lot from before. The two men in front exchanged lewd remarks, and Xia Yusen's pallor deepened as she instantly grasped their intentions. Her grip on Wang Yi tightened. Behind them, a third man edged closer, brow furrowed in concern. He sensed something amiss. He was not akin to the two brutes ahead. The woman's reaction was entirely understandable. This was a normal response, but why was the man so composed? Such calmness was not characteristic of a typical individual. Suddenly, he felt a sense of foreboding. He was about to call back the front two, but it was too late. With a swift motion, Wang Yi acted, and before the man could utter a word, one assailant lay sprawled on the ground while the other found his head forcefully pressed against the wall. In mere seconds, even Xia Yusen had not registered the unfolding chaos. The remaining brute stared in disbelief, a single thought racing through his mind: to flee. In an instant, he bolted away, his back drenched in sweat. You think you can escape?" Wang Yi scoffed, yet he made no move to pursue. A fleeting thought ignited, and an unseen force surged through the darkness, pursuing with fervor. Moments later, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from ahead, gradually fading into the obscurity. Everything returned to a tranquil state as Xia Yusen, filled with trepidation, glanced at Wang Yi and swiftly approached him. Once more, she grasped his hand, feeling the warmth of his grasp, allowing her to exhale slowly in relief. Observing Wang Yi, her gaze took on a peculiar quality. Yet, she remained obedient, refraining from voicing any inquiries. Wang Yi regarded her, and the sharpness in his eyes softened, replaced by a gentle demeanor. He smiled tenderly and asked, "Are you feeling a bit frightened and bewildered?" After a brief pause, he continued, "Let us return for now. These matters are somewhat intricate, and I shall elucidate them for you later." Upon hearing this, Xia Yusen nodded, a warm sensation blossoming within her. She had never anticipated that Wang Yi would offer an explanation, for everyone harbors their own secrets. However, his willingness to share suggested that her place in his heart was not insignificant. With this thought, her spirits lifted, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. Soon, they arrived back at the villa, and no further incidents occurred along the way. "Go take a shower and rest. You have matters to attend to tomorrow," Wang Yi said, reluctantly releasing her hand. Xia Yusen nodded slightly, her cheeks flushed, before dashing into her room to retrieve her clothes and head to the bathroom. Wang Yi settled onto the sofa, lost in contemplation. Have I perhaps missed an opportunity today? I feel as though there is potential for further progress. Thus, he descended into deep self-doubt, pondering if his prolonged solitude had clouded his judgment. Meanwhile, Xia Yusen had already finished her preparations. Glimpsing Wang Yi on the sofa, I exchanged a brief greeting before retreating to my room. Wang Yi chose not to dwell on his thoughts, fearing that overthinking might rob him of sleep later that night. That would indeed be troublesome. After this reflection, he cast a glance at his right hand. The following morning, Wang Yi awoke in a daze. his fingers brushing against his face, sensing a slight cramp. It was then he realized that the corner of his mouth was stretched wide. Could it be the result of last night's vivid dreams? That seemed improbable, considering his trousers had only just been removed. With that thought, he felt a sudden chill. In an alarm, he flung off the covers. Slowly, he rose to take another shower. He had promised himself not to overthink. Yet he had found himself ruminating for half the night. With a sigh, Wang Yi felt a sense of resignation. After all, he was a young man brimming with vitality, which was quite natural. Meanwhile, Xia Yusen had risen early, preparing breakfast and awaiting Wang Yi to join her before heading to Tony's place. Noticing the sounds emanating from the bathroom, she pondered, wasn't he just cleaned from last night? Why the need for another shower? Lost in her thoughts, Xia Yusen's mind drifted far away. Eventually, her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to an apple, as she covered her face and retreated to her room, overwhelmed by embarrassment. She wondered how her thoughts had strayed so far. When Wang Yi finally emerged from the shower, they sat at the table, each consumed with their own meal. The silence stretching between them. The atmosphere became subtly charged, broken only by the sound of gentle chewing. At last, Wang Yi shattered the quiet, speaking slowly. Are you ready? If so, let us depart. Xia Yusen nodded, for besides herself, there was little to prepare. Before long, Wang Yi drove them to Tony's seaside villa. Upon beholding the magnificent villa, Wang Yi could not help but reflect on his contribution to its preservation. Without him, it would have surely met its demise. Jarvis opened the grand door, revealing Tony, impeccably dressed in a suit, lounging on the sofa. Pepper was absent, presumably attending to matters at the office. As the two entered, Tony greeted them with warmth, and Wang Yi reciprocated, their familiarity rendering formalities unnecessary. Only Xia Yusen appeared somewhat hesitant, likely feeling a touch of embarrassment for not having received her boss's consent to skip work. Wang Yi discerned her sentiments and gestured toward her while addressing Tony, inquiring if he had any objections. Tony, with a beaming smile, waved his hand dismissively, stating that such matters were trivial and posed no issue. With this reassurance, Xia Yusen exhaled in relief and settled onto a nearby seat. All right, Pepper is waiting for me at the office. I must go fetch her. And then we shall proceed to our previous destination, Tony declared, rising and adjusting his attire as he spoke to Wang Yi. The latter nodded nonchalantly and approached Tony's liquor cabinet, pouring glasses for both himself and Xia Yusen. He added, do take a sip. This is Tony's limited edition, a rarity for most. Xia Yusen's delicate hands gripped her glass tightly, feeling quite awkward. She almost questioned whether this was Wang Yi's home rather than Tony's. Although Tony remained silent, Wang Yi could perceive a hint of sympathy in his gaze. However, he refrained from further comment, knowing that he had an entire case of such limited editions in his own cellar. Well then, I shall take my leave, Tony announced, directing his words toward Wang Yi. Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement, and as Tony departed, Xia Yusen found herself at a loss for words. Thus, Wang Yi commenced a conversation with Jarvis, for with Ultron's emergence, Jarvis would no longer have a role to play. Sitting beside them, Xia Yusen observed their lively exchange with a sense of bemusement. It was rather perplexing that Wang Yi could engage so animatedly with an artificial intelligence while neglecting her presence. Just as her boredom began to mount, Tony returned, accompanied by Pepper. Chapter 85, the celebration of Tony's birthday commences within the expansive confines of Tony's villa. The two entered in succession. Pepper, adorned in a flowing crimson gown, accentuated her voluptuous figure, radiating the essence of a formidable woman. Upon entering, she greeted Xia Yusen warmly, and the two embraced, exuding the camaraderie of close friends. Before finally acknowledging Wang Yi, he offered a slight nod, somewhat taken aback. Tony approached and clapped Wang Yi on the shoulder, stating, Wang, it's nearly time. Let us take our leave. With that, Tony stepped outside first, followed closely by Wang Yi. Meanwhile, Pepper and Xia Yusen brought up the rear, their laughter ringing out like melodious silver bells. At the entrance, Happy awaited the quartet. As they climbed into the vehicle, Happy pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away like a bolt of lightning. Wang Yi cast a curious glance at Xia Yusen, a flicker of intrigue crossing his mind. He noticed her cheeks flushed, an embodiment of shyness. What had transpired between the two moments ago? Contemplating, Wang Yi rubbed his chin while casting a sidelong glance at Pepper. Noticing his gaze, she responded with a smile. Similarly, Tony's curiosity was piqued as he looked toward Wang Yi, leaving him even more perplexed. In but a fleeting moment, how did the world seem to transform? Has everyone evolved, forsaking their own essence? Along the way, Pepper and Xia Yusen were engaged in playful banter behind, while Tony languidly leaned aside, seemingly at rest. Even Happy was engrossed in observing the vehicle. Something felt amiss. Wang Yi silently pondered, scrutinizing the surroundings and analyzing the actions of those present. Yet, everything appeared in order, leaving him bewildered. Soon, the car came to a halt. As it was Tony's birthday celebration, the atmosphere was distinct from the usual. No reporters were present. Tony had reserved a private room, inviting only a select few close acquaintances. Among them were individuals Wang Yi did not recognize. He greeted each with a polite smile and a nod, then, accompanied by Xia Yusen, he strolled to a quieter corner to rest for a moment. Just as they settled, Tony's voice rang out. "Wang, what are you doing over there? Come sit here." Hearing this, Wang Yi glanced towards the designated spot, noting there was only one available seat, and then looked back at Xia Yusen, feeling uneasy about leaving her alone. A look of dilemma crossed his face. To choose between a good friend and a woman? Amused by the thought, he chuckled softly, informed Tony of his decision, and took a seat. Was there truly a choice to be made? "You might as well go over," he suggested. After all, it was Tony's birthday, and it seemed rather inconsiderate otherwise. Xia Yusen, observing Wang Yi's decision, tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "You really should sit with him." Wang Yi glanced at her, then gradually replied, "Tony is surrounded by friends he knows well. Aside from him, I wouldn't recognize anyone there. What purpose would my presence serve?" As Xia Yusen listened to Wang Yi's words, she felt a tinge of agreement and chose not to elaborate further. Opposite them, Tony, upon hearing Wang Yi's remarks, did not contemplate them deeply. After all, he understood well what Wang Yi knew. Thus, he refrained from asking more questions, and Tony's birthday celebration gradually commenced. The lavish private room was sparsely populated, creating an atmosphere of emptiness. At Tony's table, his companions began to discuss Wang Yi, as they were unaware of his identity. Tony, with a hint of excitement, began to speak, and soon a group of people gazed at him with envious eyes. Wang Yi found himself momentarily speechless, even experiencing a slight discomfort. With every glance directed his way, even his thick skin began to feel the strain. Nearby, Xia Yusen smiled radiantly, her beauty blossoming as she remarked, "Now I understand why you are so popular. It seems you owe half of that to Tony." At this juncture, Xia Yusen's laughter grew even more jubilant. The lone A beside her quivered in response to her mirth. "If only it were a bit larger. I've heard that more manipulation can lead to growth." Wang Yi, undeterred by the scrutiny of others, began to appraise Xia Yusen, silently judging her. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, fearing repercussions. "Brother Wang, allow me to toast to you," he heard suddenly, as a figure from the neighboring table disrupted his reverie. Initially taken aback, Wang Yi prepared to decline, but upon observing the humility in the person's demeanor, he felt it inappropriate to refuse. Consequently, he poured a drink in return. "I am unworthy of such honor." After speaking, Wang Yi merely pursed his lips. He dared not indulge in this beverage too liberally, lest he find himself reclining on the way back, which would be quite embarrassing. Observing this, the others at Tony's table were eager to serve themselves a drink. Wang Yi's expression darkened, and he promptly announced his intention to excuse himself to the restroom, seeking an escape from the gathering. Upon hastening to the restroom, Wang Yi exhaled softly, recalling the earlier scene with a sense of trepidation, consuming that much would render his return unnecessary. He messaged Tony, requesting assistance in managing the situation. Without hesitation, Tony responded with a quip before facilitating Wang Yi's request. Relieved, Wang Yi was suddenly interrupted by the long-awaited voice of the system. "Ding! The Guardians of the Galaxy are about to commence. Please prepare, host." The system's announcement commanded Wang Yi's full attention. The mission of the Guardians was commencing. Did this not signify his impending journey to the galaxy? He pondered, feeling the prospect of embarking alone rather dull. Perhaps he should bring someone along? The first name that came to mind was Xia Yusen, but he immediately shook his head in fervent denial. That was certainly not feasible, as this foe was among the most formidable he had encountered in a long time. Furthermore, with the emergence of the Power Stone, it was imperative that he venture forth alone, or at most, enlist Tony's aid. That fellow possessed the celestial armor, and when combined with his Shura, they would form the optimal team. With that thought, Wang Yi nodded, his mind beginning to delve into the narrative of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Time had passed so swiftly that many details had slipped from his memory. He could only recall fragments, necessitating a reliance on his recollections. On the other side, Tony stood up and glanced around, inquiring curiously, "Strange, why hasn't Wang returned yet? Didn't he promise to shield me from the drinks?" Approaching Xia Yusen's position, he whispered, "Where is Wang? Has he not come back?" Xia Yusen appeared somewhat bewildered, shaking her head. He only mentioned going to the restroom before leaving, nothing more. Upon hearing this, Tony's expression turned contemplative. Could he have fallen into the toilet? It had been nearly an hour since Wang Yi had stepped out, which naturally raised their concerns. After offering a few words of comfort to Xia Yusen, Tony prepared to venture out in search of him. Just then, Wang Yi returned. "Wan, you." Before Tony could finish his sentence, Wang Yi had already dragged him outside. Chapter 86. Tony's agreement. Tony was taken aback, uncertain of Wang Yi's intentions. He immediately covered himself and began to struggle desperately, as if Wang Yi were about to subject him to something dreadful. Wang Yi, somewhat exasperated, brought Tony outside and quietly observed his antics. "Continue, don't stop." Wang Yi crossed his arms, appearing quite entertained. Listening to Wang Yi's teasing, Tony ceased his performance. Looking at him in confusion, "Why did you bring me out? Is there something going on?" To him, it seemed implausible that Wang Yi would lead him out without a reason. There must be something he wished to discuss privately. Thus, Tony promptly suppressed a smile, gazing at Wang Yi with seriousness. After a brief pause, Wang Yi inquired, "Tony, have you ever considered leaving Earth to wander the cosmos for a while?" As he spoke, he pointed to the sky, fearing Tony might not grasp the concept. Tony was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously asked, "You intend to take me to space?" He found it hard to believe. While ascending was straightforward, utilizing Stark's satellites, the real challenge lay in exiting the atmosphere without peril. Wang Yi, observing Tony's thoughts, reassured him. "Do not worry, the Shura armor can withstand the cosmos." This was indeed true, as all three variations of the armor were designed for such environments. Upon hearing this, Tony's initial disbelief transformed into delight. Did this imply he could venture into space? Until now, he had been unaware of the armor's formidable capabilities. Noticing Tony's enthusiasm, Wang Yi shook his head. The Shura armor possessed numerous functions, though Wang Yi chose not to divulge them all, doubting that Tony would be able to unlock its full potential on his own. However, this journey was not merely for recreation. It had a purpose. "If you decide to go, you must adhere to my instructions," Wang Yi stated firmly, as the mission bore significant risks, and he wished to protect Tony. Tony did not object, nodding in agreement. With that, they had reached a consensus. Before their departure, Wang Yi advised Tony to explain the situation to Pepper. Their absence could extend for several days, making it prudent to inform her. After their discussion, the two returned to the private room. Tony continued to partake in drinks with the others. Perhaps buoyed by his excitement, he downed a few more glasses. Pepper, noticing this, chided him and forbade him from drinking further. The others, witnessing the exchange, began to tease. "Wang Yi, what were you up to just now? And what did you discuss with Tony?" Xia Yusen carefully observed Tony and noted his current state of exhilaration, akin to having struck a jackpot. This transformation in Tony occurred during his visit to Wang Yi. Thus, it stands to reason that Wang Yi must have shared something with Tony. Upon noticing the questioning gaze of the young girl, Wang Yi felt a sudden jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated that Xia Yusen would be so perceptive as to notice even this subtle shift. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Yi replied earnestly, "I have some matters to attend to with Tony, and I may be away for a few days. During this time, you will be home alone." Since Xia Yusen had already inquired, Wang Yi decided to divulge this information. As expected, upon hearing his words, Xia Yusen's expression fell. It was not that she was particularly reluctant to part with Wang Yi. Rather, the thought of being alone in such a vast villa frightened her. Especially after the previous incident, she had become somewhat sensitive to certain matters. Observing the change in Xia Yusen's demeanor, Wang Yi reassured her, "Do not worry. I will arrange for someone to protect you. Though I may not be present, I have faith that they will ensure your safety." Xia Yusen's heart warmed at his words, though a hint of confusion lingered as she tilted her head and inquired, "Who is it?" Wang Yi replied calmly, "It is the person you saw in the villa that day." He also mentioned the Shadow Legion, noting that they would be providing protection from the shadows, a detail he kept to himself. Xia Yusen's complexion paled slightly, and she exclaimed in fear, "But I'm scared of him." Wang Yi gently patted her shoulder and continued, "Rest assured, even if he is not suitable, I have others in the shadows. I cannot disclose their identities. But I assure you, should you find yourself in danger, they will certainly come to your aid." Gazing at the solemnly swearing Wang Yi, Xia Yusen ultimately nodded in agreement. A gathering, in the minds of the attendees, swiftly came to a close. Originally, Tony had arranged for the next event. However, due to Wang Yi's intervening remarks, Tony was compelled to cancel. Before long, the assembly ended hastily. Upon returning home, Xia Yusen retreated to her room, uncertain of what to do next. Wang Yi appeared perplexed, wondering if she was upset. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, as he needed to tidy up, considering he would be away for several days. While organizing his belongings, he reminisced about the unfolding narrative, struggling to recall many intricate details. He could only remember the overarching plot, but that sufficed, after all. His sole objective this time was merely the Power Stone. Meanwhile, upon returning to the villa, Tony candidly informed Pepper of the events. Pepper, visibly anxious, expressed her concerns. Tony chuckled softly and reassured her, "Don't worry. After all, I have Wong accompanying me, right? Plus, I am eager to explore the universe." How many people dream of that? Once, Tony himself had yearned for it, but eventually relinquished that thought, knowing it was unattainable. Yet now, Wong had afforded him this opportunity. How could he not cherish it? With that thought, a glimmer of longing graced Tony's eyes. Observing this, Pepper sighed softly, realizing that regardless of her concerns, Tony was destined to embark on this journey. Therefore, she refrained from further persuasion and instead began to advise Tony to exercise caution along the way. With Wongi looking after him, Pepper felt somewhat reassured. Tony wore a smile, nodding repeatedly, for he understood that Pepper's care stemmed from her affection for him. "Rest assured, Pepper, if the opportunity arises, I shall bring back some local specialties for you," Tony assured him. Although he was unaware of Wang Yi's intentions, he sensed that Wang Yi had a plan. It was inconceivable that he would escort him across great distances merely to deliver him to his demise. As night fell, Tony retired early, eager to rise at dawn. However, excitement kept him awake, and he found himself ruminating over Wang Yi's motives, unable to decipher them. Meanwhile, Wang Yi was not particularly troubled. Setting aside the 4 Infinity Stones and the potential upgrades to the Shura Armor, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. After all, this was the cinematic Marvel universe, not the comics, where formidable characters were scarce and even mutants were absent. With this thought, Wang Yi found solace and soon drifted into slumber. The night skyline of New York remained breathtaking. Countless individuals gradually succumbed to sleep, and even the night owls began to rest. Time passed swiftly, and morning soon arrived. Early in the day, Wang Yi finished his breakfast and bid farewell to Xia Yusen before departing. Upon reaching Tony's residence, he found Tony ready and waiting for him. Noticing that Pepper was absent, Wang Yi hesitated for only a moment before a portal materialized before them, and they stepped through in unison. Chapter 87, The Nova Corps in an instant. They found themselves in an unfamiliar city. Tony felt a surge of excitement. Had he not promised Wang Yi, he would have been at a loss for where to go. Gazing at this simultaneously familiar yet strange locale, Wang Yi smiled faintly. "Where are we headed now?" Tony inquired, turning to Wang Yi, his curiosity evident as he surveyed his surroundings with a look of Na'vi wonder. After a brief silence, Wang Yi replied with a slight smile, "We are here to find someone." As he spoke, Wang Yi took the lead in departing, convinced that since they were present in this location, Star-Lord could not be far away. Observing the current situation, Wang Yi surmised that this was indeed the site of the first encounter between Peter Quill and Gamora. Additionally, there were Rocket Raccoon and Groot, which elicited a glimmer of anticipation on Wang Yi's face, for these characters had garnered considerable popularity in the Marvel films. "Hey, what peculiar beings inhabit this planet?" Suddenly, Tony's words jolted Wang Yi back to reality. He pointed to a specific spot while conversing with Wang Yi. Following his gaze, Wang Yi noticed a figure reminiscent of a mutant from the previous X-Men films. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it to be Gamora, who was currently in a fierce confrontation with Star-Lord, both vying for the Power Stone. A crowd had gathered around them, occasionally erupting in astonished gasps. Tony, too, was intently observing, as he had never encountered such phenomena before and was eager to gather knowledge that he could later impress others with. Wang Yi smiled but remained silent. The presence of these two indicated that Rocket Raccoon and Groot were nearby as well. Therefore, he chose to divert his attention from the ongoing struggle between Star-Lord and Gamora, recognizing that they were unlikely to escape. Instead, he scanned the surroundings in search of the other two. Indeed, not far away, Rocket Raccoon and Groot approached, brandishing weapons and adopting a fearsome demeanor. The onlookers instinctively parted ways, allowing them passage. "Wang, what do you suppose they are made of?" Following Wang Yi's line of sight, it was evident that Tony had also spotted the duo. His expression was a mix of curiosity and bewilderment, contemplating whether he should research such creatures upon his return. "They are not ordinary individuals." Wang Yi chuckled, then patted Tony and said, "Let us go. We should take a look first." With that, he left the place with Wang Yi. His current objective was to find a suitable opportunity to infiltrate a few individuals. Ahead, Star-Lord and Gamora were engaged in a playful skirmish, exchanging blows as they got to know each other for the first time. The appearance of Gamora elicited a sigh from Wang Yi. Taken by Thanos at a young age, she had been molded into a lethal weapon. Ultimately, she became the one Thanos cherished the most. Yet, he exchanged Gamora's life for the Soul Stone. It is fair to say that Gamora's fate back then caused much distress. This time, such a scenario would not occur. As Wang Yi pondered while walking, he resolved that since he had arrived, he would alter this outcome. Although he was uncertain about the means to reclaim the Soul Stone, he was resolute that it would not involve sacrifice. He could never resort to sacrifice. Soon, it appeared that Star-Lord and Gamora had had enough of their tussle, as Rocket Raccoon and Groot suddenly joined the fray, leaving Star-Lord and Gamora even more bewildered, particularly Star-Lord, who remained clueless throughout. Before long, it seemed that the commotion had attracted the Nova Corps, who apprehended these individuals disturbing the peace. Wang Yi observed from the sidelines, contemplating suitable strategies. In a short while, Yondu and others, including the Destroyer Drax, Nebula, and the principal antagonist Ronan, came to mind. At this thought, Wang Yi felt a twinge of headache. He was uncertain whether Thanos would intervene this time. While he was not afraid, it would undoubtedly result in injury to many. With the full force of the Azura unleashed, perhaps an early dispersal of flowers is within reach. What should we do now, Wang? Tony inquired. Casting a curious glance at Wang Yi, it became evident to him that Wang Yi had been waiting here for quite some time, all for those few individuals. Though Tony was no fool, he remained perplexed about Wang Yi's arrangements. After all, this was their territory, and his status bore little weight here. Of course, we must rescue them, Wang Yi replied with a playful grin, continuing, however, we need a detailed plan. We cannot rush in blindly, or we shall all find ourselves trapped. Tony nodded in agreement, refraining from further comments. Yet, a lingering question occupied Tony's mind. How did Wang Yi come to know them? Wang Yi had arrived with a singular purpose, those few individuals, but Tony found it difficult to fathom their connection. Nevertheless, he chose not to pry, understanding that if Wang Yi wished to share, he would do so in due course. Aren't you afraid of being trapped here forever? Do you have no regrets? Wang Yi suddenly asked, his gaze fixed intently on Tony. In response, Tony shook his head and jested, if I truly cannot return, just remember to look after Pepper for me. Beyond that, I have no other concerns. His resolve unwavering, Tony realized that aside from his attachment to Pepper, there was nothing else he held dear. Even if he were to perish here, he would harbor no regrets, provided Wang Yi promised to care for Pepper. Only then could he find peace of mind. As for Stark Industries, Tony had long since let go of it. Wang Yi glanced at Tony and smiled, teasingly remarking, Don't be disheartened. We will surely return. After speaking, Wang Yi looked at Tony and led him away from the place. There was no rush. Star-Lord and his companions could manage to escape on their own. He merely needed to await the right opportunity. If necessary, he could venture in alone and rescue them all. Tony, why don't you take a look around? I see you're quite intrigued by the surroundings, Wang Yi suggested, observing Tony's wandering gaze. Since he wished to explore, it seemed reasonable enough. After all, Shura would eventually locate him, and with Tony alongside Xing Tian, there was little cause for concern regarding danger. Indeed. As soon as Wang Yi finished speaking, Tony's eyes lit up, though a hint of worry for Wang Yi crossed his face, revealing his apprehension. Rest assured, if I need anything, I will seek you out, Wang Yi reassured him, allowing Tony to relax. Subsequently, the two chose to part ways, one preparing for leisure while the other geared up to storm the prison for a rescue. Meanwhile, Yondu was leading his team towards Star-Lord's location. Seething with rage as he exclaimed, Damn Star-Lord, how dare he betray us? His face was a mask of fury, but had Wang Yi been present, he would undoubtedly have been unable to suppress a laugh. After all, what sort of person was Yondu? Would a Marvel enthusiast like him be unaware? Although he would ultimately be backstabbed, he had sacrificed himself to save Star-Lord. Chapter 88, Dreams of over a decade ago in his reflections. Wang Yi still held a fondness for Yondu. Subsequently, he shook his head, dismissing those thoughts, for they pertained to events that would unfold later. The pressing question was how to extricate Star-Lord and the others. Should he charge in directly? Wang Yi pondered aloud. That was indeed one approach, albeit rather extreme. Yet, it was the most expedient and convenient method. However, Wang Yi still shook his head. It was not advisable. The Destroyer, Drax, was also inside, and according to the narrative, they would ultimately unite to escape the prison together. Suddenly, an exceptional idea struck Wang Yi. He could infiltrate as well and then follow them out from within. This way, it could be justified without seeming overly abrupt. With this thought, Wang Yi's gaze shifted to a nearby bank, a smile creeping upon his face. Such an endeavor would have been inconceivable for him in the past. Yet now, it was an exhilarating prospect worth exploring. With no hesitation, Wang Yi approached the bank entrance. Initiating his plan. Harnessing his masterful martial arts skills, he swiftly incapacitated 7 or 8 bank patrons, clutching bags of cash in his hands. A broad smile adorned his face, even as the shrill alarm blared from within. A dream that had lingered for over a decade was finally being realized. Wang Yi looked down at the bags he held, a sigh of astonishment escaping his lips. Around him, a throng of onlookers gathered, offering their commentary. Well, who is this formidable figure? Pulling off such a grand heist in one fell swoop? Setting aside everything else, I must ask what he is doing. Why has Ti fled yet? Wei cleared the way for this hero. Oh my goodness, he can't possibly be out of his mind, can he? If we do not depart swiftly, we shall be suppressed by the Nova Corps. Countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions, utterly perplexed by Wang Yi's actions. Typically, one who has undertaken such deeds would not linger. Would they? Before long, the Nova Corps arrived, weapons in hand. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yi merely smiled, set down his belongings, and raised his hands in surrender. The onlookers were once again left in a state of bewilderment. Is this truly a gift freely given? Not only were they astonished, but the fully armed officers, who had anticipated a fierce confrontation, found the situation unexpectedly facile. In less than a moment, Wang Yi was apprehended. Upon his incarceration, he was subjected to a thorough search. However, he possessed nothing, save for his clothing. Everything else had been discreetly stored within his system space. He intended to retrieve his belongings when the need arose. This peculiar behavior left many officers puzzled. It was as if he had intentionally sought entry, perhaps to enjoy a life of leisure at others' expense. Such thoughts pervaded the minds of all present, for Wang Yi was indeed an enigma. In under 10 minutes, Wang Yi had achieved his objective and was immediately greeted by the sight of Rocket Raccoon. The little creature regarded him with a defiant expression, as though it were the reigning authority of this place, interrogating the newcomer. Wang Yi, undeterred, met its gaze with equal intensity. Ah, the audacity of the newcomer. Rocket Raccoon let out a startled exclamation, disregarding Groot's tendrils, and approached Wang Yi with keen interest. The way it scrutinized him was reminiscent of its character from the films. This little one is rather brazen. Do you know who I am? The audacious raccoon boasted, seeking to assert dominance over Wang Yi. Upon hearing this, Star-Lord immediately approached, chuckling. Hey, brother, don't take him seriously. With that, he playfully kicked the raccoon, aware that trouble was not an option at this moment. Wang Yi, suppressing a laugh at the raccoon's bravado, thought to himself, you merely arrived half an hour before me. How utterly arrogant. The raccoon, undeterred, confronted Wang Yi, stating, listen, this is our territory. Regardless of your status outside, you better watch yourself. After the raccoon's declaration, Krut stepped forward, accompanied by the formidable destroyer, Drax. While the board Gamora joined in, creating an impression that they were preparing to gang up on Wang Yi. The atmosphere shifted, becoming charged with tension as other inmates gathered. Eager to witness the unfolding drama, some pondering Wang Yi's identity, having barely entered before encountering them. Yet, Wang Yi maintained an air of nonchalance, smiling as he remarked, what is this? Are you all planning to gang up on me? No, it's not like that. Star-Lord, sensing the precarious situation, grew anxious. Their plan was not to stir trouble. They were supposed to escape, not provoke a confrontation. He quickly glanced at the others, signaling them to calm down. Particularly the raccoon at his feet, the source of the commotion. The raccoon, having noticed the signals, scoffed and sauntered off, while the rest, merely spectators, showed no inclination to escalate the situation. After the crowd dispersed, Star-Lord let out a sigh of relief. He then took a moment to scrutinize Wang Yi, who, it must be said, was remarkably handsome, infinitely more so than himself. Wang Yi exuded a sense of audacity and bravery, while others might have quailed in fear at such bravado. He remained unfazed, wearing a cheerful grin. Hey there, I'm Star-Lord. How did you get in? Star-Lord introduced himself with an air of familiarity, subsequently introducing Gamora and the others. Wang Yi sighed lightly, fabricating an identity for himself and deftly shifting the blame onto Thanos. At this juncture, Gamora and the Destroyer turned their gazes toward him. For the adage, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, rang true. Consequently, the group quickly formed a bond, which was precisely the pretext Wang Yi had anticipated. Indeed, there were no suspicions raised, given the multitude of Thanos' misdeeds. Thus, Star-Lord welcomed Wang Yi into their ranks, taking a liking to him. The group then settled down to deliberate on their escape strategy. Meanwhile, in a boundless realm of darkness on a distant planet, Ronan gazed at the virtual image of Thanos, who sat regally upon his throne. With a physique of rippling muscles and clad in formidable armor, Thanos emanated an aura of immense intimidation. His authoritative gaze fixed on Ronan. He spoke with grave intensity. If you do not return with the energy orb forthwith, I shall ensure your demise is most excruciating. Understood. Ronan replied with alacrity, though a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. If he were to truly acquire the energy orb, why would he ever relinquish it to Thanos? He could effortlessly annihilate the planet Xander, and even Thanos would prove no match for him. Ronan mused, his expression towards Thanos rife with contempt. Gazing intently ahead, he awaited the return of Nebula's message. With Gamora having betrayed him, only Nebula remained as a flicker of hope. Once the target was confirmed, he could take matters into his own hands. At this thought, a sense of elation enveloped him. Chapter 89. The Power Stone, are you out of your mind? You intend to charge out? Star-Lord exclaimed incredulously at Wang Yi. Do you believe this is a marketplace? We are enclosed within a heavily fortified prison. Escaping is utterly impossible. Star-Lord shook his head, deeming Wang Yi's thoughts to be excessively reckless. They lacked Wang Yi's extraordinary capabilities and were unaware of his strengths. Naturally, they opted for a more cautious approach. Wang Yi cast a resigned glance at him and remarked nonchalantly, Then how do you propose we escape? The others gathered around, keeping watch over some individuals nearby while eavesdropping on their discussions. However, aside from the Destroyer, who approved of Wang Yi's plan, the others unanimously opposed it. Ultimately, persuaded by Wang Yi, they resolved to launch a forceful assault. After all, no alternative options remained. Swiftly, the battle within the prison commenced. Groot and Rocket Raccoon displayed remarkable teamwork, wielding their weapons to overpower the adversaries. The prepared group charged toward the observation deck, with Rocket ascending to deactivate the spatial gravity, transforming the watchtower into a vessel for their escape. Everything unfolded precisely as scripted in the films, while Wang Yi merely followed along, a mere bystander in the chaos. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that Tony Stark was still outside. He promptly activated the Shura Armor summoner to contact Tony, instructing him to rendezvous at the designated location. Well, what is this? It appears rather sophisticated and refined. As the rocket approached with the intention of seizing the prize, Wang Yi swiftly evaded its advance. A cold smirk crossed his lips. How dare one covet his Shura Armor summoner? Surely, such audacity was folly. The rocket simmered with rage, yet Groot held it back, preventing an explosive confrontation. I have another friend arriving shortly. We shall bring him along, Wang Yi asserted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. On what grounds? The rocket retorted defiantly, springing forth to voice its discontent. It had always harbored a disdain for Wang Yi, and now it sought a glimpse of that coveted artifact, which Wang Yi had denied it. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yi fabricated a rationale. He is a highly paid bodyguard, equipped with formidable weaponry. With him by our side, we shall not be at a disadvantage against our foes. He gestured towards the Destroyer and Gamora, adding, He can also assist us in our battle against Ronan and Thanos. At this revelation, their eyes sparkled with intrigue, and they immediately chimed in unison, Excellent. The age-old adage rang true, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and they would not turn away a like-minded ally. Furthermore, in Wang Yi's words, Tony was portrayed as exceptionally powerful, leaving them with little reason to refuse. With the course of events seemingly set, the rocket huffed in discontent and took a seat at the front, choosing silence as a means of expressing its displeasure, though it recognized the futility of such an act. Before long, Tony, clad in the celestial armor, arrived, eliciting gasps from the onlookers, not just the rocket but everyone present. Following a brief span of time, Wang Yi tirelessly endeavored to elucidate the situation to both parties. Just as he completed his explanation, both sides reached an accord. Quill returned and, upon seeing Tony, exclaimed, Wow, your armor is incredibly cool. Who are you, my friend? Wang Yi, witnessing this, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief interlude of introductions lasting over 10 minutes, Rocket activated the spaceship, and they all set off towards the barren land. Their primary objective was to sell the Soul Stone. Wang Yi raised an eyebrow, contemplating that seizing it at this moment would be ill-advised, as it might disrupt numerous factors. Thus, he resolved to observe the situation further, ready to act decisively when the opportunity arose, without a hint of hesitation. Soon, they arrived at the desolate terrain. The flamboyant Tony could not contain his astonishment at the sights before him, things he had never encountered, igniting his curiosity to explore every corner. Accompanying him was Wang Yi, who had only ever glimpsed such wonders on television. The reality of it all stirred excitement within him, yet he quickly regained his composure, mindful of the Soul Stone and the power gem contained within it. Before long, a humorous scene from the film unfolded. The Destroyer and Rocket engaged in an intergalactic cockfight while Quill attempted to flirt with Gamora. Tony stepped aside to watch, but Wang Yi cautioned him against attracting trouble. Aware that this was not his territory, Tony acquiesced. What events would transpire next? After watching the spectacle, Wang Yi fell into deep contemplation. He recalled the occurrences that would unfold here, yet, having not paid close attention at the time and with the passage of years, much of it had faded from his memory. Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely this lapse that would provoke the disgruntled destroyer who had lost the cockfight. In secret, Ronan was contacted, and at this moment, he was already on his way, poised to arrive shortly. Meanwhile, Quill, on the verge of success, nearly fell victim to Gamera's counterattack. Wani, catching sight of this scene, couldn't he help but jest, "Quill, this approach is rather ineffective." Quill's cheeks flushed slightly, yet he mustered the audacity to reply. "Wangi, you simply don't understand. This is what we call to strike is to show affection, to scold is to express love," Quill whispered, feeling too bashful to meet Gamera's gaze. At that moment, the buyer of the orb appeared, extending an invitation for them to join him. Wangi raised an eyebrow, a look of contemplation crossing his face. He remembered this individual, the illustrious collector, Tanneral Typhon, who had also been the one to enlighten Quill and the others about the Infinity Stones. With this thought, Wangi trailed behind the group, remaining utterly unperturbed. He was aware of when to reclaim the Power Stone, but not at this moment, so he remained calm and composed. Soon, they encountered Tanneral Typhon, who indeed began to educate Quill and the others, just as Wangi had anticipated. Knowing this, Wangi lost interest and began to meander nearby, casually observing the famed collector and his treasured items. Accompanying him was Tony, who was also engrossed in examining the collection, silently comparing it to his own. In an instant, he felt a sense of inadequacy. It seemed that upon returning, he would need to gather some new acquisitions. Tony mused privately, unaware that Wangi had no knowledge of his thoughts. However, even if he did, it would matter little, as it would not affect anything of significance. Suddenly, a nearby maid, perhaps unwilling to continue in such a manner, grasped the power gem within the spirit ball, yet she was utterly incapable of controlling it, resulting in a massive explosion. Tony, clad in his celestial armor, remained unscathed, while the others sustained minor injuries that were of little consequence. Upon witnessing the might of the power gem, Quill resolved against selling it. Instead, he desired to secure it in a safe location, as he sensed the overwhelming energy contained within. At that moment, a spacecraft descended. Instantly, Wangi's expression shifted. A realization dawned upon him. Chapter 90. The Power Gem Acquired. Outside, Quill and his companions watched in wide-eyed astonishment as the ship slowly landed, oblivious to who might be aboard, friend or foe. Only Wangi recognized the implications, his countenance altering with the weight of understanding. It was, however, too late. In a fit of spite, the destroyer had revealed their location to Ronan, who had now arrived. As Ronan and his entourage disembarked, Quill and the others finally grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces paling in shock. "How did they know we were here? Must be some dog nos." Quill cursed vehemently before turning to the group, urgently commanding, "We must flee. Now." "Ah, splendid. They have arrived at last." Just as Quill finished speaking, the destroyer shouted excitedly and charged forward, declaring that he had summoned Ronan for a final showdown. Quill, astonished and filled with fury, glared at the destroyer, exclaiming, "Your actions will endanger us all." Wangi covered his head, his expression a portrait of exasperation. Tony felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration, as it seemed he might once again indulge in some bravado. He stepped forward and declared, "Wong, you all go ahead. I shall take care of him." Wangi glanced at Tony and nodded, showing no inclination to intervene. Quill appeared somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend why Tony exhibited such courage. Meanwhile, Ronan emerged from the spacecraft, his gaze icy as it swept across the surroundings. Accompanying Ronan was Nebula. "Ronan, I have awaited your arrival. Today, you must meet your end." The sight of an adversary ignited fury within the destroyer, who shouted and charged forward. Wangi and the others could do nothing to impede him. Ultimately, he was effortlessly defeated by Ronan and cast into the gutter, creating not even a ripple. Upon witnessing this, Tony hesitated no longer and immediately sprang into action. He quickly engaged in a fierce struggle with Ronan, while the others began to confront Nebula. Thanks to Tony's celestial armor, they managed to distract the main force. Yet it was evident that Tony was not a match for Ronan. The armor merely delayed his downfall. "Juan, you all must leave. I can scarcely hold on any longer," Tony shouted as he noticed that Wangi and the others had yet to depart. Although he was unaware of Wang Yi's reasons for refraining from action, he recognized that Wang Yi must have his own motives and refrained from questioning him. "Quill, hand me the orb." When Wang Yi sensed the opportune moment had arrived, he requested the orb from Quill. Quill looked at him in surprise and inquired, "What do you need the orb for?" Perhaps out of trust in Wang Yi. Quill held little skepticism, and after a brief question, he handed the orb over to Wang Yi. Wang Yi grasped the spirit orb and immediately sensed the immense, unparalleled power contained within. "Is this the Power Stone?" He quietly marveled before declaring, "Tony can't hold on much longer. You all be careful. I will lead Ronan away." With that, Wang Yi raised the spirit orb and shouted, "The prize is in my possession. Come and take it if you dare." With a swift movement, he darted away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Don't leave," Ronan commanded in a deep voice, unleashing his formidable strength that sent Tony reeling backward. He pursued Wang Yi relentlessly, prompting Nebula to retreat hastily, unwilling to engage further. Rocket approached, gazing in the direction Ronan had gone, murmuring, "What a noble person. Facing such a powerful foe alone for our sake." A twinge of regret washed over Rocket as he recalled his first encounter with Wang Yi, feeling a surge of shame. Groot stood beside him, gently touching his face with a tendril, urging, "Groot, you all need to hide. Remember not to disperse." Quill surveyed the group, ultimately resting his gaze on Tony. Only when Tony nodded did he feel reassured, and he then made his way toward Ronan. Wang Yi was his brother, and he could not turn a blind eye. At that moment, the others remembered the destroyer and, grumbling, went to retrieve him. Rocket, in particular, wore an expression of fury, thinking, if it weren't for this clumsy giant, Ronan would never have found us. Yet, considering the destroyer's plight, Rocket could only sigh heavily. Gamora looked towards that direction, her brow furrowed, filled with concern for Quill. Among them all, only Tony remained remarkably composed. He had never considered offering assistance, for he was aware that Wang Yi could resolve the situation independently. Otherwise, he would not have refrained from calling for help. Thus, he chose to remain quietly vigilant. "Hey, are you not concerned about your brother?" Perhaps feeling somewhat bored, Rocket approached Tony and spoke up. Meanwhile, Wang Yi was exhilarated, clutching the spirit ball in his hand. He extracted the ring from the system within and adorned his finger with it. Then, he slowed his pace and activated the power gem contained within the spirit ball. Gently touching it with the ring, he began to absorb the energy of the gem, completing the process in no time. Sensing the enhancement of his strength, Wang Yi's heart soared with joy. "This is splendid. Thanks to the destroyer, I acquired the gem ahead of time." As he spoke, he gazed at the ring on his finger. Just then, Ronan arrived, leaping in front of Wang Yi. Fixing him with a piercing stare, he intoned gravely, "Where's the spirit ball? Hand it over, and I shall spare your life." Ronan pointed menacingly at Wang Yi, his voice booming. "The spirit ball?" Wang Yi scoffed, tossing it casually in Ronan's direction. Elated to catch the spirit ball, Ronan's excitement swiftly transformed into fury upon discovering its emptiness. Fixating his glare on Wadi, he thundered, "Where is the gem? What has become of the power?" Wang Yi regarded him with an expression of incredulity, shrugging nonchalantly, "I know not. It is certainly not in my possession." Yet Ronan remained unconvinced, striding towards Wang Yi with the intent to strike. Undeterred, Wang Yi was prepared, possessing not only master-level martial arts but also the strength bestowed by the gem. Even without the use of the Shura Armor, Wang Yi's strength was undoubtedly beyond Ronan's capacity to withstand. With a single punch, he compelled Ronan to retreat continuously. "Indeed, it was evident in your very being." A glimmer of resolve flickered in Ronan's eyes. Once more, he surged forward, determined to reclaim the gem. Unfazed, Wang Yi engaged Ronan in a fierce exchange. Upon arriving, Quill was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, exclaiming, "I seem to have come at an inopportune time." In that instant, Quill felt a sense of dismay. Wang Yi's prowess was overwhelming. Yet, he did not flee immediately. Instead, he began to observe keenly. The more he watched, the deeper his astonishment grew. Even the way he regarded Wang Yi shifted. Ahead, Wang Yi continued to harness the power of the gem, and even the formidable Ronan found himself outmatched. However, Wang Yi recognized that this impasse could not persist. Thus, he withdrew, creating distance between himself and Ronan. He was unwilling to squander any more time. With a commanding shout, he summoned the Shura Armor, declaring, "Shura Armor, unite." In the barren wasteland, Wang Yi was poised to employ the Shura Armor to decisively confront Ronan. This, he surmised, would bring the narrative of the Guardians of the Galaxy to a close. After all, the essence of the story revolved around the power gem and Ronan. While Thanos had merely made a fleeting appearance without taking action, it was likely that by the time he decided to intervene, he would come to regret it. For he possessed 5 of the 6 Infinity Gems. Moreover, with the Ancient Ones safeguarding Earth at present, he would be hesitant to act recklessly. Not to mention the presence of Odin, the All-Father. Soon, a flash of purple lightning illuminated the scene as Wang Yi summoned his armor. Lo and behold, this suit of armor was truly magnificent. Not far away, Quill could not help but exclaim in astonishment at the scene before him. This suit of armor not only surpassed Tony's in sheer aesthetic appeal but also exuded an air of sophistication. Wang Yi cast a glance at Quill, who was hiding in the shadows. He had noticed him long ago. Thus, one of the reasons he donned the Azura armor was to convey the message that only he possessed the capability to protect, while others did not. Indeed, as Quill beheld Wang Yi's might, his expression revealed his thoughts to Wang Yi. Ronan, sensing an unprecedented danger, glanced over. Overwhelmed by the formidable power that instilled fear within him. Hand over the gem. Yet, ambition eclipsed his fear for life, even aware of the vast chasm between them. Ronan bellowed defiantly and charged at Wang Yi. This time, Wang Yi's strength was even more formidable. He deftly sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a punch. Further amplified by the power of the gem, rendering it terrifying. Ronan instantly curled up like a shrimp, propelled away in Quill's astonished gaze. Goodness! In the shadows. Quill gasped once more. The disparity between this display of power and Tony's was starkly evident. There was simply no comparison. Even Tony would be utterly outmatched by Wang Yi. How can this be? Ronan rose, staring at the concave bones of his chest, acutely aware of the insurmountable gulf between them. Yet he could not accept this. He refused to depart in such a state of disgrace. The humiliation and frustration only fueled his rage, a desire to rend the man before him apart. Meanwhile, Wang Yi had no intention of letting up. Just as he prepared to strike again, he suddenly sensed an ambush. Watch out. Quill emitted a warning. Realizing that Nebula intended to ambush Wang Yi in an attempt to alter the tide of battle. We must flee. We still have an army and a chance. Nebula shouted to Ronan, emphasizing that they were only a few in this endeavor, yet their forces remained intact. Upon hearing this, Ronan regained his composure. Upon reflection, Nebula's words held merit. They immediately prepared to retreat, and Wang Yi, recognizing the truth in Nebula's assertion, refrained from obstruction this time. After all, they still had an army, albeit its whereabouts were uncertain. If Ronan were to perish, given Thanos' nature, he would undoubtedly seize control. It would be wiser to let Ronan lead them, allowing Wang Yi to annihilate them all at once. As Ronan began to depart, Nebula sought to follow. Yet Wang Yi would not grant her such an opportunity. In an instant, he teleported before Nebula, gently yet firmly grasping her throat. With a subtle increase of pressure, her expression contorted in pain as she struggled for breath. Wang Yi regarded her coldly, harboring no words of compassion. In a previous life, Nebula had tirelessly pursued Thanos' agenda. Stubborn and woefully misguided, Wang Yi's grip tightened further, devoid of any mercy. Suddenly, Gamora's voice pierced the tension, prompting Wang Yi to loosen his hold just enough for Nebula to gasp for fresh air, choking violently in his grasp. Gamora rushed forward, accompanied by Quill, who had been hiding, along with Tony and Rocket. In a swift motion, Gamora pressed a dagger to Wang Yi's neck, her voice icy as she commanded, "Release her." Witnessing this, Tony wasted no time in confronting Gamora, and an atmosphere of tension enveloped the group. Rocket and the others, uncertain of the unfolding situation, refrained from intervening. Following the recent confrontation, they realized they were no match for Tony. Observing this, Wang Yi grew increasingly aloof towards Gamora, bemused by the notion that a mere dagger could pose any threat to him. The atmosphere grew tense, prompting Quill to interject, stating, "Wait. I witnessed her strike first." Ambushing Wang Yi, he cautiously pointed at Nebula, then lowered Gamora's dagger. Casting a pleading glance at Tony, Quill hoped for understanding. Noting this, Tony let out a disdainful huff and halted his advance, momentarily easing the tension in the air. At that moment, Nebula scoffed derisively, "Hypocrites. Would I have become this way if it weren't for you?" Her gaze, filled with fury, was fixed on Gamora. The latter remained silent, merely observing her adversary. Quill furrowed his brow, yet he refrained from speaking further, respecting Gamora's silence. This was all within Wang Yi's expectations. He watched quietly and, after a moment of contemplation, decided to lower Gamora's weapon. "To the most hypocritical of souls, may you perish." Nebula gasped for breath before launching herself at Gamora. Wang Yi did not intervene, but Quill quickly reacted, leaping to intercept Nebula and disrupting her assault. In the process, he was struck by her weapon, which left a long, crimson gash across his body. Blood surged forth as he collapsed to the ground, prompting Gamora to spring into action. Just as Nebula prepared to strike again, Gamora delivered a fierce blow to her back, rendering her unconscious. Turning her attention to the pained Quill on the ground, Gamora rushed forward, her voice laced with concern. "Are you all right? Is anything wrong?" Gamora, in a flurry of panic, pressed her hand against Quill's wound. However, the injury was so severe that she could not stem the blood flow. Witnessing this, Gamora was immediately alarmed. Wang Yi, standing nearby, removed his Shura armor, displaying no concern for Nebula or Gamora, for his power was sufficient to evade any threat, especially with Tony at his side. With a slight furrow of his brow, he instructed Tony to pull Gamora away, then turned his gaze to Quill's injury. Quill was gravely wounded. He attempted to speak, but the words failed to escape his lips, his complexion a ghostly pallor. This was a symptom of anemia, a condition Wang Yi recognized. He sighed softly, and amidst Gamora's frantic cries, he summoned the time stone to reverse time. In an instant, Quill's wounds healed. Even the bloodstains on his clothing vanished, retreating back into his body. The pallor of his face gradually transformed into a healthy flush. Gamora stared in disbelief at this scene, while Quill lay on the ground momentarily at a loss for what to do. The atmosphere was charged. Should they have died once? Not only were the two of them struck dumb, but Rocket and the Destroyer also stood with mouths agape, unable to fathom what they had just witnessed. All is well now. Feel free to move, Wang Yi remarked lightly, allowing Tony to release Gamora. Meanwhile, he pondered the whereabouts of Ronin's forces. Soon enough, he would discover the answer. Chapter 92. The Valor emerges in the desolate expanse. Gamora and Quill embraced one another. This brush with death had illuminated their significance to one another, deepening the bond of their affection. Wang Yi observed this moment in silence, his attention shifting to Nebula on the ground. Rocket and the Destroyer exchanged knowing smiles at the sight before them. It is time for us to depart. Ronin will not rest until he achieves his objectives. Upon his return, he will undoubtedly gather his forces, Wang Yi remarked, casting a calm gaze over the group. Quill, having realized the gravity of the situation, promptly rose and inquired, "What shall we do now? We cannot simply await our demise here, can we?" Wang Yi responded with a faint smile, "Certainly not. We must take the initiative and eliminate them before they strike." As he spoke, a glimmer of determination and ferocity sparkled in his eyes. Tony stepped forward, nonchalantly declaring, "Then where are they? I'll go first." His excitement was palpable, prompting the others to exchange puzzled glances, wondering if he truly possessed such prowess in combat. Yet only Wang Yi understood that Tony merely wished to showcase the might of his chariot of war, or perhaps he was eager to test its power. "We can inquire with Nebula," Gamora interjected, her voice steady. She then turned to Wang Yi, sincerity etched on her features. "I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness, however. She is my sister." "Sister?" Quill exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, for the resemblance between the two was negligible. Wang Yi silently acknowledged the truth of the matter, understanding it better than anyone else, and thus he found no reason to be vexed. He regarded Nebula thoughtfully for a brief moment before saying, "She is unlikely to divulge anything to us, and even if she did, it might not be the truth." In his understanding of Nebula, he recognized that Gamora's sister had only turned to the light in the final moments of their previous saga. Thus, relying on her now was a futile endeavor. Gamora was momentarily taken aback, her gaze towards Wang Yi imbued with a hint of complexity, as if she sensed that this young man understood each of them intimately. After a brief silence, she slowly inquired, "What should we do now?" Upon hearing her words, everyone fell silent. A few cast their eyes upon the unconscious Nebula, the only one privy to the unfolding situation. Wang Yi surveyed the group and shrugged, declaring, "Let us head back. The spaceship is still behind us." With that, they all turned to retrace their steps. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them, each lost in contemplation about where Ronin might be hiding. The rocket ignited the spacecraft, and regardless of the circumstances, they would make decisions upon arrival. Wang Yi scanned the surroundings, seemingly awaiting something. Indeed, a colossal mothership was approaching through the void of space, causing Quill's expression to shift dramatically. Just as he intended to instruct the rocket to change course, they were already ensnared and drawn inside. Wang Yi observed the group with a smile, his voice steady as he urged, "Everyone, cooperate with me." After briefly outlining his thoughts, he fell silent. The others nodded in agreement, refraining from further conversation. To ensure Nebula posed no threat, Wang Yi delivered a swift strike to her neck, allowing her to slumber a while longer, or until they had resolved matters. Before long, they were escorted out by Ronin's men. Wang Yi caught sight of the very Ronin who had once commanded his admiration, the man who had sacrificed his life to save Quill. "Damn it, you wretched fool. Do you even remember who saved you?" Before he could lay eyes on the man, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Suddenly, a figure appeared, Ronin, cloaked in blue, possessing the same mutant genes as Gamora. Upon his arrival, he disregarded everyone and furiously roared at Quill. Quill nonchalantly shook his head and muttered, "Had it not been for that initial circumstance, I wouldn't have found myself here." At this, Yondu's fury intensified, and he continued to bellow at Quill. Surrounding them were nearly 100 individuals, all loyal followers of Yondu. "Where is it? Did you hoard it all for yourself?" Yondu abruptly seized Quill by the collar, his face twisted in rage. Were it not for Wang Yi's knowledge of the unfolding narrative, one might have thought that if Quill remained silent, Yondu would indeed end his life. Gamora, witnessing this, grew anxious, yet remained silent under Wang Yi's subtle gaze. Alongside her were Rocket, Drax, Tony, and Groot, all observing quietly. As Yondu's words echoed, nearly every gaze turned towards Quill. Well, your treasure is gone. It was taken by someone else, Wang Yi suddenly interjected. As an object resembling a pencil materialized directly in front of him, he recognized it as Yondu's weapon. Is that true? Yondu did not turn back, maintaining his glare on Quill. Quill, recalling Wang Yi's words aboard the ship, seemed to grasp the situation. He nodded silently and fabricated a response, saying, "Indeed. It was stolen by someone named Ronan." Afterward, to mask the truth from the onlookers, Quill sighed and added, "We attempted to confront him, but he was far too powerful for us to overcome." At this juncture, a look of regret and sorrow crossed Quill's face. At this point, Wang Yi couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "What a remarkable actor. I wouldn't even consider watching the film without you." Meanwhile, the others remained perplexed, entirely unaware of the unfolding events or the whereabouts of the spirit orb. They only knew it ultimately ended up with Wang Yi. But whether it was taken by Ronan remained a mystery. Yondu glanced at Quill and then at the others, pausing momentarily before asking, "Are you certain? Or are you attempting to deceive me?" Quill nodded vigorously, recounting everything that had transpired, albeit with a slight omission of details. Upon hearing this, Yondu and the others' expressions darkened considerably. With a resounding thud, he slammed his hand against the armrest and shouted, "You dare to meddle with our possessions? You must be courting death." He then turned to Wang Yi, stating in a low voice, "Tell us where they are now, and we shall reclaim what is rightfully ours." Wang Yi smiled subtly, as this was the outcome he had anticipated. However, he was uncertain of Ronan's exact location, though he suspected it was nearby. After all, in the film, Ronan had arrived with remarkable swiftness, implying he could not be far away. Upon hearing this, Yondu immediately ordered a search of the vicinity, determined to retrieve the precious gem. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Ronan was rallying his forces, this time with a target not on the planet Xander, but rather the position of Wang Yi and his companions. Upon his return, Ronan glared at his troops, bellowing, "Assemble the forces immediately. This time, we must secure the gem." As Ronan gazed at the crowd, he could not help but express his feelings. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the nebula, he would have surely met his demise. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yi and others were already waiting nearby for their arrival. In the vast expanse of the starry cosmos, Ronan dispatched a small squad to patrol the surroundings. Wang Yi and his companions had not provided an exact location, merely indicating that they were in the vicinity. Yet it remained uncertain whether they were present or not. "Wang Yi, are you certain we're in the right place? I see so many of them have ventured out. Yet we haven't received any news," Quill remarked as he approached Wang Yi, lowering his voice. Wang Yi pondered for a few seconds before replying, "I am uncertain. I am merely speculating." Quill felt somewhat exasperated, and Gamora, sensing the tension, approached with a concerned expression. "If we can't locate them, once Nebula awakens, our situation will become exceedingly precarious. Indeed, if all else fails, we should retreat from this place and devise a plan of our own." Rocket chimed in, offering his perspective. Wang Yi remained silent, the weight of expectation resting upon him as everyone turned their gaze towards him. At that moment, Wang Yi had unwittingly assumed the role of leader among them, a fact that perhaps even Quill and his companions had not yet recognized. However, Tony, who had been quietly observing, noted this transformation and felt a surge of admiration for Wang Yi. Were he in the same position, he could not fathom rallying so many hearts in such a short time. "Are you sure you're not deceiving me about their whereabouts?" Just then, Yondu approached, grumbling and casting an angry glance at Quill. "Our team has searched for half a day, yet we have found nothing," Yondu remarked, directing his gaze towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi, calm and composed, met his stare with an unwavering expression and replied, "It should not be so. In such a short span of time, they cannot have ventured too far. Indeed, we are all present here. What purpose would there be in deceiving you?" Choir added, his face etched with anger, seemingly attempting to convince Yondu of his sincerity. Yondu scrutinized the two, who remained steadfast in their gazes, showing no signs of retreat. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and prepared to send others to continue the search. Just then, an individual burst into the room, appearing flustered. He seemed to have something to convey to Yondu. Yet he hesitated in front of Wang Yi and the others. Noticing this, Yondu exclaimed in frustration, "Speak your mind." The man, upon hearing this, slowly responded, "Our scouts have discovered a fleet ahead, and based on their strength, they are superior to us." After a brief pause, he continued, "They are now heading in our direction and are expected to arrive in 10 minutes, with their heavy artillery already aimed at us." Upon hearing this, Yondu turned his attention to Wang Yi and the others, his veins visibly tensed. He now harbored serious doubts about whether Wang Yi and his companions were deceiving him to facilitate their own demise. Wang Yi, recognizing the expression on Yongdu's face, understood his suspicions and promptly stated, "Can we obtain a photograph of them? Moreover, we had previously mentioned their formidable strength. Otherwise, how could our possessions have been taken?" His demeanor remained impassive, as if this were merely a trivial matter. Yongdu took a deep breath, suddenly realizing that Wang Yi's words held a semblance of truth. He glanced at him and slowly said, "What should we do now? You heard that they are stronger than us. We cannot defeat them. And it is too late to retreat. We can only face them head on." Wang Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us go. We will fight." Then, with a smile, he continued, "Alternatively, we could remain here while you go out to battle." After uttering these words, Wang Yi smiled at them. Due to the turn of events, this time Ronin's target was not the Chidar Star, but rather them. Without the assistance of Chidar Star, they had to rely solely on themselves. Nevertheless, Wang Yi remained confident. However, he could not utilize the Shura Armor, as it lacked the capability for space combat, which might be one of its shortcomings. He could only don the Xingtian armor and use the Xingtian steed to proceed. Yongdu frowned slightly, for this outcome was entirely a gamble. Moreover, he did not believe they could prevail against the enemy. No, the risk was far too great. Yongdu spoke up, looking at Wang Yi, urging him to propose another option. Wang Yi paused for a moment and smiled again, saying, "Then I shall go alone. Perhaps I can." The moment these words escaped his lips, everyone was taken aback. Alone? To challenge an entire fleet? Was he jesting? Yongdu immediately rejected the notion, as he preferred to believe that Wang Yi intended to escape at this opportunity. "No, what if you fled?" Wang Yi remained silent, turning his gaze toward Choir. Choir was silent for a long while, recalling Wang Yi's strength, which he had witnessed firsthand, as well as how Wang Yi had rescued him. At this moment, he placed immense trust in Wang Yi. "I believe in him. He can do it," Quill declared, his resolute gaze fixed upon Yondu. Yondu had never anticipated such faith from Quill. Was this truly the Quill he once knew? His eyes reflected a complex turmoil as he glanced between the two. "I also believe in him. We have witnessed his strength. You need not worry about him fleeing. We can all remain here to vouch for him." Gamora interjected earnestly. Though they had only known each other for a day, she too had faith in Wang Yi. The Destroyer and Tony nodded in agreement, turning their attention to Yondu. Rocket hesitated for a few seconds before stating, "I believe in him as well." Initially, Rocket had been the one who most despised Wang Yi. But after a day of interaction, he realized that the man was not as intolerable as he had assumed. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and someone addressed Yondu urgently, "Boss, time is running out. We have only 3 minutes left. If we cannot find a solution, we are doomed." Yondu surveyed the group, remaining silent for several seconds before finally nodding. He turned to those nearby and said, "Arrange a ship for him." Yet before he could finish, Wang Yi interrupted. "No need. I don't require that." This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. No need? How will you escape? Without a spaceship, the situation was undoubtedly fatal. Though it could be argued that they were already facing certain death, so the distinction was minimal. Wang Yi disregarded the others, stepping forward to Tony, extending his hand with a smile. "Let me borrow the Xingtian armor once more. I shall show you true power." Without hesitation, Tony handed over the summoning device to Wang Yi. The crowd remained in a state of bewilderment as they gazed upon the unfolding scene, utterly perplexed by Wang Yi's actions. Clutching the armor, he uttered no words, summoning the Xingtian armor to envelop his entire being. Next, he closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the profound power residing within the depths of the armor. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and with a swift motion, he drew forth a card. "God of War Xingtian. Upgrade," Wang Yi stated matter-of-factly. Consequently, the Xingtian armor began to transform, giving rise to the God of War Xingtian. At this moment, Tony's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling that of a light bulb. Chapter 94. The hope of the people within the warship. It was not only Tony who was captivated. The rest of the crew was equally spellbound. "I must admit, this armor is quite impressive," Quill remarked, pointing at the armor adorning Wang Yi. Initially, he had believed that the Shura was the epitome of coolness, but now he realized that Xingtian deserved equal recognition. As for Gamora and Rocket, they were simply in a state of shock. "Juan, the Xingtian armor can upgrade? Why have you never mentioned this to me before?" Tony inquired excitedly. Having utilized the armor for so long without knowing it possessed such capabilities, Wang Yi regarded him thoughtfully and replied, "There are numerous aspects of this armor that you remain unaware of. You may attempt it later. Your current strength is insufficient." This assertion was indeed accurate. At that moment, Tony's abilities were far from adequate to upgrade the Xingtian armor, let alone wield its ultimate weapon, the God of War Flame Sword. Presently, apart from Wang Yi, No one else could unleash the true potential of Xingtian. Very well, open the hatch. Time is of the essence, Wang Yi instructed, turning his gaze towards Gamora. Yongdu nodded, gazing at Wang Yi with a mix of skepticism and belief, before ultimately commanding the opening of the battleship's hatch. Without uttering a word, Wang Yi leaped out. Simultaneously, a red figure sped towards them from a distance. It was Xing Tianjiu. Upon witnessing this, Tony could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Had it been him, he would certainly not have dared to make such a leap. This exemplified the disparity between the two, and it was one of the reasons Wang Yi had refrained from disclosing certain truths to Tony. In the boundless expanse of space, Wang Yi rode Xing Tianjiu, hurtling towards the opposite side at an astonishing velocity that seemed to rival the speed of light. Meanwhile, Tony, Quill, Yongdu, and the others observed from the battleship's panoramic windows, the distance allowing them a clear view of the unfolding scene. My heavens, Quill, where did you meet this person? Yongdu exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Quill. After a moment of contemplation, Quill replied, in prison. As soon as he spoke, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them. Not just Quill, but Yongdu and the rest fell into a contemplative hush. Indeed, the strength of Wang Yi was evident. How could such a formidable individual possibly find himself incarcerated? Was this a jest? Quill gazed into the distance, pondering Wang Yi's silhouette thoughtfully. On the other side, Wang Yi approached Ronan's warship astride Xing Tianjiu, and as he neared, the formidable heavy artillery redirected its aim. Numerous small spacecraft emerged from the warship, pursuing Wang Yi with vigor. You dare to emerge? Are you unaware of who I am? Wang Yi's brow arched beneath his armor as he quickly grasped the situation. Clearly, they were oblivious to the might of the Xingtian armor. Well then, I shall graciously afford them the opportunity to witness its power. After Wang Yi spoke, he showed no signs of retreat and unleashed the weapons aboard the chariot of war, advancing towards them with fervor. Inside the Ronin battleship, Ronan seethed with rage as he glared at the incessant provocations. The sight of the crimson armor ignited a fire within him. Deploy all ships. Ensure that he is brought down, he commanded, pausing for 2 seconds before continuing. Target all weapons. We cannot allow him to approach. Yet, Ronan soon regained his composure. Despite his efforts, the small ships he had dispatched were being systematically destroyed by Wang Yi, while none of them managed to touch him. The overwhelming disparity in power and speed resulted in significant losses for Ronan's forces. Moreover, the weaponry aboard the battleship struggled to lock onto Wang Yi. He was simply too swift to target. Then, suddenly, Wang Yi's eyes lit up as he identified the most vulnerable point ahead. His objective was not merely to harass them from the outside, but to penetrate their defenses. Grasping Ronan's head with one hand, he aimed to eliminate all opposition in his path. Observing the imminent approach of Wang Yi, Ronan's expression turned disdainful. He was unaware that the figure within the chariot was Wang Yi. Had it been Tony, he would have felt no fear. Before long, the battleship erupted with a cacophony of sounds, and Ronan realized Wang Yi had breached their defenses. In the distance, the valiant Durandal gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Is this the true power of the chariot's armor? Tony murmured to himself, slowly sinking into contemplation. Comparing Wang Yi's use of the chariot's armor to his own capabilities revealed a stark contrast. Quill also watched the crimson figure ahead, filled with envy and exhilaration. He yearned to emulate Wang Yi, yet such aspirations were doomed to remain unfulfilled. With this thought, he let out a deep sigh, his gaze brimming with disappointment. Inside the warship, Wang Yi entered and immediately commenced a ruthless onslaught. To all present, he was an unstoppable force. Soon, he spotted Ronan rushing towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a direct attack on Ronan. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ronan's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, this was his territory, populated entirely by his own men, while Wang Yi was merely one individual. What was there to fear? Everyone, charge! Ronan bellowed wildly, determined to overwhelm Wang Yi today, even if it meant sacrificing bodies. A cold glimmer flashed in Wang Yi's eyes as he fought, sharply questioning, "Are you afraid? Too timid to act yourself, sending your subordinates to their demise instead." Ronan disregarded his taunts, urging his comrades to attack relentlessly. Initially, Ronan maintained a semblance of calm. However, as time passed, he began to panic. Despite the numerical advantage, his forces were utterly inadequate against Wang Yi. Not even a single blow could withstand Wang Yi's ferocity, and the bodies piled up behind him like a mountain. Remarkably, this was all accomplished by Wang Yi relying solely on his own strength, without invoking the power of the gemstones. Is there no end to this? Wang Yi mused, mildly astonished. After nearly half an hour of slaughter, fresh waves of adversaries continued to pour in. His patience was wearing thin. If this persisted, he feared his strength would be exhausted before he could finish them off. At that moment, Wang Yi decided to unleash the power of the gemstones. Elevating one's strength to an entirely new level, he resolved to bring matters to a swift conclusion. How could this be possible? On the other side, Ronan was equally astonished. Yet, he was unwilling to accept defeat, for he still had unfulfilled ambitions. The mere presence of Wang Yi was something he could not fathom. Unbeknownst to him, even if Wang Yi had not crossed over, his failure was inevitable. Ultimately, Ronan's forces dwindled, exhausting themselves until the very last moment. As Wang Yi and Ronan locked eyes, a surge of fury welled within them. In that instant, Ronan disregarded everything and charged at Wang Yi. Why hadn't he returned yet? Surely, Wang Yi would not come to harm. Aboard the ship of Yondu, the crew was intently focused. Some, like Rocket, were filled with concern, while Tony and Quill remained composed, unwavering in their faith in that individual, their beacon of hope. Chapter 95, the conclusion of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. The group observed in silence, refraining from further conversation. Soon, they beheld the magnificent battleship erupting in a blaze of light, akin to a resplendent bloom. One. It was a success, Tony exclaimed in disbelief. Realizing that he alone had vanquished the enemy of an entire battleship, Yondu stared in astonishment at the scene before him. In all his years traversing the galaxy, he had never witnessed such ferocity. In contemplation, he recalled the twinkling eyes of Wang Yi as he smiled, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. Reflecting on his previous demeanor, Yondu felt a wave of trepidation. Thankfully, he thought, glancing at Quill, their relationship remained amicable. Quill observed quietly, his expression inscrutable. In what seemed like an instant, he was flooded with myriad thoughts. Questions arose regarding why Wang Yi was present in the prison and why he chose to assist them. It all stemmed from that mystical orb, and he firmly believed that the orb now resided in Wang Yi's possession. However, he refrained from voicing this belief. For only Wang Yi was truly deserving of it. Why had Wang Yi not yet emerged? Was he injured? Suddenly, Rocket's words jolted everyone back to reality. All eyes were once again fixated on the warship. Indeed, half a minute had elapsed since the explosion, yet the crimson figure remained elusive. Tony abruptly rose to his feet, unable to accept the notion that something had befallen Wang Yi. His gaze was unwavering, holding his breath as if fearing that Wang Yi might not return. Others shared this sentiment, and even Drax was momentarily awestruck by Wang Yi's formidable prowess. Just as the warship teetered on the brink of complete annihilation, that familiar silhouette materialized, speeding towards them. Upon seeing this, Drax promptly exclaimed, "Quickly, open the hatch and let him in." His subordinates complied without hesitation, allowing Wang Yi to re-enter the warship. Upon his arrival, Wang Yi smiled at the group and said, "So, how do I look? Handsome, right?" As he spoke, he tossed the celestial armor summoner to Tony, who caught it as if it were a precious treasure, not daring to treat it lightly. Observing Tony's eager demeanor, Wang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that he was truly motivated and wished to enhance the celestial armor. Quill immediately stepped forward and embraced Wang Yi, exclaiming, "Incredible." The others soon followed suit, echoing their admiration. Moments later, Drax suddenly recalled something and inquired, "By the way, what happened to the gem?" As Yondu concluded his remarks, all eyes turned towards Wang Yi. Initially taken aback, Wang Yi then reflected, "That gem? I have no idea where Ronan placed it. He never revealed that to me before his demise." He spoke earnestly. Yet as he gazed at Quill, he suddenly faltered. Quill, wearing a knowing smile, regarded Wang Yi with an expression that conveyed he was already aware of the situation. A sense of unease gripped Wang Yi's heart. Could it be that Quill had already uncovered the truth? However, Quill chose not to pursue the topic further, instead stating, "It is fortunate that we emerged unscathed. Why dwell on the past?" Quill's diversion confirmed Wang Yi's suspicion that he was indeed in the know. Yet he opted to remain silent, offering his support instead. Yondu, observing the subtle exchange between the two, feigned ignorance, patting his chest with an air of relief. "Indeed, we ought to express our gratitude to Wang Yi. Otherwise, our entire spacecraft would have been obliterated," Yondu remarked, clearly indicating that any prior tensions had dissipated in light of recent events. Unbeknownst to Wang Yi, however, were the clandestine gestures shared with Quill. Yondu had keenly noticed everything. He was aware that the coveted item rested in Wang Yi's possession. After years of leadership, could he truly be oblivious to such a detail? Yet, he chose to withhold his thoughts, feigning ignorance. He understood Wang Yi's capabilities and recognized that should the item be taken away, future adversaries would inevitably seek to claim it. Their strengths differed from Wang Yi's, rendering them incapable of providing adequate protection. Thus, the narrative of the Guardians of the Galaxy concluded flawlessly. Wang Yi attained his desires, and the storyline reached a splendid resolution. It is time to return and bid farewell to everyone. In the end, Wang Yi merely exchanged a brief greeting with Quill and the others before departing with Tony. It would not be long before he would return again. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Yi and Tony utilized spatial powers to leave. Upon arriving back at his villa, Wang Yi sighed. The scenery of the galaxy is truly magnificent. However, Tony did not respond. Instead, he gazed excitedly at the celestial armor summoner. Wang Yi contemplated speaking but ultimately refrained, choosing silence instead. Let's do our best, he encouraged, patting Tony on the shoulder before escorting him to the door and closing it behind them. Wang Yi turned to look into the room, perplexed. Why has Xia Yusen returned yet? Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 7 o'clock. Logically, Stark Industries should have closed by now. Yet, he dismissed any further thoughts as he had entrusted Bucky with the matter before leaving. He had faith in Bucky's strength and loyalty, so he felt assured that all would be well. With that thought, Wang Yi began to gaze intently at the ring on his hand. Faintly, he could discern the 5 colors within it, each representing a formidable power. Only the final soul stone remained to complete the set. Wang Yi murmured to himself, reflecting on the unfolding narrative. It was still early to acquire the soul stone, and he contemplated whether he should retrieve it himself. When Thanos eventually returned, his expression would surely be one of dismay. After all the effort exerted to eliminate Ancient One and Odin, the stones would have been snatched away by another. A chuckle escaped Wang Yi as he entertained this thought. However, the conditions for obtaining the soul gem are indeed quite troublesome. Sacrificing one's beloved. I wonder if offering that NPC would suffice. Shaking his head, he decided to momentarily dismiss the thought. It was best to take a good rest. Wang Yi returned to the bathroom, freshened up, and prepared for sleep. After all, this journey had been rather exhausting. As for Tony, just thinking of him darkened Wang Yi's expression. He had merely gone to lend a hand and ended up accomplishing nothing. Wang Yi was too weary to dwell on such matters. He cleared his mind and swiftly succumbed to slumber. Time passed quickly in his dreams, and Wang Yi found himself back in a world from his past, witnessing the moment when his parents abandoned him as a child. He even glimpsed his initial aspirations, along with the joys and sorrows of his previous life. This dream appeared to grant Wang Yi a retrospective view of his existence. Although he could not comprehend the reason behind it, the imagery continued to unfold. It wasn't until the moment of his transmigration that he abruptly awakened, drenched in sweat. What was happening? Wang Yi reflected on everything from the dream, finding it astonishingly vivid. It seemed as though a mysterious force was orchestrating all of this. Chapter 96. Another universe. In the early morning, Wang Yi awoke, his forehead slick with perspiration. The experiences of the dream felt overwhelmingly real. What could it mean? Wang Yi pondered incessantly, yet no answers emerged. Soon, he noticed another troubling matter. It was already dawn, but given Xia Yusen's usual behavior, it was improbable that she would not seek him out. Rubbing his still aching head, he strolled around the villa, yet he found no trace of Xia Yusen. Strangely enough, not only has Xia Yusen disappeared, but even Baki has vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a daring thought flickered in Wang Yi's mind. Yet, he immediately shook his head, deeming it improbable. From the very first encounter between Xia Yusen and Baki, he had already sensed something amiss. I should pay a visit to Tony's residence. Wang Yi mused as he made his way there. At that moment, Tony was pacing anxiously within his villa, seemingly troubled by recent events. What is going on, Tony? Wang Yi inquired curiously as he approached. Hearing his voice, Tony turned, anxiety etched across his face. Pepper is missing, and so is Happy. I went to Stark Industries and found that everyone has disappeared, he explained, his gaze fixed on Wang Yi. Since last night, apart from you, I haven't seen anyone else. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi furrowed his brow in concern. That is impossible. We returned through the power of the gem, and everything around us hasn't changed. He paused for a moment before continuing. Could it be that something occurred here after we left? Tony, in response, grew increasingly frantic. What should we do now? He could think of no other solution, relying solely on Wang Yi. Thus, he looked at him with a sense of hope, as if entrusting all his expectations to him. Something feels off. Let us step outside and investigate. Wang Yi felt an unsettling sensation, akin to waking from a deep slumber only to find that everyone had mysteriously vanished, as if they had never existed at all. Upon returning yesterday, Wang Yi went directly to rest. As far as I know, everything has been relayed by Tony. He intends to investigate first before discerning how to resolve the situation. Tony did not elaborate much, merely nodding as he accompanied Wang Yi away from the villa, both traversing the desolate road. Along the way, as Tony had mentioned, not a soul was in sight, yet many elements still retained the vivid imagery of memory. It is peculiar. Could it be that we have returned to the wrong world? As he spoke, Wang Yi gazed at the ring in his hand, noticing its light gradually dimming. as if it might extinguish at any moment. Observing this, Wang Yi furrowed his brow. Wan, what is it? Have you discovered something? Tony, noticing Wang Yi's sudden halt, approached him anxiously. The unforeseen occurrences were causing him to feel increasingly tense, especially with worries about Pepper and some of his other friends. Wang Yi, casting a reassuring glance his way, replied, Do not worry, they are safe. Our predicament is our primary concern. Although Wang Yi was uncertain of the events that had transpired, he was convinced it was somehow linked to the Infinity Stones. We should pay a visit to Camartage and ascertain whether Master Gui is still present. Wang Yi firmly believed that even if the world had transformed, Gui could not have vanished, even in the face of destruction. She would undoubtedly remain, perhaps merely residing in Camartage, unseen. Contemplating this, Wang Yi surveyed his surroundings, speculating that if his assumptions were correct, Gui had already noticed them or was waiting for their arrival. Whom are we to seek? With the entire world seemingly vanished, who else could we possibly find? Tony found himself somewhat perplexed, unaware of Wang Yi's intentions. Simultaneously, he remained oblivious to the unfolding narrative and the identity of the Ancient One. Without offering an explanation, Wang Yi merely cast a fleeting glance at him and, with a gentle smile, remarked, Child, perhaps you do not yet comprehend this world, but worry not. You shall soon come to understand. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Yi activated the Space Stone, transporting himself to Camartage. Tony was momentarily taken aback by Wang Yi's final words. It was only as the portal began to flicker away that he swiftly regained his senses and pursued after him. Wait, Wang, what you just said leaves me feeling. Tony entered the portal and, upon seeing Wang Yi come to a halt, prepared to voice his grievances. However, before he could utter a word, Wang Yi interrupted him, gazing intently upwards. There, above, stood the Ancient One, clad in monastic robes, her bald head gleaming, smiling down upon them as if she were certain that Wang Yi would indeed appear. The presence of the Ancient One signified that Odin remained as well. Wang Yi pondered this in silence as he slowly ascended. Meanwhile, Tony, still below, felt a sense of confusion and trepidation. He was not foolish. Even without knowing the Ancient One's identity, he understood that in such circumstances, anyone capable of appearing would surely not be weak. Especially with that seemingly innocuous smile gracing her face, Tony's suspicion solidified. This individual was formidable. Wan, wait for me. Observing Wang Yi ascend, Tony steeled himself and followed suit. In such a place, even the illustrious Tony Stark could feel fear. Master Ancient One, it appears you are already aware of our purpose. Wang Yi stepped forward, speaking with utmost respect. Gui nodded slightly and turned, saying, Follow me. These simple sentences bore no hidden meanings, but rather expressed clarity. Wan, who is she? Tony whispered from behind. Wang Yi did not respond, instead murmuring, Just be cautious. You only need to know she is formidable. Do not speak carelessly, or you may truly find it impossible to return. At this moment, Wang Yi was certain they had arrived in another universe. However, he was uncertain about the timeline of this universe. Yet, he had no intention of inquiring, as it was irrelevant to them. His sole concern was how to return. Soon, Gui led them into an elegantly antiquated room, where the fragrance of tea wafted through the air. Wang Yi took a gentle whiff, finding it remarkably familiar, indeed. It was the same tea Gui had brewed for him previously. Please, take a seat, Gui said, settling down quietly before directing her gaze towards Wang Yi. Her eyes fell upon the 5 Infinity Stones in his hand, one of which was the Time Stone, causing her to express mild surprise. With a smile, Gui remarked, It seems that, in that timeline, she has entrusted the Time Stone to you. Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement but chose not to elaborate. Instead, he directly addressed her. Master Gui, have we indeed entered another universe? You must be aware that we do not belong here. Upon hearing this, Gui smiled and nodded, saying, The moment you appeared yesterday, I was already aware. Chapter 97, The Convergence of Three Forces. Upon concluding her words, the Ancient One turned her gaze towards Wang Yi with a hint of curiosity, remarking, I never anticipated that you could traverse the cosmos through the power of the gems. With a gentle smile, she observed not only Wang Yi but also Tony, acknowledging the formidable strength of their two mysterious armors. The Ancient One could sense their prowess. Yet it was Wang Yi's power that instilled a greater sense of caution within her. Not only was the strength of the armor significant, but he also possessed 5 Infinity Stones, including her own Time Stone. Wang Yi took a sip of tea and marveled, This tea is identical to that of my world. It is quite delightful. The Ancient One smiled and replied, Would you like to take some back with you? Wang Yi cleared his throat twice. Realizing that the matter of taking tea home was trivial, his primary concern was how he could return. Thus, he promptly inquired, Master Ancient One, You must be aware of our objective. How can we return to our original universe? Wang Yi looked at the Ancient One, eagerly anticipating her guidance. Meanwhile, Tony appeared somewhat bewildered, struggling to grasp the nuances of their conversation regarding universes. However, he did comprehend Wang Yi's final question, and his eyes immediately brightened as he turned to look at Wang Yi. Noticing this, the Ancient One chuckled softly and shook her head, saying, I cannot ascertain whether you will be able to return. I can only offer you a suggestion. Wang Yi was taken aback. Even the Ancient One was uncertain? That seemed implausible. After all, she was the Sorcerer Supreme. Yet, there was no apparent reason for her to deceive him. Thus, he pondered, how were they to return? Wang Yi tentatively inquired. Yu Yi's expression remained composed as she casually remarked, utilize the space gem. However, this path bears certain peril. I cannot guarantee your return. Nor can I assure that you will traverse to another universe. As she spoke, she cast a glance at the two for a brief moment before continuing, thus. You must deliberate carefully. While you may be together this time, there exists a possibility of separation in the future. Yu Yi endeavored to articulate her meaning as clearly as possible, making it evident to both individuals. Moreover, the likelihood of them returning together via this route was exceedingly slim. Should they resort to the time-space gem again, the spatial integrity would be compromised, leaving no one to ascertain their destination. Upon concluding her statement, Yu Yi turned her gaze toward Wang Yi, for he seemed the more likely candidate for return, whereas Tony's chances appeared negligible. Wang Yi and Tony exchanged glances. Tony, regarding Yu Yi, comprehended her implications. After a sigh, he turned to Wang Yi and said, Wang, you should return alone. Do not concern yourself with me. I can remain here. With this, Tony displayed a faint, bitter smile, looking at Wang Yi with resignation. Wang Yi paused momentarily, then resolutely shook his head. That is not an option. If we are to leave, we shall do so together. After all, you are the one I brought along. It would be inappropriate for me to return alone. As Wang Yi spoke, he ceased to regard Tony and instead turned his attention back to Yu Yi. Master Yu Yi, is there truly no alternative? Wang Yi, seemingly unwilling to accept defeat, persisted in his questioning. With a smile, Yu Yi shook her head, responding, there are no other options. And even this route may not guarantee your return. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yi recognized the gravity of Yu Yi's words. He had no choice but to take the plunge. Wang Yi contemplated for a moment before continuing. How should I wield the space stone to unlock the door you mentioned? It can be opened at any time, should you desire it. Even now, it is possible, responded Yu Yi. Wang, perhaps it would be best if you returned alone. My presence may hinder your progress, Tony added, not wishing to burden Wang further, especially given the formidable mage before them had expressed such concerns. The difficulty of this path was becoming increasingly apparent. He feared that should he hold Wang back, neither of them might find their way home. Wang Yi disregarded Tony's words and turned his gaze towards Yu Yi. After a brief silence, Yu Yi spoke slowly. First, open the portal. Then, channel the power of the time stone to enhance it, maximizing the potential of both stones. Lastly, use the reality stone to envision your destination. Remember, do not underestimate the process, for none can predict where you may end up. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi furrowed his brow. Are you implying that we must simultaneously harness the power of 3 infinity stones to have even a sliver of a chance? Yu Yi nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Yet she remained silent. At this juncture, Wang Yi fell into contemplation. The notion of utilizing the powers of all 3 stones at once had never crossed his mind. And the physical and control demands were considerable. Thus, he felt a sense of hesitation, uncertain of his own capabilities. Noticing Wang Yi's expression, Yu Yi offered no further reaction. While Tony appeared increasingly troubled, the trio fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a considerable pause, Wang Yi rose and declared, Thank you. Master Yu Yi, we shall take our leave now. With that, he turned to Tony, offering a respectful nod before the two departed. Alas! As they beheld the departing figures of the two individuals, Ancient One let out a sigh, choosing to remain silent thereafter, closing her eyes as if lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Wang Yi was preoccupied with the dilemma of how to return. At present, he faced a singular challenge, how to simultaneously wield control over 3 infinity stones, ensuring their flawless amalgamation. Regarding his physical capabilities, he felt no trepidation. He could first summon the Shura Armor and then proceed with the task at hand. Perhaps it is best to abandon the endeavor. Tony observed Wang Yi's expression, recognizing the weight of his predicament. Though he too young to return, especially with Pepper awaiting him at home, he would willingly forego his own return if it meant not burdening Wang Yi further. Such a resolution was not what he desired. Turning his head, Wang Yi smiled and remarked, In truth, it is not as daunting as she suggested. When the time comes, we need only summon the armors collectively and synchronize our entry. The chances of success will significantly increase. This notion had also crossed Wang Yi's mind. Previously, Ancient One had indicated that they would enter one after another, which would indeed lead to dispersion. However, what if they synchronized? Therein lay a considerable opportunity to remain united. Even if they could not return, they would surely remain together. Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, Tony pondered this perspective and found it to resonate with his own thoughts. As long as they were together, separation would be impossible. Very well, let us return for now. Stay at my place tonight and rest well, Wang Yi suggested. Concluding the discussion, the two traveled in silence. Upon arriving at the villa, they discovered some food remaining in the refrigerator, which they made do with. Following Wang Yi's invitation, they quickly took the opportunity to rest and rejuvenate their spirits. The darkness soon faded, giving way to the dawn of a new day. Early the next morning, both rose with the sun. Wang Yi cast a glance at Tony and murmured, "Are you prepared?" Tony nodded, and the two summoned their armors. At that moment, Wang Yi harnessed the power of the Infinity Stones, unleashing a surge of energy. Fortunately, with the Shura Armor, he was able to withstand the force. Before long, a portal to another dimension materialized. The two exchanged a glance, clasped hands, and stepped into the enveloping darkness together. Chapter 98. Return to reality in the depths of obscurity. Wang Yi and Tony traversed the void. If there were light, one would surely notice that their strides were remarkably synchronized. Wang Yi furrowed his brow and softly queried, "Is this still the space stone? Such a phenomenon has never occurred before." As he spoke, he surveyed the boundless darkness surrounding them. Ordinarily, upon the portal's opening, a destination would be revealed, yet this time, they had walked for an extended period without encountering an exit. "Are we lost?" Tony ventured, harboring doubts about their predicament. Wang Yi shook his head, asserting, "It is impossible to be lost. We have been moving in a straight line. I was attentive upon entry, and I am certain of my observations." After his statement, a heavy silence enveloped them. If they had not strayed from their path, then what was their current situation? Could it be true, as Ancient One had suggested? Wang Yi pondered these thoughts silently, fearful of discouraging Tony. Simultaneously, he clung to a flicker of hope as they continued their forward march. Tony sensed Wang Yi's mood and felt a twinge of disappointment, fearing that he was a burden to him. The illustrious Tony Stark was determined not to drag others down, no matter the circumstances. With urgency, Wang Yi cast a glance at Tony, who exerted a firm grip. Although he could not discern Tony's expression, he sensed the underlying sentiment. "Do not overthink it. Even without you, I find myself in a similar predicament," Wang Yi reassured him. This statement held truth, for Tony's presence bore no influence on the situation. It remained unchanged regardless. Yet, Tony remained silent, burdened by a sense of guilt. Observing this, Wang Yi resolved to shift the conversation. "Tony, yesterday I noticed your excitement. Have you upgraded the Xingtian armor since returning?" Indeed, Wang Yi's words succeeded in diverting Tony's attention. He shook his head, his tone laced with disappointment. "No. Despite my efforts to perceive it as you suggested, there has been no response. Perhaps I am simply too weak." "No, you are not merely weak. You are exceedingly weak," Wang Yi could not help but silently deride. This was, after all, an undeniable truth, yet Wang Yi feared that such candor might undermine Tony's confidence. A sudden realization struck him. Not only had Tony utilized the Xingtian armor ineffectively, but it also seemed that he had similarly mismanaged the Shura. This thought cast a shadow over Wang Yi's spirits. Despite possessing the strongest energy, he had failed to harness its full potential. However, he could not entirely blame Tony. The early characters in the Marvel films were indeed too feeble, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full might. With this in mind, Wang Yi let out a heavy sigh. Subsequently, amidst the boundless darkness, an oppressive silence enveloped the two. Tony pondered how to enhance the energy capability Wang Yi had previously mentioned, while Wang Yi engaged in introspection, perhaps seeking a graceful excuse to mask the harsh reality of his inadequacies. Unbeknownst to them, nearly an hour had elapsed. At that moment, Tony felt a slight ache in his legs. After all, he was a dandy who had never endured such hardship. In contrast, Wang Yi remained largely unfazed, likely due to the enhancements he had received from the system. How much longer must we remain ensnared in this predicament? At last, the long-awaited silence was shattered by Tony, who gazed into the darkness ahead, a sense of despair washing over him. Wang Yi remained silent for a few seconds before responding, "We shall not. For if we persist a little longer, we may succumb to exhaustion." He continued, "Being trapped here and still drawing breath are two distinct concepts." Upon hearing this, Tony's despair deepened. Had he possessed a pen, he would have contemplated writing a farewell note to Pepper. Yet, he felt no regret. Tony, there is light ahead. Suddenly, Wang Yi spoke, pointing out a faint glimmer in the distance. It was indeed present, albeit small, indicating that they still had some distance to cover. Tony looked toward it and felt a surge of excitement. That must surely be the exit. Let us hasten towards it, he urged. Wang Yi nodded affirmatively. And they quickened their pace. The light grew ever larger as they approached. This endless void of darkness was finally reaching its conclusion. Though they did not understand why it had felt so far, neither wished to dwell on it. They longed only to return to those they cherished. Finally, after several minutes, they arrived at the forefront, yet neither entered immediately. Wang Yi took a deep breath and declared, "Let us go." With that, they stepped forward together. Outside, a brilliant light flooded in. Due to their prolonged sojourn in darkness, both Wang Yi and Tony found their eyes still struggling to adjust. Nonetheless, they could distinctly hear the cacophony outside. A flicker of joy crossed their faces. Although they were uncertain of their location, they had indeed returned. Moments later, they opened their eyes. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback, while Tony's excitement surged. This place was eerily familiar to them. Another restroom. Wang Yi gazed in disbelief, recalling that their previous encounter had also unfolded here. Tony, noticing the peculiar expression on Wang Yi's face, cast a sidelong glance. "Well, we're home. I shall take my leave," Wang Yi muttered darkly, feeling a wave of misfortune wash over him. Then, under Tony's bewildered gaze, he departed from the scene. What does again mean? Tony repeatedly pondered Wang Yi's word. However, realizing that they were in the company, he concluded that Pepper must be present, which suddenly left him parched and with a smirk spreading across his face as he made his way to Pepper's office. Let there be no misunderstanding. He simply missed Pepper and harbored no ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Wang Yi entertained similar thoughts. Since he was already there, and considering the time, it was highly likely that Xia Yusen had not yet left, making it quite reasonable for him to pay a visit. Well, it wasn't as if he had come intentionally. A visit seemed justifiable. Given the events of the previous encounter, many within the company were now acquainted with Wang Yi, and most knew of his connection with Tony. As he walked through the halls, everyone treated him with utmost courtesy, with his hands clasped behind his back. One might easily mistake him for an authoritative figure surveying his domain. However, even if someone was aware, they dared not utter a word. Soon, they arrived at Xia Yusen's floor. The demeanor of the people here was markedly more courteous and enthusiastic. A few charming young ladies even cast flirtatious glances at Wang Yi. Yet, he did not spare them a single glance. Compared to Xia Yusen, they paled in comparison. After a while, Wang Yi spotted a familiar silhouette. Her proud figure, clad in a form-fitting work uniform, accentuated her physique exquisitely. Her delicate face, even without makeup, remained strikingly beautiful. Ah, has she matured? Wang Yi gazed at Xia Yusen's ample form and suddenly spoke. Meanwhile, Xia Yusen, engrossed in her work, turned to him and flashed a radiant smile.